Whoosh! Yiming had fallen asleep on the desk, drooling. The director of education, in a fit of anger, tapped him sharply. Yiming, do you wish to check your college entrance exam results in your dreams? No matter how much you enjoy daydreaming, this is not the time for it. Huh. Yiming wiped his mouth with his sleeve, glanced around, and realized he was actually in class, with his classmates looking at him in amusement. What is happening? When did I arrive in the classroom? Yiming's head buzzed, feeling somewhat dazed, before he could fully comprehend the situation. The director glanced at a notification on his phone and stated seriously, "The college entrance exam results have been released. Please check the website. I'll be taking notes." Yiming? College entrance exam results? What is that? Didn't we just finish the exam the day before? How could the results come out so quickly? Thinking the director was joking, Yiming attempted to chuckle to ease the tension. However, he was taken aback to see his classmates looking serious as they opened their phones to compare their admission tickets. Even his desk mate, Zhou Xing, was engrossed in his phone, checking the results. Is this for real? Yiming opened his phone and the official college entrance exam website, entering his admission ticket number to check his results. Subject, name, subject, exam, score Chinese, 119 mathematics, 120 comprehensive science, 420. Total score, 659. Huh? What? Yiming could hardly believe that the exam results were real. However, he was bewildered by the scores displayed before him. Shouldn't there be a focus on mathematics and science? Although he had crammed during his senior year, these scores surpassed his expectations. Most importantly, what was this comprehensive science? Where are the English and science scores? Yiming was once again in a state of confusion that I scored 399. Haha, great. Yaij, how much did you get? Is it less than mine? Show me. Seeing Yiming's bewildered expression, Zhou Xing was startled, believing Yiming's score was worse than his. He leaned in curiously, and upon seeing the scores, his eyes nearly bulged out as he exclaimed at high decibel. What the heck? His loud outburst startled everyone around them. The director, intending to scold him, turned his attention to Zhou Xing, who was holding up Yiming's phone. Teacher, come look. Yiming. Woo. Yaij and I studied diligently at night during our senior year, hoping to earn some respect. Yaij is amazing. Zhou Xing's tears streamed down his face, filled with a mix of frustration, gratitude, and sadness. In that moment, he learned that it was even more embarrassing to score lower than his friend than to achieve a high score himself. All of us crammed at the last minute. How could Yiming have done so well? Unaware of the situation, the director and others were drawn closer, gathering around. When they saw Yiming's scores, their eyes widened in disbelief, confirming it wasn't a fake image. They looked at Yiming with sparkling eyes. Yiming, who would have thought you were hiding your talents so well? In class, you were among the bottom two. Did you perhaps have the answers beforehand? Impressive. Without a doubt, this score is the highest in the class. You might even rank in the top 10 in the school. Even the director, who had been indifferent before, had a noticeable change in demeanor. I always knew you had great potential. Yiming, your college entrance exam results are outstanding and have not disappointed the expectations I had for you. You undoubtedly have the priority to choose your Pokémon. What? Pokémon? Yiming was momentarily stunned, forcing a laugh. This is getting absurd. Suddenly, a bird resembling an eagle flew through the door, its head adorned with 3 clusters of pale pink feathers, landing beside the teacher. Yiming's awkward smile gradually stiffened, his mind buzzing. See, BB Bird? Could he possibly not recognize this bird? It was the most common Pokémon from his favorite game. Why was BB Bird appearing in reality? Could it be that after a nap, the world had descended into delightful chaos, causing Pokémon to emerge from parallel universes, transforming the college entrance exam into a Pokémon event? The so-called Pokémon comprehensive knowledge of the exam was fundamental knowledge from the Pokémon universe. As a devoted fan, he knew everything by heart. The mere thought of this possibility sent shivers down Yiming's spine. Could he truly become a Pokémon trainer in reality? Was this a story that could only exist in novels or dramas? Am I really not dreaming? Yiming mercilessly pinched Zhou Xing's arm, causing him to grimace in pain. After a moment, the director recorded each student's scores and instructed everyone to leave the classroom and head to the sports field to collect their Pokémon. Throughout this, Yiming kept his gaze fixed on the BB Bird beside the director, excitedly nudging Zhou Xing's arm. Zhou Xing, where do these Pokémon come from? Does everyone get one? Hearing Yiming's question, Zhou Xing hesitated, then explained, of course. They're distributed by the government. Isn't that common knowledge? Yaij, why are you asking such questions? Yiming blinked. Awesome. I will soon have my own Pokémon. Suppressing his smile, Yiming attempted to appear calm, but Zhou Xing's gaze began to seem increasingly odd. Has Yaij lost his mind? Following the students from other classes into the sports field, they found rows of black wooden shelves, seemingly borrowed from a public library, neatly arranged. On the shelves, striking red and white Pokeballs were lined up in a similar spacing, creating a spectacular sight. The entire senior class arrived at the sports field and lined up according to their exam scores. The school principal, a burly man, stepped onto the stage and delivered an impassioned speech. Dear students, time flies. The annual graduation Pokémon selection event has begun, and I am honored to serve as a supervisor. Yiming opened his phone, quietly browsing information online. Receive your Pokémon after graduation. Relevant information appeared immediately. This initiative had been established over a decade ago by the government of Huaxia to cultivate exceptional trainers. The state had allocated significant funds and resources to create a Pokémon repository suitable for training new trainers. Every graduate, as a basic citizen right, is entitled to receive a free Pokémon opportunity after completing 9 years of compulsory education. This moment typically garners nationwide attention and discussion. However, the demand for Pokémon was immense. And due to the differences among Pokémon species, to ensure fairness, the distribution was largely random. What the heck? What good does my priority selection right do? Yiming sighed. He had thought that having priority would allow him to choose his favorite Pokémon. Never had he imagined that all selections were random. Wasn't that pointless? Zhou Xing, overhearing Yiming's murmurs, leaned in to explain, Yaij, for most of us, priority selection isn't very significant, but for some, it makes all the difference. What do you mean? The literal meaning, for instance, the principal's child. Yiming knew Su Mingqiang, the school's recognized tyrant prince, but this title was not attributed to his looks alone. Thus, the label of tyrant prince stemmed from the fact that he was the principal's child. A glimmer of enlightenment flashed through Yiming's eyes. If that is the case, can it truly serve a role in ensuring fairness and impartiality? Ultimately, it is governed by human hands. Wherever there are humans in control, there are bound to be loopholes to exploit. For students like Su Mingqiang, who wield considerable power, acquiring the positioning information of rare spirits is quite effortless. As Yiming pondered, a mechanical prompt suddenly reverberated within his mind. Ding! The system has been bound. Yiming narrowed his eyes. A system? Chapter 2. A fortuitous find. The top 6 students in our school's college entrance examination are now entitled to the prerogative of selecting their Pokémon first. The principal received a roster from a teacher. Upon seeing the name at the top, he frowned almost imperceptibly. Will the students whose names I call please step forward? First place, Yiming, with a total score of 659. Second place, Su Mingqiang, with 658. Third place, by Wanru, with 655. The principal's announcement ignited a flurry of hushed discussions among the students, for they had heard an unfamiliar name. Yiming's classmates and homeroom teacher beamed with pride, while other classes buzzed with curiosity, trying to ascertain who this Yiming was, the one who had surpassed the school's heartthrob and belle with such an astounding score. Under the intense gaze of the entire faculty and student body, Yiming strode to the front. Before him lay a row of red and white Pokeballs. Wow, is that a Machop? Those muscles are incredible. The Machop beside him, sensing Yiming's fervent gaze, proudly struck a bodybuilding pose, eliciting applause from Yiming. Humph. Consider yourself lucky, Su Mingqiang, standing behind Yiming, sneered in a voice only they could hear. Indeed, I am grateful for the compliment, Yiming chuckled. Awakening to find this world transformed into his dream was indeed a stroke of luck. Su Mingqiang suppressed his ire. After a moment of seething, a triumphant smile crept across his face. So what if you're first? You wouldn't know which Pokémon are truly powerful if you happen to choose a Rattata. I'd like to see how you cope. Yiming blinked. Brother, he leaned closer to Su Mingqiang. Do you have any inside information? Care to share? Su Mingqiang's expression froze, his face contorting. He simply turned his head away, ignoring Yiming. Is this Yiming mad? Can't he read the room? He certainly knew which Pokémon here was the most powerful. Su Mingqing and his father had been ecstatic when they learned about it. The state's allocation of Pokémon was akin to a random event. Before the crates arrived at the school, all procedures were strictly confidential. Rare and powerful Pokémon were allocated in minimal numbers by the state, a case of being fortunate to encounter one, but not something to be sought after. However, a precious Pokémon had unexpectedly appeared at their school. There was no way he would share such valuable information with the stranger who had stolen his first place. Just then, Su Mingqing caught his father, the principal's, eye. He knew his father was worried that he might miss out on this powerful and precious Pokémon. But Su Mingqing remained unperturbed. What an oppose, the panic. Does second place matter? Ming was just an ordinary person without connections. He wouldn't know the location of that Pokémon's Pokeball. What use was the first pick? What were the odds that he would stumble upon it? With odds of nearly 1 in 1,000, Su Mingqing was confident. Now, Ming, the school's top student, will select his Pokémon first, to expedite the process. Regardless of whether a selection is made, the next person will have their turn after 30 seconds until all 6 have chosen. Please maintain order. The principal's words immediately sparked murmurs. The right of first refusal used to mean each person chose before the next, but now there was a time limit. Something was amiss. The principal was clearly doing this for his child. Su Mingqing smiled, thinking his father was being overly cautious. Ming approached the shelves, feeling conflicted. How am I supposed to choose? Should I just pick at random? Suddenly, a translucent screen materialized before him, displaying a series of sentences. Option 1. Choose the 7th Pokémon from the left in the 7th row of the 7th shelf. Reward: 1 point of Dragon Force. From the principal's Pokémon's thoughts. Option 2. Choose the Vulpix 2 to my left. Reward: Flamethrower, Professional Skill, 1. From the matchup's thoughts on the 8th row, 8th shelf. Option 3. Choose nothing. Rely on yourself. Reward: 250 Pokeballs. From the Beedrill's thoughts of the inspector. Option 4. Pick me. Shove me into a burlap sack. From the Pidgey's thoughts. Note: the Pokémon selection system presents options intelligently filtered based on the thoughts of Pokémon around the host. Huh? A system? Ming's face lit up with a smile. Time was short. He had to choose quickly. The first option was from the principal's Pokémon's thoughts. The principal clearly had inside information, so that Pokémon must be extraordinary. The second option, a Vulpix, was also a good choice, with the potential to evolve into a Ninetales. The third option, 250 Pokeballs, was useless. The fourth option was out of the question. Seeing Ming hesitate, the others grew impatient. The principal and Su Mingqing, timing him with a stopwatch, were smiles. But then, Ming moved. He walked straight to the 3rd and 4th rows, as if having identified his target, stopped, and then turned away. Su Mingqing's eyebrows twitched. 30 seconds are up, Su Mingqing. It's your turn, the principal said anxiously. Sensing something amiss, Su Mingqing rushed towards the 7th row where Ming had been, but he happened to see Ming walking out, holding a Pokeball. What did that guy choose? Could it be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Su Mingqing's gaze swept to a spot in the 7th row that he had memorized, and his heart turned to ice. His long-rehearsed speech about his favorite number being 7 was now meaningless. Su Mingqing trembled. Turning back, he saw Ming release the Pokémon from his Pokeball, displaying it to everyone. As the light dissipated, a serpentine Pokémon appeared before them, its entire body covered in light blue lunar scales, its abdomen a bright white. On either side of its head were white fins, and it had a large, circular, milky white nose. In Ming's arms, it showed no fear of the thousands of eyes upon it, merely blinking its large, blue-purple eyes, utterly adorable. A Dratini, a dragon-type Pokémon. Wow, what an adorable Dratini. I want to pet it. Our school actually has a Dratini. This batch of Pokémon seems to be of excellent quality. Everyone was shocked. Even the teachers and Oppos, heart skipped a beat. Dratini was an incredibly rare Pokémon, capable of evolving into Dragonair and ultimately into Dragonite. In its Dratini stage, being weak, it would hide underwater, growing quietly and feeding on things that sank to the bottom. Sightings were rare, and it was once known as the Mirage Pokémon. Ming's grin stretched from ear to ear. Dratini's final evolution was the pseudo-legendary Dragonite of the Kanto region. A pseudo-legendary, that was enough to illustrate its value. Damn, I struck gold. Chapter 3. The Chosen Trainer next. Let us continue with the selection. Mingqiang, have you not made up your mind yet? Hehe. Why not let us arrange it based on your birth chart, placing you at the forefront, number 6. Su Mingqiang's expression darkened, following his father's suggestion. He chose a small sprite. This was a remarkable frog with both grass and poison attributes, resembling a large frog on its back, capable of evolving into extraordinary plants and flowers. It was regarded as one of the 3 great familiars of the Kanto region, yet it paled in comparison to that little dragon. Su Mingqiang glared at Yiming with a countenance akin to that of a vengeful foe. Yiming chuckled awkwardly. Haha. 7 is a fortunate number. It has always been my favorite. It seems that fate has not forsaken me, and your luck is quite good as well. This frog possesses considerable potential. It appeared he had snatched that little dragon away. Well, if one can seize it, what is there to worry about? It is as it should be. There is no need for remorse. Su Mingqiang gritted his teeth, feeling as if he were hearing words that ought to have been spoken by himself. What a cunning tactic. Is he not concerned about the backlash? Su Mingqiang's gaze darkened. He was certain that someone had informed Yiming, for how else could he have so swiftly chosen from among 1,000 Pokeballs and secured that little dragon? Initially, he had feigned hesitation. Reflecting on the situation, Su Mingqiang became increasingly convinced that Yiming was an exceedingly unscrupulous player, having evaded his notice for 3 years. Unbeknownst to Yiming, if he were aware of Su Mingqiang's thoughts, he would shamelessly declare, "Indeed, I have been diligently studying all these years for this very day. You know? Ding. You have acquired a hint of dragon power. Dragon power, an ancient, mysterious force capable of enhancing the overall strength of dragon-type beings." Within Yiming's vision, he beheld a dark red orb, the reward he had obtained. The dragon lineage was indeed the most suitable for the little dragon species. Splendid. Little dragon, from this moment forth, I shall be your trainer, and I hope to gain some insights. The little dragon affectionately rubbed its cool, comforting body against Yiming's cheek. Soon, all 6 individuals had made their decisions. The rest was relatively straightforward. With 50 points, one could enter every 5 minutes. After 40 minutes, Yiming had become quite familiar with the mini-dragon, and the students had chosen their desired pets. As no one could see the pets, no conflicts arose. As for the outcomes, whether favorable or not, would depend entirely on luck. However, whenever a rare sprite appeared, it would inevitably evoke envy among others. Notably, Yiming observed that there were no semi-divine level sprites. At most, they were on par with the 3 major families, countable on one hand. Clearly, as the top student of the school, he had adeptly utilized his privileges to acquire the most valuable sprite available, even if such sprites existed nationwide. Not all deities could be present in every location. Yiming found his conjecture quite reasonable, which greatly pleased him. Well then, everyone has obtained their pets. This year's sprite selection has concluded, the dean stated sternly, without further ado, thus ending the selection process. At that moment, a voice rang out, and Su Mingqiang, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "Yiming, if you dare, let us have a battle." The arena fell silent, all eyes turning to Su Mingqiang and Yiming, the atmosphere tense. This challenge was directed at his mini-dragon. Yiming understood that the victor could decide to exchange sprites, and he did not need to consult Zhou Xing, for he knew that the winner would have the privilege to communicate with their opponent. Everyone regarded the furiously flushed face of Su Mingqiang with a mixture of pity. He seemed unable to accept this reality. Such a foolish challenge. How could he utter such words? Mingqiang, do not covet other sprites. They are recorded, and you cannot trade them so casually. The dean hastily reprimanded. This young man truly had a hair-trigger temper. Despite his desire to express his frustrations, the situation had already unfolded, leaving him powerless. Su Mingqiang was aware he had misspoken, yet he regretted it deeply. If there were even the slightest chance, he would not let it slip away. It was akin to having guessed the winning lottery ticket only to lose it. It felt like a matter of life and death. Option 1. Charge forward and accept the challenge. But Su Mingqiang must pay a cost of 1 million and acquire a pet item. Option 2. Ignore it and engage in a normal battle with Bai Wanru. Reward, training talent X1. Option 3. You may refuse, but do not forfeit your dignity. Proclaim loudly, "I dare not," and you will receive a permanent VIP membership card. Option 4. Agree, but it must be completed within 3 years. Task completion reward: 1 bottle of longevity potion. Goodness, these options are indeed enticing. After some contemplation, Yiming smiled coolly, dismissing Su Mingqing's taunts entirely, and turned to meet Bai Wanru's gaze. I believe that a battle fought over sprites is a game for immature trainers. Bai Wanru, would you care to join me in a match of childish trainers? The mini-dragon raised its head in surprise. Having lingered among cacti for some time, it too wished to stretch its limbs, yet it would not risk separating from Yiming for Su Mingqing's sake. It merely desired to engage in a simple battle with an ordinary cactus. Indeed, the flowered leaves would be the ideal opponent. Little did it know that this thought had just begun to form when its trainer seamlessly agreed. Could it be that Yiming is truly my fated trainer? What am I even thinking? It was quite pleasing to behold. The little dragon's eyes sparkled brightly. Oh, I see. How could the seed of a small frog compare to that of a mini-dragon? Only a fool would engage it in battle. The school's top student was driven to desperation. I wish to witness the mini-dragon's combat prowess. What are your thoughts, school beauty? As the onlookers had been observing the unfolding events with indifference, they now felt all eyes upon Bai Wanru, her beautiful eyes flickering slightly. Originally a person of aloof demeanor, she suddenly found herself the center of attention, leaving her momentarily unsure of how to react. At that instant, she felt as though she had been thrust onto the stage after merely spectating, her shock quickly giving way to unspoken anger. What is this fellow scheming? Does he intend to make me a scapegoat? Nearby, Su Mingqing's expression darkened, and upon hearing her words, he glared at Bai Wanru. A question arose in his mind. How did Yiming come to approach Bai Wanru? Could it be that these two were in cahoots? Perhaps they were even lovers? It was quite possible that his tried-and-true romantic advances were utterly ineffective against her. She may have already had someone special in her heart. If that were the case, the Bai family backing Bai Wanru held considerable influence in this city, making it understandable that Yiming was aware of the mini-dragon's whereabouts. Damn it! These two shameless individuals must be colluding. Give me back my little dragon. Su Mingqing's breath quickened. All right, I accept your challenge. Bai Wanru sensed a shift in the gazes directed at her, all tinged with something unusual. Suppressing the inner fury, she yearned to refuse Yiming's request outright. However, upon reflection, the deed had already been done. By acquiescing, could she not release the pent-up rage within her? After all, she had a fondness for chrysanthemums. When she discovered that her rank was even lower than Su Mingqing's and had not received any warnings from her family, she felt little disappointment. After all, her preference lay with chrysanthemums. Nevertheless, while his conjecture was partially accurate, it was not entirely so. This fellow had inexplicably added to her frustrations. Rage. She was determined to teach him a lesson. Chapter 4. The instant kill. With the completion of the selection, a surge of inexplicable power flowed into his mind. Yiming instinctively closed his eyes to savor the moment. In the midst of this experience, he seemed to acquire a unique auditory ability, allowing him to distinctly hear the whispers of the miniature dragon spirit within his chest. As he prepared to battle Ju Huayi, a mix of apprehension, excitement, and anticipation coursed through him, an extraordinary sensation. Opening his eyes, Yiming couldn't help but express his feelings. Little dragon, stay inside for a while. The little creature responded with a soft cry. Yiming blinked, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. You'll understand soon. Although the selection had concluded, his classmates did not disperse immediately. Instead, they gathered, forming an arena the size of a basketball court for the duel between Yiming and Bai Wanru. When Yiming withdrew the miniature dragon into its pokeball, confusion washed over the onlookers. None understood what had transpired. Are you giving up? Bai Wanru furrowed her brow, her tone indifferent. I and Oppos. Am sorry, I need a moment to adjust. They remained oblivious to the fact that Yiming was feeding the small dragon the meager dragon power he had received from the system, as Bai Wanru had already utilized her own share for herself. To avoid drawing attention, he concealed the pokeball. The dragon power would significantly enhance the miniature dragon's overall attributes. Thus, he knew he had to prepare thoroughly before the battle commenced. This was his inaugural match as a trainer, and he desired a splendid beginning. Dragon might activated. Yiming smiled apologetically and, upon hearing the system's notification, executed a cool gesture, tossing the magic ball into the air. I apologize for the wait, little dragon. Please reveal yourself. Shoo! Yun Ruoyan called softly. Another scaled entity appeared, albeit a smaller version of a colossal dragon. Observant spectators began to murmur amongst themselves. Hey, did you notice that this little dragon has grown a bit? I didn't. But it seems brighter than before. I'm sensing something. Wait, what is he doing? Chew. As the creature reemerged into view, its eyes were tightly shut, its body trembling, and its delicate skin visibly shedding at an astonishing rate. In mere moments, its skin was entirely removed, leaving the onlookers utterly dumbfounded. Not only was this a rare sight of a small dragon, but none among them had ever witnessed a Pokémon shed its own skin. The metamorphosis usually signified a mysterious treasure evolution stage. To behold a small dragon's molting was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Such occurrences were exceedingly rare worldwide. While they were astonished, they remained unaware that the small dragon was even more bewildered. As it burrowed into the cactus, an inexplicable surge of potent energy forcefully merged with its body, rapidly enhancing its physique. Even its perception and control over dragon power intensified. This was an unprecedented and marvelous ability, yet instinctively, it told him that this power did not originate from him, but rather, you didn't see this coming, did you? Yiming replied with a playful wink. This is the true Yiming. Who could possibly be his mentor? If not an extraordinary being? The small dragon's eyes glimmered with an odd expression. There is no mistake. Yiming is undoubtedly my chosen trainer. Are we ready to battle? Little dragon? Shoo. At that moment, a teacher stepped forward, indicating he could serve as a temporary judge for the freshman duel. 1v1. The match continues until one trainer surrenders or is unable to continue. Let the competition begin. By Wanru, use Leaf Blade against this small dragon. She charged ahead, confident in her knowledge of Zhu Huaye's abilities, despite having only recently formed a partnership with it. With a sharp crack, Zhu Huaye dashed forward, shaking its head vigorously as the large leaf atop its head split into several razor-sharp green blades, launching them toward the miniature dragon at remarkable speed. This was Zhu Huaye's signature move, Leaf Blade. Miniature dragon, use Whirlwind. Yiming had learned that the mini-dragon possessed the moves Bind, Gaze, and Whirlwind during the previous game. At this juncture, employing Whirlwind as a defense was the most prudent choice. Shoo! The command resonated with the small dragon, its eyes igniting with a faint purple glow as the dragon power surged within it, culminating in a vigorous flick of its tail. A small tornado materialized on the ground, stirring dust and debris. The whirlwind swiftly escalated into a formidable vortex, towering several meters high, neutralizing the incoming barrage of blades aimed at it. But that was not all. Under the small dragon's meticulous control, the whirlwind intertwined with the fallen leaves, forming a tempest that surged toward Zhu Huaye at an even faster pace. Zhu, run. This scene caught by Wanru and Zhu Huaye off guard. With no time to react, Zhu Huaye stubbornly remained on the ground, desperately attempting to resist. Yet, in the face of such a menacing force, it was utterly powerless. After a brief struggle, Zhu Huaye was swept away by the furious whirlwind. Moments later, the purple glow in the silver dragon's eyes faded, and the whirlwind dissipated. Bloodied and battered, Zhu Huaye reappeared, unable to sustain itself, plummeting from the sky to be caught by a frantic Wanru. The small dragon recognized the inevitable outcome of the battle and leapt back into Yiming's embrace. You did splendidly, little dragon. Chew. The miniature dragon acknowledged, realizing that this victory was a testament to its trainer's prowess. The flower of Zhuhua has lost its fighting capability. The result of this match is a victory for Yiming and the miniature dragon. The headmaster, acting as judge, was the first to react, a look of confusion crossing his face. As the results were announced, a collective gasp echoed among the spectators, followed by fervent discussions. Is this for real? Did Zhu Huaye fall so quickly? While its attributes were superior, it shouldn't have been this overwhelming. This is a scaled-down version of a colossal dragon. I must now become a fan of this little dragon. The disparity in strength was glaring. Zhu Huaye's attacks were feeble and ultimately advantageous for the opponent. Bai Wanru, striving to maintain her composure, nodded at Yiming. Both of you are remarkable. I concede this battle. I must take Zhu Huaye to recuperate. Farewell. This is my little dragon. Su Mingxing watched this scene, his eyes nearly ablaze with jealousy, a bitter taste rising in his throat. To be fair, had Yiming accepted his offer to exchange Pokémon, the little dragon would have effortlessly defeated the small frog. Yet, the more it was so, the more indignation surged within him. In his estimation, his own should have been the object of envy, not the other way around. This, he found utterly unacceptable. Heard you. Yiming. Ming City, the dean requests your presence in his office. Just then, a fellow student whispered the message. Su Mingqing's eyes flickered, his fist clenched, a subtle ache emanating from them. After a prolonged moment, he departed in dejection. Huff, huff. Yiming gasped for air, hastening back to his abode with utmost speed. He retrieved his key, unlocking the door. He was seized by an impulse to immediately share this momentous news with his kin. But upon further reflection, a sly grin crept across his visage. Suppressing his smile, he regulated his breathing, adopting an aloof and somber demeanor. Mother, I've just returned and feel rather weary. Please retire and summon me when the meal is prepared. With these words, he retreated to his chamber. The kitchen door creaked open, and Yiming's mother, Ma Xiaomei, emerged, adorned in an apron, clutching a set of toiletries, a quintessential image of a domestic woman. You are back? Observing Yiming's despondent countenance, she paused, a faint smile gracing her lips, which ultimately dissolved into a drawn-out sigh. It seemed, perhaps, that his efforts had yielded little fruit. Chapter 5. Video exposure. As dinner time approached, Yiming's father, Yishan Feng, returned home. Approximately 45 years of age, he bore a slightly corpulent figure, dressed impeccably, embodying the archetype of an ordinary corporate employee. Without even pausing to don his shoes, he inquired of his wife, Ma Xiaomei, who was carrying the dishes. Dear, what Pokémon did Xiaoming bring? Shu. Ma Xiaomei, with a serious expression, gestured towards Yiming's firmly shut bedroom door. Instinctively, he cast a glance at the door. What's wrong? He uttered a word. He fell asleep as soon as he got home. It seems he isn't doing very well. Wash your hands. I will call him. You must take good care of him, understood? Yiming, still bleary-eyed and tousled, had succumbed to slumber almost immediately upon arriving home, perhaps overwhelmed by excitement. However, 2 hours of rest felt woefully insufficient. The family gathered around the dining table, the atmosphere slightly stifling. The meal was specially prepared to celebrate Yiming's achievement of becoming a trainer, featuring 5 small dishes and a soup. Come on, Yiming, Ma Xiaomei urged, stuffing her mouth with stewed meat while subtly signaling Yifeng. As he chewed, Yifeng swallowed hard and remarked, Xiaoming, haven't you heard the saying at the training camp? There are only poor trainers, not poor Pokémon. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Even the most ordinary of creatures can unleash formidable power in the hands of a skilled trainer. Yiming fervently agreed, nodding in affirmation. The prowess of Ban Muzhenjun's great needle was indeed extraordinary. Oh, right? Yes. Yifeng pondered, uncertain of what to say next. But a sharp jab to his thigh jolted him back to the present, prompting him to shift the conversation. Oh, Xiaoming, someone just told me there's big news. Did a little dragon arrive? Ma Xiaomei perked up at this revelation. Isn't that a rare dragon-type Pokémon? How could Xiaoming's academy possibly have it? From what you say, it seems like a random allocation nationwide. It's not impossible for Xiaoming's academy to receive a mini-dragon. Although everything is initially based on examinations, once inside, it's a different story. That's quite normal. Our country has always operated this way. Xiaoming, don't you know? My parents never afforded us such opportunities when they were in school. You should consider yourself fortunate. Oh, Yiming mumbled, lowering his gaze, struggling to suppress a laugh at his parents' earnest discussion about his Pokémon. Li Du couldn't help but chuckle, particularly at his father, who often chastised him for being lazy and merely playing Pokémon. This scene was almost amusingly ironic. Hey, look what I've got. They say the competition at the academy is fierce. Yifeng, eager to continue the previous conversation, pulled up a chair between Yiming and Ma Xiaomei, maximizing the volume on his phone. The camera crew had chosen an excellent angle, capturing high-quality footage. The mini-dragon and a Chikorita appeared, facing off against each other. It's shedding its skin. I've never seen this before, Yifeng remarked, intrigued. as he continued to eat his rice. Suddenly, a gust of wind burst through the call, rendering the leaf blade ineffective. Chikorita was swept away in a whirlwind. This breathtaking moment left both Ishan Feng and Ma Xiaomei utterly astonished, momentarily forgetting their meal. Yifeng shifted his viewpoint, scrutinizing the individuals on screen. At that moment, both Yiling Feng and Ma Xiaomei furrowed their brows, narrowing their eyes as if they were ostriches peering into the camera. Hey, that child looks just like ours. After saying this, they turned to a silent Yiming, contemplating. Lu Zhou rewound the video slightly, pausing to compare the image on his phone with a photo of Ma Xiaomei, finally breaking into laughter, revealing his amusement. Child, you what? You? Him? Me? What? Yifeng and Ma Xiaomei were left nearly speechless, their minds racing as if they were grappling with a bombshell revelation. Such a treasure was not something an ordinary person could easily acquire. He recalled hearing about a mini dragon auctioned at a high price in Huaxia, drawing considerable media attention due to its rarity. This mini dragon, despite its frail appearance and lackluster talent, was indeed precious. Xiaoming, what does this mean? Is this edited? Tian Yun struggled to articulate his thoughts, his voice low and serious. Compared to the prospect of his child owning a mini dragon, he would prefer it to be a mere trick. No, it's true. I have obtained the mini dragon, and it's currently resting inside. I'll release it for everyone to see shortly. But where did you acquire it? Yifeng asked, incredulous. He found it hard to reconcile the idea of this mini dragon with his own child. Having navigated through the complexities of society for years, he understood that such rare creatures, while casually distributed to universities, would only end up with the most privileged students once the box was opened. Logically, his son should have had no chance. It's just luck. I'm a top student at the academy, and I was selected, Yiming explained candidly. He attributed the situation to his fortune, omitting the intricacies of the system from his parents, partly due to its complexity and partly to avoid drawing attention. Suyang felt somewhat ostentatious. Top student? Yifeng and Ma Xiaomei simultaneously clutched their foreheads, feeling as though their minds were about to explode. They exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting the other's incredulity. When did our child become so exceptional? Could it truly not be a dream? Little one, I suggest you visit my parents, Yiming shrugged, feeling a sense of inevitability as he released the mini dragon. As the mini dragon emerged, it utterly captivated Ishan Feng and Ma Xiaomei. The moment the mini dragon appeared, the evidence was irrefutable. Ishan Feng and Ma Xiaomei wholeheartedly believed. Taking turns cradling the creature, reluctant to let go, a myriad of emotions flooding their hearts, tears welling in their eyes. You rascal, playing tricks on your parents. Why didn't you tell me sooner? You know me too well, Yiming retorted defiantly, recalling the time he had been surrounded and beaten by others. Once he composed himself, a look of concern crossed his face as he muttered, securing a mini dragon is indeed good news, but it might also pose risks. Upon hearing this, Yiming pressed his lips together. He had considered this last night. After all, the mini dragon's high value would attract attention, regardless of whether it was obtained from Su Mingqing or elsewhere. Anyone daring to covet his little dragon would effectively be challenging the government's authority, and such audacity would not go unpunished. The more attention drawn, the safer Yiming would be. It was imperative to enhance his own abilities swiftly to ensure self-preservation. This was the ultimate path. Chapter 6. The Elf University. Yifeng's face flushed with an indescribable pride as he sat cross-legged, engaged in a phone call. All right, the reservation is confirmed for tomorrow. Everyone must come. Ma Xiaomei, equally delighted, shouted into the phone, Yes, splendid job. I've sent you the video. Did you see how handsome my son is? You must attend. But perhaps it's premature to discuss this. Let's wait until he is truly happy. Yiming felt powerless. His parents were unexpectedly exuberant, planning a grand feast. Why such extravagance? A little frugality would suffice. He couldn't even afford a meal for Xiaolong. It was a sleepless night. Oh, it's you, President Zhang. You certainly know how to spend generously. Xiaoming, why aren't you off to find your Uncle Zhang? Oh, Annie, what brings you here at such a late hour? I hope your journey was uneventful. Xiaoming, come here, let your third uncle see this. It's a mini dragon. In just one night, several groups heard the news and rushed over to celebrate, giving the atmosphere the semblance of a wedding. Neighbors, aware that the new student who acquired the mini dragon lived nearby, flocked to offer their congratulations. It was no small feat, truly. The thought of tomorrow's banquet being even grander made Yiming exhale deeply, and under his parents' persuasion, he took the little one to bed early to conserve his energy. The next day, Yiming donned a suit, attempting to emulate the adults by tidying his hair. As a reclusive boy, he seldom found such social gatherings appealing. With a sense of dread, he got into the car and headed to the banquet, hosted at a 3-star restaurant belonging to his second uncle. This arrangement served dual purposes, to support his uncle and save money. Initially, his uncle had thought it was merely a company dinner for Yiming's father and was inclined to refuse. However, upon learning that it was in celebration of Yiming's top ranking in the school and his acquisition of the mini dragon, his demeanor shifted entirely. He not only accepted but offered to charge only half the usual fee, leaving Yifeng feeling quite embarrassed. Upon arriving at the restaurant, they were greeted by a red carpet, a massive round door, and a sign adorned with congratulatory messages for his little nephew Yiming for ranking first in the college entrance examination and obtaining a mini dragon. Naturally, Zhou Xing, his best friend, was also invited. Gazing at the radiant Yiming, he said, "Yiming, I envy you immensely. Do you know? Last night, my parents were thrilled with my good grades, but upon hearing about your achievements, they gave me a thorough scolding. Don't worry, you're tough enough to handle it." Yiming consoled him with a pat on the shoulder. "Yiming, remember not to forget your friends when you gain wealth. If you have time, perhaps you could lend a hand. Don't forget the nights we spent gaming together. Sure, I'll treat you to dinner, but you'll have to wash the dishes." "Huh, what do you mean?" The entire floor was reserved, with relatives in attendance. Gradually, however, Yiming's smile grew increasingly strained. His complexion waned, exhaustion settling in both his mind and body, and he was even pressured to deliver a speech. Was this really necessary? It was merely an achievement of being the top student in the college entrance examination. Just a mini dragon, hardly a mythical creature. Yiming felt a wave of anxiety. Overwhelmed by the attention, he wished he could vanish into the ground. He couldn't fathom how his parents managed to remain so buoyant, their faces glowing with joy as they beamed brighter with each passing moment. Perhaps this was the most splendid time in their lives. Yishan Feng and Ma Xiaomei presented Yiming to his homeroom teacher, bowing politely as they expressed, "Mr. Wang, our son's accomplishments today are largely due to your dedicated guidance. We are immensely grateful." The teacher stood, patting Yiming on the shoulder. "That is only part of the truth. The primary reason is that your son is exceptionally talented, intelligent, and vibrant in school." As Yiming listened to the teacher's effusive praise, his face turned crimson. "Mr. Wang, please, I shouldn't be receiving such accolades." After a round of congratulations, everyone took their seats and began the feast. The cold dishes included fried fish cakes, drunken chicken, sweet potato beef tongue, smoked goose, vegetable salad, mushroom soup, king prawns, roast duck, pine crab, along with an assortment of beverages such as juice and red wine. Yiming immediately indulged, appearing utterly exhausted. Finally, delicious food was at hand. As a guest, Professor Wang suddenly inquired, "Yiming, have you considered which school you might apply to? With such excellent results and this mini dragon, I believe you could attend the Elf University." At this remark, a hush fell over the room, all eyes turning to Yiming, filled with hopeful anticipation. "Ah, the Elf University? Could I admit that I hadn't contemplated this? Am I not the first in my family to enter university?" Yiming found himself momentarily dazed. Was it possible that since the advent of elves, the rules of college entrance examinations had shifted? At that moment, a voice resonated in his ears. Option 1, dashing and ambitious, representing the trainer's aspirations to traverse the world and enter a prestigious university. Task reward, adjustable speed bicycle, amphibious. A teacher's companion. Option 2, excitedly declare, "You must be our school's best student." Reward, VIP little fairy, a spirited little fairy. Option 3, expressing his stance with a slogan, "To study, go to the Sky Blue Bird Technical College, complete with beauty, hairdressing, and egg incubation." Task item, automatic haircutter. Option 4, your goal is a school security position, potentially saving you decades of time. Reward, 10,000 volts, Thunder Guardian. Option 5. Currently. I have not found a suitable candidate. Task item. Psyduck's confused hat. Psyduck rolling in the kitchen. Note. Options the 3rd and the 4th of May face rejection. If it were true, he would undoubtedly choose the 5th option. He had never even heard of the Elf University. The only downside was that the Psyduck's confused hat was merely an ordinary hat. Yiming's focus sharpened on the descriptions of the 2 rewards, comparatively. The adjustable speed bicycle and the VIP little fairy seemed far more appealing. Adjustable speed bicycle, water riding, a bicycle designed for water riding, which may incur irreparable damage due to its material. VIP little fairy, boasting a lavish interior with various training and sports equipment, capable of tailored modifications for different fairies to enhance their liveliness. Chapter 7. An awkward moment. Yiming hesitated as he contemplated the Pokeball. Upon reading the introduction, a flicker of inspiration ignited within him. He lamented the fragility of his bicycle, wishing he could traverse vast rivers and lakes, for that would be the epitome of coolness. With grand aspirations, as a top student in school, he set his sights on enrolling in the finest Pokémon University in the country. Meow, chirped the little creature, echoing the sentiment of the approving Dragonair, which called out loudly in agreement. Yiming's and Dragonair's enthusiastic expressions drew a wave of applause and well wishes from the crowd. All right, your ambitions are lofty, but to gain admission to Qingbei Academy, you must acquire at least 3 official badges, which is no easy feat. Came a voice that momentarily left Yiming speechless. 3 badges for graduation travel? Though his demeanor remained calm, internally, Yiming had already taken out his phone to begin researching, embarking on his quest. This was a common endeavor, as numerous students made their way to the Federation. Such excursions were prevalent, though not universally embraced by every nation. Due to varying cultures and geographical distinctions, the number of Pokémon in different countries often surpassed that of others. And the cultural allure of these differences proved to be a significant temptation for trainers from abroad to nurture students and foster closer ties. Both nations had implemented various policies encouraging interaction among trainees. Graduation travel was a special benefit provided by the government. For instance, high school students could enjoy a 50% discount on cruise tickets, and universities would offer travel funds to the highest achieving scholars. Gradually, universities introduced new admissions criteria, mandating that students participate in an official competition at the Alliance's dojo before embarking on their holiday, in order to earn an official badge. Qingbei Academy, one of the nation's premier institutions, was formed by the amalgamation of several elite academies, establishing itself as a top-tier institution. Nestled amidst mountains, lakes, and forests, it represented one of the most densely populated regions of the country, akin to a world apart, rich in educational resources and frequently hosting esteemed trainers as guest lecturers. However, gaining entry into the academy was no simple task. 3 badges were the minimum requirement. After the banquet, Yiming was invited to another gathering, which consumed a considerable amount of time. As evening fell, he returned home alone, indulging in a hot bath to wash away the fatigue of the day. Nestled back into his cozy bed, he finally found a moment to rest. Little dragon, you must understand that with great power comes great responsibility, he remarked. The little dragon nodded in acknowledgement. You truly enjoy the spectacle, but I find it overwhelming, Yiming continued, as the little creature pressed its tiny face against his forehead, imparting a refreshing chill that alleviated Yiming's woes. Suddenly, the phone rang again. Yiming glanced at it and promptly hung up. Throughout the day, he had received several harassing calls targeting students, all offering exorbitant interest rates, leaving him to ponder the sheer power of capital. Indeed, it was formidable. A single Pokémon could give rise to numerous industries, even spawning an entire industrial chain. Various types of fairies, energy cubes, delightful creatures, stunning Pokémon, battles, traits, everything one could imagine was present. In this world, it could be said that the most sought-after profession was that of a Pokémon trainer. He opened his WeChat and navigated to his campus travel group. Under the guidance of teachers and the input of classmates, a chat room had been established to facilitate discussions regarding their journey, recognizing the importance of networking among trainers. Yiming was particularly invested in this graduation trip. He had previously researched the peculiarities of the world's boundaries, noting that 66 years ago, a Pokémon race and a United Kingdom had emerged in the Pacific, triggering significant climatic shifts on Earth. Coupled with their unique abilities, they were initially regarded as otherworldly guests, gradually earning recognition through interaction and communication with the Pokémon race. Rather than a mere landmass, it was more fitting to describe it as a territory, encompassing the Alliance regions familiar to Yiming from anime and games. It was said that there were uncharted territories awaiting human exploration elsewhere on Earth. In the group chat, silence reigned. Yiming was quite displeased. Over 1,000 members. And not a single one had spoken. Were they all fools? A minute passed, and he remained the only one engaged in the conversation. Finally, Zhou Xing sent a private message. Yiming, stop. You've blocked everyone. Unfazed, Yiming shot back a message. What kind of moderator silences everyone? They have no self-awareness. Zhou Xing privately replied, Yiming, this isn't managed by anyone. A twitch of irritation crossed Yiming's eye as he realized his oversight. He quickly changed Su Mingqing's designation to moderator and deleted all prior chat records. At last, the group stirred with activity. A trainer from 10 states chimed in. I've heard the Federation continent is divided into several autonomous federal districts. Which region do you plan to visit for your graduation trip? Not sure. Are you looking for a boss? Replied another. If we're going to university, we'll need at least one official badge from the Alliance. My goal is to establish a union, so don't come near me, commented a third. I suggest we follow the traditional route and first visit the Guandu region. I want to see the Charizard Valley, proposed another. Let us prepare by checking the official website and securing tickets, advised a veteran trainer, as he observed the group members chattering animatedly, each with their own thoughts. Yiming pondered for a moment but struggled to determine his own direction. With too many targets in mind, he found himself at a loss for a suitable destination. He turned to the little dragon beside him. Dragonair, where are you from? Do you know where your parents are? His curiosity about Dragonair's origins piqued. He wondered if it had been hatched from the National Pokémon Library, nurtured through training, or if it hailed from elsewhere. Dragonair was the first magical treasure from the Guandu region, a significant emblem. Perhaps this little dragon originated from Guandu, or even from the capital's Dragon Cave. Meow meow. Ah, so you weren't hatched from the National Pokémon Library. You likely come from the Pokémon continent, Yiming exclaimed, feeling invigorated. Meow meow. Oh, Yiming nodded thoughtfully. From Dragonair's words, it was clear it hailed from the Pokémon continent and maintained close ties with human society. Yiming speculated it was sent from the Pokémon Region Alliance to the National Pokémon Library under an agreement with Huaxia, and he was fortunate enough to have obtained it. Meow. Hey, if you aspire to evolve into a Dragonite in return, then you have ambition. Inspired by the little dragon, Yiming's eyes sparkled with determination. He vowed to rise to the pinnacle alongside Dragonair, to become the strongest and survey the world. Decision made. He would venture to the Guandu region, to witness where dreams began. Yiming shared the links provided by his group members, entering a national student graduation travel website and filling in his location. The best options would soon present themselves. 2 days later, in H-City, where Yiming resided, a cruise ship named the St. Antonio would arrive. The St. Terranu was a magnificent and renowned vessel, measuring 362 meters in length and 67 meters in width, towering at 64 meters, equivalent to a 20-story building. It is essentially a walking island, equipped with a center for Pokémon and a shopping complex, alongside appropriate recreational facilities for battles with Pokémon. The vessel has a maximum capacity of 6,000 individuals, and this journey can accommodate over 3,000 graduates from City H, sufficiently catering to the graduation trips this year. The St. Anu will traverse various regions of the Chinese mainland for development, essentially covering all areas, while the return journey will take place at the end of next month in the desolate city of Guandu. Upon filling in the information, registration was successful. Yiming clasped his hands behind his head, lost in contemplation. If I wish to enter Qinbei Pokémon University, considering the time for round trips and traveling to the capital, I have about a month and a half. In this time, I must challenge 3 Pokémon gyms. It is quite a challenge, and not an insignificant one. Therefore, I must commence my diligent preparations. It is rather embarrassing that I have yet to even study the characteristics of the mini-dragon. Chapter 8. What is this little stone? After evolving from Dratini to Dragonite, its defensive capabilities can be significantly enhanced when it is in peak physical condition. Its skills include tension, gaze, and twister. And the next objective is to first learn the disruptive skill of electromagnetic wave in the attack move Dragon Tail. Yiming took up a pen and paper, commencing to devise a training regimen for Dratini while searching online for training strategies. Alas, there were none, so he decided to reference Dragon-type training methods instead. Training? Yiming slapped his forehead, realizing how forgetful he had been. Dratini, here you go. He produced the VIP Pokeball gifted by the system. Crafted from an unknown dark golden metallic material, its surface shimmering with a flowing luster, exuding an air of mystery. In a word, it was understated luxury with depth. This ball was a world apart from the ordinary Pokeballs. If the previous Pokeball was akin to a small 10-square-meter room, then this VIP ball was a grand villa complete with a large garden and swimming pool, fully equipped with facilities for the Pokémon to rest and exercise, allowing Dratini ample time for healing and free movement. In summary, it was sufficient to elevate Dratini's condition to its zenith. This ball is 100 times better. However, Dratini did not share the same sentiment. Aside from its appearance, it found nothing particularly special about the Pokeball. After hearing Yiming's exaggerations countless times, it believed he was merely boasting. Dratini entered the VIP Pokeball. Through the system's interface, he saw the interior of the ball instantaneously fill with water, forming an island-like structure. Dratini leaped into the water, transitioning from despondency to exhilaration as it swam for a while. It then jumped out of the Pokeball, dripping wet, and excitedly called out to Yiming, acknowledging its previous misjudgment. It was not merely 100 times better, it was 1,000 times, a myriad of times better. As long as you enjoy it. Yiming recalled it was time to prepare an energy cube for Dratini. While it could consume human food or fruits, it was not the optimal choice. Energy cubes needed to be prepared as well. Could they be purchased online? Damn, they are too expensive. The cheapest meal specifically for dragon types costs 300 credits. Yiming gasped, suddenly feeling impoverished. 2 days later, Yiming packed his travel bag and headed to the H-City dock, bringing along a single-person tent, primarily to cultivate an adventurous atmosphere. At the appropriate moment, the project would be stored in the system space. Son, here is your guild card, your identification, and your savings card. Don't lose them, his father said, handing him a hard card slightly larger than a city business card, which bore his name and student ID number. This includes the travel subsidy from school and sponsorship from your relatives, a total of 12,000 credits. This should suffice for your expenses over the next 2 months. If it is still insufficient, feel free to ask again. All right, noted. Yiming carefully tucked it away in his inner jacket pocket, actually storing it in the system space. The exchange rate between Huaxia coins and Federation coins is 10:1. Thus, 12,000 Federation coins equate to a staggering 120,000 Huaxia coins. For the first time in his life, he possessed such a sum, and he felt slightly anxious. If possible, it would be best to earn Federation coins and spend them. He had long devised a strategy, as there were numerous ways for trainers to earn money in the Federation's mainland. If funds were low, trainers could accept job assignments at various Pokémon centers or gyms across the mainland, completing them to earn corresponding commissions based on the difficulty of the tasks. With diligence. Why not to starve? Is this your first time leaving the city? Remember to call home when you arrive. If you encounter any issues, seek out Miss Junsha in the area. Understood? Have you packed enough clothes? His mother, Ma Xiaomei, incessantly reminded him, repeating the checklist countless times. I understand. Don't worry. I will take good care of myself. I must check in and board the ship now. Yiming and Zhou Xing bade farewell to their parents. Together, they passed through the security checks and ticketing procedures, stepping into the sunlight. As their eyes adjusted to the brightness, a colossal vessel came into view, causing Yiming to momentarily lose his focus due to the visual impact. It was enormous, truly monumental, like a mountain, an island, the closer one got, the more one felt their own insignificance. Yiming and Zhou Xing entered the St. Antonio vessel, following the receptionist's guidance to their room on the 8th floor. The graduate rooms were standard twin rooms, allowing for free pairing, with a layout resembling that of a typical hotel room, albeit narrower, lacking a living balcony. Only featuring a relatively enclosed round window that offered a glimpse of the ocean outside. As the receptionist departed, they were informed that when the ship set sail, they could go up to the deck for a complimentary buffet and a welcome party featuring Pokémon performances. Zhou Xing leaned against the window, keenly observing the bustling crowd outside. There's also a welcoming party. You're too enthusiastic. Hey, Yiming, are you sure you want to attend Qingbei University? It's quite challenging. You must challenge and win 3 gyms in such a short time. Of course, if we don't get accepted, we can always reconsider. What about you? Are you set on going to the Hoenn region? Yiming placed his luggage properly and turned to inquire. He learned that Zhou Xing had pleaded with his parents for quite some time for this graduation trip. Despite national policy support, graduating trips required considerable funds. Families like theirs, of modest means, often opted to forego graduation trips for cheaper nationwide travels or simply chose to work instead of pursuing higher education. Well, I want to soak in the hot springs in Kamian first, then I plan to check in at Kana City. After that, I want to go to Wulin Town for specialized training. If I can challenge a gym, that would be splendid. What about you? I want to explore as I go. I haven't formulated a detailed plan yet, but I must visit Shink's Town. Shink's Town? I've never heard of it. What makes it special? Oh, it's a small place. It's normal that you've never heard of it. Yiming chuckled. There's a generation gap between us. After leaving their room, Yiming and Zhou Xing joyously strolled along the cruise ship. The interior space was larger than anticipated, resembling a miniature town. It boasted a cinema, karaoke rooms, a basketball court, a bowling alley, a swimming pool, battle rooms, and shopping centers. Besides the graduates, there were indeed actual travelers aboard as well. What captivated them most was the trainer trading area on the 6th floor, occupying more than half of the space, as it aligned most closely with their current spending capabilities. Magikarp, producing gold, selling tiers, only 10,000 Federation coins. A large map of the Federation area, bilingual in Huaxiao Alliance, featuring rare Pokémon habitats. The oversized version costs only 500 Federation coins. Fresh berries for sale, the best ingredient for making energy cubes. Detailed information on the gym leaders across various Federation regions. Along with their core Pokémon info, knowing your enemy and yourself ensures victory in 100 battles, aiding you in earning badges. I have a Swellow. Looking to trade for a Pidgey? Anyone interested? Anyone wishing to challenge the elves, a distance of 200 li, I am but a sparrow. Many graduates are drawn here to sell items they desire or do not desire, and there are vendors offering various goods tailored to the needs of novice trainers. Naturally, it is not uncommon for appearances to deceive. After wandering for half an hour, Yiming seized an opportunity to purchase 5 ordinary Pokeballs for the bargain price of 800 Alliance coins from a trainer urgently in need of currency. What is wrong with Zhou Xing? At that moment, Yiming's attention was drawn to Zhou Xing, who was in a corner not far away, repeatedly wiping his face. His shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Is he crying? Zhou Xing, what's the matter? No, it's nothing. Upon hearing Yiming's voice, Zhou Xing immediately stood up, turning away. Unable to meet his gaze, Yiming couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. What does he mean by nothing? Forcing him to turn around. It was evident that his eyes were swollen from tears. Woo woo woo, brother Yiming, I might need to go home early. Has something happened to your family? No. It's not that. It's just that I have no money. I just spent 3,000 Alliance coins on a little fist stone. Zhou Xing lamented, his face a picture of despair. 3,000 Alliance coins for a little fist stone? Are you foolish? What kind of little fist stone can produce gold? Chapter 9. Energy Cubes. Yiming was taken aback. A mere stone the size of a fist, not a fake, was being sold for 3,000 Union coins? Nearby stalls offered them for 400, with the pricier ones at 800. Had Zhou Xing been duped like Mr. Kojiro? This was a lottery. Zhou Xing was disheartened. Take me to see it, Yiming insisted, allowing Zhou Xing to lead the way, curious about what kind of lottery could cloud Zhou Xing's judgment. Never mind, brother E. I won't let you off the hook either. Let's talk. Lead the way. A few minutes later, following Zhou Xing's directions, Yiming arrived at a stall situated in a bustling area. The vendor was a student clad in flamboyant attire, her playful orange twin tails bouncing as she engaged with customers. In front of her stood a large, boxy container filled with dozens of Pokeballs. Before her were 3 striking Pokémon, Light Yagami, Charmander, and Squirtle. Like the mini-dragon, Yukiro was also a quasi-divine Pokémon, a rarity among Pokémon. As for Charmander and Squirtle, they belonged to the royal lineage of the Guandu district. Many onlookers were drawn to the scene, bending down to get a closer view. For the blind box, you'd ideally want Light Yagami, Charmander, and Squirtle, Zhou Xing explained. For 3,000 coins, you've a chance at Light Yagami, Charmander, and Squirtle? Yiming furrowed his brow, finally noticing the gaudy pink sign beside him, Pokémon Blind Box. Drawing costs 3,000 Union coins for a single attempt. With the assurance of acquiring a Pokémon from a pool of 60, would one be blessed with Light Yagami, Charmander, or Squirtle? The alternatives included Mewtwo, Zangoose, Pidgey, Swellow, Butterfree, and Beedrill, among others. Notably, if one were unfortunate enough to draw a Magikarp, the vendor would allow a refund of 2,000 Union coins. Yiming's interest was piqued. Such an enticing deal. For 3,000 Union coins, one could attempt to draw from 60 Pokémon, with a 1 in 20 chance of landing one of those 3 valuable Pokémon. Even if they didn't draw the coveted trio, they wouldn't leave empty-handed. At the very least, they would acquire a Pokémon. Though the others were merely ordinary, they still represented a victory of sorts. No wonder Zhou Xing was intrigued. The expressions of others in the crowd reflected their eagerness. Yet, a sense of unease stirred within Yiming. Not to mention, the quasi-divine Pokémon, Light Yagami, and the Royal Trio were each valued at 100,000 Union coins, making this lottery scheme glaringly unreasonable. He recalled a sage adage, pies do not fall from the sky, unless baked by your mother. Such fortune couldn't possibly exist, could it? Unsure. He resolved to investigate further. Was there some governmental oversight regarding that wooden box? No, they've already conducted a small round of draws, Zhou Xing replied, observing closely. I checked that box myself. It's just an ordinary container. What did she intend to do with 3,000 Union coins? If Light Yagami was acquired swiftly, she would lose everything. Surely, there was some trickery at play, some sleight of hand involved. The young vendor sensed the skepticism of newcomers like Yiming and, believing she had garnered enough attention, began retrieving the Pokeballs, tossing them one by one into the lottery box before the audience. Light Yagami, Charmander, and Squirtle were all visible. She seemed to understand Yiming's doubts and, rolling up her sleeves, sought to prove her integrity. After maintaining a safe distance from the box, she allowed everyone to inspect it and mix the contents thoroughly. She lounged nearby, exuding an air of nonchalance, indicating that no further tricks would be employed. At this moment, Yiming was also perplexed. The Pokeballs containing Light Yagami, Charmander, and Squirtle must be in the box. Was she no longer doing anything to conceal them? Rubbing his chin, Yiming pondered a new societal dilemma. If someone were to package all the Pokémon beneath the box, wouldn't they inevitably secure those 3 Pokémon? With 60 opportunities for participation at 3,000 Union coins each, 180,000 Union coins could secure a Light Yagami, Charmander, and Squirtle. What a profitable venture! Zhou Xing licked his lips, his gaze fixated on the box as he explained, that won't work. An individual can draw a maximum of 3 times. If someone draws, she'll replenish the stock, which seems plentiful. Oh, I see. A new round of the Pokémon blind draw commenced, with onlookers quietly calculating their odds, none daring to take the lead. The vendor girl wore an earnest expression. As if conveying that they could seize a favorable opportunity, her voice light and airy. Hee, to be honest, I love thrilling lottery games. You just witnessed it firsthand. I truly tossed in Light Yagami and Charmander. For just 3,000 Union coins, you could chance upon a rare and precious Pokémon to accompany you on your swift journey to growth. Meeting you is serendipity. I rarely get to partake in this kind of online game. First come, first served. Her Mandarin carried a slight accent, suggesting she hailed from the mainland of the Union. Under the spell of the self-proclaimed deity, a student finally took the plunge. All right, I'll draw 3 times and swipe my card. He hurriedly grabbed 3, and the girl did not object. She merely retrieved 3 more from another box to replenish the supply. That student, nervously releasing a Pokémon to inspect, watched in despair as his hopes faded upon revealing his prize, a Magikarp. Pidgey. Haha, my friend's luck is quite poor, drawing even the most worthless Magikarp. Would you like to exercise your right to a consolation prize? The girl inquired with a smile, producing 2,000 Union coins. The student, without hesitation, traded in his Magikarp for the coins, not passing up the chance for a refund. Magikarp was often mocked as the most useless Pokémon, capable only of the harmless splash move, though those with exceptional talent might learn Tackle. Of course, if one could evolve it into a formidable Gyarados, the situation would be entirely different. However, evolving a Magikarp into a Gyarados required an extraordinary commitment of time and energy. Even if one fancied themselves a chosen one, it would be far more pragmatic to purchase a Magikarp from the nearby stall for just over 200 Union coins, instead of spending 2,000. Who would like to be the next to try? The girl set the Pokeball containing Magikarp aside, awaiting the next participant. With the initial draw completed, the onlookers succumbed to their insatiable desire for profit, gradually stepping forward to take their chances. The vendor girl remained at the forefront, repeatedly replenishing the Pokémon while occasionally commenting, "There's really nothing strange about this." Yiming hesitated. "Indeed, otherwise I wouldn't have approached," Zhou Xing lamented. Before long, 10 candidates had participated, drawing a total of 18 Pokémon, yet none had encountered the coveted trio. They were all familiar Pokémon, like Caterpie, Pidgey, Spearow, and Rattata. The unsuccessful candidates sighed in resignation, grappling with the harsh realities of society, yet they lingered, hoping to witness the appearance of those 3 elusive Pokémon, like Yagami, Charmander, and Squirtle. Had they been swapped? After all, even with continuous replenishment, a 1 in 20 chance should yield at least one lucky winner, right? Damn it, there must be some trickery afoot, those despicable deceivers. Yet, I cannot fathom how she could have manipulated the situation. Surely, she cannot teleport at will. Gradually, whispers began to circulate among the crowd, casting doubts. Edie, with her innocent eyes blinking, stood up, approached the box, rolled up her sleeves, and, under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, slowly retrieved the 7 Pokeballs. One by one, she released them: Pidgey, Bidoof, Metapod, Gibble, Charmander, Squirtle, and Houndour, an impressive array of 3 rare Pokémon. "Look, you're merely unfortunate to be here," the young Edie proclaimed, hands on her hips, her smile radiating confidence and sincerity, leaving those who had remained silent in a state of embarrassment. Were they truly so unlucky? Damn it, we almost selected Squirtle just now, and I was right next to them. It appeared she harbored no ulterior motives. The 3 fairies were still within. Sigh. Perhaps I truly am not unfortunate. We Haven Tea even checked the almanac for our outings lately. It infuriates me to have exchanged 3,000 Alliance coins for nothing more than a Caterpie. As Edie, under the witness of the gathered crowd, precisely selected the 3 Pokémon from the pool, the audience let out a collective sigh, lamenting their ill fortune. Well then, does anyone else wish to participate? A glint of mischief flickered in Edie's eyes as she cheerfully returned the 3 Pokémon to their Pokeballs and tossed them back into the box, showing no signs of wanting to end the game. For a long while, no one dared to take a turn. Edie pursed her lips, her encouraging gaze sweeping through the crowd before finally resting on a young boy who observed coldly from the sidelines. She had no recollection of this youth and assumed he might be an unsuspecting target, so she decided to make the first move. She leaped before the boy, the bells attached to her attire jingling melodiously. "Hey, what an excellent opportunity. Don't you want to give it a try?" Beneath her long eyelashes, her lively eyes locked onto his, as if attempting to peer into his very soul. He instinctively wished to refuse, but the system's notification rang out abruptly. Option 1. Deceive to deceive. Select our 3 Ditto and threaten them for a ransom of 50,000. Reward: ability to create energy cubes, trainer exclusive nearby. A Jengar energy cube creation unlocks the host's ability to create energy cubes at a perfect level. Option 2. Go with the flow, point out Edie's game weaknesses, and recommend yourself as a lucky supporter when she enters the game. Reward: companion cloak, Someone S. Abercrombie, companion cloak, possesses an excellent deceptive social function, making Pokémon treat the wearer as a juvenile companion. Option 3. Participate and take full responsibility. Reward: Pokeball creation, trainer exclusive. A Ditto eager to leave work. Pokeball creation. The host can unlock the ability to create Pokeballs at a perfect level. Option 4. Decline to participate and expose the Ditto scam on-site. Reward: Trainer Hero Tag. The righteous Lucario among the onlookers. Trainer Hero Tag grants the ability to earn the favor of various types of Pokémon representing social justice. Upon seeing the system's explanation, Yiming's eyes widened in disbelief. A Ditto scam. It turns out to be a Ditto scam. Ditto is a particularly unique Pokémon, its body a massive pink, gelatinous elasticity. Its ability to instantaneously copy the cellular composition of competitors enables the recomposed cells to appear identical to those of its rivals. Due to this mimicking ability, the patchwork monsters in the game are akin to aliens, their strength contingent upon that of their opponents. In anime and reality, this is not as exaggerated. Each Ditto has its own strengths and weaknesses in transformation, with similarity varying by individual, returning to its original form when exhausted. A hybrid dog can also transform into things non-existent in his memory. The success rate hinges on memory capacity. In an instant, Yiming's thoughts crystallized. Understanding the flawless nature of this scam, utilizing students who could transform into Gible, Charmander, and Squirtle as bait, they designed this trap to ensnare the unwary. The reason it had developed to such a point where others could not discern the flaw is that Gible and its companions are indeed within the box. However, when others fortuitously select them, they will transform into the most inferior Magikarp within their Pokeballs, allowing Edie to redeem them for 2,000 Alliance coins under the pretense of a consolation prize, subsequently replenishing the box. Under such circumstances, even if someone raised a doubt, Edie could easily summon Gible to counter their claims. Ingenious. This woman truly is a genius to devise such a scheme. Those who dislike Team Rocket are genuinely the overlooked geniuses. Hello, are you still there? What are you thinking about? Edie waved the bell in front of Yiming. Having the chance to obtain a Charmander would be a shame to miss. I'll draw 3 times. Returning to his senses, Yiming wore a resolute expression. All right. Thank you for your patronage. Edie smiled joyfully, and Teacher Fong Fong produced a card reader, allowing Yiming to swipe 9,000 Alliance coins, after which she eagerly pushed the box closer. Yiming, are you out of your mind? That's 9,000 Alliance coins. Don't do this. Nearby, Zhou Xing was aghast, his eyes wide with shock, growing anxious. Wasn't he this merely a look-see? How had Yiming truly gone all in? Even drawing 3 times? 9,000 Alliance coins equated to 90,000 Chinese yuan. Was Yiming risking his life? If he were unfortunate enough to meet the same fate, he would be consumed by guilt. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Just watch. Yiming replied with a mysterious grin. In his view, the location information of the Ditto had already been marked distinctly, which was why he dared to proceed as he did. Among the 4 options provided by the system, the first was most appealing to Yiming. Deceive to deceive. The 3 monsters at the heart of the scam were captured, and he threatened them with a ransom of 50,000. How dare you deceive my brother? Not only must we reclaim Zhou Xing's 3,000, but you must return all your ill-gotten gains. Armed with the leverage of the captured Pokémon, he was unafraid of their refusal to negotiate. The system even provided him with a specific reference price, 50,000 Alliance coins. There was undoubtedly a reason for this. Additionally, the system's rewards for this option played a decisive role. The ability to create energy cubes was precisely what Yiming desired. Being able to create energy cubes independently would free him from reliance on others, and he found it more suitable than creating Pokeballs. However, there was a certain risk of failure, as he was unaware if they were allies or if someone was pulling strings behind the scenes. Yet, the first option was far gentler compared to the extreme risk of losing money in the 4th. Which 3 would be better? This one seems promising. Yiming feigned hesitation and selected the first monster's Pokeball. Take your time, no rush, Edie replied, her demeanor unruffled. Her tone casual as she sat comfortably on a wooden box, swinging her legs. She felt she had caught a big fish. At that moment, she couldn't help but admire her own cleverness. She didn't even need the principal to orchestrate this scheme. Aside from their own 3 dittos, the remaining Pokémon were generally designated for sale to nearby Pokémon vendors through relevant agreements. If they were gone, they simply wouldn't seek them out again. In a mere annum, these organisms can metamorphose into creatures of light, fire dragons, and tortoises. She is determined to make this venture exceptionally lucrative. Ming retrieved another small Pokeball from the wooden box. Upon witnessing this, the imaginative Edie pursed her lips, thinking, lucky fellow. My company would demand 4,000 alliance currency to reclaim a ditto. Another Pokeball, she mused, surreptitiously marking them for easy recognition. This must be the last one. Or perhaps we should keep this one for ourselves. Ming picked up the final Pokeball. It was the location of the last insurgent. Edie's heart skipped a beat as an ominous premonition arose. Could it be mere chance that this fellow has selected our 3 dittos? She wondered. It must be luck. Pure luck. As Ming opened the Pokeball, Edie maintained a smile. 3 Magikarp, their eyes glazed over, collapsed to the ground with a thud. It's over. Brother Ming. Zhou Xing's face paled, instinctively embracing Ming, fearing he might faint from the shock. I never anticipated such misfortune. 3 Magikarp are worth 6,000 alliance currency, a loss of 3,000, and not a single valuable Pokémon. Had Ming's luck eloped with the Dragonite he found at school? The scene elicited laughter from the onlookers. Brother Nyo, should we say you're fortunate or unfortunate? 3 Magikarp. Haha, someone jested. My psychological equilibrium is much improved. Realizing someone is even more hapless than I. To achieve this, brother, I believe you and Magikarp are destined for each other. Consider nurturing Magikarp. Another suggested, to have 3 Magikarp selected is quite the feat in a way. You're a legend. Edie, foreknowing the outcome, approached with a consoling smile, proffering 6,000 Federation currency to Ming, and casually inquired, not having much luck today. Would you like to try again? Perhaps it will be successful this time. Unexpectedly, Ming declined, his face flushed with defiance. Forget it, he retorted, Magikarp it is. He'll pay for this lesson. Who knows, maybe they'll evolve into Gyarados in the future. With that, he turned to leave, clutching the 3 Magikarp Pokeballs. Exuding the air of someone who wouldn't easily part with 9,000 alliance currency for 3 Magikarp. Zhou Xing's expression shifted, and he attempted to dissuade him. If Ming spent 9,000 alliance currency on 3 Magikarp, he would be remorseful for life. However, Edie was quicker. She rushed in front of Ming, pleading, calm down. I apologize for giving you 3 Magikarp worth 9,000 leagues. It's fine, I have money. Do you think I can't afford to lose? Edie's brow furrowed with concern, wondering why this person was so obstinate. Even a Tauros wouldn't be this difficult to persuade. After a moment's contemplation, she lowered her gaze and softly lamented, But, I've grown attached to these 3 Magikarp. Could you, perhaps, I could return the money to you? I've also grown attached to them, Ming countered, but what's done is done. Keep dreaming. Heavens, how can you become attached to them in just a minute? Edie exclaimed, frustrated. Seeing Ming's continued determination to leave, she gritted her teeth and relented. How do you want to return the Magikarp? I'm truly attached to them. I can't bear to part with them. Ming smiled faintly and whispered into Edie's ear, give me 50,000 alliance currency as a token of respect for a senior, and I'll return the Pokémon to you. Upon hearing this, Edie's beautiful eyes widened, and she instinctively recoiled, staring at Ming with a mixture of surprise and suspicion. In the boy's eyes, she detected a trace of amusement beneath the placid surface. He saw through me, but what had she revealed? How did he know she was a charlatan? Senior? But he appears to be roughly the same age as me. There's a tempest brewing within, she thought. But he pretends to be oblivious. I don't know what you're talking about, he said, furrowing his brow, facing the unyielding Edie. Ming smiled calmly, gazing directly into her stubborn eyes, his smile becoming increasingly meaningful. There's truth in every lie. The most perfect deception is one that can be maintained for a lifetime. You have much to learn. These words struck Edie like a thunderbolt, causing her delicate frame to tremble, her eyes filled with wonder. She stared in astonishment at the young man of her age, repeating the words in her mind. Senior, could you elaborate? It seemed profoundly logical. Uncertain, she pondered further. It's up to you to realize. I can only say that your game has at least two flaws, the outlines of which are contained within my words. This was true. For instance, as the system suggested, finding someone to act as a shill would greatly enhance credibility, allowing this financial ruse to have a perfect conclusion. Additionally, incorporating moderately ranked Pokémon could serve as a smokescreen, reducing the amount of money swindled but ensuring safety and continuous development. However, Yiming would never utter these words. Senior, could you lower the price a bit? I don't have much money, having failed to receive guidance. Edie felt a tinge of regret as she gazed at the Pokeballs in Yiming's hand, hesitatingly inquiring. She currently possessed just over 50,000 Alliance currency, and she couldn't fathom why Yiming had mentioned that specific number. Had he completely discerned everything? Edie felt a sense of trepidation. Do you have enough money to tell the big dog he's not wanted? After all, this was a long-cultivated skill, and she couldn't abandon it. With a pang of heartache, Edie retrieved her mobile payment device and paid Yiming the homage fee, bowing in gratitude. Senior, this is all the money I have. Thank you so much for your guidance. Yiming glanced at the machine displaying 500 coins and returned the Pokeballs to her. Your name is Edie, correct? You have potential but lack experience. I believe you have a bright future ahead. Yes. Thank you for your recognition, Senior. Edie's cheeks flushed crimson, and tears welled in her eyes. Although she had lost her entire fortune, she had gained the acknowledgement of a great mentor. Seeing Yiming turn to leave, she couldn't help but ask, Senior, may I have the honor of knowing your name? A solitary shadow on a cold river. We meet, we understand. What does it matter if we are acquaintances? Old friends in the world. Yiming didn't turn back, raising his hand in farewell, leaving Edie with a desolate silhouette imbued with Chinese lore. A solitary shadow on a cold river, old friends in the world. What does it matter if we have met? Edie murmured in a daze. She watched Zhou Xing rush after Yiming, a realization dawning in her eyes. This man, it seemed, was the companion chosen by the senior. His words and actions revealed no flaws. It appeared that she still had much to learn. She must compare herself to the great masters in the future. Edie clenched her small pink fists, encouraging herself. Hey, do you want to continue? There are only 3 Magikarp left. You can buy them from the stall next door. Tell him more. Someone, still yearning for Tyranitar, urged her. Of course. Let's continue. Yiming left Edie's stall to ensure she wasn't following him. He slipped around the corner, pressed against the wall, his chest heaving, breathless. Nervous, thrilling. Her own ramblings seemed to frighten her. Recalling Edie's shocked expression earlier, he was overjoyed. Such youthfulness, young lady. Let's cease this jesting. For Wu Yin's wands are aplenty outside. Yiming exclaimed, scarcely restraining himself. The gains from this instance of fleecing were remarkably bountiful, particularly the ability to craft energy blocks. Only yesterday, he pondered how to acquire this skill, and now it arrives as if a pillow were delivered precisely when slumber beckons. The system is indeed considerate. Crafting energy blocks is an art. Mastering it would significantly curtail processing expenses. To him, a distinguished trainer must also be an accomplished breeder. Thus, the method of crafting energy blocks ought to be mastered. For the most suitable long-term sustenance for Pokémon is energy blocks crafted from tree fruits. Regular consumption of energy blocks can subtly enhance a Pokémon's physical attributes. Certain tree fruits can also enrich the color of feathers and fur, improving appearance. A necessity for securing favorable positions in beauty contests. Energy blocks can be categorized into 3 tiers. The poorest are those of inferior quality, made from rotten tree fruits or poor crafting techniques, offering only a marginal improvement over directly consuming tree fruits. The middling tier comprises those successfully blended with quality tree fruits and adequate crafting skills, boasting excellent flavor and widely available in the market. These branded energy blocks vary in quality depending on the brand. The finest, of course, are bespoke energy blocks tailored to specific Pokémon. Typically, only affluent families and gym leaders possess the resources for such refined production, requiring immense effort and resources. Pokémon breeders are enamored with this capability, yet it cannot be mastered swiftly, demanding extensive knowledge of tree fruits, including their cultivation, flavor profiles, attributes, origins, combinations, and modulation rhythms. It also necessitates adjusting based on the target Pokemon's preferences, habits, and even current strength. To hone their energy block crafting skills, they diligently refine their craft, even traversing mountains and rivers for superior tree fruits. In essence, the ability to produce energy blocks demands considerable time and material resources. Furthermore, there was the fabricated filial piety fee of 500 alliance coins, sufficient to cover his graduation trip expenses. He could now use this sum to procure tree fruits and experiment with the energy block crafting techniques bestowed by the system. Perfect grade. He trusted it would not disappoint. He could stockpile them, impervious to spoilage and convenient to transport thanks to the system space. Yiming, what did you say to her? She seemed rather convinced. Zhou Xing inquired, her curiosity piqued. The gaze of the girl named Yidi held a peculiar quality. Nothing much, merely exposed her ruse. Prompting her to rescind the lottery for us, Yiming replied. What? It was fake. How did she manage that? Naturally, such fortuitous events are rare. As for her methods, I cannot divulge them directly, lest you emulate them. Yiming, spotting the complaint box on the wall, swiftly pinned an anonymous report as a passerby who inadvertently witnessed Yidi morph from a Karara into a Ditto. Depositing the letter, Yiming felt imbued with righteousness, radiating warmth and brilliance. May my integrity illuminate the world, free from despicable swindlers. As for himself, deceiving a deceiver is an act of justice. Thus, he does not consider himself among the ranks of swindlers. Here are your 3,001. Try not to be so easily deceived next time. Thank you, Yiming. I don't know what I would have done without you, Zhou Xing choked out, tears welling as she looked at the transfer information on her phone. All right. What's with the waterworks? You're an adult. But I haven't returned it yet. No need. She wouldn't dare accept it. Yiming, having performed a good deed and acquired a substantial sum, was in high spirits. He slung his arm around Zhou Xing's shoulders, generous in his mood. Let's go. I'm in a generous mood. My treat. This windfall was triggered by Zhou Xing, and she deserved a proper thank you. No, Yiming, I insist on treating you. Whatever you wish. It was dinner time, and the two found a restaurant on the 5th floor, indulging in a lavish seafood platter, costing a hefty 120 alliance coins. During a lull, Yiming made a bank transfer and called home. At home, Ishanfeng and Ma Xiaomei were discussing their daily expenses. They knew that a trainer's daily expenses were considerable, and they had invested nearly all of their savings to support Yiming, so that he wouldn't be shortchanged on his graduation trip and could have a bright future. Given their circumstances, they could only assist Yiming to this extent. As a result, their meager savings meant a significant decline in their living standards. Your alcohol and cigarettes can be exempt. Wife, I can forego the alcohol. But not the cigarettes. Can't you deduct something else? We should save where we can. If Yiming gets into a good Pokémon university, we'll need to prepare a lot of money. All right, I'll save it for the next few months. I'll feel better when I get my bonus. As they spoke, Yishanfeng's phone rang, and he looked at the name displayed with surprise. Why is our son calling so soon? Something's not right. Ma Xiaomei, alarmed, snatched the phone and pressed the speakerphone. Hello, Xiaoming, is something wrong? Nothing. Just wanted to let you know I have money now. I've transferred the previous amount back to you, Yiming said casually. At the same time, a remittance of 120,000 Chinese currency appeared on his phone. The money from Yiming's alliance card. Money? How did he get money so quickly? Ishanfeng and Ma Xiaomei exchanged puzzled glances. Eventually, the former reacted more quickly. Son, where did you get the money? You sold the mini-dragon? How much did you sell it for? He immediately thought of the possibility, his voice involuntarily rising. Mini-dragon are rare, and he didn't want his son to foolishly ruin a great Pokémon trainer start. Of course not. It's just that a generous girl from the mainland alliance thought I had potential and sponsored me 50,000 alliance coins. If you don't believe me, I'll send you an account screenshot later. Ishanfeng and Ma Xiaomei were puzzled by Yiming's boast. What? A generous girl? A sponsorship? 50,000 federal coins? What a spendthrift. Do you know that 50,000 federal coins is 500,000 Chinese currency, enough for an ordinary person to struggle for a long time? Are there no strings attached? Son, Dad can't help but feel uneasy. You haven't been sold, have you? A mountain peak ignited a cigarette, furrowing its brow as it took a puff. After a considerable time had passed, the thought of how his only son could have stirred such a commotion crossed his mind. Could it be that he had secretly committed to a life with that extravagant heiress? Was he perhaps considering a marriage into her family? No matter. There was no need for concern. He bore many worries. The purpose of my call was merely to inform you. Son, is that girl striking in appearance? Mashome's focus is rather unique. Not bad. She's just a slightly rebellious non-mainstream type. After exchanging a few more words and confirming that his son indeed did not seem to be in a hostage situation, Ishanfeng ended the call. Locking eyes with Mashome. Our son is becoming increasingly capable. He can earn his own living. As anticipated, training has proven to be the most lucrative profession. Ultimately, he gazed at the ceiling and mused. He must have inherited his genes, effortlessly attracting a girl in no time, Ishanfeng thought, indulging in a moment of self-admiration. Is that truly possible? His father mused. That would amount to 50,000 alliance coins. Well, such potential developments are indeed possible for students. The alliance has always placed great emphasis on nurturing trainers in mainland China, so investing in one's son seems reasonable. Ishanfeng could only convince himself of this. Yiming's initial Pokémon is none other than the renowned Dratini, promising a bright future ahead. How about we celebrate with a sumptuous dinner tonight? Agreed. After a hearty meal, Yiming returned to his room for a brief nap. When he awoke, it was already 1:30 in the afternoon, and his roommate, Zhou Xing, was nowhere to be found. Yiming summoned a Dratini and retrieved some energy cubes he had prepared earlier, allowing it to feast to its heart's content. When one possesses wealth, one cannot treat a Dratini poorly. It must be served the finest fare. Dratini, is this to your liking? Chirp. Tonight, I shall prepare something even more delectable. Oh, and save some for later. We can conduct a comparative analysis this evening. Mew, is there anything better than this? The little dragon's eyes sparkled like bright bulbs as it immediately leaped into Yiming's embrace, affectionately rubbing its cheek against him. Ha ha ha, you little gourmet. Are you looking forward to it? I must go prepare. However, you should return to the Pokémon dance to avoid drawing too much attention. Given Dratini's popularity, it was wise to keep it concealed to prevent envy. Besides, Dratini was quite content in the VIP Pokeball environment, so it wasn't a matter of neglecting it. Leisurely making his way back to the 6th floor's trainer trading area, he took advantage of the newly unlocked energy cube crafting ability to procure a sack filled with various berries, including the critical dragon-type energy cube core, the berry dragon fruit. Additionally, since Dratini favored sweet and spicy flavors, he predominantly selected berries of those varieties. Berries primarily serve management functions and are classified into several categories. The most common are ineffective berries, which serve merely to satiate hunger. Color-enhancing and aroma-enhancing berries provide Pokémon with a sense of joy and satisfaction while improving their fur's luster and brightness. Healing berries are vital raw materials for various medicinal concoctions, possessing properties that heal and restore mental states. Lastly, there are the elemental berries used to create energy cubes, rich in diverse energies that subtly enhance Pokémon after consumption. Typically, these are the most expensive varieties, priced far above other categories. High-quality energy cubes require at least one social attribute berry along with a color-enhancing or aroma-enhancing berry. It is noteworthy that even the same type of berry can vary significantly in price due to quality differences. For instance, the core ingredient for crafting a Dratini energy cube is the berry dragon fruit, which can range from a mere 400 to as high as 5,000 alliance coins in this trading market, highlighting the vast price disparity. Yiming purchased at an average of around 600, not because he was unwilling to spend more, but because the current quality of berries was most suitable for his Dratini, ensuring no waste. Incorrectly consuming berries could not only hinder optimal development, but might also lead to adverse effects. In total, he acquired 24 berries, spending a staggering 9,800 alliance coins, with 8 berries accounting for half of that expense. He estimated that the energy cubes produced would suffice for a month's worth of consumption for Dratini, allowing him to pause for now. He understood that these expenses were unavoidable. The primary reason being, as Pokémon grow stronger, the berries required for crafting cubes must also evolve over time. Thus, as Pokémon are in a rapid growth phase, it is advisable to adjust the fruit types monthly. This insight into the system's unlocking capabilities facilitates energy cube learning. From this, one can discern the complexity and difficulty involved in crafting a high-quality energy cube. In an instant, nearly 10,000 Alliance coins were spent. Making him acutely aware of the true cost of being a Pokémon trainer, it is not merely about acquiring Pokémon but ensuring their proper sustenance. Chapter 10. Follow your senses. Even if you are bestowed with a full team of legendary beasts, you must be capable of affording their daily expenses. Otherwise, you may find yourself abandoning them in no time. The pursuit of wealth is relentless. A formidable Pokémon trainer must possess robust economic foundations. Nearby, there exists a Tetris rental station. Ming, with a sack slung over his shoulder, surveyed the surroundings, recalling the sight of a cube manufacturing machine nearby. Even without the ability to unlock the knowledge that comes with it, he understood that creating energy cubes required the corresponding machinery, which could be observed within the game. Of course, one could also handcraft them, but such an endeavor would invariably compromise product quality. Thus, if circumstances permit, utilizing the machine is preferable. He spotted it. Within Ming's line of sight, at a corner stall, 5 rental fruit blenders stood, roughly waist-high, with triangular openings for fruit placement. The stall owner was an unkempt Mediterranean gentleman, sporting white-framed glasses, who operated a fruit mixer for those in need of energy control cubes. A few individuals were in line, each clutching their fruit raw materials. Another blender attracted the curiosity of several eager graduates wishing to experiment. Upon noticing Ming with his bag of fruit, they exchanged glances, murmuring in surprise, "What a wealthy fellow, bringing in supplies." One of them remarked, "Brother, we need a partner." Another called out to Ming. The design and production of energy cubes typically required a minimum of 3 fruits. Therefore, if one possessed only a single fruit and desired to create an energy cube, teaming up was a common practice. Ming shook his head in refusal and approached the Mediterranean elder directly. The elder squinted, lifting his gaze from his work, and continued to focus. Ming simply stated, "Thank you, but I'm not buying." The elder responded, "I thought you were here to sell." The 3 individuals in line glanced over at them, stifling amusement. Ming forced a smile. "Old man, I'm not here to sell fruits. Not taking apprentices." The elder interjected. Ming inhaled deeply. "You misunderstand. Oh, the processing fee depends on the fruit's value." The elder's arrogance was infuriating. Why couldn't he just let someone finish their sentence? "I'm not here to sell anything, nor am I seeking a master, nor do I wish to process anything. I'm here to rent a machine to produce my own. Thank you." Exiting the stall, Ming exhaled a long breath, feeling somewhat relieved. Hearing this, the elder paused mid-action, scrutinizing Ming from head to toe with a bemused expression, as if to say, "You, kid, it's crucial to know your place. The creation of energy cubes cannot be accomplished overnight. If your intention is to hasten the process, I suggest you refrain from selling fruits." Uncle Lou had encountered many arrogant youths of this age, mistakenly believing that the production of energy boxes was simple, boasting of their talents, and naively yearning for self-teaching. Did they think making an energy cube was as straightforward as it appeared? Just tossing fruits into the machine and pressing a few buttons to complete the process? How naive. One must know when to throw in fruits, how to pair them, when to place orders, and when to press buttons. All of this is a deception. Without a teacher's guidance and years of training, one can only produce subpar energy cubes. It can be said that every exceptional energy cube craftsman has invested an unimaginable amount of time, effort, and financial resources. In industry lingo, the older you are, the better you become. Noticing Ming hailed from beyond the Alliance continent and appeared to lack any significant backing, the elder wondered how he could possess such good fortune. Rather than squander fruits in delusion, it would be wiser to halt losses and spend money where it is truly needed. "That's my business. Do you want it or not?" Uncle E reiterated his demand. This elder was quite the chatterbox. Who did he look down upon? Could one truly play around with perfected crafting skills? Observing Ming's persistence, Uncle Lou sighed. After the cube in the machine was completed, he stood up, retrieving the machine's key while inquiring, "The rental fee can be calculated by usage and time. If you plan to use it alone, now is the time to rent." "All right, let's charge by the hour. I'll rent it for 10 hours. Ming contemplated. Hearing this, Lou halted, gazing into Yiming's eyes, confirming, hourly rate is 500. That's 500 federal coins. Are you sure? Let me remind you. Energy cubes won't take long to make, nor will your fruits. I plan to finish my work and then do some paid work for others, old man. You shouldn't worry about me stealing your business, Yiming cheerfully explained. That was his plan. Since they had the capability to create energy cubes, they could earn extra money from them. After all, more money is always better. Puffed. Ha ha ha. Kid. You. Ha ha. Cough cough. Uncle Lu burst into laughter, as if he had heard the greatest joke. He looked at Yiming as if he were a whimsical fool. Yiming pursed his lips. Now, he felt no guilt about taking away their business. This elder was insufferable. Today was a day for enlightenment. Uncle Lu wiped the tears of laughter from his eyes, just as he unlocked the manufacturer, allowing Yiming to pay 5,000 union coins, and he no longer felt the need to persuade him. You little rascal. You'll regret this later. However, he foresaw Yiming returning, begging for a refund. After all, who would willingly part with their fruits for a mere child to practice? At that moment, he would have the chance to reprimand this whimsical boy, which would be quite effective. When he first encountered the concept of cubes, he had been so naive and arrogant. Once the machine was activated, Uncle Lu returned to his own production station, continuing to craft energy cubes for others. All right. Let us get started. Yiming adjusted the chair to a suitable height, rubbed his hands together, and rolled up his sleeves. The energy cube manufacturing system resembled a circular transparent glass container featuring 3 openings at the midsection for inserting fruits, each accompanied by a diamond-shaped button. Yiming understood that the diamond buttons could be pressed in both directions, each serving a unique purpose. The 3 buttons controlled humidity, temperature, and rotation speed, requiring continuous adjustment based on the specific production conditions. He added pomegranate seeds, followed by lychee for strength enhancement, and finally some aesthetically pleasing figs for flavor. Buzzing. The internal rotor increased speed, crushing and blending the 3 fruits. Yiming remained fully focused, his hands deftly maneuvering among the functional buttons. Humidity low. The temperature rising. Rotation speed slow. Temperature low. The fruits contained unique energy, reacting vigorously and necessitating rapid adjustments within seconds. A few minutes later, the energy cube was compressed and completed, the exit cut cleanly, revealing the energy cube he had crafted, filling him with satisfaction. The energy box is a vibrant red, adorned with petite green particles that render it visually captivating, accompanied by a delightful fragrance. It is the quintessential energy cube. My initial attempt was remarkably successful. The mini dragon will undoubtedly be pleased. Yiming smiled contentedly, placing the energy cubes into a plastic bag. If you continue to work diligently and complete your tasks within the hour, you can begin to earn extra income. With the success of his first endeavor, Yiming seized the opportunity and began to operate continuously. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of eyes in the shadowy recesses of the ceiling observed him intently. Filled with fervor and greed, the fruits were ceaselessly reduced in size and transformed into energy cubes. And Yiming's fluid manipulation attracted the attention of others who were waiting for their turn. Setting aside the quality for a moment, the way he focused on the spinning wheel and skillfully pressed the buttons was enough to merit their scrutiny. Was he truly a master? Perhaps he possessed some talent? Uncertain. They decided to keep watching. The energy cubes he produced were rather pleasing to the eye, reminiscent of strawberries. Gradually, a throng of spectators surrounded Yiming. Even those who had originally been in line behind the elder joined in, as if they were watching a captivating dance performance, punctuated by gasps of amazement. On the other side, Elder Lu took a moment to glance over, noticing that Yiming's expression lacked the anxiety he had anticipated. Instead, he appeared relaxed and even slightly exhilarated and satisfied. Lu hesitated, curiosity blooming within him. Could this young lad be a wealthy heir? Or was he merely seeking to gain experience, indifferent to the quality of the energy cubes he produced? He observed a few more moments, dismissing the thought, and redirected his attention to his own production. Just a young boy, not worth the concern. Yet soon, he found himself compelled to refocus on Yiming. After completing his own energy cubes, Yiming began to produce for others. Unbeknownst to him, the number of people seeking his services grew, while a long queue formed for Yiming on the opposite side. What was that boy doing? Was he offering his services for free? Losing money for the sake of attention? Elder Lu frowned, pondering Yiming's actions. This shouldn't be the case. Even a novice should be able to discern the quality of energy cubes. The creations made by seasoned artisans sometimes paled in comparison to consuming the fruits directly. I must see what trickery this is. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Elder Lu clasped his hands behind his back and strolled over, his gaze piercing through the crowd to observe Yiming at work. Tap, 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 tap. Upon witnessing Yiming's deftness, Elder Lu's eyelids flickered, and he trembled slightly. Was he truly that adept? He needed to observe further. Elder Lu pushed through the throng, his eyes fixated on Yiming's technique, and the more he looked, the wider his eyes grew. To the untrained eye, Yiming's motions appeared fluid and skillful, as if performed by a seasoned artisan. However, to Elder Lu, Yiming's technique was nothing short of miraculous. Each button pressed perfectly aligned with the critical junctures in the formation of the energy cubes, ensuring that the destruction and reassembly of the fruits occurred seamlessly, with no hindrances whatsoever. To him, this phenomenon resembled a divine miracle. In mere minutes, Yiming crafted an energy cube, far surpassing the 10 minutes it typically took Elder Lu to produce one. "Give me one," Elder Lu exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement as he snatched a cube from the bag of a patron, raising it aloft for inspection. The color was exquisite, the aroma divine. The blend was perfect. Even taking a light bite, Elder Lu's pupils dilated, unable to stifle his admiration. This was at least of premium quality. His hand trembled as he held the energy cube, his heart surging with overwhelming waves of emotion, momentarily clouding his judgment as he gazed in disbelief at Yiming. In the realm of independent artisans, energy cubes are typically categorized into various grades: mediocre, standard, high quality, premium, and even the exceptional. The cube in his hand was undeniably premium quality, perhaps even beyond that. He had never seen an energy cube with such an exquisite distribution of particles. It was hard to fathom that this was crafted by a youthful lad. He couldn't help but suspect that Yiming possessed some arcane technique that belied his youthful appearance, perhaps concealing a lifetime of expertise beneath his visage. After years in the field, creating exceptional energy cubes was something he had never managed. He had only heard that even the industry's masters consistently produced premium quality, occasionally achieving exceptional results. Yet this young boy, seemingly with ease, had crafted a premium piece. He appeared to be a living embodiment of mastery. Not quite premium, Yiming blushed slightly, humbly responding. Producing for others naturally doesn't compare to my own efforts. I sacrificed some quality for speed. Otherwise, I could have done it even better. This energy cube was made by you. As soon as the words left Elder Lu's mouth, he regretted them, wishing to slap himself. He had witnessed the creation firsthand and still asked such a question. It was undeniable. He was genuinely astounded by Yiming's abilities. Indeed, he was astonished. He had never seen such flawlessly executed energy cube production. To think that such a young friend possessed such profound skills in crafting energy cubes. Who could your teacher be? Elder Lu's expression shifted, addressing Yiming with newfound respect, referring to him as young friend instead of little boy. He couldn't help but speculate that Yiming hailed from a prestigious family of energy cube artisans from the Alliance mainland. "Oh, I have no teacher. I just learned today. I'm still not very skilled, so please excuse my shortcomings," Yiming replied candidly, exhibiting humility. However, this only caused Elder Lu's smile to freeze, his mouth twitching involuntarily. "Learned today?" he thought, incredulous. How can you say such a thing without fear of divine retribution? To learn today and produce energy cubes of such quality, does that mean every educator in the world is incompetent? Elder Lu's chest heaved with indignation, feeling insulted. However, he quickly suppressed his anger, reasoning that Yiming might simply be reluctant to disclose his background, just as Elder Lu intended to offer a few polite remarks. Yiming resumed crafting energy cubes for others, leaving him to swallow his words, standing there like a student, attentively observing Yiming's process. As time passed, Elder Lu's demeanor grew increasingly frantic. He wished to glean knowledge from Yiming, but found himself utterly confounded. How could this be? It appeared entirely chaotic. Every action seemingly incorrect, yet it yielded such impeccably flawless results, creating an indescribable sense of dissonance that nearly left him dizzy. An hour later, with remarkable efficiency, Yiming managed to serve nearly 10 customers, clearing the crowd. Rising from his chair, he engaged in some light stretching to alleviate his fatigue. Yiming calculated his earnings for the day. Perhaps he could make around 20,000 alliance coins? After deducting expenses, that still left over 10,000 net profit. Over 10,000 alliance coins. That was equivalent to several 100,000 Chinese yuan. This was simply exhilarating. Mastering a core skill was immensely satisfying. Far more rewarding than learning to operate an excavator. Most of the artisans aboard the vessel are graduates, and their fruits are inexpensive. Even the most exquisite energy cubes they produce are merely of a lower grade. Although Yiming's processing fee is set at 30% of the fruit's price, which is double that of the Mediterranean elders' 15%, the extracted fees remain limited. Nevertheless, this experience has allowed Yiming to savor the taste of substantial profit for the first time. Regarding the prospect of nurturing a spirit, he feels optimistic with this skill as a safeguard. It is no wonder that so many aspire to master the creation of energy cubes, once learned. It is a guaranteed source of profit. Yet, the labor is undeniably exhausting. The continuous high-intensity production leaves his neck, waist, and hands aching. As Yiming twists his waist, he notices Elder Lu beside him, lost in thought while smoking, and he can't help but smile awkwardly. Elder, my name is Yiming. How shall I address you? I am Lu. Ah, Elder Lu, the weather is quite pleasant today. Have you eaten yet? Noticing Lu's unwavering gaze upon him, Yiming awkwardly touches his nose and chuckles. Elder Lu responds with enthusiasm. With such remarkable manufacturing skills, don't you think it's a waste to produce low-grade energy cubes? Well, the main aim is efficiency. It saves the trouble of searching for customers and purchasing fruits. Besides, there are likely not many here who can truly utilize my talents. Yiming reflects before speaking candidly. While he could earn significantly more by creating higher-grade energy cubes, the challenge lies in finding such discerning clients, as most of them tend to have dedicated manufacturers and are reluctant to switch. Lu nods in acknowledgement, then sighs. At your age, how have you managed this? I rely purely on intuition, following my instincts. Yiming responds, fabricating his answer. He certainly cannot reveal that he possesses a system that grants him these abilities. Observing Lu's silence, it is evident that he cannot be easily deceived. Just as Yiming is about to say something else, a notification from the system suddenly chimes in. Chapter 11. The Elder, Choice 1. Change the topic and point out the mechanical aging of Grandpa Lu. Reward. Mastery of languages. Choice 2. Mock Grandpa Lu's ability to create energy cubes. Reward. Snorlax Cube Box. Choice 3. Fabricate a story about the location and style of learning energy cubes. Reward. An exceedingly thick storybook, Grandpa. Your machinery is nearly devoid of meaning. Yiming previously shared the same sentiment towards machines, but as it was his first encounter, he believed it to be the norm. It was, in fact, a consequence of mechanical aging. What do you mean? In a literal sense, especially regarding your public machine. I sensed it when I observed your previous creations. The routes must have aged. There's a peculiar delay. If you were to replace it, I'm certain you would achieve superior results. Is that even possible? How could my machine have issues? Grandpa Lu fell into contemplation, but in Yiming's gaze, he discerned nothing but sincerity. Hesitantly, he seated himself at an available crafting device, casually selecting 3 tree fruits to test his skills. Ding. Reward. Mastery of languages. Mastery of languages. The host can instantly grasp any language. Yiming returned to his machine with great satisfaction. This reward came at the perfect moment. The language of the Alliance continent was the Alliance language, and he had been concerned about potential inconveniences once he arrived, needing to rely on a Pokédex or a phone for translation. With this ability, his journey would be seamless. The system truly knows when to provide a cushion for a sleeper. Listening closely, he realized that he could comprehend conversations in the Alliance language nearby, as effortlessly as if it were his mother tongue. As the gears turned, under the operation of the machinery, Grandpa Lu experienced a subtle sense of familiarity. It seemed indeed much easier. After overcoming his astonishment, he focused intently on crafting. With the passage of time, the dissonance he felt during the previous crafting processes intensified, rendering his movements more fluid and timely. The murky depths of his eyes gradually brightened, and a smile crept upon his lips. Minutes later, as he gazed at the flawless, unified green energy cube he had produced, he found himself lost in thought. The quality, exquisite. It is a masterpiece. Grandpa Lou felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he smiled broadly. Could it be that the reason he had struggled for years to produce a premium energy cube was due to the ridiculous state of his machine? Indeed. Without a suitable tool, how could one expect to create a fine work? In the years he had spent aboard this ship, he had not sought the help of professionals to repair his machinery, partly due to inconvenience and partly because company technicians often charged exorbitant fees for mere adjustments. He felt it unnecessary to waste money on such frivolities. However, the rate of mechanical aging was swift, and the constant high-intensity use of a single machine undoubtedly accelerated that process. Yet, because he had been using it continuously, he had failed to notice the abnormalities. Much like a frog in gradually heated water. Alas, just as he had suggested, it was the machinery. Wait a moment. Grandpa Lou's entire being jolted as he suddenly glanced towards Yiming in alarm. He realized a terrifying truth. This young man named Yiming had managed to create premium energy cubes using subpar machinery, something even seasoned artisans struggled to achieve. Now he understood why he had felt an inexplicable sense of discord while observing the crafting process. It was due to the adjustments made necessary by the machine's condition. My heavens, is he even human? He can overcome the flaws of aging machinery and seamlessly integrate them into the crafting process. Truly divine. Grandpa Lou was so astounded that he nearly forgot to breathe, feeling dizzy and weak in the knees, and quickly steadied himself against the machine. As he crafted, Yiming found himself surrounded by a throng of admirers. "It's him," my little Rada cried after eating the energy cube he made. "Can you believe it?" I was utterly flabbergasted. Not to mention, my aloof Meowth was so delighted after consuming his energy cube that it licked my face numb. This guy is truly something. I've even saved up to buy tree fruits. I must prepare more. Bro, I'll call you bro. Whatever you want to eat or drink, I'll buy it for you. I suggest you stay right here today. Many of these individuals were repeat customers, while others had been referred. One after another, they approached. Not in haste. Yiming nearly believed he had encountered a kidnapping ring, thoroughly frightened, wiping the sweat from his brow as he continued with his side hustle. Observing this scene, Grandpa Lou was hardly surprised. High-grade energy cubes, regardless of their nature, were always exceptional, including taste. Even ordinary tree fruits could possess an unimaginable allure for Pokémon. What a stark contrast between people. Grandpa Lou, statue-like, silently gazed into the distance, lost in profound contemplation. Then, he snapped a photo and sent it to an old acquaintance before making a call. "Hello? Who is this? Your grandson. I wish he were my grandson. Old Shin. You've been in the guild for years. Do you know this young man? Not familiar, why? Oh, nothing. Just curious about how he can effortlessly create premium energy cubes. Don't bother me with trivialities. Get lost." The call ended abruptly, leaving Grandpa Lou with a bittersweet smile. Indeed, without witnessing it firsthand, who would believe it? At 8 o'clock that evening, Zhou Xing returned to the room, flicking on the light to discover Yiming sprawled on the bed, vacant-eyed and haggard, startling him. "Wow. Yiming, what happened? You look wild. How many times have you worked? Don't even mention it. I nearly collapsed from earning extra cash." Yiming waved his hand weakly. He had not anticipated that the energy cubes he crafted would be so popular. Customers, upon realizing the exceptional quality of his energy cubes, nearly monopolized him. To seize the opportunity, everyone ordered at least 3, with one wealthy individual requesting 10. Yiming scarcely had a moment to rest. The machines had overheated and rotated multiple times, yet customers continued to flock in, intensifying the demand. In desperation, he sought out a personal contact. Claiming he couldn't work without eating, seizing the chance to return, he had miscalculated, overestimating his endurance. Fortunately, Grandpa Lou graciously allowed him to forfeit the remaining time as payment. Ultimately, Yiming's earnings amounted to over 20,000 alliance coins. Quite impressive, yet he felt it cost him half his vitality. "Zhou Xing, have you eaten?" "I already did. Didn't you? You look terrible. Are you sick? Shall I take you to the doctor?" "No need. I'm in good health. Help me up. I can still work." Just then, the sound of the Saint Anu's horn echoed as it departed. Right, what had the previous attendant said? There would be a buffet for newcomers on deck, right? Ming remembered the opportunity to save a bit and immediately perked up. Earning money is no easy task. Every penny counts. Ming and Zhou Xing made their way to the deck, where they needed to present proof of their trainer status. No sooner had they emerged than they found the deck teeming with people, primarily graduates from several schools in City H. The St. Anu's magnificent structure provided ample space, comfortably accommodating thousands of individuals. It is said that in previous years, the number of graduates entering the St. Anu ship from H City reached an impressive 2,700, effectively occupying half of the vessel's capacity. In addition to the numerous colorful ribbons fluttering in the breeze, there were also long banquet tables adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies, featuring local culinary delights from the Celestial Empire as well as the unique dishes from the Continental Alliance. Chapter 12. The Withered Leaf Badge. Upon entering the venue, many graduates from the same school naturally rallied around Ming, while graduates from other institutions cast curious glances in his direction. Starved and unconcerned about his image, Ming began to indulge in a feast. Ming, you are the rising star of H City. Look at how everyone is paying attention to you, Zhou Xing said enviously, noting the numerous female admirers glancing at Ming. As he savored the delectable food, Ming sensed a palpable resentment directed at him. Turning around, he discovered it was Su Mingcheng, who greeted him with a friendly wave, only to receive an icy glare in return. Come on, it's just a mini dragon, Ming thought mischievously. Zhou Xing, do you know who those two individuals standing next to Su Mingcheng are? Ming inquired, intrigued by the two well-dressed figures exuding a wealthy aura. You don't know them? They are both top students from their respective schools. The one on the right is Su Beihai from Yuhong High School, Su Mingcheng's cousin, who has a little fire dragon. And the one on the left is Gu Xilu from Tianlan High School, who possesses a Squirtle. Oh, Ming continued to eat voraciously. Indeed. They were the quintessential rich kids and belonged to particularly affluent families. Yuhong High School and Tianlan High School were both prestigious private institutions in H City, rumored to charge tuition fees in the tens of thousands annually, with most students hailing from affluent families. It was no small feat for these two to become the top students in their schools. The Pokémon they possessed were also from the renowned starter trio. What a coincidence that the elemental triad of fire, water, and grass from the Kanto region had all gathered together. Su Mingcheng and Su Beihai shared a brotherly bond, making them part of the illustrious Su family of H City, while Gu Xiaolu likely belonged to the Gu family. They were all scions of noble lineage. It was best not to provoke them. Is Su Mingcheng the one who snatched your mini-dragon? Gu Xiaolu teased with a hint of schadenfreude. You went to your father's school to avoid us, and now you show us this? That is, after all, a mini-dragon. Humph, he just got lucky, Su Mingcheng replied darkly, clenching his fists unconsciously. He loathed Ming, believing that if it weren't for this newcomer, he would have claimed the mini-dragon and become the most esteemed young member of his family. However, the sudden emergence of Ming had shattered all his aspirations. He was meant to be the chosen one. Noticing Su Mingcheng's darkening expression, Su Beihai shot a cold glare at Gu Xiaolu, silencing him before speaking softly. Mingcheng, do you really think you can reclaim the mini-dragon? I don't. That's good. Pokémon of the mini-dragon's caliber are closely monitored by the government. If anything goes awry, do you think you can escape a national investigation? Su Mingcheng's clenched fist relaxed slightly, his teeth grinding audibly. He understood the implications. Yet he could not swallow his pride. The atmosphere grew tense, prompting Gu Xilu to jest, no worries, if the opportunity arises. Beihai and I can help you take revenge on that kid. It's just a mini-dragon. Do you think our Pokémon are inferior? Moreover, that kid probably can't even afford decent energy cubes. No matter how good the mini-dragon is, it might end up neglected. Su Mingcheng finally nodded in agreement. Just as everyone was enjoying their meals in a relaxed manner, a middle-aged figure appeared on the prominent platform of the second deck. As he stepped into the light from the shadows, his appearance became evident. He appeared to be in his 40s, robust and imposing, with short golden hair, sharp facial features, and clad in the green military uniform of the Alliance. His presence drew considerable attention due to his unusual aura, causing a chain reaction as the crowd's focus shifted towards him. Before long, the entire deck fell silent, everyone subconsciously awaiting his words. Yiming also took notice of this individual. Upon seeing him, a name flashed in Yiming's mind: Ma Zhisher. Ma Zhisher was the leader of the Lightning Gym in the Kanto region and was also known as the captain of the SS, and his presence here was not surprising. Ma Zhisher seemed pleased with the audience's reaction, breaking into a broad smile before speaking in a booming voice. Yiming felt grateful for having unlocked his language skills in the system. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss to understand the man's words. Greetings, novice trainers from Huaxia. My name is Ma Zhisher, and I am the gym leader of Kure Leaf City in the Kanto Alliance. Welcome aboard my ship as we journey to the Alliance continent. Our next stop will be Kure Leaf City, and the voyage will take 3 days and 2 nights, arriving the day after tomorrow in the evening. Before we set sail, how about we play a game? Play a game? What kind of game? The crowd waited in anticipation for Ma Zhisher's next words. Leaning against the edge of the railing, Ma Zhisher surveyed the group, including Yiming, before continuing, as I understand. There are 11 schools in H City, each with a champion. Why not hold a Pokémon battle tournament tonight to determine who will be the ultimate champion among you? This proposal landed like a bombshell on deck, sparking an immediate uproar among the crowd. It sounds rather interesting, a chance to determine the top of the city. The top spot will surely go to Su Beihai from Yuhong High School. I've heard he has been training since childhood and even has a well-bred Arcanine. Gu Xiaolu from Tianlan High is no slouch either. His Squirtle is exceptionally impressive. Our own Yiming is strong too. Have you all not seen his battle between the mini-dragon and Chikorita? The atmosphere grew fervent as discussions ignited over who would claim the title of H City's top graduate, with most voices rallying in support of their respective schools. The 3 most popular contenders were Su Beihai, Gu Xiaolu, and naturally, Yiming, who had acquired the mini-dragon. All eyes were fixated on them, and the tension in the air was palpable, charged with competitive spirit. A competition? What is the prize? Yiming pondered, stroking his chin. Ma Zhisher seemed to relish the chaos, and to make the contest even more thrilling, he would surely offer some enticing rewards. As if on cue, Yiming's thoughts materialized when he saw Ma Zhisher holding an object that glimmered under the lights, radiating a metallic sheen. Upon seeing it, the crowd instinctively held their breath, eyes widening in surprise. The ultimate victor will earn the right to claim my withered leaf badge, Ma Zhisher declared, sending the crowd into a frenzy. Whoa, a badge? The journey has only just begun. Chapter 13. The disparity. The badge recognized by the Alliance was given away so casually by the spirited gym leader. I wonder who might lose it. My guess is Su Beihai, who already possesses 2 Pokémon. It stirs the heart. Not just Yiming. Even Su Beihai and Gu Xiaolu were no exceptions, their eyes flickering with excitement. Ma Zhisher was quite adept at inciting rivalry. The gym badge. Accepting the challenge from the gym and emerging victorious signifies the receipt of a badge recognized by the gym leader. Yet Ma Zhisher surprisingly used it as a mere prize. It is essential to note that for the majority of those present, the ultimate aim of their graduation journey was to secure a gym badge, as possessing one was akin to receiving an admission letter from a prestigious Pokémon university in Huaxia. Acquiring a badge here would significantly enhance their prospects moving forward. To claim one's heart is not an exaggeration. Yiming aspired to enter the foremost institution in the Central Plains, requiring 3 badges. If he were to obtain this withered leaf badge, he would only need 2 more, thus affording him ample time. This ambition resonated with Su Beihai, Gu Xiaolu, and others qualified to vie for this badge. Ma Zhisher held the badge tightly and effortlessly leaped off the platform. At his gesture, Yiming and the others gathered in front of him, forming a semicircle. Ma Zhisher scrutinized their expressions while tossing the gleaming withered leaf badge. Stating the rules of the competition. The rules are simple. U11 will face off in rounds, with the winners advancing. Since the number is odd, the first round will involve a draw to select one person to sit out. Battles will be conducted in a 1v1 format, and each of you may only deploy 1 Pokémon, which must be one acquired at school. For your safety, and to ensure your Pokémon quickly regain their combat abilities, I have invited Miss Joy to supervise. You may rest assured. Does anyone have any objections? If not, we shall proceed to the draw. Su Beihai and the others nodded in agreement, indicating their lack of objections. Only Yiming remained silent. As before his eyes appeared a floating interface from the system. Option 1. Decline to participate and exit the scene. Reward: Waterstone X1. Untroubled Kingler. Option 2. Request an 11-person melee battle, with the last one standing as the victor. Reward: Medium Dragon Power. Nearby Jengar. Option 3. Propose that Majiji personally take on 1v11. If he loses, everyone receives a badge. Reward: Charging Device X1. Majiji's Reichu. Option 4. I want to fight 10. A 1v10 challenge. Reward: Dragon Crystal Pearl. Undersea Garrido's Goodness. For options, each increasingly absurd, the first option, declining to participate, seemed the simplest. Others would undoubtedly envy such an escape for a reward, yet it meant parting with the badge, which felt lackluster, rejected. The second option, a chaotic melee akin to a battle royale, might expedite the emergence of a victor. But the complexity of such a situation left no one daring enough to claim they could secure victory amid the chaos. This option remains on hold. The third option, inviting Majiji to face off personally, would likely result in a swift defeat. Majiji, true to his nature, would show no mercy to novice trainers. The fourth, however, seemed enticing, primarily due to the appealing reward. But 1 against 10? The others were no pushovers. They were all top contenders in the school, and the gap in their abilities had yet to widen significantly. In such a scenario, challenging 10 opponents appeared a perilous endeavor, or so it seemed. I have an objection. Yiming raised his hand, drawing the attention of everyone present. Majiji crossed his arms and approached him, awaiting Yiming's viewpoint. I want to fight 10, Yiming declared boldly, his voice resonating across the deck. He resolved to show no fear. Upon reflection, he realized he might indeed possess the potential to triumph, especially with the incentive of the Dragon Crystal Pearl, which further bolstered his odds. He could certainly test his mettle. If he failed, he would merely forfeit the badge, but he would gain a precious Dragon Crystal Pearl. Silence enveloped the crowd as they instinctively held their breath. Mouths agape in confusion, questioning whether they had misheard him. Did he just say, fight 10? Yiming, flanked by Su Beihai and 9 other champions, was met with astonished expressions. Majiji, upon hearing the translation, exhibited a smirk. Gazing into Yiming's eyes to confirm, you mean you wish to take on all 10 by yourself? Yes. Very well, no need for a draw then. Majiji shrugged indifferently, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. He understood Yiming's background. Among the 11, Yiming had secured a Dragonair, thus garnering his attention. However, with Yiming's audacious declaration, any prior belief that he was the most likely to acquire the badge dissipated. In his view, Yiming, having received a Dragonair, had become overly inflated with confidence. Excessive self-assurance is not confidence, but arrogance. Or perhaps, Yiming's calculated demeanor indicated an understanding of him, deliberately adopting such a bold stance to capture his attention. If that were the case, it would undoubtedly be a futile endeavor. Seeing Majiji dismiss Yiming's request, the others displayed expressions of delight. They had all witnessed Yiming's battle against the Chikorita at school and knew he was setting himself up for failure. Allowing them to eliminate him first, eliminating a prominent champion seed, would significantly enhance their chances. Just moments ago, they were contemplating how to avenge Ming Cheng, only to find Yiming voluntarily presenting himself as a target. Haha, Gujilv laughed. 10 of us, and he might just take himself down first. Subeihai frowned, feeling conflicted about participating in this uneven battle. Although Yiming was courting disaster, it still felt somewhat unjust. Forget it. I'll join in. If only to lend some semblance of fairness to this match, and to save face for my cousin. They all believed they had cleared sufficient space between the 2 basketball courts to provide Yiming with ample room to maneuver for the battle. On one side stood the solitary figure of Yiming, on the other, 10 champions of the school. I once thought Elbu was invincible in this world. Who is this commander? Impressive. Regardless of whether he wins or loses, I'm already a fan for his courage. Is he out of his mind? Taking on 10 opponents? Even a Dragonair cannot possibly manage that. Indeed, these opponents are not mere kinglers who take hits without fighting back. At this moment, faced with such overwhelming numbers, everyone anticipated a swift and lopsided conclusion to the battle. Even Yiming's fellow graduates, including Zhou Xing, shared this sentiment. The disparity in numbers was simply too great. How could Yiming possibly make such a foolish choice? Zhou Xing found it hard to comprehend. Yet he had sensed that Yiming often performed feats beyond the grasp of ordinary understanding, and sometimes he even succeeded. Could it be that he might actually win? Chapter 14. You are truly remarkable. As soon as the motivation surged within him, Zhou Xing found himself amused by his own thoughts. What kind of jest is this? Can miracles occur so effortlessly? Yiming, as long as you can defeat one, you have already succeeded. Let us go. Zhou Xing attempted to provide Yiming with a stepping stone, paving the way for a glorious defeat. Among the 11 present, each unleashed their Pokémon: Charmander, Torchic, Houndour, Squirtle, Piplup, Lotad, Eevee, Sandshrew, Beautifly, and Scyther. Among them, Charmander was Su Beihai's Pokémon, while Squirtle belonged to Guzilf. Come forth, Dratini. On the other side. As Yiming released Dratini, it instantly became the center of attention, drawing gasps and murmurs from the crowd. Chew? Upon emerging, Dratini surveyed the scene, its large, adorable eyes widening in astonishment. There were so many? 1, 2, 3, 10? Dratini hesitated, turning to its trainer. Dratini, do you have confidence in me? Chew. In response to this query, Dratini nodded vigorously. Its determination was evident. Although its time with Yiming was brief, it had already sensed it. Yiming was indeed its destined trainer, capable of achieving unimaginable feats. All right, hold this and truly feel its power. Yiming produced the recently awarded Dragon Crystal from the system space. The Dragon Crystal was slightly larger than an eye, radiating a translucent blue hue, through which one could see the rich dragon-type energy swirling within. However, at that moment, it could not be fashioned into a necklace for wearing, so Yiming thought the best way to care for it was to hold it in his mouth. He was primarily here for this. Acquiring this item also presented an opportunity to earn a badge. Dragon Crystal enhances all dragon-type moves released by the Pokémon carrying it. Choo-choo. Dratini nodded repeatedly, eagerly accepting the Dragon Crystal and absorbing its powerful dragon energy, its eyes shining brightly. Come closer, let me tell you something. Chew. Dratini listened attentively, nodding, its gaze sweeping across the entire deck. With each word, its eyes gleamed even brighter. Its trainer indeed had a plan. Do you feel a glimmer of hope now? Chew. After hearing Yiming's entire strategy, Dratini solemnly expressed its approval. With Yiming's plan and the enhancement from the Dragon Crystal, Dratini believed it was not impossible to defeat the opponents. Even if it could not conquer all foes, it should at least be able to take down 4 or more. Dratini twisted and jumped into position, facing the 10 Pokémon opposite. 1 against 10. Everyone nodded repeatedly. There was indeed no comparison. Thus, the battle began, initiated by Dratini, with the competition continuing until one side's Pokémon was rendered incapable of fighting or the trainer conceded. At Ma Zhisher's command, this asymmetrical battle was about to ignite. Chew. As the battle commenced, Dratini dashed towards the adjacent swimming pool. Was it truly attempting to leverage the pool? Dream on. Charmander, don't let it reach the pool. Unleash Ember. Su Beihai instantly realized Yiming and Dratini's intentions. Hey! Charmander reacted swiftly, flames surging from its tail as fire energy gathered in its mouth. Yet they had forgotten that they were part of a team. Piplup, go in and use Pound. Eevee, tackle. Scyther, wait, don't drop down yet. Charmander, what are you doing? Don't accidentally hit your teammates. Hey, can your Eevee get out of the way? Can't you see the situation? My Sandshrew is much closer. Charmander's flames nearly scorched Scyther, while the rushing Eevee collided with Sandshrew and Houndour, each unwilling to yield. They had no battle plan and cared little for one. What a joke! With a 10v1, why bother strategizing? Wouldn't that just invite ridicule? Moreover, they all simply wanted to shine individually in the battle, perhaps catching Ma Zhisher SI and earning a badge directly. This tacit understanding left them devoid of teamwork, creating a chaotic situation that drew everyone's attention. Seizing the moment, Dratini successfully jumped into the pool as planned. Numbers mattered little in disarray. Seeing this, Yiming grinned. This unfolded precisely as he had envisioned. A group of foolish pigs. Su Beiqing, scowling, wished to toss these people and their Pokémon into the sea. Haha, no worries. We have water-type Pokémon too. Just rest. Let me take care of this for Mingqing. Squirtle, drag Dratini out. Yujilu chuckled, immediately commanding Squirtle to leap into the pool. Piplup, don't fall behind. Lotad, this is your moment. Don't let me down. Eevee, you assist too. 3 water-type Pokémon and 1 Eevee still held a crushing advantage over Dratini. However, at that moment, they failed to notice Yiming's smirk. Just as Squirtle and the others plunged into the pool, the previously calm waters suddenly erupted with turbulence, resembling a dragon in turmoil. This isn't right. Get them out of there. Su Beihai quickly sensed something amiss. At the same time, the prepared Dratini leapt out of the pool. Gujilu and the others also changed their expressions. Even the dullest among them could see the pool was in disarray. However, their Pokémon, caught in the swirling waters, could hardly hear their shouts. Even if they could, it was already too late. The pool water rapidly settled, and within mere breaths, a deep whirlpool emerged at its center, the sound of rushing water resonating throughout the area. It was a waterspout. Dratini had unleashed a whirlwind, creating a water vortex. Wow, you can do that? Squirtle and the others might not be able to escape. So careless. What a trap. The pool was akin to a washing machine. Even Ma Zhisher showed a hint of surprise, glancing at Yiming and Dratini. Realizing the advantage of fully utilizing the environment in battle, this novice trainer exceeded his expectations. It seemed Dratini had been assigned to a remarkably skilled rookie, not a tarnished gem after all. Additionally, the power of Dratini's water spout astonished him. Bang! The water vortex intensified, ultimately erupting from the pool like a dragon soaring into the sky. One could vaguely see 4 figures caught within. Clearly the Squirtle and the others who had plunged into the pool. Splash! The water vortex abruptly dissipated, and the scene was met with a torrential downpour, startling everyone, including the fire-averse Charmander and its companions. Thud, patter, thump, patter. The 4 incapacitated Pokémon plummeted from above, crashing hard onto the ground, utterly losing their combat capabilities. Such a spectacle plunged the arena into a profound silence. Incredible, a single move to defeat 4 opponents. My Squirtle. Gujilu's previous confidence evaporated, his gaze vacant, struggling to accept the swift reality of his defeat. Wow, Yiming, you are truly remarkable. Zhou Xing exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out. Could it be that this was part of your plan all along? Luring the enemy in, leading them into a trap. With a single blow, 4 elves were vanquished. An astounding feat indeed. Chao Xingqi initially believed that as long as the mini-dragon could defeat 1 or 2 in such a formidable situation, it would be impressive enough. He never anticipated that the outcome would unfold in such a manner. Chapter 15. Victory. The grand display of prowess from the opposing side has been utterly vanquished. What an astonishing spectacle. The whirlwind has been executed with such finesse. It is simply remarkable. Yet, this may be the end point, for there are still 6 adversaries remaining. Undoubtedly, the earlier oversight was significant, but now there is vigilance, and the pool's water is dwindling. The world is captivated by the prowess of Yiming and his mini-Dratini, unable to suppress their gasps of amazement. Achieving such a feat is commendable, yet further advancement appears daunting, particularly with 6 foes to confront. The recent whirlwind has depleted the pool's water, leaving insufficient reserves for the mini-Dratini to conceal itself. Yiming could gracefully withdraw, and to reach this point, conceding defeat would still be dignified. Just as some began to speculate that Yiming might take the opportunity to concede, the mini-Dratini unleashed another whirlwind. Seizing the moment of surprise, Yiming issued immediate commands. The mini-Dratini responded, its eyes shimmering with a vibrant blue light. And after a graceful spin, it summoned a formidable tornado that whipped the air, rustling the garments of onlookers while swirling the scant water that remained, creating another water tornado, albeit with less volume than before. How swift! How powerful! Everyone marveled at the rapid formation and might of the tornado. However, the opponents quickly regained their composure and unleashed their fire-type Pokémon to counteract. The Charmander released a spark. The Combusken followed suit, launching a fiery assault to envelop the mini-Dratini. We cannot afford to lose. The Howder joined in with a fiery attack. Boom! A conflagration of flames clashed violently with the water tornado, sending sparks soaring and generating a thick mist of steam. The other 3 trainers promptly reacted, utilizing their prior experience to orchestrate a concerted offensive. Now is the time. The Scyther executed a Fury Cutter. The Sandshrew coordinated with Scyther to strike. The Swablu soared above, launching a collision towards the mini Dratini. The Scyther, Sandshrew, and Swablu, guided by their trainers, plunged into the newly formed fog, charging toward the last known position of the mini Dratini. Amidst this chaos, the fog thickened, obscuring visibility. Yet the sounds of battle and the cries of Pokémon were vaguely discernible. Ultimately, the water tornado dissipated, with the fog present to avoid friendly fire. Subehai and his companions refrained from allowing the Charmander, Combusken, and Houndour to engage. They feared that, much like before, the sheer number of Pokémon could backfire, especially within the mist. Regardless, the mini Dratini was surely low on stamina. 3 Pokémon against 1 would be insurmountable. Just as everyone held their breath, fearing for the mini Dratini's fate, a booming roar erupted, scattering the mist. Another whirlwind. The mini Dratini remained standing, and it still possessed the strength to unleash a tornado. Impossible. I believe the contest was concluded. Could there be a twist? The crowd was left astounded. Faced with the united defense of 3 Pokémon, the mini Dratini had not been defeated and even had the energy for another tornado. This was truly extraordinary. What kind of mini Dratini was this, capable of generating such a powerful whirlwind on 3 occasions? This is simply unbelievable. It seems this mini Dratini possesses remarkable abilities. Even the seasoned Magician displayed a grave expression. The release of techniques by Pokémon invariably consumed stamina. He had endeavored to overestimate the mini Dratini's strength, yet he now recognized that sustaining the release of 2 tornadoes must have drained considerable energy. Unbeknownst to them, the mini Dratini harbored a dragon crystal orb containing fearsome dragon-type energy. The whirlwind swept across the battlefield, dispersing the mist and revealing the combat scene. The mini Dratini bore some injuries, yet its demeanor suggested it still retained combat capabilities. The Sandshrew and Swablu, engaged in close combat, were caught up in the vortex, while the Scyther managed to evade the onslaught, trembling in shock. The whirlwind advanced with incredible speed toward the remaining Charmander and Houndour. Run! Take cover! Caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, Subehai and his companions were thrown into a frenzy. The Charmander and Houndour swiftly sought refuge. But the Combusken was not quick enough, shrieking as it was violently swept away by the tornado. With intensified blue light in its eyes, the mini Dratini augmented the tornado's ferocity, mercilessly ravaging the 3 Pokémon within. The wind and sand obstructed vision, prompting everyone to shield their eyes. Gazing in disbelief at this tumultuous spectacle, the savage whirlwind, as swiftly as it had formed, dissipated just as quickly. The Combusken, Sandshrew, and Swablu fell to the ground like marionettes with severed strings, clearly devoid of any combat capability. Everyone's mouths gaped in astonishment, staring at the panting mini Dratini. 3 more defeated. This mini Dratini is undeniably formidable. The Combusken. The trainers of the 3 downed Pokémon stood frozen, unable to fathom the scene before them. Even if given another moment to think, they could not comprehend this outcome. Subehai was the first to regain his senses, his expression contorting into one of rage as he shouted, "Charmander, you scratch. What a disgrace. To engage 10 against 1 and end up in such a situation." At that moment, he cursed himself for not declining to participate in this battle. Even if they were to win now, they would be forever branded with the mark of shame. We cannot lose. Scyther, the mini Dratini must be out of strength. Launch a wing attack. Houndour, unleash a spark to protect them. At Subehai's command, the trainers of Scyther and Houndour steeled themselves, gritting their teeth and preparing to attack. Woof! The Houndour immediately released a spark, hurtling toward the mini Dratini. The mini Dratini leapt to evade. Yiming narrowed his eyes, sensing the mini Dratini's intentions, his gaze fixating on the faint glow emanating from its tail. With a determined cry, the mini Dratini sprang high, evading the Houndour's spark. Yet, the Scyther had unfurled its glimmering wings, diving down like a fighter jet. Everyone anticipated that the airborne mini Dratini, lacking any means of escape, would inevitably succumb to the Scyther's full-force strike. However, at the critical moment, Yiming issued an unexpected command. Mini Dratini, Dragon Tail. The mini Dratini, taken aback by the synchronicity of its trainer's thoughts, seemed to sense something during the recent close-quarters combat within the fog, though it was uncertain if it could seize the moment. With Yiming's encouragement, the mini Dratini steadied its resolve. Energy coalesced in its tail, radiating a brilliant glow that quickly morphed into a tail of considerable size, as large as its own form. Roar! The execution was successful, and the mini Dratini let out a triumphant cry. The dragon tail traced a graceful arc through the air, viciously striking the startled Scyther. Bang! A resounding collision echoed. The Scyther was sent hurtling backward, as if struck by a baseball bat, propelled at an even greater speed than it had charged. Bang! The rushing Charmander collided with the Scyther, both Pokémon flying through the air for several meters before rolling on the ground and finally coming to a stop. In the northern part of Jiangsu, the trainer of the mini dragon stood frozen, gazing in astonishment at the sprite so close at hand. Facing the seemingly divine mini dragon, several of its opponents swiftly succumbed to defeat. The catty dog, still unaware of the disparity between itself and the mini dragon, trembled all over. Yet the sense of duty compelled it to grit its teeth and remain in the arena. I concede. Ultimately, it was the trainer who, unable to bear the thought of the catty dog confronting the mini dragon alone, chose to surrender. Everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at the chaotic battlefield, momentarily bereft of thought, as if transformed into statues. Clap, clap, clap. Brilliant! This battle was decisively won by Yiming and the mini dragon. Mudgy sure, with no choice but to maintain his composure, applauded and slowly approached Yiming, bringing an unexpected conclusion to this remarkable contest. Boom! The entire arena erupted with a deafening roar that resonated through the heavens. Everyone, in a frenzy, felt their blood surge to their heads, nearly causing them to faint. Incredible! He actually won. 1 against 10. This is utterly ridiculous, my friend. The mini dragon is simply too powerful. Chapter 16. Acknowledgement to the trainer. Rather than attributing the strength of the Dragonair solely to its own prowess, it is more fitting to credit the achievements of its trainer. The calculations employed were astoundingly precise, a skill not easily acquired within the confines of a school. Where, I wonder, did Yiming learn such tactics? My admiration for Yiming knows no bounds. I am compelled to express my desire to create Pokémon in his honor. The battle was exquisite, igniting an unprecedented enthusiasm for combat within them. Who would have thought that Pokémon battles could be approached in such a manner? What does it mean to challenge the impossible? Facing 10 adversaries, they found themselves utterly overwhelmed, waves of attacks coming at them relentlessly, leaving them profoundly shaken. Ordinarily, one might expect a typical graduate to falter, but these individuals were all super elites from H City, including Su Beihai from Yihong Middle School and Gu Jilu from Tianlan. Yet, even they displayed no capacity to defend themselves. What was initially perceived as Yiming being thoroughly overwhelmed turned out to be a complete reversal. The 10 of them were the ones being suppressed. Dragonair, we have triumphed, it exclaimed joyfully, leaping into Yiming's embrace. This battle was exhilarating beyond measure, a true delight. It never anticipated that it could achieve such feats. It was indeed fortunate to have a trainer like Yiming. The gaze of Dragonair towards Yiming was filled with reverence, along with a hint of perplexity about how Yiming discerned its realizations during the battle. You performed remarkably well in this battle, especially mastering Dragontail in the heat of combat. It was extraordinary. I see in you the potential of a Dragon King. I am truly fortunate to be your partner. Yiming began to engage in mutual flattery. Dragonair, emboldened by the praise, puffed up its round nose proudly. Yet, Yiming's words held truth at the critical juncture. He had nearly conceded defeat, believing that defeating 7 opponents would be his utmost limit. Dragonair, lacking close combat abilities, had struggled to counter the combined assault of Arcanine, Charmander, and Scyther. Just as he resigned himself to this outcome, a telepathic connection between him and Dragonair sparked an awakening of its battle potential, enabling it to master Dragontail in the midst of adversity. If one were to speak of innate talent among Pokémon, Dragonair would undoubtedly reign supreme as a paragon of excellence. Everyone, I humbly seek acknowledgement for my fortunate victory through cunning and strategy, Yiming remarked with great modesty. I had no intention of facing 10 opponents at once. It was merely the flawed system that instigated this predicament. Who would have thought you all would falter so easily? 10 against 1, yet you could not prevail. Listening to Yi Ming's earnest words, Su Beihai and others felt their faces flush with embarrassment. They made a hasty exit from the scene. Some accepted the reality, recognizing their inferiority, eager to forge connections with this remarkable newcomer, this chosen one. As for Su Beihai and Gu Jilu, they departed in silence, their expressions darkened. They had intended to salvage Su Mingqing's reputation but ended up feeling humiliated instead. This badge, I believe, has no other candidate. Yi Ming, this leaf badge is now yours, Ma Zhishe declared, personally affixing the gleaming leaf badge to Yi Ming's left shoulder. The battle had left all present utterly awestruck, erupting into applause for Yi Ming, their claps resonating throughout the deck, a continuous wave of admiration. Thank you for your support. Thank you all, Yi Ming smiled, raising his hand in acknowledgement. The atmosphere was ripe for him to share some words of gratitude for his triumph, was it not? Dragonair reveled in the attention, mimicking Yi Ming's authoritative nod. By the way, Master Ma, how did you know my name? Yi Ming suddenly realized something amiss. He had not introduced himself. How could Ma Zhishe be aware of his identity? Haha, it's through a mutual friend, Ma Zhishe replied enigmatically, patting Yi Ming's shoulder in encouragement before departing. A friend? Surely Ma Zhishe's acquaintance must be someone from the Alliance. Yet, I hardly know many individuals myself. It was best not to dwell on it. Yi Ming, my admiration for you flows like an unending river. It is truly profound, far surpassing even Zhao Gao. Zhou Xing nearly bowed before Yi Ming, his eyes filled with respect and adoration. How is it that you have ascended to such heights while we remain mere mortals? Enough with the nonsensical flattery. If you cannot offer genuine praise, then refrain from it. You have no idea. We were utterly astonished. The way Dragonair performed was simply unfathomable. Dragonair proudly lifted its head. Indeed, it is our chosen trainer who is remarkable. Those opponents were hardly worthy of consideration. I suggest you bring 10 more. I suppose I should not linger here much longer. I must see to Dragonair's recovery. Yi Ming observed the chaos that had ensued, retracting his neck slightly. Perhaps he had gone a tad overboard. Worried about potential repercussions, Yi Ming promptly sought out Nurse Joy for Dragonair's treatment before making an early exit, leaving behind a crowd that was profoundly moved, eagerly replaying the astonishing duel in their minds. As discussions grew fervent, impromptu Pokémon battles erupted, transforming what was meant to be a celebratory dinner for graduates into an exhilarating combat event. It was rumored that the spirited graduates battled until dawn. That night, the tale of a graduate with a Dragonair, facing 10 opponents single-handedly, spread like wildfire throughout the entire vessel. Here's the video I promised you, Yulongdu. What are your thoughts on that, young man? Ma Zhishe plopped down onto the sofa, addressing the individual on the other end of the communicator. The person on the screen was a striking young man with spiky red hair, clad in a black and red cloak. It is astonishing. It is hard to imagine they could unleash such combat prowess. This Dragonair, didn't you mention it was a descendant of your clan's Dragon King? Indeed, it is difficult to fathom. Ma Zhishe replied, raising a frosty beer to his lips. As you stated, Yi Ming's Dragonair hails from the Yulong family. It was precisely for this reason that upon learning that Dragonair had been assigned to a graduate in H City, Yulongdu contacted Ma Zhishe. Initially, he merely sought to gauge Yi Ming's character. Unexpectedly, the situation took a dramatic turn, and he had just sent the battle footage to Yulongdu. As expected, the Alliance champion Yulongdu lauded Yi Ming's prowess, affirming that Dragonair had indeed found the right trainer. This signified Yi Ming had earned his recognition. Yes, that Dragonair. I encountered it before. As a juvenile, it exhibited no extraordinary traits. It is hard to believe it is the same Dragonair seen in the footage. Frankly, I have never witnessed a Dragonair perform with such excellence, Yulongdu mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He had only intended to learn more about Dragonair's trainer. But he was met with an astonishing display. A single Dragonair unleashed a whirlwind that was truly fearsome, even executing it 3 times consecutively. The mastery of Dragontail was an ability far beyond what one would expect from a Dragonair. Ah, such high praise. I told you, this Dragonair is exceptional. Do you suppose it is due to the trainer's influence? The trainer? I am uncertain, based on the information I possess. Yi Ming comes from an ordinary family in Huaxia and has only recently acquired Dragonair. It is likely that Dragonair experienced some form of developmental opportunity within the National Pokémon Reserve. Majiji took a refreshing sip of ice-cold beer, wiped his mouth, and mused, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss with that young lad. Although I possess no concrete evidence, merely an instinct. It seems implausible for Mini Dragon to possess such strength without the guidance of a capable trainer. Chapter 17 Jimmy. Does this imply that Mini Dragon's strength has rapidly enhanced due to the bond formed with its trainer? Who knows? How else could one explain it? This lad is indeed worthy of attention. Upon returning to his room, a fatigued Yiming reclined on his bed. Jimmy, the Mini Dragon, leaped from its VIP Pokeball, nuzzling closely against Yiming's face. Oh dear, how could I have forgotten? With Mini Dragon's revelation, Yiming retrieved some energy cubes from the system space and placed them in a feeding box. Jimmy, the Mini Dragon's eyes sparkled with delight at the enticing aroma. As it savored the energy cube, which had been thoroughly blended and infused with energy, it felt as if it melted in its mouth, providing an exquisite enjoyment that left it in a state of bliss. Each bite was a delight. The Mini Dragon was almost moved to tears, sensing the energy flow through it, nourishing every part of its body in a manner previously unknown from earlier energy cubes. Curious about this mysterious sensation, the Mini Dragon began to devour the cubes voraciously. I didn't realize you were such a glutton. I'll prepare more for you to spare you from hunger, Yiming chuckled, brushing off the energy cubes that had landed on Mini Dragon's nose and extracting more from the system space. Jimmy, the Mini Dragon, touched, continued to nuzzle and lick Yiming while simultaneously keeping its gaze fixed on the energy cubes, which amused Yiming greatly. Later that night, as Yiming and the others slept, the tranquil room was filled with the faint sound of waves lapping against the boat. At that moment, Yiming, in his slumber, twitched his nose and turned over. Bathed in moonlight, he caught sight of a shadowy figure that had mysteriously appeared in the room. Its form was extraordinary, resembling a colorful sphere with tiny pupils and a mouth adorned with fangs, cloaked in a gaseous aura. Should Yiming awaken and recognize it, he would instantly identify it as Ghastly. In the darkness, Ghastly's black and white eyes glimmered faintly as it spotted the energy cubes in the feeding box. Instantly filled with joy, during its stealthy pursuit of food on the 6th floor, it had been drawn to the energy cubes crafted by Yiming, particularly those flavored with sweet and spicy, which were its favorites. The ingredients used included 2 of its beloved fruits, making it impossible to think of anything else. Knowing Yiming had produced numerous energy cubes, it felt confident about its prospects. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared. The drowsy Mini Dragon emerged, having been forcibly awakened by the alarm of its VIP Pokeball. Upon seeing Ghastly, it quickly regained consciousness, realizing the situation and becoming alert. Jimmy, chirp, chirp. Ghastly immediately donned a pitiful expression, hovering close to the ceiling, its voice low and sorrowful as it pleaded with Mini Dragon. It cursed in its heart, astonished at how vigilant Mini Dragon was, detecting its presence even from within the Pokeball. It had been on a covert mission, but was now intimidated by Mini Dragon's formidable prowess. Jimmy, Mini Dragon blinked, observing that Ghastly did not seem to pose any threat. Are you very hungry? If so, your stomach. Chirp. Ghastly instantly squashed itself into an oval shape, its eyes drooping with despair. Jimmy? Mini Dragon wondered if Ghastly lacked a trainer. Why else would it be in such a state of hunger? Chirp, chirp, chirp. I am too ugly. Hence I am unloved by humans. No one wants me. Ghastly lamented, its sorrow deepening, devoid of any flaw. Jimmy, Jimmy, such misfortune. Let us share a meal. Mini Dragon thought of a splendid idea, promptly placing the feeding box between them and dividing it into 2 portions. Ghastly was taken aback, then overwhelmed with joy. It had only hoped for mercy, never anticipating Mini Dragon's generosity in sharing food. Without hesitation, it joined Mini Dragon in devouring the energy cubes. As Ghastly tasted the energy cubes, it nearly screamed with delight. They were simply exquisite. No matter how much it ate, it was never enough. Driven by gluttony, Ghastly squinted its eyes and turned towards Mini Dragon. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The moon tonight is exceptionally round. Oh, indeed, Mini Dragon replied, turning its head to gaze out the round window at the bright moonlit sky, signaling its agreement. However, upon returning its attention to the feeding box, it hesitated, tilting its head in confusion. Its portion of energy cubes seemed to have diminished. Unsure, it glanced again at its smaller share, then at Ghastly's larger portion, perplexed by the disparity. Chapter 18. Finding a companion for the mini-dragon. Is this how it was meant to be? Chitter, chitter, chitter. Gaisai chuckled nervously, hastily leveling the energy cube once more. However, the mini-dragon obstructed this action, even shifting its own energy cube a little further away, accentuating the disparity between them. Gaisai was taken aback. This creature evidently possessed considerable strength, yet it felt rather foolish. Ah, what a delightful sleep I had last night. Yiming rose, stretching his limbs, only to discover the mini-dragon nestled beside him. Chirp. The mini-dragon groggily awoke, yawning as if still yearning for slumber. Its adorable demeanor prompted Yiming to ruffle its head affectionately, chuckling, I didn't expect you to be so clingy. Instinctively, he glanced at his phone and noticed messages from Zhou Xing still coming in that morning. It seemed he had not returned to his room the previous night. Likely due to Yiming's influence, as he had received a lively invitation to serve as a referee for a Pokémon battle that lasted through the night. Accompanied by live videos, the battleground aboard the ship was teeming with excitement, a stir caused by Yiming's clash with the mini-dragon. Oh, you devoured all the energy cubes from last night. While brushing his teeth, Yiming noticed the empty food container on the floor. Chirp, chirp. The mini-dragon nodded, pondering for a moment before explaining. It was aware that its trainer possessed a unique ability to comprehend its thoughts. Upon hearing this, Yiming, ignoring the toothpaste foam at his lips, furrowed his brow and asked, What do you mean? Did another Pokémon join you for a meal last night? When did other Pokémon enter the room? Zhou Xing had not returned, so it must have been either his waiting Pokémon or perhaps a small Geodude. Could it be that a thief visited yesterday? Were those Pokémon from others or wild ones? The door was locked, and there were no signs of it being opened. Did they come through the ventilation? After inspecting the intact ventilation louvers, Yiming was utterly perplexed. Chirp. It indicated that it had not found any food and was quite hungry. Hence the need to sneak a bite of the energy cubes? Yiming mused, suspecting that there might be rogue Pokémon wandering the ship, perhaps even a Rattata. It was plausible that they had noticed him while he was crafting the energy cubes. The possibility was quite significant. Who would have thought that the ship was not entirely secure? More precautions were necessary. Just then, Yiming recalled that the system had provided a notification last night. The VIP ball detected an impure target approaching and has awakened the mini-dragon to respond. Oh, how remarkable. The VIP Pokeball possessed an intelligent warning feature against intruders. Quite impressive. Yiming mentally applauded the VIP Pokeball. With such functionality, it essentially provided a 24/7 bodyguard. Useful for outdoor camping as well. However, this guardian could only serve as an alert. Real prowess depended on the mini-dragon. After finishing his grooming routine, Yiming prepared an energy cube for the mini-dragon, which eagerly requested a larger portion. He had noticed since yesterday that his mini-dragon had a penchant for gluttony, likely due to the superior quality of the energy cubes he crafted. I've already allocated the amount based on what you consumed last night. From now on, this will be the serving size. Overeating is not advisable. Chirp, chirp. Winky face. Oh, you mischievous little creature. Are you hoping for a little extra to save for your newly acquainted friend from last night? Yiming shot the mini-dragon a knowing glance. Truly, one does not realize the value of resources until they are in charge. Ultimately, you decide, I will only provide this much per meal. If you wish to share with it, you must eat less. Chirp, chirp. Oh, well, the mini-dragon's expression immediately drooped, letting out a sigh that struck Yiming as amusing. He could only afford a little more. No additional allowances would be made. After some contemplation, Yiming felt it necessary to cater to his Pokémon's social needs. However, if it comes back tonight, you must let me meet it, understood? Chirp. The mini-dragon nodded eagerly, indicating that this was no issue, and began to feast joyfully. This energy cube was something it could never grow tired of. How wonderful it was to accompany Yiming. Having leftovers, the mini-dragon licked its lips, pondering for a moment. Would its friend arrive in the morning, or should it save a little? Once you're done, return to your Pokeball. I need to prepare your food expenses. Yiming planned to explore the ship a bit longer, enjoy some breakfast, and then make more energy cubes. Chirp. The mini-dragon jumped onto Yiming's shoulder, looking somewhat forlorn. All right. All right, if you don't want to return, it doesn't make much of a difference. After a moment's thought, Yiming acquiesced to the mini-dragon's request, grabbing the room card and stepping out. With a soft click, as the door locked behind him, Gaisai floated in from under the bed, silently gazing at the remaining energy cubes, lost in thought. Yiming chose a ramen restaurant from China, indulging in a warm bowl of noodles accompanied by soup. During this time, he discovered that his gluttonous dragon was quite the social butterfly, causing mischief with the other Pokémon in the restaurant, attempting to rally them into a team. This led Yiming to feel quite awkward, and it was only through the threat of energy cubes that the mini-dragon reluctantly toned down its antics. Wow, it's a mini-dragon! Such a rare Pokémon. I've never seen one in person before. Did you not know? Last night, this mini-dragon achieved an impressive 1v10 feat. Wow, so this individual is a super rookie from H City in China. I was present at the scene, and it made my Gyarados sulk all night, unable to accept that it lost to a single mini-dragon. As Yiming enjoyed his breakfast, he garnered quite the celebrity status, with discussions about him echoing around the restaurant. He was unaccustomed to being under such scrutiny. Even a simple meal turned into a spectacle. The mini-dragon, however, reveled in the attention, responding to the crowd's praise as if it might start signing autographs if it had hands, leaving Yiming in a state of amused disbelief. Could it be that the mini-dragon was a big shot in the Pokémon world, now feeling lonely without companions? Yiming pondered. The mini-dragon might have been starved for company, which is why it had so generously shared its energy cubes with a thieving Pokémon last night. To challenge a gym, at least 3 Pokémon were required. Perhaps he should check if there were any vendors aboard selling Pokémon to find a companion for the mini-dragon. Yiming contemplated acquiring a Pokémon. He had enough funds, and with several thousand Alliance coins, he could likely procure one that met his satisfaction. Chapter 19. A Rare Gem Without Hesitation. Yiming recalled the 11th floor, where there were shops dedicated to selling Pokémon, all legitimate and compliant, unlike the chaotic trading scene on the 6th floor. He immediately took the elevator to the 11th floor. In the Western District, there exists a so-called Pokémon Street, where nearly every shop specializes in selling Pokémon from various regions, a veritable feast for the eyes. Look here, a lively and vibrant Macop, available for merely 4,000 Alliance coins. Bug-type Pokémon at a bargain. Take a glance, a Beedrill for less than 10,000 Alliance coins. And here we have the precious Ralts, starting at 88,000 Alliance coins. How about a Sleek Scyther? Anyone interested? Just 20,000 Alliance coins to take it home. Check out the beautiful Butterfree from the Hoenn region, only 18,000. Amidst the cacophony of enticing calls from shopkeepers, Yiming found himself dazzled by the array of Pokémon on display. He was astounded by the vast variety available, representing numerous regions. The prices varied from a few hundred Alliance coins for a Magikarp to tens of thousands for rare Pokémon like Ralts. He even spotted the starter Pokémon from different regions, yet the prices made him hesitate, starting at 150,000 Alliance coins, with some exceptionally rare specimens fetching hundreds of thousands. With such exorbitant costs for their initial forms, he dared not even consider their evolved versions. Yiming sighed, lamenting his limited financial means. He had not encountered any elusive treasures like the Dratini, rumored to be rarely seen even at auction on ships. Likely because those fortunate enough to possess such rare Pokémon would not willingly part with them. To acquire a rare Pokémon seemed less appealing than cultivating one himself. With strength, wealth would surely follow. The Pokémon that truly captivated Yiming were the starters from various regions, such as Charmander, Squirtle, Piplup, and Chikorita. These Pokémon had great potential and grew stronger with nurturing, yet their prices were prohibitively high. More importantly, Yiming lacked the expertise to assess their potential. Even with sufficient funds, ensuring a satisfactory selection would prove challenging. Even among the same species, individual differences in attributes existed, akin to humans. Spending a fortune only to end up with a poorly qualified Pokémon would be devastating. The notion of securing a bargain seemed a mere fantasy. Perhaps it's best to reconsider, Yiming mused, shaking his head and preparing to leave. At that moment, he noticed a rather unassuming shop at the far end, its exterior decor starkly contrasting the flamboyance of the other stores. One might even describe it as dilapidated. The proprietor, a young man in casual beachwear and slippers, lounged lazily, engrossed in a television show while munching on sunflower seeds, seemingly indifferent to attracting customers. Without the rows of Pokémon eggs displayed, one might not even realize this was a Pokémon shop. Hey, boss, you're quite laid back. Huh? No sign or anything. Yiming couldn't help but comment as he entered the store. The proprietor cast a sidelong glance at Yiming and replied cryptically, "You wouldn't understand. I'm on the 5th floor. The absence of a sign is my signature. Otherwise, how would you find your way here?" Yiming was momentarily taken aback, suddenly feeling a sense of admiration. "You've got a point, boss. You're quite the marketer, creating a unique draw for your shop. Little brother, are you selling that Dratini? Such a Pokémon is exceedingly rare. It would fetch a high price at auction. I have solid channels to ensure a premium." The proprietor took another bite of his sunflower seeds, now intrigued by the Dratini perched on Yiming's shoulder. "Not for sale. How much for these Pokémon eggs?" Yiming inquired, eager to understand more. "Average price is around 120,000, but for specifics, you'll need to check the Pokémon Egg Encyclopedia. I won't provide too many details. They should be worthwhile," came the indifferent response. Truly a character, Yiming scoffed quietly. It's astonishing this type of shop can survive. Perhaps it's a specialty in itself. As he casually picked up a Pokeball, contemplating its type, a sudden notification from the system interrupted his thoughts. Option 1. Request to purchase a lava larva egg disguised as a Charmander for 8,000 coins. Reward: a small quantity of Tutu Dog's Tail fur. Option 2. Can I buy this Cyndaquil egg on an installment plan? Reward: 23,333 Alliance coins. Option 3. Request to work in the shop to attract customers. Reward: an intelligent robot for customer engagement. Option 4. Boss, are your Pokémon eggs guaranteed to hatch? Reward: Pokémon aptitude checker. Note: Option 4 has a risk of being beaten up. Yiming smirked, finding the last option rather absurd. Yet the rewards were appealing. Boss, are your Pokémon eggs guaranteed to hatch? He forced himself to ask, bracing for the response. As expected, he received a skeptical glare from the proprietor. Are you here to mock me? I run a Pokémon egg shop. Would I sell you an unhatched egg? Just kidding, Yiming replied, scratching the back of his head, attempting to lighten the mood. Ding. You have received the option reward, Pokémon aptitude checker. His hand delved into his pocket, retrieving the item from the system space. The device resembled a standard magnifying glass, and Yiming aimed it at the Dratini on his shoulder. Type: Dratini. Aptitude: King. Aptitude impact: Dragon Crystal Pearl. Aptitude level explanation: Poor, Average, Elite, Leader, King, Legendary. Note: the aptitude level of rare treasures is not fixed. Prolonged nurturing with energy cubes or other special circumstances may alter the assessment. Ah, looks promising, Yiming exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he briefly scanned the aptitude description. According to the system's explanation, aptitude was akin to individual values in games, with more pronounced effects. Poor represented the lowest aptitude rating, leading to dismal results. Average was the most common aptitude, representing the majority within Pokémon populations. Elite suggested a 10% chance of being slightly better than average, while Leader was contingent on population numbers, typically indicating a 1 in 100 potential. King was a rare find, a 1 in 1,000 existence, often dominating a territory in the wild, commanding multiple Pokémon of the same type, akin to a human emperor, truly a fortuitous encounter. As for Legendary, it was a 1 in 10,000 rarity. Chapter 20, Lone? It is even possible to transcend the generational limitations of one's own lineage, allowing for growth to rival that of legendary beasts, thus leaving behind an incredible legacy for the race. In this light, it seems that my mini-dragon has indeed reached remarkable heights, nearing the pinnacle of legendary status. The Dragon Crystal Pearl appears to have had a significant impact on the mini-dragon. Just moments ago, the Fireball Mouse, what might its aptitude be? Yiming brought the magnifying glass closer to the red and black patterned Pokémon egg, and it instantly revealed its aptitude status. Species: Fireball Mouse. Aptitude: Elite. Activity: 80 activity? Yiming exclaimed in surprise. The owner, hearing the term, perked up his ears while leisurely munching on seeds and whistling. Ah, young man, I didn't expect you to be quite knowledgeable. Indeed, these Pokémon eggs are all sourced from nearby shops. There isn't really any major issue. But they have been on sale for too long and have lost some activity due to excessive restraint. Listening to the owner's explanation, Yiming suddenly understood and quickly organized his thoughts. Pokémon eggs are much harder to assess for potential compared to the Pokémon that hatch from them. After all, during the egg stage, most are quite similar. Thus, shopkeepers often delay the hatching time to enhance average prices while providing customers with a blind box-like purchasing experience. However, interfering with the hatching process as time passes causes the eggs to lose activity. Activity represents the probability of hatching. Low activity increases the risk of failure, resulting in a dead egg. To avoid potential disputes, shops typically handle these issues in advance, and this establishment specializes in acquiring such problematic Pokémon eggs, which is why their prices are significantly lower than others. Activity signifies hatching potential. Higher activity indicates a better chance of successful hatching, while lower activity suggests a greater likelihood of failure. So, how does the activity of this fireball mouse compare? Yiming began examining the activity of other Pokémon eggs in the shop. Vulpix, 50 activity. Arcanine, 61 activity. Torchic, 49 activity. Snover, 59 activity. After a thorough scan, Yiming discovered that the activity levels ranged predominantly between 45 to 65, all significantly diminished. The fireball mouse he initially observed had the highest activity, while 3 or 4 others boasted activity in the 70s. As for aptitude, it likely aligned with the typical qualifications of wild Pokémon: ordinary, occasionally subpar, and elite. Much like the fireball mouse egg he had just examined. Observing this scene, Yiming couldn't help but question, goodness. Not a single top-tier aptitude in sight. Are they truly that rare? Or is there a method to discern Pokémon aptitude even in the egg stage? Otherwise, why is there not a single one above this level here? Or could it be that low activity filters them out? Is it possible that eggs with inferior aptitude see their activity decline more rapidly? At that moment, Yiming's magnifying glass caught sight of a blue egg adorned with wave patterns in the corner, causing his hand to tremble. Species: Froakie. Aptitude: Monarch. Aptitude: Influence. Activity: 92 what? The unusual font made Yiming's eyelids twitch. After regaining his composure, he feigned a casual scratch with his other foot and discreetly glanced at the owner, who appeared oblivious to his scrutiny. Quietly returning to his original position, Yiming felt parched, his heart racing. Froakie, good heavens, a Pokémon with Monarch-level aptitude. He never expected to find such a gem among a pile of eggs where the highest aptitude was merely elite. That decrease in activity must have affected its valuation. Calm down, calm down. It's exceedingly difficult to maintain composure. This is an extraordinary opportunity for a bargain. Hey, your eggs aren't exactly impressive. But this fireball mouse egg is passable. How much for it? The owner, recognizing Yiming's insight, replied, "This was brought to my shop just yesterday. It's quite good. I can let it go for 130,000 Alliance coins, a fair price, really. Once it hatches, it'll be worth at least 150,000. 130,000 is a tad steep." Yiming felt like he might bleed from the price. His balance was far from sufficient. He pretended to be nonchalant and casually picked a few ordinary eggs, all priced just above 100,000. To negotiate down to 50,000, the owner might as well cut himself. However, Yiming made a crucial realization. The owner seemed oblivious to the Pokémon's aptitude. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left the Froakie on the shelf. He merely priced them based on how long they had been in the shop, with the prices decreasing the further back they were. The Froakie was positioned near the innermost shelf. Using this logic, Yiming deduced that the Froakie's price should be at most 100,000 Alliance coins. Forget it. The quality is just ordinary. When will you restock next? I'll come back to check. A new batch of Pokémon eggs will arrive tonight. If you're interested, come by later. All right. Yiming forced himself to resist the urge to look back, maintaining an outward appearance of resolve as he exited the shop. Once outside, his pace quickened. He felt an overwhelming urge to act. He had to mentally reassure himself. He didn't even glance at the Froakie egg. Didn't inquire about its price, nor displayed any interest. The owner wouldn't he notice it? Moreover, the shop was quiet, the eggs abundant, and the Froakie was positioned toward the back. Damn, but that's a monarch-level Froakie. If I miss this opportunity, I'll regret it for a lifetime. Yiming struggled to suppress the anxiety of potentially losing out. The chance to seize a bargain was right before him. Money, money, money. At present, he had merely 50,000 Alliance coins, and to ensure he could acquire the Froakie, he needed to gather more funds. But where could he amass such a sum in a single day? His mind immediately flickered to Edie, who had previously duped him, but that thought vanished swiftly. Edie wouldn't grant him another chance to be swindled. Alone? It seems my limit could easily extend to 100,000 Alliance coins. Upon this realization, Yiming halted, feeling the overwhelming urge to secure the Froakie swelling within him like an uncontrollable blaze. Mimi? The mini-dragon sensed Yiming's excitement, gently nudging its cool face against his flushed forehead, expressing concern. Yiming paused, realizing he had lost his composure. He quickly closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths to steady himself. Chapter 21. The money given freely. Upon opening his eyes once more, his gaze had regained its clarity and tranquility, imbued with a touch of relief as he reached out to stroke the mini-dragon. I am fine, thank you, mini-dragon. Just a fortunate opportunity, yet it has left me feeling somewhat flustered. No, as a formidable trainer, one must possess great resilience. Otherwise, how would one confront the myriad challenges of becoming the strongest trainer in the future? Yiming believed that his spirits had ascended to a new height. His steps measured and resolute as he advanced forward. Patience, I shall return this evening. A true master maintains a heart as steadfast as a rock. Regardless of the circumstances faced, it is essential to reflect. My current means of earning is through crafting energy cubes. Aside from that, perhaps I should check for tasks on the 10th floor. Yiming recalled Zhou Xing mentioning that there was a legitimate Pokémon center on the 10th floor, where one could see if there were suitable tasks available for earning rewards. Even if there were none, it would still be worthwhile to take a glance before returning to create energy cubes. Descending to the 10th floor, he did not need to consult the floor map. The prominent, dazzling red marker led him directly to the Pokémon Center. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the unexpected bustle and vibrancy. With numerous trainers seeking treatment for their Pokémon, Yiming even spotted Two Joys and her assistant, Chansey. Yiming, what brings you here? Is your mini-dragon injured? Zhou Xing inquired, circling around Yiming, failing to detect any injuries on the mini-dragon. You seem to have heavy dark circles under your eyes. Have you not slept at all? Zhou Xing's eyes were hollow, and the dark circles were starkly evident. Hee, indeed, I've been rather overly excited. You wouldn't believe it. But Miss Joy has also been awake all night, all because of you. What does that have to do with me? Well, following your battle yesterday, everyone's enthusiasm for Pokémon battles surged. Naturally, there were injuries, which kept Miss Joy occupied for quite some time. Ah, so it is my fault then. Yiming chuckled lightly. It was no wonder the Pokémon Center was so lively. It stemmed from the events of the previous night, having been exhilarated throughout the morning. The mini-dragon was feeling a bit fatigued, so Yiming decided to return it to the VIP Pokeball to avoid drawing too much attention. After last night's battle, his notoriety had surpassed his expectations. Many individuals recognized his name on the way. The Pokémon Center aboard the ship was larger than he had imagined, with the lobby resembling that of a five-star hotel. As Yiming surveyed his surroundings, Zhou Xing remarked, Yiming, you're not here for treatment, are you? Surely you're not looking for me. No. I came to check if there are tasks for trainers on the mission wall here. Of course, there is one over there. I must take my leave. I can hardly endure any longer. If I don't return to sleep, I might collapse. All right, you go ahead. I can manage on my own. Following Zhou Xing's guidance, Yiming arrived at the second-floor platform, where he indeed found the trainer's mission wall, with several individuals perusing the postings. The mission wall in the Pokémon Center was where tasks were assigned to trainers, typically concerning troubles that required a trainer's expertise to resolve. For instance, there were missions to evict Rattatas from sewers, chase away bee drills from orchards, or relocate Snorlaxes blocking pathways, among others. The rewards varied, depending on the nature of the task, and capable trainers could earn rewards swiftly through these missions. Mission: capture the Rattatas and Pidgeys roaming the ship. No upper limit. 800 Alliance coins per capture. Pokeballs must be provided by the trainer. Mission: capture the mischievous, ghastly, bothering passengers. Reward: 3,500 Alliance coins. Mission: accompany while disembarking on island coordinates X, Y on the 19th. Stay for 3 days. Reward: 10,000 Alliance coins per day. Requirement: must possess at least 4 badges, experience preferred. Mission: battle mission. Defeat the unruly Charizard and Gyarados. Reward: 22,000 Alliance coins. Mission: sparring mission. Engage in a full day of battles against my opposing type Pokémon. Reward: 15,000 Alliance coins. Requirement: must have multiple Ice-type Pokémon. Most tasks were specific to the ship, so there weren't too many to choose from. Ming skimmed through the postings, but did not find any tasks that were both satisfying and within his capabilities, particularly those offering generous rewards in a short time frame. Simple tasks like capturing wandering Pokémon on the ship were time-consuming and offered modest rewards. Indeed, the pursuit of quick riches was not as effortless as one might hope. Ming was not disheartened, as he had anticipated this outcome. He purchased a bottle of drink from a nearby vending machine and contemplated heading to the 6th floor to create his energy cubes. Just then, he heard a faint sobbing sound. Turning to look, he saw a woman in an elegant military uniform, exuding an air of nobility, covering her face as she spoke to a recording staff member. "Wah, that was a cherished gift from my husband. I still remember the sea was exceptionally blue that day, and the shore bore our footprints." Wah. The recorder listened attentively to her tale, taking notes and promptly posting the mission request on the wall. Mission: bounty for the recovery of a lost blue crystal necklace. Reward: 30,000 Alliance coins. Clue: it was taken by a Rattata aboard the ship. A necklace taken by a Rattata was unlikely to be retrieved. Rumors of Rattatas roaming the ship turned out to be true, and they seemed quite brazen. Such wealth, with a reward of 30,000 Alliance coins. He should let his Houndoom give it a try. Would there be a similar necklace for sale on the ship? Surrounding individuals began to comment on this new bounty mission, eyeing the 30,000 Alliance coins with envy. Yet all understood the difficulty of searching for a necklace aboard such a vast ship. At that moment, a system notification chimed in. Option 1. Lion claimed to have seen the Rattata throw her necklace into the sea. Don't bother searching for it. Reward: one-time diving equipment. Option 2. Offer to assist her. Reward: a small amount of dragon power. Option 3. Remain silent. Reward: high-quality noise-canceling headphones. Option 4. Why didn't you safeguard such an important item? Do you truly deserve your husband's love? Reward: 5,200 Alliance coins. Why didn't you safeguard such an important item? Do you truly deserve your husband's love? Ming declared resolutely, without hesitation, in dire need of funds. He would not refuse money offered freely. Ding. Obtained option reward: 5,200 Alliance coins. His words pierced the noblewoman's heart like a dagger, and her sobs intensified. Upon uttering this, Ming immediately found himself subjected to the identical gaze of the recorder and those nearby. Chapter 22. Nothing escapes your notice. Who is this person? Can't you see they are utterly thrilled? Not only do you fail to provide any encouragement, but you also wound their heart. Even if it were true, you ought not to voice it. Ming, not wishing to dwell on the matter, left the scene after leaving that remark. The prospect of earning 5,200 Alliance coins was already an unexpected delight. He had no desire to compete for the bounty mission, after all. Trying to find a necklace on such a vast ship was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Rather than squander time with little hope of reward, it would be wiser to diligently focus on earning through his energy cubes. If he pushed himself, perhaps he could accelerate production and lower costs, potentially raking in just over 20,000 Alliance coins. As Ming contemplated how to maximize the production of energy cubes for a quick profit, his phone rang as he exited the Pokémon Center. Upon checking, he saw it was that rascal Zhou Xing. Hadn't he gone to his room to sleep? Why was he calling now? Hello? Ming, it's bad. Our room is haunted. What should we do? Zhou Xing's voice trembled, revealing he was clearly frightened. What? Haunted? What's going on? Confirming that Zhou Xing was not playing a prank, Ming hurried to the 8th floor where their room was located. From a distance, he spotted Zhou Xing squatting helplessly in the hallway. Yiming, you finally made it. What does it mean that the room is haunted? Wait, what is that smell? Yiming wrinkled his nose, catching a whiff of an unpleasant odor in the air, and suddenly realized, did you wet yourself from fright? Zhou Xing, with a mournful expression, exclaimed. Who could withstand this? My heart nearly stopped. According to Zhou Xing's account, there was a ghostly woman in a red dress, her hair covering her face, floating ominously in the room. What should we do? Should we call an expert? Hold on a moment. Where would we find an expert on this ship? As Zhou Xing recounted his experience with great seriousness, Yiming felt puzzled and began to ponder a possibility that grew more plausible the more he considered it. Could it be the spirit mentioned by Mini Dragon last night? Not a Rattata, but another Pokémon? Mini Dragon. Was the Pokémon that appeared in our room last night you? Calling forth Mini Dragon, Yiming searched for a picture of Miss Magius on his phone to show it. Miss Magius, an ice-type ghostly treasure, was depicted wearing a long red gown with golden hair, certainly not unattractive, but perhaps not conventionally beautiful. Yet, it did align with Zhou Xing's description of the long-haired figure in red. Chew. Mini Dragon nodded, looking a bit puzzled. Not quite, but there's a resemblance. Yiming furrowed his brow, gazing at the door while conducting a rapid mental search. Chew, chew, chew. Mini Dragon continued to repeat, mimicking a mischievous expression and sounds. Round. Can float? Smiles vaguely. Could it be that last night's Pokémon was unrelated to today's strange occurrences? Yiming stroked his chin, deep in thought. Suddenly, as he observed Mini Dragon's exaggerated expressions and laughter, a spark of realization struck him, and he couldn't help but snap his fingers. I get it. There really is a ghost. Yiming, don't scare me. I mean a spirit. Is there a difference? Yiming abruptly flung open the door. What the Zhou Xing? Too frightened to look outside, quickly retreated. The only light source in the room was a circular window covered by dark cloth, casting ominous shadows. A figure with long red hair sat by the bed, facing away, creating an unsettling scene. Yiming had mentally prepared himself. He swiftly inserted his room card into the slot. With a click, the lights went out, significantly diminishing the eerie atmosphere. Woo woo woo. The long-haired figure trembled slightly, as if sobbing. Stop pretending. I know it's you, Jengars. Yiming sneered, pointing an accusatory finger. A Jengar could easily slip into the room without opening the door, as its body was mostly composed of gas. Moreover, he had seen Jengars named during the capturing mission on the ship. They were known for their mischievous antics, making it almost certain that Jengar was behind this. The long-haired figure remained silent. Yiming approached, ready to unveil its true identity. Just then, his foot unexpectedly slipped, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Before he could rise, a massive, colorful face with fangs loomed close, sending chills down Yiming and Appo's spine. Struggling to rise on the slippery floor. Yiming realized he had fallen for Jengar's trick. Well played. Chew, chew, chew. Jengar snickered as it moved away from Yiming. Oh, it was just a Jengar? You nearly scared me to death. Zhou Xing peeked around the door and, upon realizing the culprit was merely a Jengar, he sighed in relief and hurried into the room to wash up. As long as it's not that kind of ghost, I'm fine. Indeed, it was the same Jengar that had sneaked in to steal energy cubes last night. Yiming felt infuriated and tore off the red dress and wig that had been propped up on the coat rack, glaring fiercely at Jengar. What a way to repay kindness. Chew, chew. Mini Dragon, seeing Yiming's pale expression from fright, jumped forward to confront Jengar, eager to defend its trainer. Chew, 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 chew. Jengar explained that it had no idea things would turn out this way. It merely wanted to entertain the unfamiliar outsiders. Watching Mini Dragon's naive expression, Yiming rolled his eyes. Speechless. Really? You believe this nonsense? Oh dear, Mini Dragon, you're going to get us in trouble. Yiming retrieved his talent inspection mirror. Type. Jengar. Potential. Leader. Wow. A top-tier potential. Jengar, a ghost and poison-type treasure, could evolve into Jengar and Miss Magius, boasting impressive combat strength, making it a popular Pokémon, one that Yiming rather admired. However, due to its habitat and active hours, capturing Jengar would require some extra effort. Yes, I've decided to capture it. Mini Dragon. Shoo. Move in and use Dragon Tail. Shoo. Mini Dragon understood Yiming's signal and immediately executed Dragon Tail. Yet, Jengar seemed to anticipate the move, sinking into the ground, causing Mini Dragon's attack to miss entirely. Chew. Mini Dragon was bewildered, quickly retracting its strength to avoid crashing through the floor. It cautiously tapped the ground with its tail, confirming it could stand, and was even more astonished. Being able to pass through walls is quite unfair. This narrow space isn't conducive to battle. Seeing Jengar disappear, Yiming sighed deeply. Suddenly, Zhou Xing's horrified scream echoed from the bathroom, followed by the sound of something heavy hitting the floor. Such a commotion at night would likely have guests from other rooms complaining. Poor Zhou Xing. Yiming hoped he was all right. He suspected Jengar was playing another prank. Zhou Xing, having not slept all night, might not be able to handle the fright. To evade the elusive Jengar, Zhou Xing promptly moved out after showering, claiming he had contacted a friend from last night to stay with. This left Yiming, Mini Dragon, and Jengar staring at each other in bewilderment. Chew, 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 chew. Thud. Mini Dragon, attempting to learn Jengar's elusive wall-passing trick, slammed headfirst into the wall, resulting in a sizable bump on its head. Yet, despite repeated failures, Mini Dragon remained undeterred, convinced it simply lacked the understanding. Yiming could only shake his head in disbelief. This character seems beyond redemption. One can only hope that after regression, it might exhibit a semblance of intelligence. Gaisai, I pose a question to you. If I were to seek a necklace snatched away by a small Rada, would you have any clues to offer? Since Gaisai is also a member adrift on this vessel, perhaps it could harness its strength to locate the precious necklace, which bears a bounty of 30,000 alliance coins. TSK, TSK, TSK. Oh, really? TSK, 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 TSK. You could utilize my energy cubes to negotiate and exchange with them. How many energy cubes would that require? Yiming regarded Gaisai with suspicion. This creature is far too cunning, and its persuasive power is decidedly lacking. TSK, TSK, TSK. 20 cubes? And 10 of those are your service fee. What an insatiable appetite. You, the intermediary, are utterly unscrupulous. I do not possess that many energy cubes. TSK, TSK, TSK. Very well. Yiming feigned difficulty, which Gaisai immediately discerned, leading him to surrender with a shrug. In the system's space, there were barely over 50 energy cubes remaining. 20 cubes in exchange for a necklace worth 30,000 alliance coins is indeed quite a bargain. It's a deal, but I must accompany you. The energy cubes must be collected on-site, or else it's off. Gaisai is untrustworthy. If it collects the energy cubes and vanishes, who would be responsible for compensation? Yiming followed Gaisai to the second level, likely the mechanical chamber, where various steel pipes of differing diameters crisscrossed, occasionally emitting bursts of steam. After traversing a distance, they arrived in a dim, damp area, seldom trodden by human feet, cluttered with moldy crates. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In the shadows, countless pairs of glowing eyes were vigilantly fixated on Yiming and his companion. The cacophony of squeaks sent a shiver down Yiming's spine, instilling a sense of trepidation. This could very well be the den of the Rada. TSK, TSK, TSK. Gaisai cast a sidelong glance at Yiming and issued a cautious warning. It understood that the latter, being human, could comprehend its words, a capacity that struck it as rather remarkable. I mentioned that the energy cubes are on my person and I can produce them, so you need not worry. Gaisai, having noticed the absence of visible energy cubes on Yiming, was warning him that without them, their visit might provoke the animosity of the small Rada. This had already been cautioned prior to their arrival. As they approached the end of the corridor, the squeaks of the Rada intensified, prompting Gaisai to halt. Following the strong light, Yiming beheld a Rada with sharp incisors. Rada, the evolved form of small Rada, appeared as an oversized rodent. Rada, qualification, leader. Yiming discreetly activated his qualification viewer to inspect the Rada. Fascinating, indeed. The innate qualities of the creature seemed to establish its formidable strength and status within its clan. Squeak, squeak. The Rada regarded Gaisai with suspicion, particularly perplexed by its association with a human. When did Gaisai become acquainted with humans? TSK, TSK, TSK. Squeak, squeak, squeak. After a prolonged exchange, the Rada called over a nearby small Rada. In an instant, a small Rada emerged, clutching the blue crystal droplet necklace that Yiming sought. Suddenly, a notification resonated through Yiming's system. Option 1. Capture the leader first. Unleash the mini-dragon to swiftly defeat the Rada. Reward: Thunderbolt skill, enhanced version of Electric Shock, lower tier Pikachu. Option 2. Threaten the Rada with rumors of imminent human reinforcements demanding the necklace. Reward: Firework dispersion, some flying mantis. Option 3. Attempt to exchange the necklace for an energy cube. Reward: Minor dragon power, a mini-dragon, instinctively deprived of food. Option 4. Snatch the necklace and flee. Reward: Host speed increased by 10, a crafty small Rada. Note: Option 4 carries a high risk of being attacked and injured. Astoundingly, this has triggered a system option. Yiming raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the choices. However, it seemed overly ambitious. This group of small Rada exhibited remarkable teamwork, far exceeding 10 in number. The likelihood of success appears minimal, and more importantly, the rewards are not particularly enticing. A swift decision was made. Yiming raised both hands in a gesture of peace, stepping forward a couple of paces. Squeak, squeak. This action immediately drew the attention of the Rada and small Rada, as well as Gaisai. TSK. Gaisai could not comprehend Yiming's motives for this unnecessary display. It was still in negotiations. The elder Rada: This is a gesture of goodwill, signifying my friendly intentions. Ignoring Gaisai's perplexed gaze, Yiming continued to approach, retrieving an energy cube from his pocket and tossing it before the Rada. The small Rada recoiled in surprise. The elder Rada remained composed, sniffing the energy cube, and its call became noticeably louder. Squeak. This food, it had never encountered before. Just the aroma made it salivate. A mix of excitement and restraint as it longed to devour it immediately. Yet, for the sake of dignity, it maintained composure before the young ones, although its reddened eyes remained fixed on the energy cube. Observing this, Yiming promptly extended an olive branch, initiating his negotiation. Elder Rada: That necklace holds no value for you. I possess 10 more of these items. Would you consider an exchange? He crouched down, feigning to retrieve something from his pocket. But in reality, he extracted 15 energy cubes from the system space. However, when he released his hands towards the Rada, he only revealed 10 energy cubes. Yiming feigned deep regret, as if 10 energy cubes were an insurmountable loss. Gaisai was momentarily taken aback, its entire being nearly immobilized. Upon realizing Yiming's actions, its pupils constricted into pinpricks. Squeak, squeak. Upon seeing the additional 10 energy cubes in Yiming's hands, the Rada's covetous desire became evident. It could hardly contain its eagerness, darting forward to inspect the 10 energy cubes. After a moment, it seemed to sense something, drawing closer to Yiming with its nose twitching. Squeak, squeak. Alas, I have been discovered. You have bested me. These are all the energy cubes I possess. Will you accept them in exchange? Yiming feigned a sorrowful expression, unable to conceal the remaining 5 energy cubes in his pocket. The defeat was palpable. At this, the elder Rada displayed a human-like smugness, casting a dismissive glance at Yiming before promptly seizing all 15 energy cubes. The small Rada, clutching the blue crystal droplet necklace, dutifully approached to deliver it into Yiming's hands. Chapter 23. Dual opening. Guiz expressed his bewilderment, feeling as though he had no part in the matter. Ding. You have received a reward, a small amount of dragon power. Based on the appetite of the mini-dragon, each energy cube roughly consisted of between 25-32 units. Yiming managed to complete the transaction with just 15 units, merely half the cost. Undoubtedly, he exceeded the requirements of the task at hand. The deal was sealed. Now, enjoy the delightful energy cubes. Upon returning to the room, Guiz gazed at Yiming with a complex expression. What an extraordinary game he was playing. Guiz felt a pang of inadequacy. With just 15 energy cubes, a mere morsel, he successfully finalized the transaction. Suddenly, Guiz realized he had underestimated this young human. Reflecting on Yiming's maneuvering, using 1 energy cube to entice Rada, creating desire, then casting out 10 as bait, and finally revealing 5 cleverly hidden cubes to create an illusion of unexpected gain, He had a depthly satisfied Rada-esque greed and fostered a sense of advantage, thereby enhancing the likelihood of success. The more Gui's contemplated, the more alarmed he became. An astonishing thought crossed his mind. This young man, Yiming, calculated everything from the very start. Was he aiming to achieve his goal with just 15 cubes? Such deep strategy. Terrifying indeed. This human was not to be trifled with. Guis regarded Yiming with a newfound wariness and trepidation. Hey, don't look at me with that expression. I merely understand the principle of rarity, Yiming thought, oblivious to the dramatic internal monologue of Guis. Had he known of Guis's misunderstanding, he would have surely donned a knowing smile reminiscent of Kubrick's gaze. Here, this is your reward. Yiming produced an energy cube and placed it in the food box. Guis was particularly puzzled. Clearly, Yiming possessed many energy cubes. Yet, he had searched the entire room and found nothing. Circling around Yiming, Guis found no anomalies. His gaze shifting from Yiming's figure to the meager reward, voicing his discontent. This is far too little. You're quite heartless. You merely guided the way. The negotiation relied on me. Fine. Considering your contributions, I shall grant you another portion. Guis wore a dejected expression, feeling quite let down. This was a far cry from his expectations. He still craved more. He wanted to venture out for a long-term supply. Seeing this, Yiming picked up an empty Pokeball, teasing, spirits never become slaves? What if I provide food and shelter? Guis dismissed him with a disdainful glance. Evidently not so easily persuaded. This reaction was anticipated. Yiming was unfazed as he called forth the mini-dragon. Mini-dragon, it's time for your snack. Snack? Guis observed with skepticism, eager to see what further antics this human might devise. With a chirp, the mini-dragon seemed to grasp the essence of the word, its dry eyes sparkling with desire. In the next moment, a large orb of purplish energy materialized in Yiming's hand, radiating a small amount of dragon power. Roar! The mini-dragon opened its mouth wide, gulping down the dragon power in a few swift bites, subsequently letting out a contented burp. Guis, witnessing this spectacle, felt a surge of panic. The pure energy contained within the orb exuded a terrifying power, causing the gaseous aura around him to dissipate, indicative of the orb's precious and fearsome nature. Consuming it would undoubtedly enhance corresponding attributes. And even though it was not of the same type, Guis felt an overwhelming urge to devour it. And yet, this was merely a snack for the mini-dragon? Yiming could so casually offer such a level of delicacy? The mini-dragon seemed entirely unfazed. Moreover, where on earth did he procure it? This human was a true enigma. After consuming the dragon power, the mini-dragon's belly swelled, its strength rapidly transforming within, resonating with its latent life energy. Its skin began to crack, exhibiting signs of shedding, and it visibly grew larger. The mini-dragon leaped onto Yiming's shoulder, snuggling closely. Just so you know, once you get bigger, you want to be able to perch on my shoulder. I don't want to be crushed, Yiming quipped, casting a sidelong glance at Guis, who astonishingly had yet to voluntarily enter his Pokeball. Remarkable self-control. Returning to the Pokémon Center, Yiming found the noblewoman still there, her emotions having calmed considerably, though she continued to dab at her tear-stained cheeks. Upon seeing Yiming, memories of her earlier reproach flooded back, and she began to choke up once more. The former recorder and a couple of passers-by shot him disapproving looks. However, when Yiming produced the glimmering blue crystal necklace, one onlooker scoffed. Don't think you can buy the same model. Someone already tried that, and her necklace had a mark. The crowd murmured in disbelief, equating Yiming with the earlier villain who had attempted to deceive them by purchasing a matching necklace. Unbeknownst to them, the noblewoman's necklace bore a distinct mark. Having learned from past experiences, she too felt skeptical that this young man could retrieve her precious item. Thank you for your kindness, young man. I've recovered somewhat. Perhaps, as you said, I should seek forgiveness from my husband. The noblewoman lifted her tear-filled gaze, speaking softly. Encouraged by others, she gradually accepted the harsh reality. Indeed, this vessel was vast. Finding her necklace would be no simple feat. Are you sure you don't want to take another look? I specifically washed it before coming here. Yiming waved the necklace before her. The noblewoman's long lashes fluttered as she stood up, excitement overtaking her as she examined the necklace closely, discovering the distinctive Y marking on the back. It was indeed her necklace. Though not precious, it symbolized her love. "This is my necklace," she exclaimed, bursting into tears of joy, placing it around her neck, and feeling the familiar cool touch that calmed her tumultuous heart. "Have you found it so soon? How did you manage?" asked a nearby recorder, voicing the curiosity shared by the noblewoman and other onlookers. They had initially urged her to abandon her search, only to be proven wrong by Yiming's swift success, leaving them all feeling rather embarrassed. Just then, a system prompt sounded. Option 1. Fabricate an elaborate lie. Bravely infiltrate Radha's nest and seize the necklace with sheer strength. Reward: an old armor chewed by Radha. Option 2. Pretend to be a Pokémon diviner. Claiming to have divined the location, then use telekinesis to have Radha retrieve the necklace. Reward: a branded crystal ball, worth 1,200. Option 3. A half-truth, stating only part of the reality. Reward: upgrade the VIP Pokeball to a Super VIP Pokeball. Option 4. Complete honesty. Reward: 20 energy cubes. Is the system encouraging me to lie? Surely not. How could the system be so malevolent? It was quite simple. I first tamed a small Radha on the ship, then used it to locate the Radha's nest, exchanging necklaces with them using the energy cubes. They are not human and cannot eat necklaces. Perhaps they value them even more than food. Yiming wore a solemn expression, opting for a half-truth explanation. After all, that guy Gaisai could easily have been replaced by a small Radha during this process. It made no difference. Gaisai, Achu. Ding. Oh, it can be done this way? How did I not think of that? Blast, I missed out on 30,000 Alliance coins. After hearing this explanation, the noblewoman and others were momentarily taken aback. This reasoning seemed remarkably plausible. Is it really so easy to accomplish? The necklaces were right before their eyes, leaving no room for doubt. My name is Diana, and what is yours? The noblewoman gratefully lifted Yiming's hand, her eyes reflecting admiration. There are not many young trainers as courageous and resourceful as you. Yiming. Very well. Yiming, this is your reward. Diana readily transferred 30,000 Alliance coins into Yiming's Alliance card. I will not lose it again. Thank you, young trainer. Perhaps we shall meet again. With a friendly kiss like a butterfly on Yiming's forehead, Diana joyfully lifted her skirt and departed. I never expected you to be someone with a warm heart beneath a cold exterior. I misjudged you before. The recorder and several others looked enviously at the warm lipstick mark on Yiming's forehead. Oh, I am merely a gentleman who cannot bear to see a lady in tears. Yiming coldly wiped it away, his demeanor nonchalant. TCH. I accidentally took advantage of the situation. I had planned to do a good deed anonymously. That would have added a touch of elegance to my character. 30,000 Alliance coins. Acquired. With the 30,000 coins in hand, and a few thousand obtained from the system earlier, just another 20 to 30,000 would suffice. There is still half a day's time. I could earn another 20 to 30,000 by crafting energy cubes. It seems somewhat challenging. However, there's no need to rush. If I still need money by evening, I can resort to a final loan. Once more, I departed for the 6th floor's trainer trading area. Yiming noticed a cordoned-off area and curiously approached. Through the gaps in the crowd, he saw 7 individuals seated before their respective energy cube manufacturing machines. At the forefront stood a dapper gentleman in a suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, resembling a butler. What is going on here? Could it be an energy cube manufacturing competition? Driven by curiosity, Yiming leaned in to eavesdrop on the discussions around him. He heard that a noble from the spirit continent aboard a ship had encountered an issue with energy cubes prepared for a Snorlax. It was unclear if they had become damp or something else, and they were seeking someone to assist in manufacturing them. The idea was to select the best craftsmen through competition. Apparently, it was merely for backup. After all, Snorlax has quite an appetite and can consume a substantial amount in one bite. The manufacturing reward was 35,000 Alliance coins. No wonder these people looked envious. Upon hearing this, Yiming felt a surge of urgency. 35,000 Alliance coins. What an incredible opportunity to make money. Without hesitation, he pushed through the crowd, awkwardly positioning himself in the center. Count me in. With that loud declaration, everyone turned to look at him in astonishment. The 7 competitors, initially anticipating a new rival, were taken aback to see a young boy. They scoffed. not even considering him worthy of their attention. Who is this brat daring to compete for the bounty? Go practice for another 10 or 20 years before entering such matters. The butler, caught off guard by the unexpected participation of a youth, paused in surprise. For a moment, no one acknowledged Yiming's raised hand. All seemed to have collectively decided to ignore him. Yiming felt utterly embarrassed. Just then, a prompt from the system sounded. Choice 1. I am not targeting anyone. I'm merely stating that everyone here is trash. Reward. Enhanced body flexibility. Trainer. Certain someone arrogantly declared. Choice 2. Remain unobtrusive and watch. Reward. A box of snacks and drinks. A competitive little fire horse. Choice 3. Play it safe and explain to the butler that I wish to participate. Reward. An advanced Squirtle protection helmet. Trainer. A timid Magikarp. Is there even a choice? When one possesses talent, discretion becomes a means to flaunt it. Yiming declared firmly. I am not targeting anyone. I'm merely saying that everyone here is garbage. As soon as the words left his mouth, the venue fell silent. Then, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of disbelief, all staring incredulously at Yiming. Who is this kid? Everyone present is garbage? What audacity to declare war on them all. At that moment, several of the craftsmen turned pale, clutching their pokeballs, eager to teach this insolent boy a lesson. How dare he call them trash? This cannot be tolerated. All right. The butler stepped forward. Realizing that Yiming had stirred public outrage, he felt compelled to intervene, as failing to do so would undermine his authority as the employer. After all, it appeared that this boy genuinely wished to participate. The butler approached, inquiring with patience, Young man, do you also wish to join the competition? Indeed, your Snorlax cannot do without me. Yiming thumped his chest confidently, his earnest demeanor catching the butler's attention. Seeing Yiming's determination, the butler arranged for another machine to be brought over. Yiming raised his hand, indicating he had further requests. Please bring me another machine. The butler, puzzled, asked, do you have a friend who wants to join as well? If not, why do you need an additional machine? Yiming replied innocently, Snorlax typically consumes a lot, right? I want to double the machines for increased efficiency. Indeed, to secure those thousands of alliance coins, he was prepared to give it his all. He aimed to distinguish himself completely from this motley crew, ensuring he stood out distinctly. Dual operation. This would showcase his capabilities to the fullest. Chapter 24. How confounding. In a scenario involving dual operations, it was evident that the quality of energy cubes would surpass that of others. The choice was glaringly obvious. What is he babbling about? Dual operation machinery? What have I just heard? Humph, he is merely a troublesome child. Why bother with him? I could simply give him a good thrashing and toss him out. Truly, it is exasperating. Should I just throw him into the sea? The few craftsmen present could not help but laugh in frustration. Dual operation machinery? Is this fool jesting to lighten the dreary atmosphere? To think that energy cubes produced under such conditions could possess good quality is utterly absurd. In their eyes, Yiming was merely a disruptor and deserved to be thrown into the sea to fend for himself. However, the butler's reaction was not as extreme. While he too found the concept of dual operation machinery somewhat ludicrous, he recognized that if it could potentially elevate the crafting skills of others, it would indeed be beneficial for his own work progress. Thus, he arranged for another machine to be brought over. He also communicated with Yiming about several spirits present, reiterating the importance of understanding that these spirits had tastes akin to that of a Snorlax. They preferred sweet flavors. Hence, the criterion for victory in the competition was to create the energy cube that would be most favored by them. No problem, Yiming replied, casting an eye over the selection, which predominantly consisted of standard types. He chose 2 types of fruits suitable for energy cubes from the fruit pool and resumed his position. Ding! You have received a reward. Enhanced physical flexibility. As the system's notification rang in his ears, Yiming felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, revitalizing his limbs, with the faint sound of cracking joints echoing within. Alongside this sensation came a delightful tingling, akin to being lightly shocked, which he found utterly irresistible. After a slight stretch of his neck and arms, he could distinctly perceive the changes in his body. He was now more in control. Yiming positioned himself comfortably between the 2 machines, his hands poised to press the buttons of either machine. Under the butler's instruction, The competition officially commenced, and Ming and the others began to feed the fruits into their machines. The battle was about to erupt. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The moment the machines roared to life, Ming entered a state of complete focus, his gaze solely fixed upon the individual status of each machine. With his unlocked mastery of production capabilities, he swiftly discerned the distinct operational conditions of the two machines. Tap, tap, tap. As the sounds of rapid explosions reverberated, Ming deftly pressed the buttons of both machines with precision, seamlessly coordinating between them. His arms moved with astonishing speed, creating a mesmerizing rhythm that resonated with the continuous bursts of sound, akin to performing a chaotic symphony. This captivating scene drew the attention of numerous onlookers nearby. Brother, is this a competition? What on earth is this individual doing? Clearly, he is operating two machines simultaneously. They murmured in disbelief. Well, he can manufacture energy cubes with both machines at once. Is he a robot or something? It's quite absurd, yet it appears credible. Let us watch a bit longer. Hey, isn't that Ming? He can craft energy cubes too? Surely, he is not just bluffing. As speculation ran rampant, the crowd lowered their voices to avoid disturbing the competitors, particularly Ming, who was simultaneously managing two machines. It would be a lie to say they weren't curious about the outcome. The sight of this youth skillfully maneuvering the machines was nothing short of dazzling. Unbeknownst to them, it was akin to witnessing someone master a challenging rhythm game. With each rapid beat, beads of sweat began to form on the foreheads of several participants, their arms growing weary. After several intense minutes, the crafting process culminated, and each participant exhaled a sigh of relief, admiring their creations. Among them, a middle-aged housewife stood out triumphantly, exclaiming, "I did it!" Her cheer captured the attention of the others immediately. Once they noticed her creation, they began to lament, realizing the results were already apparent. As expected of Sisterly, the quality of her energy cube is impeccable. Alas, I was too anxious, which led to a subpar performance. Otherwise, I could have won. I lost my composure and rushed it, believing I had a chance to create a premium energy cube. Indeed, the colors, aromas, and flavors of her creation were exceptional, standing out as a prime example of quality, though it lacked the distinction of the finest energy cubes. She had maximized her potential. She proceeded to package the energy cubes, placing them into a box on the ground. The moment Sisterly's energy cube appeared, the spirits acting as judges became agitated. Their eyes fixated on her creation, filled with longing. It was evident to all that they were enamored with this particular energy cube. Surely, we can determine the result now. The outcome seems clear, many thought to themselves. Sisterly, composed, returned to her seat, sipping tea with an air of satisfaction, as if she had already secured victory. She excelled in crafting sweet energy cubes and was well acquainted with the corresponding fruits, a distinct advantage. In her haste, the others could not surpass her. As anticipated, the remaining two competitors also produced their energy cubes, one resembling the quality of a premium cube, while the other fell short, indicating a lack of skill. Sisterly S was undoubtedly a genuine premium energy cube. Only Ming was yet to complete his creation. Sisterly, growing impatient, shot a few glances at the butler, signaling for an early conclusion, yet he appeared oblivious to her hints, irritating her further. If she was to achieve merit, she would definitely report him to the master. She thought coldly. Tap, tap. Meanwhile, Ming was not delayed. After an intense crafting session, both machines trembled simultaneously before gradually coming to a halt, releasing the steaming energy cubes from their outlets. Ming swiftly packaged them, and under the gaze of all present, he quickly deposited them into the empty boxes on the ground. Suddenly, an astonishing event unfolded that left everyone in shock. Several spirits widened their eyes, bursting forth from their trainers with unprecedented speed. Their trainers could hardly contain them. Like ravenous beasts, they lunged towards their respective energy cubes, growling menacingly as they consumed them. One spirit, the fastest, devoured its energy cube in an instant before targeting the cubes of the two spirits in the center, attacking with force. Crash! Regardless of the spirit's reckless behavior, the chaos escalated, throwing the scene into disarray as their frantic struggle left their trainers dumbfounded. Conversely, the energy cubes, including Sisterly S, remained intact amidst the turmoil, seemingly devoid of allure to the rampant spirits. A collective gasp filled the air. It was widely known that energy cubes held great appeal for spirits, but was it truly necessary to fight in such a manner? All eyes fell upon the calm youth, hands tucked into his pockets, as a thought involuntarily crossed their minds. That year, I stood with my hands in my pockets, unaware of what it meant to have an opponent. How could this be? How could this be? The situation before them had completely surpassed all expectations. Crash. An energy cube, amidst a fierce contest, soared onto the machine before Sister Lee. With trembling hands, she gingerly lifted it, scrutinizing it closely, captivated by its allure. The hue, the fragrance, the unimaginable degree of fusion, and the unprecedented granules. It was simply of exquisite quality. An exquisite energy cube? How could this be? She had exerted every ounce of her effort to create even a fine energy cube. Yet this young man had produced such a quality energy cube with dual operations? Sister Lee could not help but doubt its authenticity. Unable to resist, she tasted it to ascertain its genuineness. And her heart reverberated with profound astonishment as she gazed at Yiming. Her initial hopelessness transformed into respect, ultimately evolving into sheer fervor. Perfect. Only these two words could suffice. I concede. To witness such divine craftsmanship in my lifetime is worth dying for. Sister Lee was left in utter admiration. Incredible, truly incredible. To operate two machines simultaneously without any discernible impact on quality and still produce such a flawless energy cube. She began to suspect whether Yiming was a legendary figure transformed into a mysterious treasure. Was this truly a feat achievable by mere mortals? Who was this individual? No master had been known to possess such talent at such a young age. Could he be a direct disciple of some great master? At that moment, the other craftsmen turned their gazes towards Yiming. Their initial hostility and animosity completely dissipated, replaced by respect as they approached him, eager to make his acquaintance. A master so close at hand, and so young? His future reputation would undoubtedly resonate throughout the entire realm of craftsmen. The atmosphere had become one of unanimous admiration from all competitors, while the steward observed with an inscrutable expression, almost convinced that these individuals had been hired by Yiming. Regardless, his task was nearing completion. The steward, alongside the victor Yiming, selected various fruits and began crafting the energy cube for the Snorlax. The week-long duration was necessitated by the previous energy cube's improper preservation, raising concerns of moisture and Snorlax's potential refusal to eat, alongside the exclusive craftsman's inability to attend in person. Thus, a makeshift arrangement was required. After a flurry of activity, Yiming finally completed the designated quantity. Well then, Yiming, this is your reward. The steward transferred a substantial sum of 35,000 alliance coins to Yiming. With the windfall, Yiming's smile broadened. If you need anything in the future, feel free to reach out to me. And uncle, if any similar urgent matters arise, do remember to contact me. Indeed, crafting high-level energy cubes proved to be lucrative. Yiming noted his contact details on the steward's business card, adding a note indicating he was a master craftsman, and cheerfully handed it back. Very well. If necessary, I shall. The steward replied politely, though internally, he remained skeptical. Through the competition, he acknowledged that Yiming surpassed other craftsmen aboard the ship, yet he doubted he could compare to the exclusive craftsmen of his own family. At 9:30 in the evening, Yiming walked back to the store, chest out, with a triumphant sum of 130,000 alliance coins. Ah, brother, you're here. I thought you weren't coming. The squint-eyed owner noticed Yiming and his gaze fixated on his swollen, reddened hands, questioning curiously. What happened to your hands? Nothing, just a necessity of work. Yiming waved his hand dismissively, deep in thought as he muttered, the fireball mouse seems nearly pointless. Perhaps I should purchase a water type or ice type to cool my hands during work. The squint-eyed owner, now serious, regarded him with newfound respect. What remarkable awareness to consider efficiency in all matters. He felt utterly ashamed of his own lackadaisical existence. The owner promptly declared, Brother, you look familiar. So this time, I'll give you a 10% discount. Thank you, boss. You're very generous. Yiming felt a surge of joy. If calculated at 100,000 alliance coins, a 10% discount would save him a substantial 10,000 coins. Earnings are hard-won. Every bit saved is indeed worth it. Tonight, I have 5 in the store, including a water-type Marl. Are you interested? Alright, let me take a look. Yiming picked up the aptitude scanner and scanned through the offerings. As expected, there were no head-level aptitudes. 1 was mediocre, 3 were ordinary, and 1 was elite. It was evident that finding a good one was indeed challenging. The better the aptitude, the harder it seemed to find. Water-type, Ice-type boss, how much for this seahorse? With the discount, it's 11,300 alliance coins. And what about this water-leap fish? To be honest, it has very low activity. It's hard to hatch. I'll let you have it for 10,000 alliance coins. Yiming first inquired about the others, and finally, with slightly trembling hands, he picked up the Froakie egg. Feigning surprise, he asked, "Oh, this is a water-type Froakie, right? How much for this one, boss?" "Froakie, I don't quite recall." The owner tilted his head, approaching to take the egg from Yiming's hands for a closer inspection. Entirely oblivious to Yiming's forced smile and the rapid blinking of his eyelids. The moment the egg was taken away, Yiming felt an unsettling emptiness. Why was TA's swift price offer this time? Had he been discovered? What if he failed to find a bargain? In that moment, Yiming even contemplated snatching the Froakie and fleeing. Oh, the owner, holding the egg in one hand and tapping his forehead with the other, feigned realization. I remember now. Last month, a trainer from the Kalos region traded me this seahorse egg along with 5,000 alliance coins for it. To exchange a king-level aptitude Froakie for a seahorse? And on top of that, at 5,000 alliance coins? Brother, you must be out of your mind. But well, it's a good kind of foolishness. Chapter 25, The Froakie Egg. Is this the Froakie egg? Yiming swallowed hard, tentatively inquiring. It can't be that you won't sell it. Surely not, he reassured himself. Since that's the case, I'll offer you 110,000 alliance coins. Consider it a bargain. All right, deal. Indeed, it was a bargain for Yiming. He let out a sigh of relief, decisively swiping his card, and as he clutched the Froakie egg, his swift exit left the shop owner in stunned silence. What was so special about this Froakie egg? Yiming's expression inexplicably gave the owner a sense of impending loss. He chuckled, his laughter echoing with glee. Cradling the Froakie egg in bed, he found it hard to contain his joy. Ghost, witnessing this bizarre scene, could no longer find humor in it. Was this human suffering from some sort of affliction? His laughter was more terrifying than his jokes, genuinely unsettling. The thrill of finding such a treasure was exhilarating. Yiming took a deep breath, filled with pride. This was a Pokémon he had earned through his own efforts. As a diligent worker, he was not merely a freeloader. The satisfaction and sense of achievement derived from this endeavor far surpassed any benefits from the state-sponsored handouts. The effort he had put into crafting energy cubes, to the point of nearly burning himself out, was not in vain. After some time had passed, Yiming picked up the simple incubator he had purchased for the egg and filled it with specialized nutrient solution. These supplies had cost him nearly 20,000 alliance coins, leaving him nearly broke. Yet, he felt it was well worth it. Froakie, I've gone through so much to obtain you. You cannot disappoint my hopes. You must emerge soon. Gently tapping the incubator, Yiming felt content. Dragonair, time to eat. Ever since the Pokeball had upgraded from VIP to Super VIP, Dragonair had remained cozy within, reluctant to come out. Once he released Dragonair, Yiming shot a warning glance at Ghost before placing a meal of energy cubes in the food bowl. Chew. Dragonair immediately dove into the meal with gusto. But soon, its attention was drawn to Yiming's swollen, reddened hands. Concerned, it began to nuzzle him, offering its cool body as a makeshift ice pack. It's nothing, just overexertion, Yiming reassured, feeling comforted that Dragonair was so considerate, beginning to display elder brotherly instincts. Chew. Dragonair spotted the incubator containing the egg on the table, guessing that Yiming had done all this for it. That's right, it's our new partner. Ranked second in our team. As he spoke, Yiming shot Ghost a look that said, "You missed your chance," which earned him a scoff from Ghost. Second? Who wants that? Chew. Dragonair nodded cautiously, vowing to train the newcomer well once it hatched. Come, let me show you what Froakie looks like. Yiming searched for images of Froakie to show the intrigued Dragonair. Ghost, curious as well, floated over. Froakie is a water-type Pokémon. A light blue frog with large yellow eyes, its hands resembling red gloves, and adorned with red bubbles on its mouth and neck, making its features quite striking. Its pre-evolution is called Froakie, and its final evolution, which Yiming greatly admired, is Greninja. Alright, I'm exhausted. It's time for sleep. I won't make energy cubes tomorrow. I'll rest for a day. The high-intensity crafting and the joy of acquiring the egg left him feeling dizzy and slightly feverish. He desperately needed a break from making energy cubes. Chew. Dragonair pressed against Yiming's warm forehead, filled with concern. Deciding to stay up all night to keep him company instead of returning to its Pokeball. As the sun rose and set, the moon hung low over the ocean that night. It was a sorrowful day for Yiming, who spent it entirely in bed. A towel draped over his forehead. He lay under thick blankets, staring blankly at the ceiling. Upon waking, he felt dizzy, fatigued, and utterly miserable, as if suffering from the after-effects of a frenzied energy cube production session. For the entire day, he allowed Zhou Xing to bring him 2 bowls of porridge, as he had no appetite for anything else. Chew. Dragonair, worried, pressed against Yiming's forehead to gauge his temperature, then expertly replaced the damp towel. I'm feeling much better now. Thank you, Dragonair. I never expected I would need a Pokémon to take care of me. Yiming reflected, embarrassed that as a Pokémon trainer, he required assistance from his Pokémon. And thank you too, Ghost, for taking care of Zhou Xing and bringing me food and medicine. Although Yiming suspected Zhou Xing would not want to go through that kind of care again. When Ghost arrived, it had expressed frustration about the situation several times, lamenting that he could have just called. To this, Yiming could only apologize repeatedly. Not anticipating Ghost's eagerness to seek out Zhou Xing, thinking he could manage on his own and only ask for help if absolutely necessary. Perhaps it was not Ghost's enthusiasm, but rather its boredom that prompted it to orchestrate such a prank. Hiki. Ghost suggested that Yiming should offer a few more energy cubes as thanks. Yiming chose to close his eyes, signaling that he had heard nothing. I never asked you to go find anyone. Your initiative has nothing to do with me. Ghost rolled its eyes. Is this your way of expressing gratitude? Humans are truly one way on the surface, but another deep down. Speaking of which, Ghost, do you not have any companions? Are there no other ghosts on the ship? Yiming inquired, curious. Ghost had been around for days, yet he had not seen another ghost. Hiki. Ghost's gaze dimmed. The word companion seemed foreign to it. No other Pokémon on the ship could tolerate its playful and mischievous nature. At times, it wished to change its personality, but found it impossible to do so. Well, it appears to be just you. Ghosts like you usually dwell in remote locations away from human settlements, like desolate graveyards. Seeing this, Yiming nodded inwardly, his expression sympathetic. Memories surfaced of when he searched for the blue crystal water necklace, encountering Pokémon in groups, while Ghost remained solitary. Alone. A ghost must feel very lonely. Wait, how did you end up on this ship? You weren't born here, were you? Heh. Ghost did not deny it. It had grown accustomed to the sound of waves from the moment it could remember. Could it be you've never been to the ocean? Yiming gasped, dramatically covering his mouth. Hiki, what's the big deal? Just because I've never disembarked doesn't mean there aren't many Pokémon like me who haven't. Yiming, relieved, pulled back the covers, seriously proposing, Ghost, would you like to become our companion and join us on adventures? Tomorrow. We will reach the Kanto region and leave this ship. I want to capture you before then. Ghosts were notoriously difficult to find and capture, especially one with such potential. He could not let this opportunity slip by. Chew. Dragonair, abandoning its meal, eagerly extended the invitation to Ghost as well, assuring it that there would be plenty of delicious energy cubes to share. Moreover, the accommodations were exceedingly luxurious and grand. The trainers were provided with meals and lodging, leaving them wanting for nothing. At that moment, Gaisai's eyes glimmered mischievously as it stuck out its tongue and made a playful face to express its attitude. Yiming, feeling helpless, thought to himself, I have been so sincere. Is it not willing to cooperate? Just then, a notification from the system suddenly appeared. Choice 1. Use provocation to address Gaisai's fear of disembarking. Reward. Ghost Hand. Evolutionary item. Next door. The trainer Dakong Duck. Choice 2. Show Gaisai a picture of its mother Gungue, employing a beautiful tactic. Reward, alluring body, Pokémon trait, underwater ugly fish, choice 3. Forcefully subdue Gaisai and capture it. Reward, physical enhancement, host, upstairs. The crew member Wind Speed Dog, choice 4. Use a strategy of self-harm, vowing that Gaisai would not disembark nor would it leave the ship. Reward, Bittermeat X10, Pokémon food. The drifting stinky mud below deck. Goodness, you are afraid of disembarking? Surely not. Yiming exclaimed in astonishment, instinctively blurting out his surprise. The dignified ghost-type Gaisai was, in fact, afraid of the ocean? Could it be afflicted by a condition, as depicted in certain anime, where it would perish upon reaching land? Chirp. Gaisai's pupils constricted sharply, completely unprepared for Yiming to perceive its innermost secret. It had never confided in any Pokémon about this. Its fear of leaving the ship was a deep-seated secret it had harbored for so long. Witnessing Gaisai's reaction, Yiming realized that the system's words rang true. He couldn't help but smirk, pondering before he continued, how long have you been experiencing this condition? Chirp. Gaisai grimaced defiantly, denying the existence of such symptoms. Yiming, wearing a sympathetic expression, solemnly stated, in truth, I understand that what prevents you from disembarking is not what you can see, but rather what you cannot. Am I correct? Chirp, chirp, chirp. Upon hearing this, Gaisai seemed momentarily taken aback before responding even more vehemently. In a fit of anger, it turned to leave, its figure vanishing into the wall, leaving Yiming and the diminutive dragon perplexed. Ah, so my verbal persuasion was ineffective. Yiming scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. That line was from a classic film he'd seen, where the character, much like Gaisai, was born and adapted to life aboard a ship, yet feared the vastness of the land. Fear, after all, stems from the unknown. He had assumed Gaisai would resonate with his sentiments and be swayed by his words, but it seemed to be rather proud. How endearing, yet he had prepared several lines. Why did Gaisai simply run off without granting him a chance to elaborate? Clearly, he had been rash. Perhaps he would apologize the following day. Yiming contemplated that perhaps his abrupt approach had caused Gaisai to lose face. A more subtle and indirect method might have been the better way to connect. He then turned his attention to the system's reward interface. The so-called ghost hand from the system appeared to simply resemble the hand of Gaisai's evolved form, Gungsi. Ghost Hand can provide care for Gaisai, promoting its evolution and enhancing the power of ghost-type skills. The reward of the ghost hand was quite appealing. He would entice Gaisai with it when it returned. A night passed without incident. Yiming waited until 10 o'clock, but still did not see Gaisai. According to the lively mini-dragon, it hadn't returned the entire night. How heartless. I thought we had formed a bond, you ungrateful ghost. Chirp. Mini-dragon also appeared dejected. It had enjoyed its time with Gaisai these past few days. However, it still had not mastered Gaisai's wall-passing ability. What a pity. Oh well, perhaps Gaisai and I are simply not fated to be. Do you want to return to your Pokeball? Yiming glanced at the time. It was already 10:30. Chirp. Mini-dragon shook its head in disappointment before reluctantly returning to its super VIP Pokeball. Yiming subsequently informed the staff of his checkout to avoid incurring an additional night's charge. As Pokémon could not be stored in the system space, he placed all his luggage, except for the incubator bag, into the system space, thus expediting his packing process. Based on the estimated time, he would likely arrive in the evening. Reflecting on the journey ahead, he realized he still had half a day left and decided to create some energy blocks to secure some starting funds. After a full day of rest, he finally felt rejuvenated. With a plan in mind, Yiming promptly headed to Grandpa Lu's stall on the 6th floor, and as expected, there were still individuals waiting for him to produce energy blocks. However, since Yiming planned to multitask, some who did not wish to queue opted to leave. Perhaps due to their proximity to the Kanto region, the atmosphere had become notably busier. Yiming sensed an increase in the number of people aboard the ship. It seemed that those who had preferred to hide away were now emerging, creating a livelier environment than before. On the 12th floor, in the Pokémon Center, several staff members were expressing their frustrations. One of them shook a stack of complaint letters in hand. That Gaisai was quiet for 2 days. But last night it began its antics again, and now we have a mountain of reports. I thought it had been expelled. But it turns out it is still on the ship, utterly brazen. Gaisai has single-handedly dragged down our customer experience ratings. Gaisai is more bothersome than a Rattata. At least Rattata tends to avoid people, but this Gaisai is audaciously confrontational. I have been startled by it once already. Everyone wore expressions of distress, their faces marked by the weariness of their ordeal. The mischievous Gaisai had re-emerged last night, causing chaos throughout. They had received numerous complaints from passengers, resulting in many forced smiles. Gaisai had become the bane of the ship. Cunning and familiar with the vessel, it had evaded several attempts at capture, leaving the staff feeling as if they had a thorn in their throats. After a few minutes of discussion, the bounty for capturing Gaisai was raised to 4,000 alliance coins, in hopes of encouraging someone brave enough to step forward and subdue this troublesome entity. Evening descended. After a day filled with mischief, Gaisai comfortably returned to the adjacent room that Yiming originally occupied. Chirp, chirp. Chapter 26. Agoraphobia. Just as it was about to pass through the wall, Guiz suddenly halted. It pondered how it should meet Yiming again. After all, reflecting on last night's impulsive farewell, it realized that its reaction had indeed been excessive. Guiz was unsure why it had reacted so strongly. Nevertheless, setting aside the details, was Yiming entirely blameless? Feigning nonchalance, Guiz decided to act as though nothing had transpired. With a calm expression, it sauntered through the wall. However, it did not catch sight of Yiming and Mini Dragon. Had they ventured out? No, that couldn't be right. Guiz observed that the room had been tidied up, and having grown accustomed to the routines of passengers aboard the ship, it understood what this implied. Had they left? Guiz and Apos' gaze dimmed instantly. No, the ship hadn't, and Apos' sounded its horn. It should not have docked yet, which meant Yiming was still aboard. With that realization, its eyes brightened once more. Just then, Guiz heard nearby commotion. Suddenly, the ship's horn echoed across the sky. The ship had docked. Guiz instinctively wanted to fly toward the entrance, but hesitated. This ungrateful trainer had not bid it farewell. How heartless. It was ridiculous to even consider seeing him off. Yet, for reasons unknown, as Guiz watched the passengers disembarking outside the window, an inexplicable emptiness settled within it, stirring a peculiar restlessness. It had never experienced such a feeling before. It was as if it were on the verge of losing something of great significance. This inexplicable sorrow prompted it to seek out another hapless target for mischief. As it continued its search for prey, upon entering a particular room, it suddenly halted, narrowing its eyes and stealthily concealing itself. Kuyu City, located at the southern entrance of the Kanda region, serves as a primary harbor for ships like the St. Anu, facilitating numerous maritime routes. As for the gym, it is run by the esteemed Master Maji, and due to the gym's presence, countless graduates consider this city a significant disembarkation point. In a bustling seaside restaurant, nearly filled to capacity with tourists, Yiming and Zhou Xing sat near the floor-to-ceiling windows, savoring the local delicacies of Kuyu City. Among them, a sweet beverage that crackled with static, tingling their lips, proved particularly delightful. Zhou Xing, of course, had not disembarked merely for adventure. The St. Anna was scheduled to dock for 4 hours for supplies, allowing him to experience the local culture of Kuyu City while enjoying a farewell dinner with Yiming. Yiming, now that you have the gym badge from Kuyu City, which gym do you plan to pursue next? Zhou Xing inquired, his tone laced with envy. While others were still on the road, Yiming had already obtained the badge and was ready to move on. Comparison was inevitable. Hualan City, taking the overland route. Yiming replied, articulating the path he had long considered. Since Shinshin Town was a must-visit location, it made sense for his travel challenges to follow a logical route. Both Kuyu City and Hualan City were coastal cities, not far apart, easily accessible by boat. Oh, Hualan City. I've heard the Hualan sisters are quite famous. If it's not too pricey, you should catch their performance, Zhou Xing suggested. Girl, that would only hinder my progress. I can forego the performance, Yiming retorted. By the way, Yiming, didn't T that Guiz accompany you? Zhou Xing asked. I thought it was quite fond of you. Sigh, that wretched ghost is hardly worth mentioning. It was a waste of so much energy, Yiming lamented, casting his gaze toward the docked St. Anu. Perhaps this was the nature of encounters and farewells during travel, unavoidable. Upon exiting the restaurant, Zhou Xing glanced at his phone. It's getting late, Yiming. I must board the ship. Yes, go ahead, Yiming replied. Watching his childhood friend's diminishing silhouette, filled with nostalgia, he pondered when they might meet again. After seeing Zhou Xing board, Yiming aimlessly drifted along with the crowd, absorbing the sights and sounds of Kuyu City. Reaching the edge of the sandy shore, he turned to gaze back at the sprawling city, which seemed boundless. At that moment, he suddenly understood Gui's. Born on a ship and raised among its confines, it was only natural to fear the unending unknown. After reflecting on his melancholy, Yiming slapped himself sharply as he made his way to the Pokémon Center. What am I dawdling for? The Pokémon Center, offering rooms for less than 30 Alliance coins a night, was fully booked. If he did not wish to sleep on the streets, he had no choice but to reserve an expensive nearby room. Today, he had earned only 3,200 Alliance coins from crafting energy cubes, and with his previous savings, he had a total of 3,900 Alliance coins. Booking a high-priced room costing hundreds would be quite painful. Perhaps he could pitch a tent on the beach for the night? No, it was his first night. He should treat himself better. After comparing options, he eventually chose a relatively remote ocean view room near the Pokémon Center. Originally priced at 255 Alliance coins, the proprietor kindly waived the excess. Yiming accepted the gesture with a wry smile, spending a total of 250 Alliance coins. As night fell, the sea breeze gently swept through, and the moon hung high in the sky. At the stern of the ship, in a secluded corner, Gui's felt a tumult of indecision. The matters concerning Yiming and Mini Dragon were of no consequence to it. They were entirely unrelated. Gui's kept insisting to itself that it had no stake in the situation. However, earlier that afternoon, it had overheard 3 individuals conspiring in a room. Their target was none other than Yiming and Mini Dragon. Their plot involved following Yiming off the ship and, while he slept soundly, attempting to steal Mini Dragon away. They had even prepared sleeping powder and paralysis powder, waiting for the opportune moment. Gui's had stolen a glance at the conspirators, 3 young boys, 2 of whom were vaguely familiar, trainers who had battled against Yiming that very night. It had intended to reveal their plot to Yiming, but Zhou Xing was nowhere to be found. He had likely disembarked with the others. Gui's gaze scanned the shore for that familiar figure, a pursuit it had maintained for several hours. Its plan was merely to shout a warning. As for disembarking to find Yiming, that was out of the question. Since Yiming and Mini Dragon had left the ship, they were beyond its reach. They belonged to different worlds, understood? Gui's pursed its lips in pride. Why should it be anxious about Yiming's affairs? Moreover, disembarking would be futile. The ocean was vast. And where could it possibly find Yiming? Wouldn't it be utterly ridiculous to end up lost as well? Amidst the whirlwind of emotions, Gui's failed to notice that as time slipped away, the gaseous aura surrounding it grew increasingly turbulent, betraying the turmoil within that it had so confidently downplayed. As the docking process of the St. Anna concluded, the ship began its journey to the next destination. At the moment the ship's horn sounded, the glimmer in Gui's eyes faded, replaced by a sense of release. The tension in its body relaxed. All right, this is no longer my concern, it reassured itself, turning away. It drifted languidly back into the ship, the waves rolling and the energy gradually building as they moved farther from the shore. 20 meters, 25 meters, 45 meters. Under the gentle moonlight, a shadow finally emerged from the hull of the St. Anu, drifting ashore with the sea breeze. Upon reaching the land, Ghost's eyes widened, as it had never anticipated that in its final moments, it would engage in such a foolish act. Composed mostly of gas, it could not defy the wind and fly back to the swiftly departing ship. This meant there was no turning back. Now, it could only pray that the strange sensation it experienced during its last landing would not return. Anxiously, it raised its gaze, tracing the sky that suddenly expanded into a vast city of humanity, stretching infinitely, as if it had no end. In an instant, Ghost's pupils narrowed to pinpricks, and its gaseous form bristled like that of a hedgehog. The chaotic sounds from the shore transformed into an incomprehensible whisper, and everything in its field of vision swelled and shrank, distorting as if it were being crushed by tentacles. That feeling returned. The sense of suffocation and dizziness rendered it immobile, fear consuming its every thought. A string stretched tighter and tighter until it reached a breaking point. Snap. Chaos ensued. A complete breakdown. Creak, creak, creak. In a frenzy, Ghost screamed like a headless fly, darting aimlessly, until the last vestiges of its sanity fled. It sought refuge in an abandoned old barrel, trembling in the enclosed darkness. It felt as though it were to be crushed into oblivion by the entire world. Just then, trembling, Ghost sensed a rhythmic vibration. Tap, tap, tap. A spark of clarity emerged amidst its despair. The regular vibrations persisted. Tap, tap, tap. With its eyes tightly shut, it desperately pondered the source of the vibrations. Knock, knock, knock. It was the sound of something striking the barrel. What was nearby? Knock, knock, knock. The lid of the barrel opened slightly, a gentle light seeping in. Under Ghost's panicked gaze, the lid was fully lifted, revealing a familiar human face and a dragon head within its limited circular view. In that moment, Ghost felt as if it had been pressed to the ground, utterly still. Wow, the golden legend. Ming's flamboyant voice, accompanied by a mini dragon on his shoulder, displayed an expression of delightful surprise. Seeing Ghost maintain a look of incredulity, Ming tilted his head and mused, Ghost, this is your new room. Don't you think it's a bit small? How about coming into my newly acquired Super Ball? Although it seems small now, it can grow quite large. Creak, creak, creak. Ming and Appo's arrival allowed the hopeless Ghost to release its pent-up feelings of fear and helplessness. Ghost wailed and leaped into Ming and Appo's embrace, as if it were a lost child finally returning home after wandering through countless mountains and rivers. Ming and the mini-dragon exchanged a knowing smile, feeling an overwhelming sense of affection. Indeed, Ghost could not bear to part with them. They noted Ghost's terrified reaction upon reaching the shore, which made their hearts ache, realizing how deeply Ghost feared the land. Creak, 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 creak. Moments later, Ghost regained its composure, questioning Ming. I was just passing by, enjoying the sea breeze. I didn't expect you to leave the ship, Ming replied, glancing away and scratching his nose. Observing this, the mini-dragon stifled a laugh. A liar. Clearly, he had been secretly watching Ghost with a telescope and was now denying it. Ghost had been sighing and restless while hiding inside the ship. When the time came for Ghost to drift ashore, it was so excited that its shoes nearly disappeared. Creak. Ghost scrutinized Ming's expression, seemingly trying to discern something. Ming quickly shifted the topic, pointing to the dead leaves behind Ghost. Hey, Ghost, is it really that terrifying here? Creak, creak, creak. Ghost squinted, feigning confusion, indicating it did not understand what Ming was saying. This display of weakness earned Ming an eye roll. Just moments ago, Ghost had been frantically running around in fright, and now it pretended to be unaffected? Perhaps it was too proud to admit its fear. How about taking another look? Ming suggested, gesturing towards the area behind Ghost. Ghost appeared to be unresponsive, merely its gaseous form quivering violently. Ghost, you're not really scared, are you? Ming and the mini-dragon called out patiently. Creak, creak, creak. Ghost could not withstand the provocation. Determined, it turned around, raising its head with pride. After all, it would have to face it sooner or later. Unleash your ghostly eyes. Gaze upon me, you spawn. Ming laughed in exasperation, gritting his teeth. Creak, creak, creak. Encouraged by Ming, Ghost gradually opened its eyes. Perceiving the scene before it, an indescribable sense of eeriness washed over it once more, as everything behind Ming expanded and distorted, pressing in from all sides. Instinctual fear invaded its mind, causing it to tremble. However, just as Ghost was about to succumb again to physical chaos, it noticed that Ming and the mini-dragon did not distort or change like the other sights around them. They stood firm like a sturdy wall, blocking the intrusion of all chaotic visions, allowing Ghost to slowly regain stability from its violent shaking. It was as if the Saint Anu, caught in a storm at sea, had found an anchorage, securing the vessel in a specific area. Thanks to Ming, amidst the chaotic unknowns, Ghost found its anchor point. Ghost's dilated pupils refocused. As the scenes before it slowed in their expansion and distortion, the fear within Ghost gradually diminished. It seemed, it wasn't so terrifying after all. Ghost, how do you feel? The land isn't actually that frightening, right? Yiming tentatively inquired, noticing the change in Ghost's demeanor. Creak, creak, creak. Who said I was afraid of the sea? Ghost snapped back, regaining its composure, though astonishment lingered within. How had it suddenly undergone such a significant transformation? What had Yiming done? The mini-dragon had long spoken of Yiming's mysterious abilities, and it seemed to be true, even alleviating its fear of the land. Truly remarkable. That's good. That's good. Chapter 27. No favoritism. Yiming nodded thoughtfully, though he was unsure what Gaisai believed he had done. The statement truly proved ineffective. The best way to overcome fear is to confront it. The more one observes and familiarizes oneself, the less terrifying it becomes. Gaisai was merely unacquainted with the ocean. He promptly retrieved a super ball, exchanged for 3 regular Pokeballs, and gestured towards the once minuscule Saint Anu. Since you can never return, let us part ways. Fear not. All expenses covered. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Very well. I shall accompany you until the end. Gaisai pondered briefly before feigning reluctance and pressed the button on the super ball. In a flash of red light, it vanished inside. Accompany you until the end. Yiming smirked slightly. The essence of that statement could have been articulated in a far more touching manner, yet from Gaisai's mouth, it sounded so rigid, so eerie. The button glimmered red, and a successful capture notification chimed. I have captured a Pokémon. Capturing Gaisai truly showcased his charm. Without any battle, it was enough to earn its allegiance. Yiming could not help but admire himself. Come forth, Gaisai. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Gaisai reappeared. And upon confirming that it no longer harbored fear of the land, Yiming teased, Are you satisfied with your new quarters? Chirp, chirp. Gaisai indicated a forced satisfaction, though it would prefer to wander outside. Gaisai, I have a welcome gift for you. Yiming revealed a mysterious smile as he produced the ghostly hand awarded by the system. The black spectral hand floated weightlessly in his palm. Hiss? Gaisai circled the ghostly hand, intrigued. It could sense the spectral energy contained within, seemingly crafted just for it. Encouraged by Yiming's gaze, Gaisai approached the hand, which adhered to it like a magnet. In an instant, Gaisai felt a profound connection with the ghostly hand, as if it were an innate part of its own being. Testing its movement, Gaisai delightedly experimented with the hand. Quite splendid, is it not? This gift will prove exceptionally beneficial to you, Yiming observed with leisure. With the addition of the ghostly hand, Gaisai bore a striking resemblance to its evolved form, Jengar. Trusting that the ghostly hand would facilitate Gaisai's evolution into Jengar, Yiming felt optimistic. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Gaisai joyfully played with Adradini, both Pokémon frolicking together. Suddenly, Gaisai paused, gazing at the night sky, scratching its chin with the ghostly hand. It appeared to have forgotten something important. Clap! A sudden flash of realization surged through Gaisai's mind, and it slapped its left fist against its right palm. I've remembered. Chirp, chirp, chirp. What? You say someone plans to steal Dratini while I sleep? Chirp, chirp. Hearing Gaisai's earnest tone, Yiming believed it was not jesting. Among the 3 individuals mentioned, 2 were familiar to Gaisai from the previous night's welcome party and their battle. The trio? At the mention, Yiming immediately envisioned their figures. Could it be Su Mingxing, his cousin Su Beihai, and Gu Jil? They were the most likely suspects. Yiming narrowed his eyes, a glint of menace igniting within. If they truly possessed such audacity, he would not hesitate to teach them a lesson. He returned to the lodging with Dratini and Gaisai. His room was on the ground floor. Upon closing the door, he could see an enclosed courtyard and the distant sea. Seating himself, Yiming switched off his phone and messaging app, then clicked on Zhou Xing's profile. Zhou Xing, do you know Su Mingqing's destination? Did he disembark? After a moment, Zhou Xing replied. He hasn't disembarked. I saw him at the ship's departure, still trying his luck with Pokémon blind boxes. He spent thousands of Alliance coins, yet all he got were common Pokémon. His face was green with disappointment. Yiming, that girl, Edie, hasn't been caught yet? Is the ship captain's reporting box merely for show? Zhou Xing, of course they caught him. Just as Su Mingqing finished drawing, they arrived. His reaction was priceless, akin to a traditional face-changing performance. Yiming, per school idol, falling into such a trap. Zhou Xing, that girl, whatever her name is, still hasn't been apprehended. You wouldn't know since you weren't on the ship. It was chaos. In her panic, she released all the Pokémon in the box. Yiming, out at sea. She won't escape easily. Zhou Xing, By the way, Yiming, is there something you need from Su Mingqing? Should I relay a message? Yiming, no, nothing urgent. Just inquiring. Setting down his phone, Yiming furrowed his brow, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. Su Mingqing was still on the ship and had not followed him? Could it be that Gaisai's discovery of a trio was not them but others? After contemplating for a while, Yiming deemed it prudent to take precautions and reopen the messaging app to contact Zhou Xing again. There were primarily two matters. First, he recalled that he would receive 500 coins for capturing Gaisai aboard the ship. Second, he asked Zhou Xing to investigate the whereabouts and strength of Su Beihai and Gu Jil. Previously, he had heard that prominent families like Su Beihai's would provide Pokémon for their offspring to cultivate before attending school. Had the previous ship not restricted them to school-acquired Pokémon, Su Beihai and his cohort could have utilized other Pokémon, making Yiming's victory merely a narrow escape. Far from his previous ease, after a hot shower, Yiming emerged from the bathroom, wiping his wet hair, only to find a transfer notification from Zhou Xing on his phone. Upon checking, he discovered a transfer of 4,000 Alliance coins. Huh? Wasn't it supposed to be 3,500? Has it increased? Curiously, he opened Zhou Xing's message. Yiming, you're amazing. You've captured Gaisai. Just as you said. They didn't feel embarrassed after reporting your name. They didn't even need to confirm anything on site. Truly impressive. Everyone here is eager to present you with a banner. And I have transferred your 4,000 reward. Indeed, it was 4,000 Alliance coins. It appeared to have increased, significantly easing his financial burden. Just then, Yiming suddenly heard a terrified scream from the female room below. Startled, he nearly dropped his phone. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Soon after, a mischievous Gaisai floated down, its grin fading upon seeing Yiming's exasperated expression. It quickly concealed its smile, whistling innocently as if admiring the scenery. If they come seeking retribution, I shall not protect you. Chapter 28. Still masked, no wonder the mission wall at the central Pokémon Center of the SSST. And it features a bounty mission targeting Gaisai. This individual has caused too much trouble. Gaisai, unperturbed, continued to explore the surroundings, familiarizing himself with his ghostly abilities. Meanwhile, Yiming found himself unable to resist checking the messages from Zhou Xing repeatedly. Zhou Xing, regarding Su Beihai, aside from the little fire dragon assigned from Hongya Middle School, there is also a strong cutty dog that he started raising right after graduating from middle school. It is said to be nearly equal in strength to his middle school teacher S. Bulbasaur. Additionally, Gujilu possesses a Squirtle that is somewhat weaker. But he also has a Cocodola, a steel rock-type Pokémon that he prepared last year, which is also quite powerful. Both of them disembarked in K-City. Yiming, why are you suddenly inquiring about them? Do you think they might cause you trouble? Zhou Xing felt compelled to intervene, as Yiming had suddenly sought his assistance in understanding the circumstances surrounding these two, which surely would not be without reason. Remembering how Yiming had embarrassed them on the ship, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. After a moment's thought, Yiming responded with a reassuring expression, indicating that he was merely curious about the prowess of the prominent offspring, thereby alleviating Zhou Xing's worries. As he turned off his phone, Yiming's fingers began to rhythmically tap the table. Both of them had indeed disembarked in K-City. It was likely that they were coming for him. From the information Zhou Xing had gathered, he could barely handle the Cuddy Dog and Cocodola. The best-case scenario would be that the conspirators were other graduates with lesser strength. Conversely, the worst-case scenario would be that the conspirators were individuals outside of the graduates. To be on the safe side, it would be prudent to prepare further. In the dead of night, as silence enveloped the world, the mysterious treasures roaming K-City retreated to their cozy nests. Nocturnal creatures began to stir, with a Rattata rummaging through a dumpster in the dark, damp alley. Completely unafraid of the Meowth watching it closely, K-City, aside from the bustling nightlife surrounding the Pokémon Center, was otherwise shrouded in darkness. Under a streetlight near the harbor, two youths and a Cuddy Dog slipped through the shadows, their faces concealed by black cloth, moving stealthily. It was a night ripe for mischief, a night for thievery. Approaching Yiming's lodging, they pressed against the wall of the courtyard and exchanged furtive glances. Beihai, are you sure he is here and not at the Pokémon Center? Absolutely, And my cutty dog has an excellent nose. It wouldn't he be mistaken. I posed as a tenant and confirmed that he resides in room 105 with a rent of 250 alliance coins. Well done. Then let us make our move. Gujilu commended Su Beihai's amateur detective skills. Realizing that Yiming was not staying in the safety of the Pokémon Center but had chosen a secluded spot without surveillance, which emboldened them. What was initially a side plan to embarrass Yiming had unknowingly morphed into a scheme for thievery. The wall surrounding the lodging was scarcely taller than a person, practically serving as a mere decoration that they could easily scale. Gujilu retrieved powerful paralysis powder and sleeping powder that he had acquired at a high price. Following their plan, they intended to blow the powders through the cracks of the door or window, filling Yiming's room entirely. Then, they would have their way. As for handling the mini-dragon, they had no intention of keeping it for themselves, as that would undoubtedly be self-defeating. However, Su Beihai had just found a means to acquire a capable mini-dragon, which would ensure their safety. It was rumored that Yiming's mini-dragon could fetch an astonishing price of 2 million alliance coins. Its displayed potential was simply astounding. Had it not been for the fear that the mini-dragon was too striking to steal and keep hidden, Su Beihai would have sought to train it as his primary Pokémon rather than sell it to another. On the ship, hidden security personnel and surveillance cameras made it nearly impossible to execute any plans. Upon reaching the Pokémon continent, the country's methods became less flexible, especially during this chaotic time. With Yiming traveling alone and not residing in a monitored, secure location, the circumstances were practically inviting them to commit a crime. Woof! At that moment, the cutty dog suddenly sniffed the air and barked a warning. In the stillness of the night, the sound was particularly jarring. Shoo! Shoo! Both Su Beihai and Gujilu were startled and quickly crouched down to hush the cutty dog. The cutty dog could only whimper in protest. Holding their breath, they listened intently, hearing only the sound of the sea breeze. Once they confirmed that the cutty dog had not drawn any attention, they relaxed, stood up, and placed their hands on the wall, ready to leap over. However, just at that moment, they distinctly noticed a pair of feet atop the wall before them. Instinctively looking up, they were met with the sight of their target, Yiming, with his hands in his pockets. He looked down at them with a sincere smile and uttered a fragrant remark. "Are you here to take a dump?" After a prolonged moment of stunned silence, Su Beihai and Gujilu quickly fled without uttering a word, with the cutty dog trailing closely behind. As they ran, they were filled with confusion. How had their plan to steal been discovered? Was it the cutty dog's barking that had alerted him? No, normal people wouldn't be so alert. And his appearance had been silent, as if he had been waiting there all along. Could it be that Yiming had merely stepped out for a stroll due to insomnia, or perhaps to relieve himself? In their hasty escape, they glanced back. Yiming had not remained stationary, but was instead stubbornly pursuing them. There was a glimmer of delight in their eyes. This Yiming must be a fool, unaware of the proverb about not pursuing a desperate enemy. Minutes later, they arrived at a secluded, dimly lit area far from any buildings, where Su Beihai and Gujilu both halted. Gujilu released Coco-Dola, squinting his eyes. "Humph, I may not know how you discovered us, but you dare to follow us into this trap? Utterly foolish." This location had been carefully chosen by the cautious Su Beihai, a critical position in their escape route. Should Yiming dare to follow, they would implement Plan B, allowing them to jointly overpower him and seize the mini-dragon. In this place, Su Beihai had confirmed there were no cameras. There were no nearby residents, and any commotion would not draw attention. If you know what is good for you, relinquish the mini-dragon willingly, and we may be lenient. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. Su Beihai raised his voice menacingly. The loyal cutty dog from Zhongqing bared its teeth, growling alongside Coco-Dola to threaten Yiming. Such fine Pokémon as Cutty Dog and Coco-Dola were regrettably paired with the wrong master. Yiming, however, remained unfazed, letting out a soft sigh. The loyalty of Pokémon is indeed a tragedy when faced with an ill-suited trainer. For instance, Su Beihai's Cutty Dog, renowned for its devotion, is a staple among many in the Alliance continent. Yiming directly exposed their true identities. Su Beihai, Gujilu, still masked. "Are you aiming to cosplay as Batman, or just pretending to be the neighbor old Wong?" "You. I don't know what you're talking about." Chapter 29. The revelation of true identities in the face of being unmasked, Su Beihai maintained a facade of calm, contrasting sharply with Gu Jilv, who nearly let slip a confession. "Ah, little Hai, do you think that if I do not dispatch your little fire dragon, I will remain unaware of your presence?" Under Yiming's half-smiling mockery, Su Beihai and Gu Jilv exchanged glances and unveiled their true selves. "How did you know it was us?" Gu Jilv inquired. "By the way, are you not planning to send out your little fire dragon and Squirtle for a classic case of overwhelming us with numbers?" Yiming continued to jest, offering strategic advice to his opponents. Unbeknownst to them, they were in unfamiliar territory. "Humph, if you believe that the Houndour is as incompetent as your little fire dragon, you are gravely mistaken. My Corfish's strength far exceeds that of your newly acquired Squirtle." Su Beihai and Gu Jilv brimmed with confidence. As they asserted, their genuine powerhouses were none other than the Houndour and Corfish before them. Under their meticulous training, the abilities of Houndour and Corfish were incomparable to those of the current Fire Dragon and Squirtle. With their presence, the Fire Dragon and Squirtle seemed redundant, perhaps even a liability as they had been before. "Yiming, I concede that your Dratini is formidable. Yet the disparity in our strengths cannot be bridged in the short term, let alone in a 2-on-1 scenario. Surrender now. Take heed, there is no swimming pool here." Su Beihai reiterated his plea for capitulation, emphasizing the term swimming pool. He remained haunted by the embarrassment of their previous encounter. Choice 1. Surrender on the spot and relinquish the Dratini. Reward. Obtain a precise Pokeball. Su Beihai's Fire Dragon. Choice 2. Engage in a 2v2 double battle. Reward. Jengar's Pokeball upgraded to Super VIP level. Eager Jengar. Choice 3. Teach these two brats a lesson with Dratini. Reward. A pair of silver tracking bracelets. Junch's Manectric. While there was indeed no swimming pool, who said it had to be a 2-on-1? Yiming produced a Super VIP Pokeball and a Great Ball, throwing them amidst the astonished gazes of Su and Gu. Since they were all his Pokémon, the treatment should be as equitable as possible. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the option reward. Jengar's Pokeball has been upgraded to a Super VIP Pokeball of the same level as Dratini. With two beams of white light flashing, Dratini and Jengar materialized before them. Jengar. When did he capture Jengar? Su and Gu were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Yet, within a heartbeat, they regained their composure, for they held unwavering confidence in the strength of their main Pokémon. The addition of Jengar would not alter Yiming's impending defeat. Where is Su Mingxing? Why hasn't he arrived? Yiming queried, perplexed by their demeanor. "Humph, that coward. It's a pity we initially intended to give him a chance to redeem himself." Upon hearing that name, Gu Jilv spat disdainfully on the ground. Yiming quickly understood that even the legendary Iron Triangle had its moments of instability. The battle was about to commence. Houndour, unleash Howl. With Su Beihai's command, Houndour let out a resonant howl, its presence surging as its attack power dramatically increased. Corfish. Use Harden. Gu Jilv instructed, allowing Corfish to activate its defensive technique, becoming enveloped in a metallic sheen under the night sky. Jengar, cast Hypnosis. Dratini, use Dragon Tail. Yiming commanded simultaneously, taking a more proactive approach than Su and Gu. His plan was to immobilize Corfish and collectively take down Houndour first. Jengar promptly executed Hypnosis, sending out a peculiar frequency that enveloped Corfish, rendering it defenseless and succumbing to slumber. Dratini coiled like a spring, gathering dragon energy at its tail, forming a massive tail that swiftly charged toward Houndour. Houndour, take cover behind Corfish. Su Beihai quickly assessed the situation. Boom! As Houndour evaded, Dratini's tail struck Corfish, creating a resounding impact that left a crater on the ground. At that moment, Houndour retaliated with Flame Wheel. Woof! Houndour erupted in flames, exploiting Dratini's momentary lapse to crash into it with the Flame Wheel. Dratini bore a burn mark and was sent flying several meters. Jengar, use Confuse Ray. Yiming reacted swiftly to Houndour's counterattack. Chirp! Jengar darted close to Houndour, its eyes shimmering as it emanated a strange, multicolored light that ensnared Houndour's gaze. The Confuse Ray, through its peculiar light, plunged the enemy into a state of confusion. Houndour staggered back, shaking its head in disorientation. Observing Corfish slowly awakening, Yiming narrowed his eyes, displaying a glimmer of intrigue. This brief skirmish revealed that Su Beihai was indeed a force to be reckoned with. By utilizing the offensively enhanced Corfish as a shield, he could allow it to absorb hits to awaken, while simultaneously presenting an opportunity for Houndour to retaliate against Dratini. It seemed the chaotic battle had indeed diminished his threat level. During that previous melee, it appeared that only Su Beihai had grasped his intention to exploit the swimming pool strategy. Now, take down Houndour. Jengar, use Lick, Dratini, unleash Dragon Tail once more. Yiming was determined to seize this crucial opportunity for victory. Chirp, chirp. Jengar and Dratini synchronized, ready to jointly vanquish Houndour. Not so fast. Corfish, use Rock Tomb on them. However, at that moment, Gujil commanded the awakened Corfish to break free. But the awakened Corfish unleashed Rock Tomb upon Dratini and Jengar, summoning two massive boulders that hurtled toward them. Fortunately, Dratini and Jengar reacted swiftly, barely evading the attack, yet they were forced to halt their assault on Houndour. Well done. Now, use Metal Claw on Dratini. Gujil beamed with confidence, intent on taking down Dratini first. Under his guidance, Corfish surged forward like a bullet, its steel head radiating ferocity. Block it with Dragon Tail, then use Bind Attack on Houndour. Yiming urgently commanded, his instructions concise. Yet he trusted that Dratini would comprehend his intent. Chirp. Chapter 30. Slightly Inferior Bang. The miniature dragon immediately unleashed its tail, firmly resisting the headbutt of Cocodora. Using the force of the impact, it twisted its body and soared towards the Houndour, ensnaring it with a rope-like binding during its moment of confusion. Woof. The binding is a continuous move, inflicting increasing damage over time, causing Houndour to whimper in pain. Witnessing this, Su Beihai's expression grew grave. It is no wonder that the miniature dragon has proven so challenging. It has experienced a significant overall enhancement compared to their previous battle aboard the ship. In such a short span of time, how has it grown so rapidly, able to withstand even Cocodora's proud headbutt? He remained unaware of the vast dragon power gained by Yiming from Radha's rewards. This is not your full strength, Houndour, he urged, as he commanded Jengar to unleash a flame wheel, surrounding itself with flames. Su Beihai intended to use this move to damage and repel the miniature dragon, while simultaneously posing a threat to Jengar, thereby granting Cocodora greater room to maneuver. However, Houndour, in a state of confusion and pain, failed to follow his commands, instead spewing forth a torrent of sparks. Spark attack. Without a clear target, it created a fan-shaped area of attack. Both Jengar and Cocodora were struck, but Cocodora, caught off guard by friendly fire, endured a greater share of the spark assault. Cocodora, use Roar to assist Houndour. Gujil, witnessing Houndour being bound by the miniature dragon, immediately opted for this special move. Roar, devoid of any offensive damage potential, nonetheless had the unique ability to return Pokémon to their Pokeballs. Gulping in anticipation, Cocodora concentrated its energy. Yiming instantly discerned Gujil's intentions. He aimed to use Roar to return both Houndour and the miniature dragon to their Pokeballs, thus allowing Houndour to escape the miniature dragon's binding. Thinking of escaping? Not so easily, he thought, eyes fixed on Jengar. Roar. Cocodora's terrifying roar surged forth with unparalleled might, enveloping Houndour and the miniature dragon in a mystical red energy, compelling them to return to their Pokeballs. Yet at that moment, a kaleidoscope of colors shimmered around Houndour and the miniature dragon. Under this dark light, the repulsive effect of the roar vanished without a trace. What? Gujil's mouth fell agape in astonishment as he beheld Jengar's pitch-black gaze, never expecting his strategy to falter so dramatically. The colorful light was a special move that captivated the hearts of opponents, preventing them from fleeing the battle, rendering trainers incapable of recalling their Pokémon and completely countering the roar. A woof. The miniature dragon drew upon its strength once more, forcing Houndour to howl in agony. The fierce battle reached an exceedingly tense climax. At this juncture, Houndour faced severe injury, not only ensnared but also disoriented by the miniature dragon's grip. Gujil's Cocodora was left helpless, watching as the scales of victory tipped ever more unfavorably. Hang in there, Houndour. Try to break free. Su Beihai urged. Kokodora, unleash Metal Claw. Faced with the dire situation, Gu Jil's expression turned anxious. Gritting his teeth as he commanded Kokodora to attack the miniature dragon in hopes of extricating themselves from the predicament. It's almost over, Jengar, Shadow Punch. Ming declared nonchalantly, hands tucked into his pockets, exuding an air of a master at ease. However, in that moment, both Su Beihai and Gu Jil exhibited anger. This guy has finally revealed a flaw. Such a basic error. They both understood that Jengar could not learn Shadow Punch. Lacking hands, how could it execute such a move? Only after evolving into Jengar could it acquire this technique. Just as they believed Jengar would be rendered helpless due to its trainer's misguided command, Jengar sprang into action. Before the charging Kokodora, a pair of eerie, colorful fists emerged, and before Kokodora's astonished gaze, the shadowy fists, imbued with intense ghostly energy, struck its head with tremendous force. Bang! Bang! Kokodora was left dazed, rooted to the spot. How could this be? How could Jengar possibly learn Shadow Punch? Not only was Kokodora bewildered, but so too were Su Beihai and Gu Jil, equally perplexed. When did Jengar learn Shadow Punch? It was, at that moment. They noticed Jengar's ghostly hands blending seamlessly with the shadows. Previously, Jengar had concealed its hands within its body, which is why they had not detected it. What was that? Su Beihai and Gu Jil wore expressions of disbelief, as if witnessing a ghost in broad daylight, hardly able to trust their own eyes. When did Jengar acquire hands? Those appeared to be the hands that one would expect after evolving into Jengar. It's over, Jengar. Use hypnosis. Miniature dragon. Finish with a twister, Ming proclaimed, gazing down upon his opponents, intending to conclude the battle with a flourish. Jengar's abilities included levitation, manipulation of strange light, lick, hypnosis, and the ominous gaze, while Shadow Punch was a skill innate to its ghostly hands. Chirp. Jengar unleashed hypnosis once more upon Kokodora, plunging it into slumber. With that, the miniature dragon took advantage of Houndour's body as a springboard, leaping forth while gathering swirling dragon energy beneath Houndour. Just as Houndour, now free, was engulfed by the rapidly forming twister, its anguished cries mingled with the fierce winds. The twister swiftly moved, soon drawing the slumbering Kokodora into its chaotic embrace as well. With a fierce cry from the miniature dragon, the twister seemed to ascend like a dragon, gaining even greater power. Moments later, the twister abruptly dissipated, and both Houndour and Kokodora fell to the ground like discarded sacks. From their motionless state, it was evident that they had utterly lost their ability to fight. Su Beihai and Gu Jil stared in disbelief at their Pokémon, their eyes devoid of the former confidence, an ineffable sensation washing over them. Even their Houndour and Kokodora have succumbed? How could this be? They were supposed to swiftly achieve victory, defeating the miniature dragon and claiming it as their own. Why had the miniature dragon experienced such an unbelievable surge in power within mere days? To the extent that they felt as if Ming had switched it out for another? Moreover, how could Jengar still utilize Shadow Punch? Was what they learned from the books false? This defies logic. Indeed, this is your true strength, a tad stronger than I anticipated. However, you remain slightly inferior to me, Ming remarked in a tone reminiscent of an elder guiding a junior. Truly commendable, coming from the prestigious Hongye and Tianlan Academy, the top school with a distinguished background. Chapter 31. This war was truly remarkable, standing in stark contrast to the ordinary training of other graduates. Alas, it is regrettable that Ming emerged as the strongest graduate of the new class in H City. If you refuse to accept it, brace yourself for defeat. Arrogant figures like Su Beihai and Gu Jil could hardly tolerate Ming's demeanor. However, this time was different from the last, as they were not hindered by incompetent teammates. They were genuinely defeated by Ming. They had exerted all their strength, yet still found themselves overwhelmed by Ming, leaving them feeling utterly frustrated. It was not that our side was weak, but that the enemy was overwhelmingly strong. What sort of monster is this? In just a few days, how could there be such terrifying progress? Return, Cardi Dog. Kokodora, you have done your best. Su Beihai and Gu Jil withdrew their Pokémon. Were they now regretting not deploying their Charmeleon and Squirtle for battle? Yiming's smug expression made the veins on Su and Gu's foreheads throb. Yet, faced with superior skill, they could only swallow their anger. Humph, consider yourself fortunate. We shall return. Su Beihai and Gu Jil turned away, uttering one last remark before attempting to leave. Did they think they could simply walk away after showing off? It wouldn't be that easy. Miss Junsha, the stage is yours. Yiming clapped his hands, and his words drained the color from Su Beihai and Gu Jil's faces in an instant. Blocking their path was the stern Miss Junsha, clad in light blue police uniform. Accompanied by her Arcanine, emerging from the shadows, a handheld camera in her grasp. Miss Junsha and Miss Joy belonged to a notoriously enigmatic family. The faces of all the women in their lineage were almost indistinguishable, save for a few rare exceptions, making it challenging for the average person to tell them apart. Among them, Miss Joy was the chief healer, while Miss Junsha was responsible for maintaining order and security across various regions. Given the unique Pokémon residing in each area, most were Cardi dogs and Arcanines. Observing the pale expressions of the two, Yiming couldn't help but smirk. Surely, you didn't think I was unprepared for a counterattack? To prevent the worst-case scenario, where the assailants were individuals other than graduates, Yiming had, through his connection with Majishir, sought assistance from Miss Junsha of Kai City. As the gym leader, Majishir had a duty to uphold safety in his jurisdiction, naturally wishing to ensure Yiming's safety, for otherwise, where would he put his face? Miss Junsha, you captured everything on film, right? These two attempted to rob me of my Dragonair under the cover of night. Truly a heinous crime. Indeed, it has been recorded. Miss Junsha stored her camera, silently remarking to herself, even your remark, "Are you here to take a dump?" was clearly captured. In place of the camera, she produced a pair of silver bracelets, her expression icy. To command Cardi dogs to commit such thievery is utterly despicable. Su Beihai and Gu Jil, who had just received the silver bracelets, turned ashen, trembling all over. Gu Jil, with a mournful expression, weakly pleaded, Miss Junsha, it's not. It's a misunderstanding, truly. Misunderstanding? Yiming retorted, producing a bag containing sleeping powder and paralysis powder from Gu Jil's waist. The evidence is right here. You dare tell me it's a misunderstanding? Su Beihai and Gu Jil from H City. You have violated Article 201 of the Pokémon Alliance law regarding the successful robbery of another's Pokémon. I hereby place you under arrest. Click, click. With the Arcanine nearby watching intently, Su Beihai and Gu Jil dared not resist. Their faces drained of color, their bodies quaking. They were terrified. Gu Jil lamented, No, I don't want to pick up trash. Yiming, we were wrong. We had no intention of doing anything to you, I swear. Miss Junsha, what kind of punishment do they typically face? Yiming felt it necessary to reinforce his understanding of Pokémon Alliance laws. According to the Blue Star and Alliance Treaty, even if they were from the Huaxia Kingdom, they would face the same penalties as local criminals. For an attempted robbery of Pokémon, the minimum sentence was 1 year and 3 months, with a maximum of 3 years. Would you like to plead for them? Miss Junsha adjusted her police hat, casting a questioning glance. Minimum of 1 year and 3 months. Gu Jil's eyes darkened, and he slumped to the ground, his pale lips quivering. Su Beihai trembled at the coldness of those words, jolted back to reality as he realized the grim fate that awaited him, cold sweat breaking out on his back. What had he done? What was he thinking? The proud self, with limitless potential, how could he be blinded by greed to commit such an act? He realized this was no longer H City, but a foreign land far from Huaxia Kingdom. In this place, the small Su family of H City could not extend their influence that far to help him. Sensibility returned. In a panic, Su Beihai regained his composure, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he grasped Yiming's hand, abandoning his previous pride. Yiming, brother Yiming, please, plead for us. Don't arrest us. Su Beihai was almost on the verge of kneeling, tears of regret streaming down his face, falling onto the silver bracelets, transforming into tears of lament. Had he known it would come to this, he would have acted differently. Yiming rolled his eyes. At that moment, a notification from the system chimed in. Option 1, suggested as a joke and request Miss Junsha to release them. Reward, Lesan Giant Buddha Necklace, to be carried by the host. Option 2, request Miss Junsha to exercise discretion. They are still kids. Reward: a complete set of fragile Pokémon figurines. Option 3. Send them off with sleeping powder and paralysis powder. Reward: Ghost Hand upgraded to Mischief Hand. Option 4. Indicate to the two that only one can be pleaded for, testing their friendship. Reward: Medium Ghost-type Energy Miss Junsha. May I have a word? Yiming asked solemnly, gesturing for Miss Junsha to step aside. She frowned but did not object, following Yiming to a quieter spot. Upon seeing this, Su Beihai and Gu Jil's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Could it be that Yiming was willing to forgive their foolish actions? Was he preparing to plead for them? It should have been like this. They were merely momentarily blinded by greed, having strayed from the right path. Truly still good youths at heart. Yiming, we were really wrong, please. We were wrong, truly wrong. The two pleaded without regard for their dignity. Then, they watched helplessly as Yiming walked away, untying the bag and tossing it above them. Grains of paralysis powder and sleeping powder floated down like stardust in the night air, illuminating their surroundings as if revealing the entire galaxy. What is happening? Su and Gu looked up, gazing at this ethereal scene, their noses twitching as dizziness and numbness began to take hold, their consciousness gradually fading. Thud, thud. The two collapsed. This was the last thing I could do for you. Yiming sighed deeply. It was impossible to let them go. The only recourse was to repay them in kind. Their hatred stemmed merely from regret at being caught. Had Gaisai not discovered their scheme, it might have been they who were weeping. To show kindness to enemies is to be cruel to oneself. This was a lesson he understood well. Miss Junsha did not react to his destruction of evidence, but merely noted, inhaling too much could lead to unexpected fatalities. What? Surely not? Yiming was startled, a shiver running down his spine. Could it be that one misstep might lead to a capital offense? Surely not. I am merely jesting. At worst, it would result in a temporary paralysis, just a prank. Wind Speed Dog, let us return. Jun Shamisi stiffened, hoisting the unconscious Su Gu and the other onto Wind Speed Dog's back, before elegantly mounting her police car and driving away. What a splendid figure Junsha was. Chirp, chirp. The nearby Ghost Sea expressed admiration. Yiming indeed suited their taste. It had just been contemplating seizing this opportunity to observe how humans reacted to inhaling paralysis powder and sleep powder. Unexpectedly, Yiming proceeded to do just that. Quite refreshing. The effects were rapid. Soon, their legs stiffened. Chirp, chirp. Ghost Sea mischievously glanced at the nearby mini-dragon, then smeared its already powdered ghostly hand onto the creature's round nose. Seeing mini-dragon's bewilderment, it attempted to retaliate, but realized its body felt somewhat rigid. Exasperated yet helpless, which only made Ghost Sea beam even brighter. Yiming turned his gaze to the system's news notification interface, where an explanation regarding the Prankster Ghost Hand was provided. Prankster Ghost Hand. Effect 1. Facilitates the evolution of Ghost Sea and enhances the power of Ghost-type moves. Effect 2. When engaged in jest, it accumulates corresponding Ghost-type energy, which can be utilized by the possessing Ghost Sea up to 3 times daily. No wonder it was called the Prankster Ghost Hand. As long as one is jesting, Ghost-type energy can be harvested. In the game, this would be at least a purple tier item. However, it also provided Ghost Sea with a legitimate excuse to joke around. The merits and demerits of this development remain to be seen. Just then, witnessing Ghost Sea's antics with Mini-Dragon, Yiming called out, Ghost Sea, do you not feel any changes in your ghost hand? Startled, Ghost Sea paused, only then noticing that its ghostly hand was radiating a spectrum of colorful energy, instantly intrigued. It seemed akin to the dragon power previously consumed by Mini-Dragon, both pure forms of energy. As it absorbed this energy within itself, Ghost Sea closed its eyes, keenly sensing the strength this newfound power bestowed upon it. Chirp, chirp. Moments later, it opened its eyes in astonishment, gazing at Yiming. It surmised that this change was likely due to Yiming's influence. After all, the marvelous ghost hand was a gift from him. Yiming raised 3 fingers and explained, I have upgraded your ghost hand. As long as you jest, you can harvest this ghost-type energy. However, you may only do so 3 times a day, understood? Chirp, chirp. Ghost Sea's eyes sparkled with excitement, agreeing that this was splendid news. Nevertheless, having only 3 chances a day was indeed a limitation for its youthful and energetic self. It appeared that Su Ming Chung had acted wisely, avoiding the criminal antics of Su Bei Hai and Gu Ji Lu, thus escaping imprisonment. Upon returning to the room, Yiming indulged in a long and restful sleep. It wasn't until the sun shone brightly and the innkeeper knocked to rouse him that he finally awoke. The time was nearing afternoon. Chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp. Mini Dragon and Ghost Sea urged him to provide them with energy cubes upon seeing him finally awake. Their stamina was impressive, despite the late night. They were up so early. Yiming yawned, grateful that Mini Dragon and Ghost Sea did not disturb his slumber. A lack of sleep can severely impair one's immunity. Truly, my Pokémon are considerate. He poured out energy cubes for both of them and began his morning routine, contemplating a visit to the Pokémon Center to create energy cubes. The ones he had been feeding them were previously customized for Mini Dragon aboard the ship. Mini Dragon was growing at such a rapid pace that he needed to provide it with higher-grade energy cubes for optimal nourishment. Additionally, while feeding Ghost Sea Dragon-type energy cubes would not have adverse effects, it would negate the intended benefits of the energy cubes. Thus, he needed to create exclusive Ghost-type energy cubes for it. After vacating the room, Yiming headed to the Pokémon shop in Dry Leaf City to purchase berries, then proceeded to the Pokémon Center to rent machines for production. With several thousand Alliance coins, he produced energy cubes for Mini Dragon and Ghost Sea-S exclusive cubes. Stepping out of the Pokémon Center, caring for Pokémon indeed drains one's finances. His wallet was rapidly emptying. Yiming made his way to the harbor, planning to set sail for Hualan City in the afternoon. Before that, he would enjoy a hearty lunch. Mini Dragon and Ghost Sea were well fed, but he was still quite hungry. Given the circumstances, a lavish meal was out of the question. He chose an old ramen shop by the seaside and ordered a large bowl of scallion oil ramen, purchasing a local beverage from the vending machine. He relished the meal. Perhaps the peak lunch hour had passed, for the ramen shop, which could seat 20, now contained only 3 patrons, a bald owner, Yiming, and a girl. Slurp. Yiming savored the aromatic ramen, observing the other customer, a woman wearing a deep blue sailor hat, with long purple hair cascading over her shoulders and bandages adorning her arms. Her attire and sun-kissed skin suggested she was a sailor. At that moment, she sat at the counter, drinking heartily from a bottle of liquor, occasionally exhaling satisfied sighs. The bald owner was diligently washing dishes behind the counter, seemingly unfazed. The girl shook her empty bottle, confirming no drops remained, and drunkenly urged the owner, "Boss, another bottle." "Please, Shuel Yen, you're already out of money," the bald owner replied, his face devoid of expression as he scrutinized the cleanliness of the plate in his hands. "Oh, come on. We're regulars here. Let us have some credit." The girl, named Shuel Yen, pouted pleadingly. However, the bald owner remained unfazed, coldly stating, "Shuel Yen, you know my shop's rules. I never extend credit. Don't even think about it. TCH, stingy old man. No wonder your shop has so few customers." Shuel Yen retorted, disappointedly waving her hand as she turned away, leaning against the counter with her hands behind her. Just then, her gaze met Yiming's, and upon clearly seeing his face, her eyes lit up. What a captivating woman! Both her face and figure were impressive, at least an 8 out of 10. Though it was unfortunate that she was a drunkard. Slurp. Yiming averted his gaze, focusing intently on enjoying his delicious ramen. Chapter 32. A remarkable individual at that moment. A slender waist caught his eye. Instinctively, he glanced upward, and the owner of that graceful form was none other than the barmaid. The scent of alcohol wafted through the air, hinting at how much she had consumed. Her sun-kissed skin could not conceal the rosy hue of her cheeks, and her dreamy eyes were fixed intently on Yiming as she leaned closer, her lips slightly parted. "Hey there, handsome. Do you speak the Alliance language?" "No," Yiming blurted out reflexively, only to realize a second later that he had just spoken in the very language she had mentioned. With a playful arch of her brow, Shuel Yen scrutinized him with keen interest before whispering, "You shouldn't be dishonest, little brother. Lend me 200 Alliance coins so I can buy some drinks." "I have no money," Yiming replied, his gaze unwavering as he sipped his soup. Lending money to a drunkard for liquor? What a foolish jest. It was a surefire way to lose it all. It was hardly a time to be frivolous with his meager resources. "Oh dear, Such a kind little brother. You don't think I won't repay you, do you? I am a woman of my word. Xu Yin feigned a sorrowful expression, her delicate fingers twirling a strand of her hair. Truly, I have no money. Yiming blinked innocently, signaling his inability to assist her. Seeing Yiming's refusal to budge, Xu Yin nibbled her lip, pondering for a moment before removing her deep blue sailor hat. Here, you can have this as collateral. Surely that's acceptable? That shabby thing could be bought from a roadside stall for 20 alliance coins. Was she attempting to deceive a child? Just as he was about to refuse, a prompt from the system chimed in. Choice 1. Accept the collateral. Exchange 200 alliance coins for the sailor hat. Reward. Universal driving skill max. Host skill. Choice 2. Give 300 alliance coins for a kiss. Reward. Eternal strength. Host skill. Choice 3. Agree to buy her a bottle of alcohol, but have Gaisai slip in a potent laxative. Reward. A complete set of poison-type skills. Fairy skills. Choice 4. Request a Pokémon battle. If you lose, you treat her. Reward. A significant boost in dragon power. The triggering of system options took Yiming by surprise. As for which one to choose, all rewards seemed quite enticing. How about this, sister? 300 alliance coins for a kiss, Yiming suggested, pointing to his face. At her tender age, it was rather cheeky, but before the charming barmaid, Xu Yin chose to yield. Placing a kiss on Yiming's cheek, her laughter echoing as she pocketed the 300 alliance coins and went off to purchase her drink. The air was thick with the scent of alcohol. Under the gaze of the bald proprietor, Yiming maintained his composure, even wiping his face in distaste. Among the various rewards, the eternal strength was what truly captured Yiming's heart, though it was not solely for a kiss. Congratulations. You have received the system option reward, Eternal Strength. Eternal Strength possesses the unique healing powers of a mystical treasure and can comprehend the thoughts of Pokémon. Eternal Strength. It was said that every decade, a person of extraordinary ability would emerge from the eternal forest capable of healing Pokémon. Precisely the gift Yiming had just acquired. With this newfound power, he need no longer worry about encountering injured Pokémon in the wild without a means to assist them. It was an essential skill for any trainer on their journeys. Exchanging 300 alliance coins for eternal strength was a tremendous bargain. As he watched Xu Yin turn back to him with a smile after her purchase, Yiming returned her grin warmly. After all, it would be impolite to ignore such a generous gesture. Just then, the establishment's television broadcasted a news report that caught Yiming's attention. Near the coastal area of Dry Leaf City, a super typhoon is expected to form. To prevent any danger, a comprehensive ban on navigation will be enforced starting tonight for a duration of 5 days. A prohibition on sea travel for 5 days starting tonight? Yiming was momentarily taken aback, then took a hearty sip of his soup. It was time to settle the bill and leave. Time, oh time. Wait for your devoted citizens. It was just 1 o'clock. He should have enough time to find a ship to Hualon City, since the ban wouldn't begin until nightfall. Perhaps he could still secure passage before it took effect. Upon reaching the port, Yiming sensed that the situation was not optimistic. The closer he got to the shore, the more he could feel the ominous anticipation of the impending storm. Most vessels had retreated to fortified harbors, and many captains were busy securing and repairing their ships to avert any damage from the typhoon. The number of boats remaining at the dock was scant, while passengers hurriedly sought to leave Dry Leaf City before the ban took hold. Hello, are you headed to Hualon City? Hi, are you going? Oh, to Pink City? Sorry for the interruption. Are you the boat owner? Hello. Oh, to Red Lotus Town? My apologies, but I need to go to Hualon City. After inquiring with several fast boats, Yiming had yet to find the answer he sought. Was he truly destined to linger in Dry Leaf City for several more days? As Yiming pondered his options, a boy, seemingly a recent graduate, approached him from a short distance, asking in Mandarin, "Brother, if I'm not mistaken, your destination is Hualon City?" "Yes, that's correct. I am going to Hualon City. Just as I thought. We're 6 people who VE chartered a fast boat, costing 2,000 alliance coins. If we split it, it becomes more manageable. Count me in." The boy spoke candidly, providing both the number of people and the charter fee without hesitation. Yiming understood that the price was reasonable, so he followed the boy to a fast boat docked at the pier. The boat was a common small sightseeing vessel, approximately 7 meters long, with 2 levels, the lower deck serving as the helm and the upper deck featuring 12 passenger seats. At that moment, 3 men and 2 women were chatting, and upon noticing Yiming and the boy's arrival, they instinctively paused their conversation. I added another person, so now it's 285 each. I'll just take an extra 5, making it 290 for simplicity, the boy said as he stepped onto the boat. Turning to Yiming, he hesitated for a moment before scratching his head, somewhat sheepishly asking, "By the way, brother, what's your name?" "I'm Yiming." "Oh, Yiming, what a lovely name. It sounds strangely familiar. This is my group of friends. This is Chi Yu, and this is Li." The boy named Lin Yuan introduced Yiming to the others on the boat before taking his seat. The group resumed their conversation, though with Yiming present. The atmosphere became less animated. Sensing the awkwardness, Lin Yuan proactively sought a topic with Yiming. "So, which city did you graduate from?" Noticing that Yiming appeared to be around the same age as them, he presumed he was also a graduate from Huaxia this year. Just as Yiming was about to close his eyes for a moment of rest, he replied, "Oh, I'm from H City, a small town." "Oh, H City. We're from W City." Lin Yuan had no recollection of that city, likely confirming Yiming's description of it as a small place. Struggling to find a new topic, the conversation momentarily fell into silence. At that moment, Chi Yu, the boy, interjected with a fresh topic. "By the way, have you heard about a remarkable individual from this graduating class?" Chapter 33. Drunk Driving. Surely, you are not referring to Chu Gu from the capital, are you? No. The rumors are quite impressive. He has been assigned a mini dragon. "Ah, brother, I seem to recall that you are a graduate from H City." Upon hearing this, Yiming, who had just perked up his ears, twitched the corner of his mouth. "Well, look at that. The gossip has come to me. And I have become this famous?" The mention of the mini dragon sent the others into a frenzy, their faces a mixture of envy and jealousy. What kind of family background must one possess to acquire a mini dragon? This was a collective sentiment. It was widely accepted that those who managed to obtain exceptional Pokémon during school typically hailed from privileged families. Chi Yu wore a knowing expression. "Need I even ask?" It is said to belong to an ancient family in H City, with considerable influence. To refute such claims would require considerable effort. Yiming felt speechless. When had he morphed from an ordinary family into a member of an ancient lineage? I must tell you, that individual single-handedly defeated the champion from all schools in the city aboard the St. Anu, taking on 10 at once. My cousin was present at the scene. That mini-dragon was indeed remarkable. Chi Yu was flushed with excitement, gesticulating as if he had witnessed the event firsthand. Taking on 10 is rather exaggerated, isn't it? Others expressed skepticism regarding the story. Even though it was a mini-dragon, it had just been obtained from the National Pokémon Storage. How could its strength differ so vastly? Chi Yu had a penchant for exaggeration. Everyone knew that the credibility of his statements diminished by a third. If you don't believe me, ask him. He also hails from H City, and even if he didn't see it with his own eyes, he must have heard about it. Right? Seeing his classmates' disbelief, Chi Yu grew anxious and immediately sought confirmation from Yiming. This prompted curious glances from everyone towards Yiming. Just then, the system chimed in with a notification. Option 1. Pretend to be an audience member and embellish the battle scene to deceive them. Reward: abundant ghost-type energy. Option 2. Remain silent, feigning expertise, and discreetly release the mini-dragon. Reward: 10 berry fruits. Good. Option 3. Completely refute Chi Yu's claims and fabricate an alternative account. Reward: 10 complete fruits. Good. Yiming pondered for a moment before speaking. There are a few discrepancies. As Chi Yu appeared puzzled, the others wore expressions of anticipated affirmation. Yiming cleared his throat and took a deep breath. In truth, it was 1 against 15. You cannot fathom how magnificent it was. The mini-dragon from Suming City is extraordinarily powerful. It opened with 2 ultra-strong whirlwinds, bewildering the opponents, and then leaped into the pool. Thus, it triumphed over the Pidgey and the Fire Sparrow using the water whirlwind, and even the monkey monster. The entire deck erupted in cheers. Eventually, even Master Magician could not resist and intervened with a Pikachu. Minutes later, Yiming rubbed his hoarse throat, coughing lightly to conclude his tall tale. The mix of truth and embellishment made his account particularly compelling. Everyone was stirred with excitement as Yiming vividly recounted numerous details from the battle, convincing them that this extraordinary encounter was indeed real and that he had clearly been present at the scene. Wow, incredible! To think it could be like this. Truly worthy of a mini dragon. Unbeatable, exceptionally so. If it is this formidable now, once it evolves into a dragonite, it will surely dominate the world. The crowd erupted in exclamations. Even Shiyu, who previously heard first-hand accounts from his cousin, now sighed inwardly, lamenting that his cousin's storytelling ability was lacking, which had deprived him of the opportunity to impress with a more complete narrative. Indeed, Su Ming City is remarkably strong, Yiming shamelessly concluded. He was almost convinced by his own tale. In reality, he would have preferred to choose option 2. Remaining silent and feigning expertise seemed far more appealing. Speaking so much was exhausting. However, it was clear that the reward of abundant ghost-type energy from option 1 was far more advantageous than the berry fruits from option 2. A little fatigue was worth it. Ding! Congratulations, you have received the system option reward, abundant ghost-type energy. One must share the wealth. The mini-dragon has received such a bounty of dragon-type energy, and ghost-type energy should not be neglected either, Yiming mused internally. He awaited the ship's departure with a calm demeanor. Meanwhile, the others were still engrossed in the elaborate tale he spun, their discussions animated, some even appearing ready to argue. Half an hour later, Yiming frowned in contemplation. Why had the captain not arrived yet? How long would it take to set sail? Reflecting back, had he received the driving skills from Shuilian earlier, navigating this speedboat would have been a breeze. Lin Yuan, when is this ship departing? Actually, I just came out to look for the captain. We were supposed to depart an hour ago, Lin Yuan replied, somewhat awkwardly. What? We were meant to leave an hour ago? Upon hearing their exchange, the others wore expressions of displeasure. Why hadn't the captain arrived yet? Was something delaying her? It was supposed to be at 2 in the afternoon. That woman is truly unreliable. I told you, the more attractive the woman, the more she deceives. Perhaps she isn't even the captain. That makes sense. You're quite clever for not paying her in advance. The keywords in their conversation, female captain, attractive. A flash of lightning struck Yiming's mind. Those words reminded him of Shuilian, whom he had just encountered in the shop. Surely, the captain of this sightseeing boat cannot be the purple-haired lady in a sailor suit and cap he met earlier? Yiming hesitated to inquire. The moment he spoke, he drew everyone's attention, and his heart raced. As expected, Lin Yuan was the first to exclaim in surprise. You've met the captain? Not only have I met her, but I was also charged 200 alliance coins. Can a boat operated by such a drunkard be reliable? What if it capsizes midway? How terrifying. Just as Yiming hesitated over whether to cancel the trip, a figure strolled leisurely towards them, with a bottle in hand and an air of slight inebriation. The purple-haired lady, Shuilian, ambled into the ship amidst the mixed expressions of the onlookers. She took a hearty swig before exclaiming, Apologies, my dear passengers. Your captain's sister is a tad late due to socializing. As Shuilian rambled on, her gaze fell upon Yiming at the bow of the ship, and a delighted expression crossed her face. Oh, my generous little brother, you've boarded my ship. I want to disembark, Yiming replied bluntly. Overwhelmed by the pungent stench of alcohol, this sentiment resonated with the others. Drunk driving? Is it permissible in the Kanto region? Fear not. My sailing skills are among the best in the Kanto region. Now, sit down and fasten your seatbelts. Chapter 34. Still a child, Shuilian ushered each of them to their seats and secured their safety belts, dismissing the awkward hesitation evident on their faces. Then, she ascended to the second-level cockpit with purposeful strides. The group looked as though they might weep in despair. Had they truly boarded a pirate ship? Before they could ponder or lament further, the engine roared to life, and the speedboat gradually departed from the shore. Is there not even a life jacket? Lin Yuan surveyed the surroundings, her expression darkening further. Life jackets? Perhaps they had been traded for liquor, Yiming silently scoffed. Well, judging by Shuilian's demeanor, she seemed relatively alert, and they were at sea rather than on a road. It seemed unlikely that disaster would strike, right? Given the time wasted, no other vessels were available. According to the journey, the trip from Kai City to Hualan City would take approximately 4 hours, allowing them to arrive before nightfall. Despite being a sightseeing boat, it was surprisingly swift. The shimmering waves danced under the fierce sea breeze. The bow was shielded by a windshield, protecting them from the brunt of the wind. With a rhythmic sway, the group sailed towards the vast ocean. Wow, this is truly delightful. If you extend your hands, it really feels as though you are floating. Try placing a piece of paper on it for an even greater sensation, someone suggested. What wonders might lie beneath the ocean? Would they encounter a majestic onyx jellyfish? Oh, the sea, how vast you are! As they ventured into the boundless waters, surrounded by the tranquil expanse, the spirits of the group lifted, unfastening their safety belts as they eagerly searched for hidden treasures in the sea or sky. However, the monotony of such activities soon dulled their excitement. Gradually, the conversation shifted to their anticipated arrival in Hualan City. Yiming, are you planning to challenge the Hualan Dojo? Or simply strategize? Lin Yuan inquired, curious about Yiming's intentions. Well, I intend to train in Hualan City for a while, obtain the Hualan Dojo badge, and then consider my next steps, Yiming replied candidly, revealing his plan. To challenge the dojo, one requires at least 3 Pokémon. Currently, he merely awaited the hatching of his tadpole frogs to attempt a challenge against the Hualan Dojo. The pressing question was whether his current strength would suffice. This remained uncertain, although testing himself might provide clarity. Presently, his mini-dragon was the strongest, serving as his main asset, while the skills possessed by his Ghastly were numerous and, if utilized effectively, could even defeat slightly stronger opponents. The tadpole frog, however, lacked substantial combat effectiveness at this time. My graduation goal is also the Hualan Dojo. I have a grass-type Budu, which gives me an advantage in attributes. By the way, what Pokémon do you have? I have a Ghastly, Yiming admitted. Oh, Ghastly is quite impressive. I'm envious. It's a rare Pokémon, likely not found in the Pokémon treasury in abundance. Indeed, capturing a Ghastly was notoriously challenging. However, Yiming's Ghastly was not from the treasury. To avoid exposing the truth behind his Pokémon's origin and causing embarrassment, he tactfully omitted mentioning the mini-dragon. While they engaged in casual conversation, the boat suddenly came to a halt. Xuelian, gripping the lower deck's railing with one hand while holding a bottle in the other, leaned in from below, her purple hair cascading like a waterfall as she delivered unsettling news. Dear siblings, it seems we have encountered an unforeseen mishap. Upon seeing the confusion on the others' faces, Xuelian pointed ahead with the hand holding the bottle. Following her gesture, they noticed a dark shape rapidly expanding in the distance. Taking a sip from her bottle, Xuelian began to explain, the weather forecast was inaccurate. We might be facing a storm. What? Face a storm? What chance do we have against a storm? Are we not bound to be capsized and perish in the depths? The faces of the group turned ashen. Is there no way to circumvent it? Or perhaps we could turn back? Yiming sighed, his voice laced with despair. There is no way around it, and returning is not an option. We cannot outrun a storm, she stated, darkening their expressions even further. Seeing their distress, Xuelian comforted them with a smile. It's all right. It's just a small storm. The worst has yet to come. Just fasten your safety belts so you don't get thrown overboard. With that, she returned to her cockpit. Left in a state of bewilderment, the group exchanged glances. They braced themselves against the impending tempest in silence, each finding a seat and strapping themselves in. The engine roared to life, and the sightseeing boat surged forward at high speed, causing them to feel as though the bow was about to be overwhelmed. Were they to ascend into a skyship? Before long, they plunged into the ominous darkness, the once bright sea now shrouded in shadow as storm clouds loomed ominously, flashing with sporadic lightning, instilling a sense of dread. In an instant, it felt as though day had turned to night, casting a pall over their spirits. The howling winds intensified, and the waves grew increasingly tumultuous. The bow rose and fell sharply, crashing violently against the surface of the sea. Woohoo! Surprisingly, Xuelian, unfazed by the chaos, let out a jubilant shout. As torrential rain began to pour, with droplets as large as pearls striking the hull and creating a cacophony of sound. The boat rocked perilously, threatening to spill its passengers, who felt as though they might lose their lunch in the tumult. At that moment, Lin Yuan noticed something and pointed in a direction, calling out to everyone. Look! The group turned to witness a towering tornado spiraling upward into the sky. To their astonishment, they spotted numerous Magikarp leaping from the sea. Rather than fleeing from the cyclone, these peculiar creatures swam eagerly toward it, willingly drawn into its vortex. This unprecedented phenomenon left everyone in awe. Below deck, Shuilian's laughter rang out like bells as she exclaimed, "We've been chosen by the goddess of luck. We are witnessing the legendary spectacle of evolution. Even my cousins have never seen such a sight." Luck? The concept was difficult for Yiming and the others to accept. Yet what was this spectacle of evolution? Was it the Magikarp's regression? As they observed with curiosity, just as Shuilian had described, the tornado shimmered with strange lights. With each flash, a fierce Gyarados erupted from the whirlwind, its thunderous roar echoing like thunder. Within mere minutes, several Magikarp had transformed into Gyarados. Yet more were the battered Magikarp thrown into the maelstrom, helplessly plummeting back into the sea. Some stubborn ones, still possessing strength, managed to resurface to swim toward the tornado again, though they were but a minority. What shone in their eyes was no longer the vacant stare of a rare Magikarp, but rather a fierce determination and longing. Wow, I've never seen so many Magikarp. The evolution of Pokémon is truly captivating. This scene is unforgettable. Perhaps every Magikarp has been building strength for this moment. No wonder evolving is so arduous, Yiming mused, beginning to hold a newfound respect for Gyarados. It's no wonder they are so powerful. Evolution is incredibly taxing. The group, filled with wonder, found themselves entranced. Let us hope we can escape this place soon, Yiming thought, feeling a sense of foreboding. The shadows of Gyarados surrounded them, like torpedoes that could trigger at any moment. Even brushing against one could spell disaster for their vessel. Magikarp had long been regarded as weak and feeble. In contrast, the evolved Gyarados was known for its ferocity and rage, familiar to trainers far and wide. Indeed, those few Magikarp capable of evolving into Gyarados were rare gems among the vast majority. After its degradation, it seemed to seek vengeance on everything surrounding it, as if to retaliate for the humiliation it suffered at the hands of the King of Carp 100-fold. For instance, the nearby violent Carp Dragon, with half its body emerging from the sea, swiftly stirred up tumultuous waves, proclaiming its fury and territorial sovereignty. It created whirlpools that sent any encountered King of Carp flying away, showing no regard for kinship, becoming a formidable barrier to the Kings of Carp heading toward the whirlwinds. The once noble Carp had transformed into a monstrous dragon. If two violent Carp dragons collided, it would result in a furious clash, generating even more violent whirlpools that consumed everything in their vicinity. Others had also come to recognize this peril. Unbeknownst to them, while braving the tumultuous sea, they also had to evade these destructive Carp dragons. A silent prayer escaped Yiming's lips. Do not let the violent Carp dragon set its sights on me. At that moment, the system unexpectedly chimed with a notification. Option 1. Release the mini-dragon, allowing it to create a whirlwind that grants the unfortunate Kings of Carp a chance. Reward: Dragon Crystal, Care Item, Humble King of Carp. Option 2. Seize the ship and charge directly at a violent Carp dragon. Reward: Reverse scale of the violent Carp dragon, Care Item, Violent Carp dragon in war. Option 3. Release the Ghost Stone, letting it fly over and challenge a violent Carp dragon automatically. Reward: Water Stone, Evolution Item, Invincible Furious Violent Carp Dragon. Option 4. Encourage everyone to sing a sea shanty to boost morale. Reward: Proof of the King, Evolution Item, Mini Dragon in the Pokeball. Note: options the 2nd and the 3rd of may involve life-threatening risks. The system might as well be dubbed the Death System. How could it possibly present options 2 and 3? That would surely lead to demise. Thus, only options 1 and 4 were viable. Furthermore, the Dragon Crystal was undoubtedly far superior to the Proof of the King. The latter only enabled the whimsical Mosquito Frog to evolve into the Mosquito Frog King and the Foolish Beast into the Foolish King. Since he possessed neither of these mysterious treasures, he would rather acquire another Dragon Crystal to enhance the mini-dragon's abilities. Having already obtained 2, perhaps he could gather 7 and summon a divine dragon? Yiming couldn't help but entertain this fantastical notion. Come forth, mini-dragon. With a flash of white light, the mini-dragon materialized within the boat. The moment they beheld it, the others widened their eyes in disbelief, rubbing their eyes in astonishment. A mini-dragon? What was happening? How could Yiming possess a mini-dragon? Could it be that two mini-dragons could be summoned in H City? Faced with the bewildered gazes of the others, Yiming sighed. He initially sought to interact with them as an ordinary person, only to be met with misfortune. No longer pretending, he revealed his true identity. He was the recipient of the mini-dragon in H City. Gasped. The esteemed figure was among us? Lin Yuan and the others gasped in shock, never expecting that a passerby they casually encountered would turn out to be the recently celebrated mini-dragon graduate. However, how could a scion of an ancient family lower himself to rent a boat with them? Logically, he should travel alone or perhaps with a few subordinates. Chartering a private plane for such an experience. Could it be that he was undergoing training within the ancient family, seeking to engage with commoners and experience life from their perspective? Lin Yuan and the others couldn't help but entertain this idea, their expressions filled with astonishment as they regarded Yiming with newfound respect. Brother, what do you intend to do by sending the mini-dragon in? They were still puzzled by his actions, as it seemed implausible for the mini-dragon to contend with even a single violent carp dragon. The influence of the violent carp dragon is too minimal. I shall have the mini-dragon create the wind. Gasped. Upon hearing this, everyone marveled at Yiming's audacity. The influence of the violent carp dragon was too little to generate wind? A young master from an ancient family, showing such compassion towards the humble king of carp. How grounded he was. They all nodded in approval, their admiration for Yiming deepening. The mini-dragon, heeding Yiming's guidance, exerted itself to conjure a whirlwind at the rear of the boat. Such turbulent weather aided in the formation of the whirlwind. It surged forward, gaining momentum and capturing the attention of the nearby kings of carp, who instinctively swam toward the newly formed whirlwind. As Yiming and the others distanced themselves, the whirlwind grew increasingly powerful, hinting at the shimmering evolution flashes within. The mini-dragon, having accomplished this grand feat, was filled with pride. However, just then, Chiyu gasped and pointed ahead in panic. Oh no, a violent carp dragon is behind us. A furious carp dragon, its eyes ablaze, had just breached the water's surface directly in front of the boat. Xuelian had no time to change course. Their position had already fallen within the violent carp dragon's line of sight, or rather, its territorial waters. Roar! The carp dragon howled, its body twisting as it sliced through the waves, rapidly closing the distance. Its speed far exceeded that of Yiming and his crew's sightseeing boat, and in an instant, it had halved the distance between them. They could even hear the low growls and splashes of the carp dragon. We don't have syrup. Stop chasing us, Yiming urged soothingly. Blastoise, it's your turn to help us escape, with Xuelian's calm voice. A flash of white light appeared as Blastoise emerged at the rear of the boat, causing it to tremble violently. Blastoise, a water-type treasure, was large and deep blue, its body encased in a massive, sturdy shell, with two water cannons protruding from the front that could retract into its shell. Upon appearing, Blastoise aimed its cannons at the pursuing carp dragon and unleashed a torrent of water. However, the carp dragon was not so foolish as to recklessly endure the assault. It dove beneath the surface to evade the attack. Moments later, the carp dragon burst forth from the water, soaring into the air with increased speed. It was a water and flying-type Pokémon, possessing the ability to fly. Blocked from view by the boat, Yiming and the others could no longer see the position of the carp dragon and could only silently pray that it would spare them and move on. After all, they were just kids. Chapter 35. A terrifying existence, however. The relentless assault of the Blastoise signified that their hopes had been dashed. In an unexpected moment, the vessel underwent a sudden and alarming drift. Bang! In the next instant, a Gyarados plunged into the sea, precisely where the sightseeing airship was meant to be. Haha, Gyarados, you've lost. Snow Lotus's voice betrayed not a trace of tension, yet the expressions of Lin Yuan and the others had turned deathly pale, as if they were on a battlefield. The Gyarados had seemingly fallen from the sky like a cannonball. If they failed to evade, the ship would likely disintegrate on the spot. Not only was she a drunkard, but also a madwoman. Yiming reassessed Snow Lotus. As the Gyarados vanished from sight, the moment was right for the Blastoise to decide whether to dive into the sea. Bang! It was as if a bomb had exploded nearby. The vessel shook violently. Following that, the immobile ship and the Gyarados resurfaced, glaring at them with fury. Snow Lotus took a sip of her drink, leapt up, and smiled at Yiming and the others. I have bad news and good news. Which would you like to hear first? Before they could respond, she continued. If you don't choose, I'll start with the good news. I've established a rescue route from Hualan City. The bad news is that the engine is broken, and we must hold on until help arrives. Yiming and the others felt their hearts plummet, believing their chances of survival had become dismal. The ship was immobile, trapped in this sea teeming with Gyarados. Would the rescue from Hualan City even arrive within an hour? Would they even come at all? Haha, don't wear such faces. Dying in a stormy sea can be quite romantic, don't you think? Romantic? Do you have a misunderstanding of the word romance? Blastoise. Hydro Pump. As Snow Lotus commanded the Blastoise to launch a fierce offensive against the Gyarados, Lin Yuan and the others could only watch in stunned silence. Such a high-level battle was beyond their capacity as mere graduates. Yet, Yiming approached the mini-dragon, retrieving the dragon crystal he had just acquired. Chew! The mini-dragon, feeling the dragon crystal in its throat, looked at Yiming in surprise. Could such a valuable item be mass-produced? At the right moment. You must unleash a whirlwind attack on the Gyarados, but be careful not to harm the Blastoise. Chew! The mini-dragon, recognizing the gravity of the situation, nodded seriously. It then sought opportunities to release whirlwinds to assist in battle while maintaining a safe distance. Even with 2 dragon crystals, the power of the whirlwind was significantly enhanced. Yet the absolute disparity in strength combined with the Gyarados' agility meant that most of the time it merely delayed its onslaught without inflicting any substantial damage. Meanwhile, the Blastoise, unable to retreat to avoid the Gyarados' attacks, had no choice but to confront it head-on. This unequal contest led to the Blastoise accumulating several wounds in just a few encounters, appearing somewhat weary, whereas the Gyarados remained vigorous and seemingly unharmed. In light of this situation, Yiming could no longer conceal his abilities. Under the astonished gazes of others, he unleashed the power of the Evergreen. The Blastoise paused, turning to glance at Yiming, expressing gratitude with a nod. Under the influence of the Evergreen, it felt as if the wounds were being nourished like a gentle rain, alleviating its pain and accelerating its recovery. Wow! Snow Lotus turned in astonishment to glance at Yiming, who was emitting a green glow. The others also found it hard to believe. Rumors spoke of superhumans in the Elven continent possessing extraordinary abilities, often passed down through ancient families. They never expected Yiming, clearly from Huaxia, to wield such power. Was this the legacy of an ancient family from City H? It was astonishingly terrifying. With the assistance of the mini-dragon and Yiming, the pressure on the Blastoise significantly lessened, allowing it to stand toe-to-toe with the Gyarados. In the prolonged battle, the Blastoise even began to gain the upper hand. However, as the primary force in this drawn-out conflict, Yiming was lamenting his predicament. I have not a drop left. His voice was hoarse, feeling utterly drained as darkness encroached upon his vision, weariness overwhelming him. The power of the Evergreen was not conjured from thin air. It relied on the synergy of Yiming's energy and mental strength. In simpler terms, it could be likened to a living entity, but it was not a perpetual motion machine. Fortunately, Yiming's swift action had indeed helped the Blastoise regain its advantage. After yet another fierce clash, both the Blastoise and the Gyarados were battered and bruised, on the brink of determining a victor. At that moment, they all heard the sudden roar of rushing water from the side. Bang! Before they could process it, they felt their bodies tilt, and they were hurled into the water. Damn it, another Gyarados has arrived. Just before plunging into the water, Yiming caught a glimpse of the capsized sightseeing boat, other people falling into the sea, and the second Gyarados, the true culprit behind the chaos. His second thought was, this is the end for me, for he could not swim. Being adept at coastal cities did not inherently grant one swimming skills. Splash! He fell into the icy cold water, which instantly enveloped him, flooding his nostrils and choking him. making him feel as if his chest had been crushed by a truck, the sensation of suffocation flooding his mind with terror. Instinctively, he struggled to surface. But in the next moment, he was ensnared by an unknown current, tumbling deeper into the abyss. Emptiness. Despair. Yiming's consciousness began to fade. His mind flickered through countless scenes like a slideshow, including his first meeting with the mini-dragon at school and his encounter with Ghost. So this is what it feels like when one is about to die, to have a life flashing before one's eyes. My egg hasn't even hatched yet. I'm still alive. In the endless darkness, Yiming seemed to see a beam of light. Was that the light of the afterlife? Yiming closed his eyes, completely losing consciousness. The others, driven by their survival instincts, scrambled onto the capsized boat. The sightseeing vessel had not yet sunk, floating like a solitary island, barely allowing them to stand. The adept Blastoise played a crucial role, assisting 2 or 3 individuals who struggled in the water to climb aboard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Snow Lotus counted her fingers, and when she realized the initial 7 had dwindled to 6, she immediately exclaimed, "Blastoise, my little brother is missing. We must search for him." The mini-dragon was also nowhere to be found. Everyone soon noticed Yiming and the mini-dragon were absent. Yet a thorough search of the surrounding waters revealed no traces of them. Suddenly, the Blastoise surfaced empty-handed, and a sense of foreboding settled in their hearts. Could it be that the young master of the modern family was to perish in these waters? Surely he wasn't swallowed by the Gyarados. The possibility could not be dismissed. The situation seemed dire. Perhaps it had already. Wah wah wah. I want to go home. As time ticked away, the realization that they might have lost a companion plunged their spirits into despair. The sensitive girl began to weep softly. Before they could shake off the sorrowful atmosphere, the Gyarados that had capsized their boat resurfaced, revealing its menacing visage, jolting them back to reality. They were still mired in peril. Now was not the time to mourn Yiming. Roar! The violent Gyarados' eyes gleamed with a crimson hue as its robust body twisted and charged forth with alarming speed. Buzz! The Blastoise hurriedly prepared for battle. However, after a protracted struggle, it was unable to withstand the ferocious assault of another Gyarados at the peak of its power. The Blastoise was mercilessly swept aside by a torrent, crashing heavily onto the ocean's surface, rendering it unconscious. With no resistance left before it, Gyarados opened its massive jaws, gathering energy to unleash a devastating beam of destruction, intent on obliterating the capsized vessel and all souls on board. Despair enveloped the onlookers as Lin Yuan and Chi Yu gritted their teeth, clutching their Pokeballs, hoping to summon their Pokémon for a brief resistance to buy precious time. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Boom! Splash! A slender, elegantly streamlined figure burst forth from the sea, instantly captivating everyone's attention. It resembled a dragon, adorned with small horns on its forehead and delicate feather-like wings at its sides. Its body cloaked in sapphire scales, with small blue orbs beneath its neck and at the tip of its tail. Suspended above the surface, it radiated an ethereal aura, and upon closer inspection, one could discern that this aura was composed of shimmering crystalline particles that surrounded it, rendering it the most resplendent entity in this maritime realm. It was the Dragonair, the evolved form of the Dratini. Lin Yuan exclaimed in astonishment, revealing its true identity. Shiwilian and the others soon noticed that its tail gently cradled a fainted youth, none other than Yiming, whom they had presumed lost. Could it be that seeing Yiming in peril awakened the latent power within the Dratini, compelling it to evolve into Dragonair to rescue him? This speculation flared up among the crowd. Roar! Dragonair soared beside the capsized boat, gently laying the unconscious Yiming down, signaling for Shiwilian and the others to administer first aid. Chitter, chitter, chitter. Gengsi also emerged from its Pokeball, anxiously circling around Yiming. Meanwhile, the Gyarados, recovering from its initial shock, unleashed a furious roar, launching itself directly at the airborne Dragonair. Roar! The gentleness in Dragonair's eyes vanished, replaced by a ferocious intent to retaliate. It deftly maneuvered on the ground, harnessing its spiraling power to execute a tail whip technique, striking the Gyarados with the force of a tangible dragon's tail. Boom! The The Gyarados was dealt a heavy blow, plummeting to the ocean's surface like a meteor, creating towering waves that surged around it. Roar! The impact did little to quell Dragonair's burgeoning wrath. Its darkened eyes gradually filled with a savage crimson. It harbored a deep-seated hatred for the assailant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A swirling vortex rapidly formed above the ocean's surface, lifting the dazed Gyarados skyward. The dragon's tail materialized, striking with the force of a divine hammer upon the Gyarados' head. In an instant, the Gyarados' gaping maw snapped shut, descending with an even greater velocity back into the sea, provoking monstrous waves. It loathed this ocean. Boom, 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 boom. The onlookers stood in shock, witnessing a chaotic tempest swirling around them, a multitude of menacing tornadoes erupting and sweeping through the sea. It was as if the end of the world had arrived, with thunder and wind echoing like the lamentations of the land, enveloping all traces of the Magikarp and Gyarados in its fury. Dragonair's eyes blazed with a frenzied scarlet as it lifted its gaze to the heavens, obscured by dark clouds. It harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the sky. Roar! Dragonair threw its head back and roared skyward, a sphere of light gathering before it and rapidly expanding, transforming into a fearsome energy orb with a diameter of 1 meter. Dragonair ascended relentlessly, the dragon crystal beads swirling around it rapidly converging, feeding the terrifying orb, which swelled to several meters in diameter, cycling through compression and expansion. Anyone could sense the overwhelming power emanating from the arcs of electricity crackling from the orb. Roar! Yet, this was but a fraction of the tempestuous fury that Dragonair contained. Its eyes widened with fury as it let out a piercing cry, rising with all the energy it could muster and channeling it into the orb. Expand. Compress. Expand. Compress. Crack. The blue beads at the base of Dragonair's neck began to fracture, as the orb truly expended all its might. The blinding light was nearly unbearable to behold, radiating like a lightning dragon's wrath, encompassing an insurmountable and terrifying force, until it reached a critical threshold. Explosion. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The beam of destruction violently tore through the fabric of space, soaring upward with a thunderous roar, piercing the darkened heavens. Dragonair reared its head back. The beam shot forth at an angle, tearing through the oppressive clouds that obscured the sky, which billowed and parted, creating a stark delineation between light and dark, allowing sunlight to pour through and illuminate the ocean once more. This extraordinary scene resembled a sword cleaving the heavens. In a distant maritime expanse, a rescue boat sped across the waves. 3 women were aboard, among them the pink-haired Botan at the helm, alongside the tall blonde Sakura. While the final girl was not the third sister, Iris, but one of the Joys from Hualan City. Nearby, a protective Starmie glided through the water, accompanied by a Gyarados surveying the situation from above. Botan's cousin was always impulsive, caring little for the consequences. She should consider the well-being of others as well. Botan piloted the boat with urgency, casting anxious glances toward the horizon. Sakura, deep in thought, absent-mindedly touched her cheeks, lamenting the harsh winds that could harm her skin. She resolved to reprimand Shuelian later. They had responded to Shuelian's distress signal, hurrying to the rescue. Had it not been for Shuelian mentioning the presence of other passengers, they would have preferred to abstain from involvement. Shuelian had a knack for complicating matters. On the other hand, Miss Joy sat calmly, regulating her breathing as she mentally rehearsed the upcoming rescue operation. Just as they entered the storm-laden waters, Gyarados seemed to sense an ominous presence, fearfully descending in altitude. Chapter 36. Warm up the ocean's gem. The starfish also surged forth, hastily leaping from the sea's surface into the speedboat. Cherry Blossom and Peony, witnessing this sudden occurrence, couldn't help but feel perplexed. Their demeanor suggested they were in fear of something. Before they could ponder further, a destructive beam of light shot forth from the depths of the targeted sea area, slicing through the sky and striking the edges of the ominous clouds. Cherry Blossom and Peony were utterly astonished. Such a powerful destructive force. What followed was an unforgettable scene. The mysterious beam of destruction cleaved the cloud cover above the sea as if slicing through a cake, revealing what appeared to be a radiant pathway illuminated by sunlight. Guiding them forward, To that place. On the third day, Yiming's hazy consciousness began to restore. He felt pain all over, particularly in his chest, where each breath sent sharp pangs coursing through him. The agony and sorrow sharpened his once distracted mind. Regaining control of his body, he licked his cracked lips and opened his dimmed eyes. His vision transitioned from blurry to clear, revealing a stark white ceiling permeated with the scent of disinfectant. Turning around, he saw medical instruments and 4 drips connected to his arm. "I'm not dead." Yiming marveled at the absurdity of it all. How was it possible that he had survived such circumstances? Suddenly, a mischievous spirit, Ghast, took flight from the ceiling, its triumphant grin quickly fading, replaced by vacant eyes. It, too, was baffled by the situation. The thrill of scaring someone had lost its charm. In the past, it would have rejoiced for an entire day after frightening someone. "Serves you right, Yiming, making me worry so much," Ghast grumbled, rolling its eyes. It attempted to glare at Yiming but met his gaze instead. "Are you not afraid of scaring someone to death and having them come back as a vengeful spirit?" Yiming teased, his voice raspy. "Awake now?" Ghast was taken aback. After a moment, it darted through the wall to check on Miss Joy and Hakron. Just as it vanished, a droplet, resembling a pearl, fell and splashed against the corner of the wall. Yiming remained speechless. What a strange place. This must be the Pokémon Center? Why is there not a single caretaker around? "Water. I need water," he lamented, his throat parched as if in a desert, desperately yearning for relief. In a short while, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor, and a familiar azure figure appeared at the door alongside Ghast. Upon seeing Miss Joy, Yiming immediately understood how he had been rescued. With tears streaming down Hakron's significant face, it flew into Yiming's embrace. However, upon hearing a sharp intake of breath, it gently extracted itself. "I'm fine, Mini Dragon." "No, I should call you Hakron now. You saved me, didn't you?" Yiming assured, recalling a flicker of light just before he lost consciousness. Perhaps that was the evolution light that Mini Dragon had forced upon itself for his sake. Hakron averted its gaze, feeling guilty for having shattered the 2 dragon crystals Yiming had gifted it. It turned out that the crystals had played a crucial role in the evolutionary process. "Hakron, that's not right. Do you not value my life more than 2 crystals?" Yiming chastised, half jokingly but with a hint of seriousness. Hakron hesitated, conflicted, as it struggled to convey some bad news, gazing at Yiming with uncertainty. "What? You can't unleash dragon-type moves anymore?" Yiming was taken aback. This revelation was unexpected. His gaze fell upon the blue gem around Hakron's neck, which bore a crack. In the next moment, the system's notifications flashed across his vision. "Warning. Mini Dragon forcibly absorbing the energy from dragon crystals may pose a life-threatening risk. Warning. Mini Dragon forcibly absorbing the energy from dragon crystals may pose a life-threatening risk. Warning. To save him, it had risked its own life. It's all right. It's not a significant issue. Since you forcibly absorbed the crystals, you might not yet have control over this newfound power, resulting in its suppression," Yiming suggested, half teasingly yet earnestly. "I believe I can do it. Don't worry. After all, I have the world's strongest trainer by my side." Hakron replied, a flicker of hope in its eyes. Ghast, unable to endure the atmosphere, turned away with a playful grimace, its eyes regaining their spark. As hurried footsteps approached, Yiming saw Miss Joy, carrying a lucky egg, assessing his health. "Miss Joy, where's this place?" he inquired. "This is the Pokémon Center in Hualan City. What happened to everyone? How did we escape?" "Through the emergency signal from Snow Lotus. The gym leaders Sakura and Peony rushed to assist. By the time we arrived, you all had already escaped danger." After a pause, Miss Joy turned her gaze to Hakron and continued, "Your Hakron is remarkable. I can see the strong bond you both share." Flattered by Miss Joy's praise, Hakron beamed with embarrassment. At that moment, Yiming received a notification from the system. Option 1. Request a beautiful photo from Miss Joy. Reward. Nutritional supplement package. Host. Option 2. Request water from Miss Joy. Reward. A case of mineral-rich water. Option 3. Request a kiss from Miss Joy. Reward. Stamina potion. Host. Option 4. Request the lucky egg from Miss Joy. Reward. Ultimate flavoring package. First, he dismissed the second option. After much hesitation, his face flushed. Miss Joy, yes? Could you please bring me a photo of a beautiful woman? Yiming tried to maintain a calm facade, innocence and sincerity attempting to mask the absurdity of his request. Yet, he knew that no matter how composed he appeared, this peculiar demand was undeniable. As expected, Miss Joy was momentarily taken aback, her smile fading gradually. After finishing her immediate tasks, she hurriedly departed. Alas, my image in Miss Joy's eyes is utterly ruined. Yiming sighed, covering his blushing face. Can't the system be more serious? Making these kinds of options, can one no longer be human? The look Miss Joy cast before leaving seemed to regard him as a person on the verge of exhausting all vitality. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving the system reward. Nutritional supplement package, host. Nutritional supplement package, capable of healing the host's injuries and enhancing physical constitution. He pulled out the food tray from the bedside table, revealing the system's gift: meat, rice, desserts, and drinks, all steaming as if freshly prepared. Yiming's mouth watered. So delicious. Beside him, Hakran, having witnessed Yiming retrieve items from the system space numerous times, was nonetheless astonished. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, prompting its white wings to flutter as it licked its lips. Clearly, even after evolving into Hakran, it had not shed its gluttonous nature. Indeed, how forgetful of me. During my absence, you have been subsisting solely on the sustenance provided by the Pokémon Center, haven't you? Yiming promptly retrieved the energy cubes for Hakran and Guis from the system. Hakran's face lit up with excitement. Yiming had not forgotten him, and he immediately began to indulge. Nothing compares to the deliciousness of home-cooked food. Hakran thought gleefully, recalling how the bland offerings from the Pokémon Center had felt like torture with every mouthful. After this, Yiming also partook of the nourishing nutrient package from the system. As he consumed it, he felt a strange warmth surging through his limbs, restoring his body. In a short while, his pallid complexion transformed into a healthy glow, and he felt a comforting warmth enveloping him. Such remarkable effects. It was far more pronounced than any medication. Although he was a youth, in the prime of his physical and mental vigor, he must have overestimated himself. Miss Joy returned to the front desk, slamming down her clipboard, pondering in exasperation. Even though he had regained consciousness, a complete recovery would require at least another month of rest, along with necessary medical treatment. She began to jot down the treatment plan for Yiming on the medical record. Just then, someone approached the counter. "Hello, Miss Joy. I am here to complete the discharge procedures." "All right. Please hold on a moment. May I have the patient's name and bed number?" Joy did not look up, engrossed in her notes about Yiming's treatment. "Yiming, bed number 2431. Okay, huh?" Miss Joy exclaimed in surprise, looking up to find Yiming, the very person she had just seen. "How did you get out of bed?" She circled the counter, hesitantly assessing Yiming. In truth, she was more curious about how he managed to walk around. "Doesn't it hurt? Can you even walk?" Yiming was not only recovering from drowning and resuscitation but also bore multiple contusions, making it seem improbable that he could even get out of bed. Yet, the Yiming before her appeared as if nothing had happened, a stark contrast to his previous sickly state. "You still need to stay for observation and rest for a while," Miss Joy insisted seriously. "No need, Miss Joy. Look at me. I'm perfectly fine and can jump around." Yiming quickly reassured her, even performing a couple of flips to convince her. Apologies, but he had no intention of wasting precious time here. Did she not understand what a nourishing nutrient package was? A mere scratch was nothing to fret over. Under Yiming's insistence, Miss Joy reluctantly acquiesced to his request to leave, but she also explained how to care for his injuries. It felt surreal. As she watched him depart, Miss Joy remained enveloped in disbelief. How had he recovered so swiftly? In her professional experience, she had never encountered a human with such incredible resilience. Not even a Pokémon. Even for Pokémon, severe injuries typically required extensive treatment. Yiming's recovery was more impressive than that of even the most robust fighting-type Pokémon. Miss Joy was baffled. Before long, Shuilian and Linyuan, carrying drinks, entered the Pokémon Center, specifically to visit Yiming. "Miss Joy, may I inquire if Yiming has regained consciousness?" Linyuan asked, holding a basket of fruit. He has awakened. If you are here to see him, he has just been discharged, Miss Joy replied, resting her chin on her hands, feeling rather despondent. Suddenly, she felt her existence was somewhat superfluous in the presence of someone like Yiming. What? Discharged? Wasn't he unconscious last night? Lin Yuan and Xuelian were taken aback. Xuelian stepped forward, eyeing Miss Joy suspiciously. Joy, you aren't saying this under the influence of alcohol, are you? I haven't been drinking. Miss Joy's fair complexion flushed red. Then, was he carried in? Was he completely unresponsive? Xuelian pressed on. They had just visited him last night. Did he even appear capable of being admitted to the hospital? He walked out on his own. I examined his injuries. They have completely healed. If you don't believe me, you can go look for him. He just left a few minutes ago. Miss Joy crossed her arms, her patience wearing thin. Being startled by Yiming and then questioned by Xuelian was infuriating. With the scent of alcohol lingering, she couldn't and oppose help but wonder if Yiming had suddenly harnessed his inner strength to heal himself just to escape the chaos. Seeing that Miss Joy was serious, Xuelian and Lin Yuan had no choice but to leave in disappointment. Following Lin Yuan's recommendation, Yiming found an inn with a view of the sea, costing merely 24 alliance coins per day, an exceedingly reasonable price, especially given the current shortage of graduates in the city. In the afternoon, through conversation, Yiming learned about Heikron's current condition. Heikron was unable to utilize dragon-type moves, and his control over skills was limited to glaring, electromagnetic wave, quick attack, tackle, water tail, and the currently most powerful skill, destruction ray. Additionally, his overall abilities had significantly improved due to evolution. Evolution is one of the most fascinating aspects of Pokémon training. It represents a leap in strength, often making the pre-evolution and post-evolution forms entirely different concepts, much like the difference between Magikarp and Gyarados. In a serene and secluded spot, Yiming addressed Heikron. Heikron, we are going to commence special training from now on. Gone. Heikron responded with vigor. I will learn to swim, and you will need to learn to control the dragon energy within you. Does that sound good? Let us see who can accomplish the task first. Gone. Heikron's determined stance pleased Yiming greatly. As for why he wanted to learn to swim, part of it was to set an example for Heikron. He realized that just as he had developed a fear of water, Heikron might also harbor doubts about his ability to control dragon energy. As a trainer, one must lead by example for their Pokémon. Furthermore, Yiming wanted to avoid experiencing drowning again. With the lessons learned from his past, he understood the importance of mastering this skill. It could save his life in crucial moments. And since this world is home to numerous water-type Pokémon, he did not wish to miss the opportunity to capture rare aquatic creatures. First, he needed to warm up. Chapter 37, My Exclusive. Yiming, clad in swim trunks, still carried the precious hatching device for the tadpole, engaging in warm-up exercises. Gazing at the boundless sea, he took a deep breath, preparing to dive in. Yet, a wave of dizziness and fear washed over him, as images of despair from the abyss flooded his mind once more. Instinctively, Yiming took a step back. At that moment, the system's notification chimed in. Choice 1. Pursue the Snow Lotus for swimming training. Reward: Vitality Incubation Elixir. The bartenders go to Duck. Choice 2. Seek one of the 4 Masters of Hualon for training. Reward: Waterstone, Evolution Item, Agate Jellyfish from the Sea. Choice 3. Pursue a swimming coach from the formal organization. Reward: 6,666 Alliance coins. The Worried Heikron. Choice 4. Become a student at the Children's Swimming School. Reward: a small amount of Ghost-type energy. The Frightened Child from the Return of the Jengars. Yiming sighed in relief. Indeed, he should not act recklessly. It was imperative to find a coach and master the correct swimming technique. Building a solid foundation was essential. Heikron, at times, one must also know one's limits. Seeking sponsorship is not something one should undertake impulsively, you know? When faced with challenges, one can consult with trainers. Heikron nodded vigorously, agreeing with Yiming's wisdom. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Observing the playful return of Jengars, Yiming felt speechless. How adorable, even going so far as to frighten children. Most amusingly, Jengars believed it should attend the children's swimming school as a student. Who does it look down upon? Chirp, chirp, chirp. Jingars paused, sensing Yiming's disapproving gaze. Could it be that he could discern its inner thoughts? Unlikely. Jingars, you think with my aptitude, I should gradually learn at the children's swimming school, right? Chirp, chirp, chirp. Jingars was taken aback. It could truly perceive its thoughts. Hastily, it covered its head with its hands, whistling nonchalantly as it feigned interest in the scenery. Yiming looked at Jingars with bemusement. In truth, he knew that Jingars had been diligently training, even resorting to pranks. Rumors had spread in Hualan City about the nocturnal hauntings, causing unease among the populace, with girls too afraid to venture out alone at night. The bounty for capturing spirits had soared to 2,000 alliance coins. This illustrated the extent of Jingars and Appo's mischief. Jingars, do not overexert yourself. Balance work and rest. Understand? Chirp, chirp, chirp. Jingars feigned ignorance, adopting a look of misunderstanding. However, with his telepathic connection, Yiming was aware that Jingars, beyond its playful antics, was secretly pushing itself through extra training. The reason was simple. It felt guilty for being unable to assist Yiming during his previous life-threatening crisis, unlike Heikron, which had been there to help. This concern had settled in its heart. The bond between the two companions fortified Yiming's resolve to swim. As a trainer, he could not afford to falter. He promptly called Snow Lotus. Indeed, within this realm, Snow Lotus was the least reliable, yet the system offered little else. The Vitality Incubation Elixir was clearly a reward specially selected for the tadpole. It would be ungrateful not to accept it. Rumor had it that Snow Lotus was a cousin of the four sisters of Hualan, hailing from a prestigious water-type gym family. One could only assume her swimming skills were exceptional. A few minutes later, Yiming and Snow Lotus stood atop a cliff by the sea. To Yiming's request, Snow Lotus did not appear flustered. Rather, she was exceedingly enthusiastic. Perhaps she felt guilty about the previous peril. Although Miss Joy had assured him he was fine, his sister remained worried and had specially customized a gentle swimming technique for him. Rest assured, she would guide him. Snow Lotus took a hearty sip of chilled wine, boasting with delight. Yiming inwardly thought, "This is troublesome," and immediately waved his hands. No, 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 Miss Snow Lotus. Just follow the method you learned to swim in the past. He was wary of Snow Lotus's eccentricity. Were it not for the system's reward, he would never have summoned her. Are you certain? I am absolutely certain. Very well then. Snow Lotus led Yiming to a slightly elevated spot, instructing him to stand at the edge. Before Yiming could comprehend, Snow Lotus's foot landed on his coccyx. With a sudden kick, he fell into the sea, flailing and struggling, choking on a few mouthfuls of seawater before being rescued by the concerned Heikron. Cough, cough, cough. You madwoman, were you trying to take my life? Yiming spluttered, while Heikron glared angrily at Snow Lotus. Weren't you the one who said to learn swimming the way my sister did? Snow Lotus replied innocently. Who teaches swimming like this? That's how my uncle taught us, just as he taught Sakura and the others when they were young. Why didn't you say so earlier? You never asked. Snow Lotus smiled sweetly, taking another sip of her chilled wine, gazing into the horizon where the sea met the sky, her eyes reflecting nostalgia. When I was young, I was also afraid of the sea. However, my uncle taught me a crucial lesson. With Pokémon companions by your side, even if you sink to the depths of the ocean, they will bravely accompany you forward. She cast a flirtatious glance. You should be the most aware of this. Although you panicked when you fell into the sea, you weren't truly afraid, were you? Because you knew Heikron was by your side, ready to save you. I hired you to be my swimming coach. Yiming gritted his teeth, yearning to punch this wine-loving girl. How could she turn this into a lecture? Little fool. Don't you understand? The best swimming coach is your Pokémon. Snow Lotus turned, shaking the empty wine bottle in her hand, leisurely departing. Once the cheerfulness dissipated, Yiming exhaled deeply. If she gave up drinking, this girl would be far more suited to lead the Hualan gym than the four sisters. He couldn't deny her truth. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward, Vitality Incubation Elixir. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the system reward, Vitality Incubation Elixir. Vitality Incubation Elixir possesses mysterious energy that can enhance the vitality and hatching speed of Pokémon eggs, potentially yielding extraordinary results. Being submerged in water to obtain such a valuable item was worth it. Yiming removed the hatching device containing the tadpole Pokémon egg. Opening the lid, he retrieved the vitality incubation elixir from the system's space. It appeared as a small vial of green liquid, and upon uncapping it, a peculiar fragrance wafted through the air. Gulp! The gluttonous Hakron's eyes sparkled as it leaned in, eager to taste this extraordinary liquid. No, this is meant for use, not for drinking. Yiming decisively shattered Hakron's impractical fantasy, pouring the vitality incubation elixir into the hatching device. The green elixir merged with the nutrient solution, seemingly alive as it adhered to the surface of the Pokémon egg, quickly absorbed by it. The egg emitted a faint glow, even quivering slightly. Yiming retrieved the aptitude detector to observe the egg's vitality. Species, tadpole, aptitude, sovereign, vitality, 100 splendid. The vitality had risen from 92 to 100. This meant it was destined to hatch, and Yiming's initial concerns vanished. Additionally, the originally affected sovereign aptitude had transformed into the sovereign tier. Yiming immediately felt that seeking out Snow Lotus as a coach had been a brilliant decision. Truly, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Indeed. I wonder if the regression has affected Hakulong's innate abilities. This thought suddenly crossed Yiming's mind. During its time as a mini-dragon, it was compelled to absorb 2 dragon crystals to evolve. Would the forced regression have a detrimental impact on Hakulong's innate talents? Type: Hakulong. Talent: Legendary -A. It appears that there is indeed an effect, and surprisingly, it is a beneficial one. Hakulong has ascended from its previous royal talent to a legendary status. If this is the case, my conjecture has a higher probability of being accurate. It seems Hakulong is merely unable to harness its abilities at present, a consequence of the forced evolution induced by the absorption of the dragon crystals. I believe that with the passage of time, it will gradually improve. Learn to swim. Learn to swim. Yiming once again donned the incubator and chose to rely on himself and Hakulong. Over the next few days, Yiming immersed himself in the routine of learning to swim. With Hakulong's assistance, he quickly grasped the fundamentals and unlocked numerous techniques. His fear of the sea dissipated entirely, and he even began to relish the sensation of swimming, diving alongside Hakulong into the shallows to frolic with the Magikarp and agate jellyfish. As for Hakulong, despite trying various methods over the past few days, it regrettably remained unable to unleash any dragon-type moves. It felt as though it had completely lost its sensitivity and control over dragon energy, which left it feeling disheartened. However, Yiming used the evidence of its blue orb showing signs of recovery to successfully encourage it, leading Hakulong to focus its spirit on mastering other techniques instead. Meanwhile, the nearly free-range Ghast, thriving in its endeavors, successfully raised the bounty amount for their mission to 3,150, nearly matching the amount earned during their time on the St. Anu. This speaks volumes of its diligence, and Yiming felt a surge of gratitude. Both of his Pokémon displayed remarkable initiative, requiring little concern from him. They were truly ambitious. One morning, Yiming once again donned his swim trunks, strapped on the incubator, and set off with Hakulong to explore the ocean depths. After a satisfying swim, Yiming returned to the beach, sensing something was amiss. Suddenly, Hakulong flew around him a few times, prompting Yiming to realize the source of his unease. He felt lighter. Behind him, he was indeed lighter. In a panic, he removed the incubator, only to discover that the lid had somehow come undone, and the precious egg of the Froakie had vanished. He stood there, dumbfounded. Was it possible that while diving, he had inadvertently loosened the lid or encountered something that caused the incubator to open? Surely not. This was a matter of several 100,000 or Alliance coins. No, its true value far exceeded that amount. This was a Froakie of royal caliber. Could it be that he had missed a rare opportunity to obtain a Froakie? One of the few chances in his life? Hakulong, quickly, let us retrace our steps. Yiming anxiously called to Hakulong and dove back into the depths, hoping to locate the Froakie egg. If he could not retrieve it, he feared he would not sleep well for an entire year. Time passed slowly. As night fell, visibility in the depths diminished significantly. Yiming's skin was nearly pruned as he trudged back to the sandy shore, each step filled with regret. Seeing Ming's dejected demeanor, Hakulong nudged its head against his cheek sympathetically. I'm fine, Hakulong. Ming took a few deep breaths, managing a faint smile. It's all right. Perhaps this was not meant to be. Perhaps the Froki belongs to the ocean. Gazing at the vast sea beneath the night sky, Ming's expression was complex. Missing out was not a fault of his, but rather a matter of timing. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the air, followed by the chaos of a commotion. In a dark alley, Gast emerged from the shadows, a smug grin adorning its face. The prank had been a resounding success. Satisfied, Gast consumed the ghostly energy that had manifested from its hand. It would never tire of that exquisite taste. Feeling the energy meld within, Gast let out a satisfied belch. However, with the depletion of its ghostly energies, its enthusiasm waned, and it was about to return to Ming's side when it caught sight of a furtive figure lurking in the alley, piquing its curiosity. Could it be a kindred spirit? Stealthily, Gast approached, intrigued to see what this individual was up to. In the shadows, it observed a creature lying low against the window, seemingly waiting for the opportune moment. Gast admired this patience for seizing the perfect opportunity. In the dim light, Gast discerned the figure's form, a blue frog-like Pokémon, adorned with white bubbles on its nose, neck, and back. Gast felt a sense of familiarity with the creature, as if it had encountered it before. After pondering for a while, it recalled that Ming had once shown it a picture of a future companion from China aboard their ship. This was precisely that Pokémon. According to Ming, it was supposed to be quite rare. How could it be seen so casually in a human city? Were the trainers of Hualan City truly so oblivious to its existence? Gast was perplexed. What was this creature planning? Driven by curiosity, Gast continued to observe from the shadows. Soon, the Pokémon seemed to find its moment, taking advantage of a gap when the staff, distracted by their duties, left the side door open to dispose of waste. The creature quietly slipped through the blind spot. It must be quite inconvenient to traverse walls. This was my specialty. With a sly smile, Gast followed suit. Upon entering through the wall, it discovered a quaint human tavern, the rich aroma of alcohol wafting through the air. Chapter 38, The Old Shop Then. Gooey's was astonished to discover that the target of the frog-like sprite was not merely a prank, but something more profound. Half an hour later, Gooey scratched its chin with a spectral hand, its eyes reflecting a contemplative expression. Before it, in the dimly lit alley, the frog sprite lay drunkenly atop a trash can, the scent of alcohol overwhelming the stench of decay that permeated the surroundings. This fellow, did he sneak in for a drink? Remarkable. Such personality, I quite like it. Perhaps I could take it back to Ming. It might fetch a decent price to improve the students' meals. With that thought, Gooey's dragged the inebriated frog sprite and floated into the night sky. Soon after, the ghost returned with its prize to Ming's residence, passing through the walls. Thud. The sprite held by Gooey's, along with its head, landed heavily on the ground. Tut, tut, tut. Guess what I brought back? Gooey's intended to boast to Ming. However, in the next moment, it sensed the unusual atmosphere. Ming sat quietly by the patient's bed, staring blankly at the sea under the night sky, as if his soul had departed, utterly motionless. HRK. Hakron softly reminded, indicating that Ming's mood had soured significantly. Gooey's. It's best we refrain from our usual antics today. Hey, was he dumped by a woman? The ghost was taken aback, recalling some individuals he had seen on the ship, some of whom suffered from a similar sense of disorientation. HRK. Hakron rolled his eyes and briefly recounted the day's events, making Gooey's glance over curiously. It turned out that Ming was not abandoned by a human woman, but rather by a sprite egg. The sprite egg that the crew had desperately sought was lost at sea. No wonder Ming bore such an expression. How long has he been like this? Gooey's inquired. I came back at night, sat down. Most importantly, I haven't eaten, Hakron replied. This is truly dreadful. Gooey's, understanding the student's plight, quickly darted past Ming in an attempt to announce their arrival in their usual startling manner. Yet, Ming remained expressionless. His eyes seemed devoid of focus, not gazing at the sea, but rather into the depths of his shattered heart. It appeared he was suffering greatly. Perfect timing. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Ghost, the block is there. You can handle it yourself. Yiming finally acknowledged Guise's presence, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears. TSK. This is merely a sprite egg. Really, Guise, it has been days, yet he still belongs to us, does he not? Yiming murmured sadly as he rested his chin on his hands, gazing into the night. The night breeze felt particularly mournful. Guise rolled its eyes. My heart says, I don't know him. You are the one who sleeps with it every night, not me. Chirp, chirp, chirp. You say you caught a sprite for me? Useless, Guise, this is not a substitute. Thank you. But it was a Froakie, a sprite of royal potential, incomparable to ordinary sprites. Guise's intentions were appreciated nonetheless. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Guise smiled mysteriously, pulling upward with its spectral hand to showcase the air. Guise paused. Does my business hand not possess such a large frog? Have I lost my grip and fallen? In the face of Yiming's puzzled gaze, Guise awkwardly chuckled and hurriedly returned to search. Outside the house, it discovered a drunken little sprite lying on the ground. A bump on its head. Oh right, it couldn't pass through walls. Frustrated, Guise picked it up again and floated through the window, easily flaunting it before the sprite. In Guise's eyes, this sly sprite seemed more fitting as a companion, hence it sought Yiming's approval. Froakie, Yiming exclaimed, astonished. To his surprise, the captured sprite was indeed a Froakie. Where did you catch it? Surely you didn't steal someone else's sprite? Chirp, chirp, chirp. It could be quite mad. When you found him, was he not stealing alcohol? A Froakie with such a personality? Yiming was greatly intrigued, leaning closer to sniff, confirming the strong scent of alcohol emanating from the Froakie. This revelation was even more astonishing. How could such a rare Froakie from the Carlos region appear all the way in the Kanto region's Hualon city, and with such a peculiar affinity for alcohol? Yiming furrowed his brow, realizing that matters were more complex than they seemed. Alcohol, Froakie. A flash of inspiration struck, and he trembled as he retrieved the sprite qualification checker. Species, Froakie, potential, royal, special effect, ability to, drunken frog. When intoxicated, your combat power significantly increases. Royal potential. And this bizarre ability he had never seen before. Indeed, Yiming was overjoyed, tears of joy welling up. Guise, this is the egg we discovered. It is precisely because we found this Froakie. The drunken frog ability must have been activated by the special effects of the alcohol produced during the egg's hatching process. There could not possibly be another one like it in the world. Chuan. Guise was utterly bewildered. I gazed at the drunken frog, hardly able to believe my eyes. This was the sprite that emerged from the egg? Such coincidence in the world? It had run away from Yiming and was then caught by him again. Surely. I understand now. It must have hatched while we were at the seabed, swimming away through an open lid. This little rascal, not even bothering to say goodbye. Truly a fickle frog. Yiming produced a pokeball and tapped it on the Froakie's head. Immediately, the latter transformed into a beam of light and entered the ball. The euphoric thrill of recovery surged through Yiming, causing his blood pressure to spike and his face to flush. I want to give Guise a big kiss. Just then, the system chimed in with a notification. Option 1. Give Guise a kiss. Reward. Moderate ghost-type energy. Option 2. Praise Guise for 10 minutes. Reward. A sprite with a personality and a display device. Option 3. Buy a bottle of wine and celebrate with Guise. Reward. Upgrade to sprite certificate viewing. Option 4. Go to the supermarket to buy prank items for Guise. Reward. 5-star membership card for Hualon Supermarket. The system options had been triggered. If not for the system rewards, Yiming would have gladly showered Guise with affection. The first kiss, then boasting, followed by a trip to the supermarket for fun gifts and wine. He was simply overjoyed. The exhilaration of recovery far surpassed mere satisfaction. Guise, Heikron, you can wait here, Yiming declared as he dashed out the door, leaving Guise and Heikron staring at each other in bewilderment. HRK, is he all right? Where is he heading at this hour? Heikron hesitated, wanting to accompany Yiming. Tut, tut, tut. Who knows? It's quite mysterious. The ghost pursed its lips, not paying much attention. Soon, Yiming returned empty-handed, ignoring the puzzled expressions of Heikron and Guise as he released the Froakie from its pokeball. Why did you leave without a word? And went to steal some wine? Did you think I wouldn't buy it for you? The Froakie lay there, seemingly still recovering from its drunken state. Ming smirked disdainfully. In hand, there was a bottle of ice wine. Upon opening the cap, a croaking frog slipped through, its eyes still shut, resembling a lifeless amphibian. Yet, before it could fully awaken, its body was involuntarily lifted, even bobbing along with the wine's movement. Oh, still not awake? At the sound, the croaking frog squinted its eyes, and upon taking in its surroundings, it hastily leapt to a corner, eyeing Ming with caution while surveying the unfamiliar environment. Its gaze lingered for a moment on Harklong, sensing a familiarity in the silhouette, yet bewildered by its presence. In its recollection, it had been foraging in a tiny underground world when it caught a whiff of a strangely familiar scent, prompting a troubling thought. Had it been captured? Ribbit, 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 Ming coldly remarked, intending to reprimand the intoxicated frog. No. First and foremost, this guilty creature. In the spirit egg, the croaking frog was not devoid of perception, especially during this critical learning phase prior to hatching, having been in close proximity to Ming almost around the clock, rendering them quite familiar. You may not see me, but this voice is very familiar. Upon recognizing Ming's croaks, the frog immediately let down its guard, regaining its composure. At that moment, they began to comprehend Ming's expressions and words. Ribbit, ribbit, too fast to catch, lost. The croaking frog succinctly stated. Ming was taken aback. Too fast to catch, lost? Realization dawned upon him as he glanced at Hong Kong Airlines. The frog did not vanish, but rather hatched and opened the cap, akin to how he and Hong Kong Airlines were engaged in their shy, high-speed underwater exploration. Yet, the croaking frog could not keep pace with their development. Thus, Ming's hand trembled around the bottle. Gulp. Hong Kong Airlines understood as well. Ribbit, ribbit, bullied, hungry, stealing food. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Ming and Harklong were profoundly moved, unable to bear it any longer. A vivid image surfaced in their minds, a croaking frog emerging from the incubator, only to be swiftly swept away by the swift currents outside, desperately chasing after them, calling for them, yet only able to watch their figures recede into the distance. The helpless, diminutive croaking frog faced hostility and attacks from other Pokémon at the seabed, ultimately being forced onto land. Starved, cold, and impoverished, the solitary croaking frog confronted a strange world, cautiously navigating its arduous survival, utterly alone, until Ghastly discovered it and brought it back. The more Ming pondered, the more his heart ached, and guilt consumed him. It was not the frog that was in the wrong, but he. I truly deserve this. Overwhelmed with remorse, Ming took a swig of wine, summoning the courage to speak. Croaking frog, we came back to find you. Truly, we searched for a long time, planning to continue our search tomorrow. Gulp. Hong Kong Airlines also felt guilty, realizing that Pokémon should possess greater perceptive abilities than humans, and he ought to have been more attentive. The thought of leaving his little companion stranded in the sea pained Harklong deeply, rendering him breathless upon imagining that solitary scene. Croaking frog, I misjudged you. Thankfully, Ghastly brought you back in time. Otherwise, I would never forgive myself. Ming calmed down, retrieving 2 crates of beer and an array of barbecue snacks, along with fruit trees. Enough said, brother, it's all in the wine. Croaking frog. Today marks my severe negligence. I apologize and reflect. And Ghastly, thank you for bringing back our croaking frog. That and Appos. That's a significant achievement. Teamwork truly cannot do without you. Upon hearing the teacher's praise, Ghastly's lips curled into a smile. The moment the frog laid eyes on the beer, they sparkled with excitement. The aroma of barbecued snacks wafted through the air, brightening Harklong's eyes as well. Tonight, no one would leave without being intoxicated. This encapsulates the essence of the scene to follow. The night glowed with light. A person, a ghost, and a frog gathered joyously, indulging in drinks and food, sharing the delight of reunion. Grace was a notorious drunkard, recalling those unforgettable moments spent aboard the ship during lonely nights. How wonderful it was to have companionship amidst such difficulty. Being a ghost was indeed challenging. At that time, the ship was about to leave the shore, and it scarcely knew where it found the courage to disembark. Now, however, it believed that this choice would bring it joy for a lifetime. Emotions are contagious. Longxiang could not help but cry out, expressing the fears and helplessness he had concealed during Yiming's troubles, along with his current worries about releasing the dragon spirit. This prompted Ghastly to nod in agreement, clinking glasses with Harklong, sharing an understanding that conveyed a sense of camaraderie and late-blooming friendship. Yiming, moved by the moment, sang to enliven the atmosphere, transitioning from days of friendship to this unforgettable night, and from this memorable night to Liang Jingru's courage. On the other hand, the smallest croaking frog displayed remarkable maturity, continuously comforting Yiming and Longhang, who expressed their guilt towards it, even taking on the task of pouring drinks. Resembling the proprietor of a bar, this uninhibited night felt as if even the evening breeze had succumbed to intoxication. The St. Anu was an aircraft, the mirrored Carlos Alliance smoothly landing on the highest helipad. For men, clad in suits and wearing sunglasses, descended, one middle-aged and 3 youths. They appeared unaccustomed to such attire, frequently loosening their ties and rolling up their sleeves, seeming rather uneasy. Is this the ship for confession? The lead middle-aged man surveyed the surroundings before following the receptionist into the ship. 10 minutes later, they emerged before an old shop on the 12th floor selling divine eggs. Chapter 39. The feeling of going through the back door if Yiming were present. He would immediately recognize this as the second-hand electronic Pokémon egg shop where he bought Froakie. Welcome, esteemed guests. What kind of Pokémon egg are you looking for? The squint-eyed owner greeted. Actually, I would recommend the shops next door. They have a wider selection and better quality. The owner, noticing the group, keenly sensed their unusual nature and subtle hostility. He racked his brain, trying to recall the customers he had recently served, but couldn't pinpoint anything. Did you ever receive a Froakie egg? The middle-aged man in black asked blandly. The others were less polite, immediately inspecting the display cases. Froakie egg? I don't remember, the owner replied, a twitch in his lips, understanding their purpose but cautiously denying it. Don't play dumb. The leader snapped, grabbing his collar, his tone turning icy. Oh. I remember now, a frog Pokémon egg. Is there something special about it? Enough chatter. Where is that egg now? Unfortunately, I sold it a few days ago to a graduate from China. The owner said, carefully observing their reactions, his voice tinged with awkwardness. As expected, the middle-aged man's face darkened upon hearing this news. Just then, the younger members of the group gathered, shaking their heads, confirming they hadn't seen the frog egg. Time. Just let me check. After obtaining a specific time frame, one of the Chinese youths went to confirm, returning shortly after. He confirmed the owner's statement and provided the buyer's details. A graduate from China. Are we too late? The middle-aged man frowned, pondering the situation with his companions before they hastily departed. Before leaving, he turned back and asked, how much did you sell it for? 12,000 Alliance coins. TCH. Lucky for you, it was a transaction. The next day, after a night of revelry, Yiming groggily awoke late in the morning, his head pounding. The 3 Pokémon were nestled beside him, having not returned to their Pokeballs. Recalling the previous night, Yiming couldn't help but smile. The Pokémon were quite amusing when drunk. Though, I must have been quite the sight myself. He rubbed his forehead, wincing at the throbbing pain, and surveyed the chaotic state of the room with resignation. This is quite a mess. I'll probably have to pay a cleaning fee. No, I'll get them to help clean up later and save some money. Lacking the motivation to get up, he decided to examine his reward from yesterday. Within the system space, the appearance of the aptitude viewer had subtly changed from a magnifying glass to a transparent card about the size of his palm. Pokémon aptitude viewer upgraded to Pokémon information card. Intrigued, Yiming picked it up and aimed it at Ghastly. Species, Ghastly. Type, Ghost. Poison, ability, Levitate, immune to ground-type moves. Aptitude, Leader, held item, Mischievous Ghost Hand. Known moves, Lick, Hypnosis, Nightshade. Payback, Shadow Punch. Now for Froakie, Yiming thought, his anticipation growing. Species, Froakie. Type, Water. Ability, 1. Torrent, powers up water-type moves in a pinch. 2. Drunken Frog greatly enhances combat power when intoxicated. Aptitude, Monarch, held item, None. Known moves, Pound, Growl, Water gun, quick attack, double team. Wow, that's a lot of moves. Yiming was surprised. A freshly hatched Froakie knows 5 moves? Is it because of its monarch-level aptitude? The higher the Pokémon's aptitude, the faster it learns moves. Or perhaps it's because the egg was artificially incubated for too long. Maybe it inherited something. Either way, I'm very impressed with this Froakie. Speaking of which, you could sense me while you were still in the egg, right? Yiming murmured. Based on Froakie's behavior last night, he suspected it could perceive external stimuli while still inside the egg. Otherwise, it wouldn't have seemed familiar and quickly lowered its guard. Could it even know that it was callously replaced by its original owner? This realization sparked a wave of remorse, as if he had glimpsed Froakie's stoic personality. Oh, I'm such a fool, Yiming lamented, wishing he could slap himself. He had inadvertently subjected Froakie to another abandonment. Even if it wasn't intentional and he felt terrible about it. I swear, Froakie, I won't lose you again, I promise. He gently stroked Froakie's head, his heart aching. Froakie seemed to sense his emotions in its sleep, responding softly. Still, this drinking habit is no good, Yiming muttered. Having a drunken frog ability is no excuse to turn my Pokémon into an alcoholic. As the world's strongest trainer, I can't let my Pokémon become a drunk just for a quirky boost in combat power. That's just lame. The Froakie in his arms stirred and turned over. You're awake, aren't you? Okay, just a little bit sometimes, all right? Yiming relented. Noticing Froakie was feigning sleep. A Pokémon cultivated by wine, its extraordinary abilities were understandable. It's all my fault, or rather, the system's fault. Couldn't it have been a nutritional solution with the same effect? Why did it have to be alcohol? Great, now I have a boozy, bubbly frog. You've got to be kidding me. As its trainer, Yiming felt a sense of foreboding. I wonder if this thing can tell me what's wrong with Dragonair. Yiming aimed the card at Dragonair. Species, Dragonair. Type, Dragon. Ability, Marvel Scale, boosts defense if afflicted with a status condition. Currently activated. Aptitude, Legendary. Held item, none. Known moves, Wrap, Leer, Thunder Wave. Agility, Slam. Aqua Tail, Hyper Beam. Abnormal psychological state. The internal dragon energy is exhibiting unusual activity, rendering the current Hakron difficult to effectively control. Indeed, as Yiming pondered privately, this description aligns closely with his and Miss Joy's expectations. The forcibly evolved Dragonair is unstable, thus unable to fully harness the power within. In light of this, it appears that Hakron's energy block game can be analyzed and adjusted to suppress the overly vibrant dragon energy within us. He conceived a dietary strategy, utilizing the principle of ice-type energy restraining dragon-type energy. He crafted icy energy blocks for Hakron to consume in rotation, thereby moderating the exuberant dragon energy within the students. This effectively illustrated the current status of the Dragonair Company, highlighting its extraordinary scale, a phenomenon triggered by its abnormal state. Now that the frog has hatched, alongside 3 other Pokémon, we can proceed with our plan to challenge the Hualan Gym. Yiming felt a surge of excitement. The gym challenges established across various regions in mainland China adhere to societal regulations, such as requiring novice challengers to possess at least 3 Pokémon, which is the most fundamental rule. Consequently, the majority of recent graduates, upon arriving at the Pokémon continent, prioritize capturing 3 Pokémon. Many, due to certain gyms allowing challengers to compete with a full team, directly capture a complete team of 6 Pokémon. The rationale behind a 6 Pokémon formation stems from the limitation that each individual may possess no more than 6 Pokémon, with most automatically transported to designated locations. This is a core rule mandated by the Sprite Alliance for trainers, aimed at curtailing the threats and destructive potential of malevolent forces. Yiming was uncertain whether the Super VIP ball he received from the system would also impose such limitations. This required further observation. Rise, rise, rise. He urged his 3 Pokémon to awaken and collaborate in tidying up. In the afternoon, Yiming ventured to a Pokémon shop where he focused on designing ice-type energy blocks as a dietary remedy for Hakron. Additionally, he crafted a water-type energy box for the newly acquired Froakie, enhancing its flavor with a touch of fruity wine essence, albeit with some inconvenience. Finally, while en route, Yiming inquired about the challenge at the Hualan Museum. It was said that the Hualan trio had been vexed by numerous graduates seeking challenges, feeling that the enterprise severely disrupted their studies and performances. Consequently, a series of stringent conditions were instituted to alleviate the congestion of challengers. One such condition was the necessity of making an appointment. When Yiming registered, he found the date scheduled for 2 days hence. During this interval, he engaged in rigorous training battles with his 3 Pokémon, particularly focusing on the newly joined Froakie. Surprisingly, Froakie demonstrated exceptional insight and quickly established a strong rapport with Yiming, showcasing commendable battle capabilities. He felt that perhaps during their challenge at the Hualan Gym, Froakie could provide valuable analytical insights. Onward, to the Hualan Gym. 2 days swiftly passed. Early in the morning, Yiming prepared to embark, filled with ambition. Accompanied by his 3 Pokémon, he made his way to the Hualan Gym, located in the remote eastern suburbs of Hualan City. Its ostentatious, multicolored facade resembled more of a circus than a serious dojo. Upon his arrival, he discovered an overwhelming crowd. The gym featured 3 sections designated for informal network battle games, where intense matches were underway, accompanied by intermittent cheers. This was the procedure orchestrated by the Hualan trio, necessitating all graduates to first partake in a 1v1 preliminary match against a gym staff member before earning the right to challenge the Hualan trio. This traditional method filtered out numerous unqualified challengers, significantly alleviating the congestion of challengers at the gym. Yiming queued to observe the recent battles. A combatant clad in a tricolor uniform dispatched a tadpole. Although they appeared easy to defeat, their combat performance was commendable, indicating rigorous training. The pressure on the challenger was palpable, their wrists straining under the exertion, face reddened from a barrage of blows, eliciting sympathy from onlookers who instinctively covered their faces. Such ferocious tadpoles. With the excitement of the battles, the wait was not tedious. After 10 minutes, it was Yiming's turn. "Hello, please present your alliance card. I will arrange a preliminary match for you." Progressing through the preliminary rounds is essential for obtaining a chance to challenge the Hualan Gym, the staff member stated. Yiming had his card ready and submitted it. However, unlike others, the staff member scrutinized his information with an odd expression, not hastily proceeding with the arrangement. "Is there a problem?" Yiming inquired, perplexed. The staff members shook their heads, smiling, and returned the alliance card to Yiming, explaining, "There is no issue. It's just that our gym leader has given prior instructions. If it is you, we can waive the preliminary process and allow you direct entry into the gym challenge." With that, she handed Yiming a number 7 placard. Waiving the process? This meant they could skip the preliminary match. Such fortuitous news was readily accepted. Images of the Cherry Blossom Trio flitted through his mind. He had met them recently, expressing his gratitude for their efforts to support their economy. As the proprietors of the museum, they were busy due to the graduation travel surge, but one of them might still be able to make an appearance. His impression of them was that they were indeed beautiful, rivaling top-tier sports stars, each sister embodying distinct cultural traits, explaining their immense popularity. In truth, many specialized graduates came to witness the Hualan Trio's charm. Is this what it feels like to have connections? Yiming, holding the number plate, couldn't help but smile. Chapter 40. Hakron, however, the other members of the teaching staff who witnessed this scene were not pleased and immediately launched a social protest. "What the heck, brother? Do you have any social connections with the Hualan triplets? Are you perhaps their kept man? We are all graduates. Why should they be treated differently? I refuse to accept this. If we do not clarify this matter, I cannot comprehend why we should undergo scrutiny while he can enter through the back door. It is utterly unfair. How could this be? The Hualan sisters owe us an explanation." Their outcry drew attention from those nearby, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a spark that could ignite a widespread educational rebellion. This unexpected reaction left the staff handling the situation utterly flustered, nearly brought to tears. They were just following the arrangements made by the venue's owner. It was not their personal decision. As the situation escalated, a notification echoed in Yiming's mind. Option 1. Play the fool. Pretend to accidentally drop the Pokeball to summon Hakron for a show. Reward: 6,666 Alliance coins. Boring Gabby Frogs. Option 2. Treat everyone equally, expressing a willingness to analyze a preliminary match. Reward, fair scale. The nearby aspiring trainer, Dudu. Option 3. Avoid trouble by hiding in the dojo and letting the staff handle it. Reward, Blastoise shell tent. The timid trainer beside the jar. Option 4. Go with the flow and join the crowd in demanding an explanation from the Hualon triplets. Reward, Kinto herd navigation and aircraft. The unafraid ghost. Fair scale, a meticulously crafted scale designed for distributing energy blocks, ensuring social equity. Blastoise shell tent, a well-made, multifunctional tent with multiple exits, worth thousands of Alliance coins. Kinto herd navigation aircraft, guides Kinto's running direction, helping to avert disaster at critical moments. This. Yiming pondered for a moment, hands tucked into his pockets, slowly walking towards the dojo's entrance, appearing ready to leave. His bystander behavior disappointed the staff and made it easy for many present to feel disdain. However, at that moment, a Pokeball slipped from his pocket. Thud. It fell to the ground, pressing the button. At that instant, a flash of white light erupted from the Pokeball, transforming into a streamlined and beautiful figure in midair. The sapphire scales shimmered with strange colors, dazzling in the sunlight. In that moment of the Pokemon's appearance, it seemed as though time had paused. Everyone gazed upwards, mouths agape, as if paying homage to the dragon, including the staff. The scene fell into a hush. Even the Pokemon battles ceased their movements. Oh, why did you accidentally drop it? Come back, Hakron, Yiming murmured, retrieving the Pokeball and casually walking into the Hualon dojo, concealing his achievements and name. All for the sake of showcasing Hakron. How delightful indeed. Until Yiming's figure had completely vanished from sight, everyone exchanged glances. The next moment, an earth-shattering scream erupted. Heavens! What did I just see? Hakron, did he forget his white scarf? That's right, absolutely right. That's a dragon-type system hacker, exceedingly rare. This is astonishing. I don't know if you heard, but a graduate from H City was assigned a mini-dragon. It can't possibly be him. Don't say that. I suspect he is a graduate. At this moment, even those born in the Guandu district, who were staff members at the Hualon dojo, couldn't help but wonder. Compared to the graduates present, they were well-versed in their experiences, yet they had never had the fortune of seeing Hakron. Until today, they finally did. No wonder the venue owner specifically exempted him from the preliminary matches. Now, everyone began to vaguely realize the reason the Hualon triplets had granted him special permission to skip the preliminary match, because of his formidable strength. For goodness sake, that is Hakron. The mini-dragon might still be a topic of debate, but it is an evolved dragon-type Pokémon. Why would you want to compete against it in the ranking matches? In awe of Hakron, they suddenly found this situation to be quite reasonable. Let's go. Let's watch and see how others handle their dojo challenges. The crowd exchanged glances, disregarding their own qualifiers, and directly entered the dojo. Everyone wanted to witness Hakron's battle style. Their own dojo challenges could wait. They could be held at any time, especially given the unlikelihood of failure. However, missing the chance to see Hakron's dojo challenge would be a grave loss. Upon entering the Hualon dojo's combat room, Yiming followed the instructions to the preparation area, which was not small, measuring 20 square meters. A broadcasting screen adorned the wall, currently devoid of any images, suggesting that the event had yet to commence. Yiming scanned the room, counting a total of 13 individuals, including himself. 13? Yiming hesitated, pulling out his number plate. The numbers were randomly assigned, with no specific order. Additionally, there was a social phenomenon that piqued his interest. The other challengers had released all their Pokémon, encircling themselves without exception, which made the space feel considerably cramped. The air was filled with the excited calls of little Pokémon, engaging in discussions or provoking each other, creating a bustling atmosphere akin to a lively marketplace. Among them, Yiming did not notice any challengers of particular significance. The majority of Pokémon were quite common. At this level, was it truly necessary to challenge the dojo? With this time, wouldn't it be better spent training your magical companions? Do we need to release all our Pokémon first? Yiming pondered, ultimately deciding to consult the nearest graduate with a hedgehog-like hairstyle. New here, unaware of the political etiquette? Just follow along, and it will be resolved. The graduate, sporting spiky hair, rolled his eyes. That makes sense, Yiming thought, albeit confused. Yet feeling it was reasonable. Following suit should suffice. Soon, the bubbling frogs, ghosts, and dragonair were released. What the heck? No way. The hedgehog graduate retreated in shock upon seeing Yi Ming's trio of Pokémon, only to trip over his own small rock-type Pokémon. The commotion attracted the attention of everyone in the Chinese preparation room. In an instant, curious gazes from fellow graduates turned toward Yi Ming. My goodness. After realizing Yi Ming and Appo's Pokémon lineup, their eyes widened, and exclamations of disbelief spilled forth. Ghostly Pokémon, then a croaking frog. But what about that last one? Hakron. What on earth? Hakron. Is this a mistake? You sent Hakron to challenge your first dojo? Is this something a normal person would do? The once chaotic preparation room fell into silence due to Yi Ming's presence alongside his 3 Pokémon. Whether graduates or the previously quarrelsome little Pokémon, they all instinctively shrank back, silent in the face of Hakron's imposing aura. A primal respect for strength filled the air. The challengers subconsciously retreated, unwittingly parting a path that led to the nearest political stance towards the exit. The order of the challenge depended on the challengers, right? These individuals unleashed their spirits to express their power in the most intuitive and straightforward manner, thereby naturally organizing their order of appearance. Yi Ming suddenly realizes that the fierce competitor who previously occupied the closest position to the exit was a formidable trainer with 3 drills. The atmosphere here is palpable. Yet leaving is not an option. Yi Ming remains silent, adopting an air of expertise. Upon returning to Honglong Airlines, they proceed to their first challenge location as usual. In the realm of trainers, strength reigns supreme. This adage is vividly embodied in this modest preparation room. I should not be resented for raising my voice to the boss. The hedgehog anxiously curls up in the corner, the earlier scene replaying in his mind, drenched in cold sweat. Damn it, had I maintained a cordial demeanor. Perhaps I could have fostered a good relationship with the esteemed one, or even made an acquaintance. My tongue is truly reckless. How dare I imply that the esteemed one is ignorant of the rules? The hedgehog could not resist delivering a slap. In the backstage of the Hualan Temple, the 3 Hualan sisters don garments of 3 distinct colors, outlining their mysterious and proud figures. Sisters, it's time for our performance. Are we prepared? Sakura gently reminds, cradling her golden hair. Each day, they first present a splendid 40-minute underwater ballet, followed by the challengers' trials. I have been ready for ages. Today, the seats are all filled. The little Hualan dojo can no longer sustain the popularity of our trio. Peony exudes confidence as she showcases her form in front of the mirror. As she asserts, the grand performances of the Hualan sisters have resonated worldwide, drawing numerous admirers and even bolstering Hualan City's tourism economy. As the temple's proprietress, she stands out as a remarkable figure in the dojo community. This is precisely why their older sister, Misty, often mocks them. However, they perceive this ugly duckling, Xia, as envious of their success. Even among the locals of Hualan City, many are familiar only with the Hualan trio, oblivious to the existence of the Hualan Quartet. At that moment, a female staff member hurriedly entered and whispered something to Sakura. That Yi Ming, is he challenging today? Sakura inquired, slightly taken aback. Yi Ming? Both Peony and Iris heard her words and could not resist moving into view. How to respond to Yi Ming's challenge had been a topic of their casual discussions a few times. Unlike Hulu, Sakura, and Peony, Honglong Airlines was exceedingly furious. This entire situation was quite impressive, although I later learned that Longkong Company had harnessed evolutionary power to obliterate the death ray, venting his frustrations. Well, that is our dilemma. If not handled properly, the title of the weakest dojo in Guandu will be firmly established. Sakura helplessly spread her hands. According to the Corporate Alliance's dojo challenge rules, the dojo master must set the difficulty level based on the challenger's strength. The most crucial consideration is the dojo badge. The more badges a challenger acquires, the stronger Pokémon the dojo master must dispatch, or in rare cases, go all out. Graduates from China without badges typically faced off with the weakest Pokémon in the dojo. However, with Yi Ming's enraged Haxorus incident looming, if they adhered to international conventions and mishandled the situation, the dojo challenge could see Yi Ming overpowering them completely, solidifying the Hualan dojo's reputation as mere decorative vessels. Yiming, you certainly know how to trouble your sisters, Sakura lamented, caressing her fair face. We need to strategize. In the operations room, the broadcast screen illuminated. The crowd's attention was instantly captivated. On the screen, the Hualon sisters leapt from a nearly 10-meter high diving platform, executing synchronized, elegant dives into the water, commencing their performance. Their emerging white legs resembled those of a swan general at times, and at others, a joyful sprite, as the Hualon sisters reveled in their performance. Throughout, several water-type Pokémon from the Hualon Dojo made guest appearances, enhancing the spectacle and increasing its appeal among the audience. Particularly, the male Pokémon in the preparation room were left spellbound. The atmosphere was electric, with the audience frequently cheering and whistling. So white, truly, a pristine white sea lion. Yiming, wholly absorbed, admired this culturally rich and artistically vibrant performance, sincerely voicing his own praises. Approximately 30 minutes later, the performance concluded, and the audience lingered, reluctant to tear their eyes away. Many spectators, who had come expressly for the students' exhibition, began to depart. The majority of those remaining were graduates from enterprises keen on witnessing the dojo challenge. The earlier underwater ballet performance space had also transformed into a splendid battleground. As the switch was activated, a small platform measuring 2 square meters emerged above the swimming pool, surrounded by several floating stones. Peony emerged at the dojo's designated spot, greeted the audience briefly, and then delved into the main topic. Now, please welcome our first American challenger of the day. Finally, it was time to commence. In the operations room, Yiming promptly stepped out, drawing the gaze of the multitude and evoking a star-like anticipation. Upon reaching the challenger's position on the battlefield, the staff handed him a microphone headset and a receiver the size of a chestnut, explaining that this was to ensure the Pokémon could hear instructions underwater. Yiming's appearance triggered a wave of murmurs among the spectators. It's him, our little hero. No, the dragon trainer. Which dojo is he challenging at Hualon? I can't believe he is the first. They speculated whether the Pokémon sent by the Hualon sisters had changed. They must know him, otherwise they wouldn't be so busy. The audience eagerly anticipated Yiming's performance, particularly whether his friend Haxorus would make an appearance. Chapter 41. Fire. Indeed, a person of exceptional culture will inevitably shine brightly wherever they may go. The first individual encountered was none other than him. On the other side, the elegant Mu Dan smiled and nodded. The rules of the Hualon Dojo Challenge are simple. It is a 3-on-3 match. A side can either concede voluntarily, or all Pokémon must lose their will to fight. Moreover, the dojo master cannot change their Pokémon. After reciting the competition rules in one breath, she turned to Yiming with a serious expression. Do you understand? Understood. Yiming donned a headset and held a receiver in hand, nodding affirmatively. Well then, my first Pokémon is... It's time to perform. Come forth, the mosquito tadpole. Mudan spun around and tossed a Pokeball into the air. A flash of white light illuminated the space as the figure of the mosquito tadpole emerged before our eyes. The mosquito tadpole, a water-type Pokémon, boasted predominantly blue skin. Lacking limbs, with a tail resembling rounded feathers, its overall appearance suggested it was on the verge of metamorphosis. Its most notable characteristic was a swirling pattern on its belly, reminiscent of incense coils. Ah, the mosquito tadpole. Yiming hesitated momentarily. He had just seen the staff utilize the mosquito tadpole, not anticipating that Mu Dan would choose it for the first battle. At that moment, a notification from the system chimed in. His own Pokémon team was as follows. Undoubtedly, the Haycron, even though they could not unleash dragon-type moves, was a worthy first choice. If one were to estimate their level, it would roughly be around 22, 23, or 24. The second Pokémon, the Ghost type, continued to absorb pure ghostly energy, growing steadily, likely around level 19. The third, the Froakie, was less certain, estimated to be nearing level 10. Upon seeing Mu Dan send out the mosquito tadpole, Yiming was struck with the idea of sending out Froakie to battle. The mosquito tadpole did not appear particularly formidable, with an estimated level of around 14 or 15, aligning with the initial difficulty predictions for the Hualon Dojo Challenge. At this juncture, another notification emanated from the system. Option 1. Send Froka to battle. Reward. Learn the skill Smokescreen. Option 2. Send Ghastly to battle. Reward. Learn the skill Taunt. Option 3. Send Dragonair. Reward. Learn the skill Endure. Option 4. Forfeit on the spot. Reward. Receive a slap across the face. 1. Confident Mosquito Tadpole. Oh. Yiming had not anticipated the system prompt. After some contemplation, he decided to adhere to the original plan. It's up to you, Froakie. He released the Froakie and placed the earpiece on its head. Generally, in a dojo challenge, the first Pokémon sent out is often the easiest to handle, so he wished to give Froakie a chance, not necessarily to win, but to weaken the Mosquito Tadpole's stamina as much as possible. Froakie? Upon Frokie's appearance, a chorus of sighs resonated from the audience. They would have preferred to see Yiming send Dragonair to challenge the dojo. Although Froakie was also a rare Pokémon, it simply did not attract attention like Haycron. Is that all right, Froakie? Froak. The determined Froakie nodded, exuding a calm demeanor. There's a technique you can use against the Mosquito Tadpole later. At this, Froakie was puzzled. What did Yiming mean? What did he mean by learning a skill? Could skills be learned directly? Yiming's words suggested that it could grasp the technique immediately, which seemed somewhat. Froak? Suddenly, Froakie's expression shifted, realizing that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. In its mind, it seemed to have gained new memories. With rapid assimilation, it was astonished to discover the method of executing a new move. It felt as if it had mastered it for a long time, having unleashed it multiple times. It was now convinced that it truly had grasped this skill. At this moment, Froakie realized the truth of Yiming's words, feeling a mix of astonishment and disbelief. How had Yiming accomplished this? It had no inkling of how it had happened. It's rare to see such a different expression on your face. Haha. Come on. Yiming urged with a knowing smile, prompting the enthusiastic Froakie to take the stage. After a prolonged gaze, Froakie leapt into the pool to engage in battle. Froakie, a Pokémon with remarkable potential for performance, bore a notably smooth skin. Mudan acknowledged Froakie's capabilities. With both trainers and Pokémon in place, the dojo referee confirmed that everything was in order and raised the flag. The first match of the dojo challenge begins. Mosquito Tadpole, attack Froakie. Under Mudan and Appo's command, the Mosquito Tadpole launched a rapid assault. Froak! 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 The cries echoed as the battle commenced. Yiming acted decisively. Froak! Faced with the aggressive Mosquito Tadpole, Froakie swiftly moved to execute its shadow clone technique. 5 floating blocks emerged, creating an illusion of Froakie. To the far right, Mudan immediately directed the Mosquito Tadpole. With a flurry of splashes, the Mosquito Tadpole successfully seized one of the Froakie clones, delivering 3 consecutive strikes with its tail, forcing it onto another floating block. Observing the battle, Mudan playfully remarked, "Capturing such details is a vital lesson for any competent trainer." It's the weight, Yiming squinted, realizing what had given Froakie's position away. The block beneath the real Froakie had slightly sunk due to its weight, a detail Mudan astutely noted. That's right, Mosquito Tadpole. Keep up the pressure and make them falter. With newfound confidence, the Mosquito Tadpole surged forward once more, unleashing a rapid spark attack. Froak, unwilling to be outdone, Froakie engaged fiercely, and the 2 Pokémon collided, both tumbling into the water. At that moment, the pool was nearly drained. Mudan explained, "Our dojo's battle arena is known as the tidal pool, allowing challengers to fully enjoy the thrill of battling in water. Moreover, once the tide recedes completely, the arena resembles a conventional battleground, accommodating Pokémon unable to enter the water. Ultimately, the primary objective of the dojo challenge is not merely to defeat trainers, but to cultivate their skills. Such speed. Froakie, get back on the floating block." Yiming furrowed his brow, quickly recognizing the evident speed disparity between the 2 Pokémon in the water. The Mosquito Tadpole seemed to have undergone amateur training, moving with a swiftness that was almost exhilarating. Engaging in a domain where others excelled was not a prudent choice. Froakie, sensing the Mosquito Tadpole's advantage, promptly leapt onto the floating block. Mosquito Tadpole, use water gun. Under the guidance of the peony, the Mosquito Tadpole surged explosively from the water. launching a water gun attack towards the croaking bubble frog. The latter narrowly evaded the strike, and the mosquito tadpole swiftly submerged once more, seizing the opportunity. Yiming and the croaking bubble frog found themselves in a precarious situation. Who would have thought that a single mosquito tadpole could prove so formidable? The enemy was hidden, while they were exposed. Engaging in the water proved futile. It was undeniably the opponent's domain. Splashes echoed as the mosquito tadpole breached the surface twice more, unleashing a water gun attack, managing to hit once. Regardless of the outcome, it swiftly vanished beneath the water, perfecting its despicable tactics, having defeated countless challengers with this strategy. Yiming employed the power of the evergreen, gently mending the croaking bubble frog's wounds. It was not an equal match. Yiming contemplated the motivation to propel the croaking bubble frog into action, but upon witnessing its unwavering determination despite its evident disadvantage, that thought was abruptly cast aside. In this first battle, it refused to concede. The only chance of victory lay in decisively overcoming it during the retreat. The croaking bubble frog must create a smokescreen to buy time. Yiming had made up his mind. The croaking bubble frog promptly exhaled a small plume of smoke, cloaking its form. The mosquito tadpole, unable to accurately pinpoint its location, saw its threat level significantly diminish. Minutes later, as the water level rose dramatically, the croaking bubble frog ceased releasing smoke, having achieved its objective. Seeing the perfect opportunity for a comeback, the croaking bubble frog cast a questioning glance at Yiming, who nodded in affirmation. Without hesitation, the croaking bubble frog retrieved a flask of potent liquor hidden within its frothy neck, consuming it in one swift motion. The frog's eyes glimmered with a hint of intoxication, its posture wavering slightly. Was that alcohol? The peony's nostrils flared in surprise. Just then, the water level had receded enough that even the mosquito tadpole could no longer conceal itself. The counterattack commenced. In a flash of lightning, the croaking bubble frog surged forth. With astonished eyes, onlookers beheld its rapid acceleration, resembling a streak of light as it charged towards the mosquito tadpole. So swift, the mosquito tadpole retaliated with a bubble beam, attempting to counter the frog's strike. However, the croaking bubble frog deftly reversed direction, executing a Z-shaped maneuver that allowed it to evade the bubbles and collide fiercely with the mosquito tadpole. With a water gun, Yiming aimed to capitalize on this momentum. Yet, the peony was quick to react, instructing the mosquito tadpole to release its water gun midair. The two jets of water collided violently, sending splashes in every direction, briefly easing the pressure. In the next moment, the grounded mosquito tadpole was startled to witness a figure burst through the water curtain, charging towards it with unyielding force. So fast, it was none other than the croaking bubble frog, once again unleashing its electric flash. In such a brief interval, the mosquito tadpole had no chance to evade. Colliding directly with the frog, the force only intensified as the frog propelled the mosquito tadpole forward, crashing against the pool wall with a thunderous sound. Finally coming to a halt, the croaking bubble frog let out a satisfied burp, slowly retreating. The mosquito tadpole, now pressed against the wall, lacked support and teetered to the ground, clearly having lost its fighting ability. With the mosquito tadpole incapacitated, victory belonged to the challenger. The sheer ferocity of the croaking bubble frog's strike astonished everyone. Just moments ago, the mosquito tadpole had held the upper hand, dominating the battle against the croaking bubble frog. Now, in an instant, it had been decisively defeated, leaving the audience in awe. Suddenly, the speed of the croaking bubble frog was remarkable. I had thought it was finished. Yet it truly held its ground. It had emerged victorious, catching the peony off guard. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the peony recalled the mosquito tadpole, casting Yiming an approving glance. Well done. I thought I would win, but now I must rest. Good luck in your upcoming battles. With that, the peony turned to exit backstage. You performed excellently, croaking bubble frog. The next phase is in the hands of guys. The croaking bubble frog's triumph over the stronger foe was indeed a surprise. As per the norm, the next challenger from the Hualan trio would undoubtedly possess far superior abilities compared to the mosquito tadpole. The croaking bubble frog's victory was commendable. As the peony retreated, the next contender from the Hualan trio, the blue-haired iris, emerged, dazzling the audience with her vibrant presence. It seemed the trio planned to take turns showcasing their talents, granting Yiming the spotlight. Now it's time for my performance against the agate jellyfish. Come forth. Iris tossed a pokeball, and with a flash of white light, an agate jellyfish materialized in the pool. The agate jellyfish, a mysterious treasure of the water and poison types, boasted a striking blue hue. With a diamond-shaped nose and two translucent red gem-like structures on either side of its head, complemented by two gray tentacles below. Its level, perhaps around 20? Observing the slightly larger agate jellyfish, Yiming felt uncertain. Then, it shall be you guys. On this side, Yiming summoned Guys. Guys, a ghost and poison type, held a significant advantage against the agate jellyfish, whose venom had minimal effect on it. Guys, be cautious, Iris cautioned, tapping her head as she devised a strategy. The appearance of Guys evoked a wave of disappointment from the audience. Why isn't he sending out Haxorus? What if we never see Haxorus again? Doubts began to creep in, making them question whether Haxorus had been a mere figment of their imagination. Clearly, the ace Pokémon must debut last. The referee confirmed both trainers were ready and raised the flag. At this moment, the pool was rapidly filling, nearing its highest level. Guys versus agate jellyfish. Let the battle begin. Guys, use Confuse Ray. Agate jellyfish, employ supersonic. Chapter 42. The Void. Yiming and Changpu synchronously commanded their Pokémon to unleash their negative status techniques. The peculiar light emitted by the onyx jellyfish was momentarily overshadowed by the latter's ultrasonic waves. The two Pokémon swayed in discomfort. Onyx jellyfish, use water gun, called Changpu. Ghost descend, Yiming urged. Ghost reacted swiftly, soaring high into the air, evading the onyx jellyfish's attack range. The tides had turned. Now it was the onyx jellyfish that was anxious. Yiming calmly awaited the ebbing of the tide. Unlike the bubble frog, Ghost was not bound to the water's surface. It possessed the ability to fly. Some water-type Pokémon struggled on land, lacking mobility, thus allowing Yiming to bide his time until the tide receded to launch an attack with Ghost. Changpu evidently recognized this, and with a flick of her wrist commanded, Onyx jellyfish, throw the buoy and bring it down. With a wail, the onyx jellyfish obeyed, wrapping its tentacles around a buoy floating on the water's surface, coating it in venom. And then, like a frisbee, it swiftly hurled it away. Whoosh! Bang! Ghost narrowly evaded, but the toxic buoy struck the ceiling with a resounding crash, showcasing the onyx jellyfish's formidable strength. The onyx jellyfish continued to hurl several more buoys, most of which Ghost managed to evade, perhaps in a fit of rage. In its confusion, the onyx jellyfish attempted to wrap another buoy with its tentacles but accidentally struck itself on the head. On the ground, Ghost had completely shaken off its confusion. At this moment, the pool was nearly dry, an opportune moment to determine the victor. Yiming decisively commanded, Ghost, Shadow Punch. With a swift approach, Ghost unleashed its Shadow Punch, two dark shadows erupting from its form. The spectral energy surged forth with a jesting force, striking the onyx jellyfish upon its head, eliciting a look of agony. What? Faced with this unexpected scene, many spectators rose from their seats, rubbing their eyes. Yet they still beheld the spectral hands. It was indeed incredible. Those hands seemed to signify Ghost's evolution into Jengar. Onyx jellyfish, use rapid spin to close in on Ghost. Though surprised, Changpu remained composed and quickly strategized. With a cry, the onyx jellyfish responded, wrapping its tentacles around the only platform in the pool and spiraling itself into a rapid throw toward Ghost. As it sped toward Ghost, its tentacles emanated a potent dark energy. Ghost, astonished by the onyx jellyfish's speed, employed Shadow Punch once more. Bang, bang, bang. In midair, the two Pokémon engaged in a fierce exchange, the pool reverberating with a series of explosive sounds. Bang, bang. Yet, like certain legendary beasts, the onyx jellyfish could not fly, its ascent gradually waning as it began to descend towards the now-revealed water surface. After the intense confrontation, both Pokémon bore significant injuries. The onyx jellyfish was marred with wounds, most inflicted by Ghost's Shadow Punch. Ghost, being more agile, was struck less frequently, but the rapid spin was a dark-type move, which had a profound effect. Ghost, hypnosis. Ghost, enduring its pain, immediately cast hypnosis upon the onyx jellyfish, now unable to evade. With a splash, the onyx jellyfish floated upon the water's surface, its eyes shut tightly, evidently lulled into a deep slumber. Ghost, bring it to the ground and finish it off. Yiming felt confident, knowing that like Ghost, the onyx jellyfish was now low on energy and could hardly withstand further onslaught. Onyx jellyfish, wake up! Changpu shouted as she saw the onyx jellyfish being dragged to the ground by Ghost. However, this proved futile. The awakening of the onyx jellyfish came from Ghost's licking attack, followed by another shadow punch. Struck once more, the onyx jellyfish's stamina dwindled to the brink, plummeting like a kite with its string cut, just in time for Changpu to recall it into its Pokeball. I concede, your Ghost is quite impressive, Changpu acknowledged. Ghost versus onyx jellyfish, victory achieved. After Changpu's appearance, the most acclaimed among the Huazhuan trio, Yinghua, strolled into the spotlight. With cascading golden hair and a radiant smile, she wore simple, everyday attire that could not conceal her alluring figure. Yiming, your strength is indeed formidable. Now, I shall conduct the final battle, and I will summon. After planting a kiss on the Pokeball, Yinghua hurled it into the arena. Bang! The Pokeball struck the ground and burst open, a brilliant light illuminating the pool. Its form resembled two overlapping starfish, predominantly pale purple with golden accents and a large crimson gem at its center, sparkling under the spotlight. Gem starfish. The evolutionary form of the starfish requires a water stone for its unique transformation. As the audience gasped in astonishment, discussions erupted among them, marveling at the rarity of witnessing a gem starfish in action. The gem starfish is beautiful, rivaling the elegance of Miss Yinghua. It seems Miss Yinghua is serious. She likely knows that this individual possesses a Haxorus. The battle between Haxorus and gem starfish is sure to be exquisite. They perceived that the Huazhuan sisters were taking Yiming very seriously, a rarity compared to their usual playful demeanor. Gem starfish. Oh dear, the difficulty just skyrocketed. Yiming's lips twitched. Isn't the gem starfish a signature Pokémon of the Huazhuan gym? Estimating the level of the gem starfish is quite challenging, as it evolves with the aid of a water stone. Judging its combat level by its various forms does not apply here. In fact, that method is inherently unreliable. For instance, the disparity between a certain intelligent Pokémon and others that refuse to evolve can be vast. Why hasn't the system provided a function to assess levels? I'm anxious to know. Without a level assessment, it's akin to groping in the dark. Nevertheless, one must consider that the level of the gem starfish shouldn't be excessively daunting. Noticing Yiming's pensive expression, Yinghua chuckled lightly. Rest assured, this gem starfish has only recently evolved. I admit I may have tailored my strategy against you, but it remains within a reasonable power range. Upon hearing this, Yiming's expression remained grave. It seemed that the opponent had specifically prepared for Haxorus. The gym leader must have a set of standards for assessing Pokémon strength, so the gem starfish's level should be around 22, 23, or even 24. Under normal circumstances, it might be slightly superior in a direct confrontation with Haxorus. However, Haxorus currently cannot unleash Dragon-type moves, rendering this battle decidedly unfair. Ghost, return and rest to regain your strength. I may need you for a finishing blow later. Yiming contemplated how to utilize his only remaining combatant, Haxorus, against the gem starfish. However, he soon sensed something amiss. Ghost had not returned to his side, but lingered above the pool, its weakened gaze conveying a hint of determination. I see. Yiming realized its intent, feeling a pang of emotion. But you're already gravely injured. Let Haxorus take the stage. It was resolute in its desire to continue fighting. In the conflict between Guiz and the agate jellyfish, Guiz found himself injured and tense, ill-equipped to contend with the formidable gem starfish. With a soft sound of discontent, Yiming's gaze sharpened, a strange flutter igniting within him. The implication in Guiz's words was clear. Harklong was still unwell. He had previously discussed Harklong's condition with Guiz, jesting that the ailing Harklong was hardly different from a mere shadow of his former self. It was surprising that Guiz had taken this to heart, becoming the very reason for his persistence in battle after defeating the agate jellyfish. Who would have thought that the seemingly carefree Guis harbored such a delicate sentiment within? Yiming wished to express something. Yet as he beheld Guis, who had set aside his usual playful demeanor for an unusually solemn one, he found himself at a loss for words. This was the first time Guis had earnestly conveyed such a strong request to him. What should he choose? To allow Guis to fight on despite his injuries, or to forcibly recall him into his Pokeball? Regardless of the choice, Guis seemed helpless against the gem starfish. At that moment, the ever-watchful Froakie at his feet croaked expressionlessly, "Gwa, gwa." Refusal would lead to sorrow. Taking a deep breath, Yiming's gaze shifted to one of clarity. Then let us continue to fight side by side. He chose to honor Guis's determination. If that was the case, he would allow Guis to fulfill his duty until the very end. A subtle green glow emanated from Yiming's hands, the power of the evergreen enhancing Guis. Having expended considerable mental energy during Froakie's previous battle, the duration of this enhancement was already limited. With renewed vigor, Guis beamed at Yiming's approval and boldly challenged the gem starfish. "You little starfish, how amusing." The gem starfish's gemstone shone with a vibrant red light, exuding an air of vitality. Observing this, Sakura, taken aback, inquired, "Yiming, are you truly allowing Guis to continue fighting? He appears to be on the brink of collapse." "Indeed, I respect his wishes," Yiming affirmed with a serious nod. Aware that he might face criticism for his decision, he remained unfazed. As expected, the choice to let Guis persist in battle left everyone present bewildered and somewhat irate. After all Guis has endured, to compel him to continue is quite merciless. ISN and Oppos, T. Harklong available? Surely he could handle the gem starfish, intending for Guis to wear it down first? He looks as though he can barely move. There's no need for him to remain in the arena. They simply could not fathom why Guis was not called back, as it seemed he was on the verge of defeat. After the referee confirmed Yiming's decision, he raised the flag. The battle commenced. "Guis, use hypnosis on the gem starfish." "That won't work," retorted the gem starfish, submerging itself beneath the water. Under the guidance of both trainers, the gem starfish swiftly dove, evading Guis's attempt at hypnosis. Some speculated that this battle might echo the previous one, with Guis in the air and the agate jellyfish in the water. However, Sakura initiated a fierce counterattack. "Gem starfish, end this battle with rapid spin." Yiming furrowed his brow. Guis was immune to such ordinary moves as rapid spin. Could it be that Sakura, as the gym leader, would make such a fundamental error? Yet soon, Yiming realized he had misjudged the situation. The gem starfish shot out of the water, spinning rapidly, a whirlwind of force directed at Guis. "Guis, use Shadow Punch," Yiming called out. But Guis's attack failed to inflict any significant damage on the spinning gem starfish. With a resounding roar, the gem starfish surged through Guis, leaving no impact. In that fleeting moment of chaos, Sakura issued a new command, Psybeam. The gem starfish abruptly halted its spin midair, releasing a dazzling beam of psychic energy at the instant it touched the ground. The seamless transition revealed the gem starfish's exceptional training. Now, confronted by the Psybeam, Yiming and Guis grasped the intent behind the gem starfish's earlier rapid spin. The whirlwind generated had ensnared Guis, rendering him immobile and vulnerable to the subsequent Psybeam attack. With a resounding thud, Guis was struck by the powerful psychic beam, plummeting slowly from the battlefield. Guis, as a gaseous entity, was easily swayed by the winds. "You see," Sakura smiled, tucking a strand of golden hair behind her ear. "The wind influences his movement." Sighing, Yiming remarked, "It's not that our side is incompetent. It's simply that the enemy is exceedingly cunning." Such is the prowess of a gym leader. Guis had barely lasted a single round, and though he had anticipated this outcome, the reality still left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Lying on the cold ground, Guis could only hear the sound of his own labored breaths as the world around him faded into the distance, his consciousness drifting. Pain and exhaustion overwhelmed him, and he longed to sink into a deep slumber, abandoning all concerns. Was this truly his limit? Yet, he felt an undeniable unwillingness to accept defeat. Staring blankly at the ceiling, he beheld the shimmering lights of the spotlight reflected in his eyes. He yearned to fight, to become a guiding light for his companions. Even while shrouded in darkness, just like Harklong. If he fell, it would be Harklong's turn to take the stage, but relinquishing the spotlight was not Gui's style. He must grow stronger. He must become even more formidable. In that moment of complacency, Gui seemed to find a focal point, his gaseous form pulsating with a strange energy. The referee approached, intending to declare Gui's defeat, but upon meeting Gui's gaze, he was taken aback to discover that Gui's remained conscious, a glint of madness flickering in his eyes. Chapter 43. Utter chaos. Suddenly, a soft glow enveloped Gengsi, intensifying in an instant like a blazing fire, illuminating the dim dojo as if it were bathed in daylight. Was this the light of evolution? Yiming, holding Gengsi's Pokeball, was momentarily stunned. On the other side, a flicker of unusual color appeared in Yinghua's eyes. The audience erupted in incredulous murmurs. This Gengsi had actually evolved? How stubborn it was. Yiming was well aware of Gengsi's situation and had deliberately created the opportunity for its evolution. This was the first time he had witnessed Gengsi's regression. Its previous form must have been Gingue. Did this mean we wouldn't TC Haklong battle? No one had anticipated that the predetermined outcome of the match would be disrupted by this unexpected turn of events. Gengsi had evolved during the battle. Everyone present knew that regression was the most mysterious and wondrous process in the world of Pokémon. Typically, evolution leads to a rapid enhancement of power, even to an extraordinary extent. Once Gengsi evolved into Gengsi Tong, could it stand a chance against the Gem Starfish? As the brilliance gradually faded, Gengsi's form dissipated, replaced by a purple Pokémon, its ghostly figure adorned with a trio of clawed fingers on each hand, with 3 spiky protrusions framing its face. It possessed triangular red eyes with black pupils and sharp purple teeth. Gengsi had transformed into Gengsi Tong. With the aid of the evolution light, Gengsi Tong's injuries were completely healed. Gengsi, you have evolved into Gengsi Tong. Yiming quickly checked Gengsi Tong's status using his card viewer. Species, Gengsi Tong. Type, Ghost. Poison. Ability, Levitate. Being airborne, it is immune to ground-type moves. Potential, Leader. Held item, Mischief Hand. Moves, Strange Light, Lick, Hypnosis, Color Change, Retaliate, Shadow Punch. Curse, it had learned a new move, Curse. Oddly, the Mischief Hand had not vanished. Yiming noticed 2 key points, meeting Gengsi Tong's sly gaze and realizing the implications. Quite remarkable. With the evolution during battle, it was time to continue the fight. Yinghua applauded in admiration. Yiming was eager to test his newfound strength. Evolving into Gengsi Tong made him believe he might finally defeat the Gem Starfish. As the interruption in the battle due to regression was resolved, the referee raised the flag and brought it down. The combat resumed. Gengsi Tong, use Curse against the Gem Starfish. Yiming commanded decisively. Gengsi Tong's crimson eyes gleamed with a strange, oppressive aura. The Gem Starfish retreated into the water. Yinghua sought to have the Gem Starfish conceal itself, evading Gengsi Tong's attack. However, no matter how swift the Gem Starfish was, it could not escape the curse. As soon as it barely touched the water's surface, a layer of strange red light enveloped it, freezing it in place. The curse was successful. Curse was an exceptionally peculiar technique when utilized by ghost-type Pokémon. It had different effects compared to other Pokémon. For Gengsi Tong, its application was akin to a self-inflicted wound that continuously inflicted damage on the target, making it a troublesome skill indeed. Gem Starfish, set up a light screen and then use rapid spin to approach Gengsi. Yinghua realized the urgency. With the curse in effect, the Gem Starfish would endure continuous damage. It was crucial to swiftly deal with Gengsi Tong. The Gem Starfish recognized this and promptly executed the light screen, encasing itself in a thin, transparent barrier to mitigate some of the incoming special attacks. Following this, it initiated another rapid spin, its signature move that combined speed with offense, consistently yielding favorable results. Not so fast. Gengsi Tong, counter it with Shadow Punch. Yiming reacted swiftly, issuing his command. Gengsi Tong's ghostly hands rapidly appeared before the Gem Starfish, delivering a flurry of punches imbued with spectral energy. 2 punches struck the sides of the Gem Starfish, but yielded minimal effects. However, the other 2 punches landed squarely on the Gem Starfish's central gem, causing it to tremble violently, struggling to maintain its high-speed rotation. seemingly gravely injured. Soon after, the curse took effect, and the gem starfish glowed ominously, suffering damage continuously. "For ghostly hands," exclaimed Inghua and the others in disbelief. Before them, for ghostly hands manifested, effectively damaging the gem starfish. The saying rang true: 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Yiming chuckled, a smug smile gracing his lips. "Surprised, are you? We have 4 hands." In truth, he had not anticipated this outcome. He had assumed the mischief hand would disappear with the evolution. Little did he know that Gengsi Tong would retain it even after evolving. Yiming now contemplated training Gengsi Tong to become a physical, ghostly fighter. Imagine, 4 hands would double the power of Shadow Punch. Gengsi Tong unleashed a barrage of shadow punches, pummeling the opposing Pokémon mercilessly. The thought alone filled him with excitement. "Gengsi Tong, use hypnosis." "Not a chance." "Illusion Ray." Inghua and the gem starfish reacted swiftly, forcing Gengsi Tong to retreat to avoid the hypnosis. "Gengsi Tong, continue with Shadow Punch and suppress it." Yiming remained calm, confident of victory. He did not seek to strike the gem starfish directly, but aimed to delay it. As long as time was prolonged, the effects of the curse would wear the gem starfish down. It felt as though Inghua's decision to send out the gem starfish had turned into a disastrous miscalculation. The gem starfish's rapid spin and high-speed star were utterly ineffective against Gengsi Tong. Gengsi Tong relentlessly unleashed shadow punches, its 4 ghostly hands flashing back and forth, delivering rapid strikes to the gem starfish, creating a shadowy barrage. Faced with this onslaught, the gem starfish found itself overwhelmed, struggling to breathe. The punches came from every conceivable angle, targeting its core gem, leaving it defenseless as it resorted to passive evasion. As the tide receded, it had no choice but to retreat into the water to evade. This was Gengsi Tong, a true powerhouse. This bizarre scene left the audience in awe, their eyes widening in disbelief. When did Gengsi Tong transform into a fighting-type Pokémon, so thoroughly overwhelming the gem starfish? Gengsi Tong grew increasingly animated, its grin becoming more sinister as the shadow punches intensified. As the gem starfish faced the repercussions of the curse and nearly abandoned its defenses, Inghua bit her lip, desperate to instruct the gem starfish to hide. Gem starfish, use rapid spin to escape. However, just as the gem starfish began to turn, it suddenly felt a constraining force. To its astonishment, Gengsi Tong was already within striking distance, 3 of its ghostly hands tightly gripping one of its corners. Gengsi Tong had anticipated this move. With one final effort, Jengar unleashed its shadow punch, striking fiercely at the head of the gem starfish. A crack appeared in its focal gemstone under the impact, while the curse once again took effect, inflicting damage upon the gem starfish. Despite its robust constitution and strength, it could not withstand such relentless assaults. The combination of curses and shadow punch proved exceptionally effective against the gem starfish. Ultimately, its once brilliant hues began to fade, and it toppled over onto the water's surface, which had just begun to rise. The referee rushed over to confirm the outcome. This time, there were no surprises. He raised his flag. The gem starfish had fallen in battle, securing victory for the challenger. All 3 Pokémon of the gym leader had lost their combat capabilities, marking the challenger's triumph over the gym. The audience erupted in cheers. What an astonishing display from Jengar, truly a manifestation of raw power. It was a pity it didn't compete in a brawl arena. Even the exceptionally trained gym starfish stood no chance against Jengar. Where was Haxorus? Was that it? I demand a rematch. The audience was incredulous, especially as Sakura's gem starfish had succumbed. They believed there was an element of type advantage at play. Many felt misled by Yiming's failure to unleash Haxorus, harboring a sense of grievance. They had come to see a dragon, yet where was it? What a farce! They muttered in discontent. Yiming, however, could not suppress his smile. He had successfully challenged the Cerulean Gym, thanks to Jengar. You did splendidly, Jengar. Tonight, I shall reward you with a set of prankster tools, he promised exuberantly. Jengar, scratching its head, flew back to his side, seemingly still yearning for more. Congratulations on your victory, Yiming. Here is the Cerulean Badge, also known as the Water Drop Badge, signifying your accomplishment in this gym, Sakura said. returning the gem starfish and handing him a badge that shimmered in shades of blue. Yiming accepted it, feeling its coolness, reminiscent of some precious gemstone. Your Jengar performed remarkably, defeating both Iris's onyx jellyfish and my gem starfish. It deserves a score of 99, with the remaining point being for intangibility, Sakura jested. It seems fortune was on your side. I didn't anticipate its evolution. Yiming replied candidly. Indeed, luck played a role. Had you sent out Haxorus, the outcome might have been uncertain. However, as the saying goes, fortune is part of strength, losing is losing. Now, we must prepare for the next challenger. Agreed, Yiming thought, sharing Sakura's sentiment. If Haxorus had been sent into battle, victory over the seasoned gem starfish was not guaranteed, especially since Haxorus could not unleash its most adept dragon-type moves at present. Sakura must have anticipated a match against Haxorus rather than against Jengar. For her, it was a complete debacle. The gem starfish's pride in its high-speed rotation and star moves were rendered ineffective against Jengar, which was utterly immune to them. Other moves were clearly lacking in effectiveness. Facing Jengar, the gem starfish resembled a swordsman stripped of their weapon. Had Sakura foreseen a match against Jengar, it would be impossible for her to deploy the gem starfish, resulting in an exasperating experience. From a broader perspective, the gem starfish's overall prowess far exceeded that of Jengar, evidenced by its ability to withstand numerous potent attacks. Amidst the fervent gaze of the crowd, Yiming stored the badge and departed the gym with Jengar and Froakie. He then visited the Pokémon Center, allowing Nurse Joy to give Froakie and Jengar a thorough checkup to ensure they bore no lingering ailments. Exiting the Pokémon Center, Yiming felt invigorated, the water drop badge glistening with a spectrum of colors under the sun. Having secured his second badge, he realized he had more time than anticipated for his holiday. He tucked the badge away and purchased a refreshing drink. As he sipped, he contemplated his plans. After accounting for his return journey, he still had a month of leisure. Thus, he decided to take a short break and then head from Moonview Mountain to Pewter City. Yiming had set a personal goal for his holiday, to learn surfing using the favorable weather of Cerulean City. To this end, he spent several $100s on 2 surfboards, one for himself to practice with, and another for Froakie. Jengar would not require one, as it was merely a splurge. Haxorus, on the other hand, needed no board, as it could effortlessly glide upon the waves. Perhaps under his guidance, Froakie and Haxorus could master the art of surfing as well. Yiming had initially harbored such aspirations. This surfing was not merely about the conventional activity. It entailed mastering formidable water-type moves, which could significantly enhance battle capabilities. After all, the upcoming gym challenge was set in Pewter City, where he would face Brock, the rock-type gym leader. Water-type Pokémon held a distinct advantage over rock-types. However, while the idea was aesthetically pleasing, reality proved quite the opposite. 3 days passed, and although Yiming and Froakie had learned basic surfing, they had yet to grasp the more advanced surfing techniques. Yiming was not overly concerned. Mastering a skill in just a few days, even with excellent Pokémon aptitude, was undeniably challenging. They rested on the beach. Froakie said, its expression neutral as it conjured a swirling water sphere in its hands, which dissipated almost immediately, causing Yiming's smile to falter. Nearby, Haxorus focused intently, manifesting a similar water sphere, though it persisted a bit longer. Seeing success, Haxorus beamed with joy, while Yiming's expression grew increasingly perturbed. Jengar, mimicking the others, conjured a small black sphere in its hands, appearing to grasp the concept. Yiming was utterly bewildered. Chapter 44. A New Path. So you all conspired to keep this from me, have you? He gazed into the distance, exhaling a deep sigh. Teaching the spirits still relies on my efforts. If one cannot master surfing, the ripples of water are equally admirable. As for the mischievous Jengar, there are suspicions of it clandestinely learning to control Shadow Ball. What more could one ask for? Yiming decisively revised the new plan, extending the training for a few more days. His goal was to master surfing, while Gyarados and Froakie focused on mastering the waves of water. Jengar, too, centered its training around mastering Shadow Ball. After establishing the plan, 3 days swiftly passed. The time had come to reveal the results of the intensive training. That evening, beneath the bright moon, Amidst the waves and sandy shore, a lone trainer, a dragon, a frog, and a ghost sat neatly in a row. The results presentation officially commenced. Ming rose quietly, approached them, and with poise, delivered his self-report. Dear spirits, through my own diligence during this 6-day holiday, or rather, this 6-day training period, I have mastered the art of surfing and slightly improved my proficiency in utilizing the power of eternity, with both hands emanating a soft glow. The power of eternity enveloped Froki and Gyarados. As he mentioned, besides learning to surf, he had also engaged in mental and physical training to enhance the strength and application of the power of eternity. A trainer must grow stronger alongside their Pokémon. This is Ming and Appo's philosophy. Froki, Gyarados, and Gengar all raised their perfect 10 scorecards, prepared by Ming, in unison. Encouraged by the three spirits, he returned to his seat, bowing in gratitude. The reason for this holiday summary was not merely for formality, but to foster a sense of collective participation and honor, which is exceptionally important. Ribbit. Under Ming's urging, Froki reluctantly hopped forward a few steps, then raised its froggy paw, swiftly forming a rapidly spinning water sphere. Wave pulse. When Froki struck the sand, grains flew, creating a deep pit with a diameter of half a meter. The demonstration concluded. Ming, Gyarados, and Gengar quickly raised their perfect scorecards. Froki, with a blank expression, sighed helplessly and returned to its place. Next came the eager Gyarados, who similarly executed the wave pulse, but with even greater speed and size. When it struck the beach, it created a depression over a meter deep. Ming swiftly raised 2 scorecards, signaling encouragement. Over these days, Gyarados had shown the most dedication and effort among them, deserving of commendation. When Gyarados shyly returned to its spot, Gengar, feeling competitive, floated forward. It had been trying hard too. Gengar, slightly tense, gathered ghostly energy in its hands, fully focused. The ghostly energy gradually took on a wispy form, yet it continually dissipated, proving difficult to coalesce rapidly. After several minutes of effort, Gengar, disheartened, abandoned the attempt and floated to the side, turning its back to Ming and the others, despondently drawing circles in the sand. It felt defeated. While Gyarados and Froki had learned new techniques, Gengar had not. Was it truly so inferior? Gengar felt a profound sense of regret. Ming approached, contemplating for a moment, then offered words of comfort. Gengar, it's not your fault. It's the environment's. Gengar expressed skepticism. Think about it. We are at sea. The abundance of water energy allows them to swiftly learn water techniques. It's a natural progression. Gengar hesitated, glancing toward the ocean, pondering the truth in Ming's words. Moreover, consider that they trained together, providing mutual guidance and support, which expedited their learning. You, on the other hand, are alone, well, one ghost, navigating this alone. A spark reignited in Gengar's eyes. Indeed, that made sense. Additionally, it is crucial to recognize that your Shadow Ball is inherently more powerful than the Wave Pulse, making it more challenging to master. Achieving your current progress is already commendable. Gengar's expression brightened once more. Indeed, Ming was right. To advance in such a challenging environment while tackling a more complex technique is something to take pride in. With renewed confidence, Gengar returned to its position, contemplating how to fully master the Shadow Ball. Well then, everyone has demonstrated their recent progress, and thus, the results presentation comes to a close. Now, I would like to announce the new goal for our team. Ming cleared his throat, a mix of excitement and determination in his voice. We shall journey to Nibby City to acquire our 3rd badge. We depart tomorrow, so let us relish this evening. With that, Ming procured 2 boxes of drinks and some snacks from his storage space amidst the eager gazes of Froki and Gyarados. Tonight, let us not return to our Pokeballs until we are thoroughly intoxicated. The journey from Hualan City to Nibby City can be undertaken through 2 primary modes of transportation, by air or by land. Flying, of course, would entail taking an airship, which is quite costly in terms of league currency. Alternatively, Gyarados could carry him through the skies, although that would pose significant safety risks, given the existence of wild Pokémon territories in the air. If Gyarados were to fly him, encountering a flock of aerial Pokémon could lead to dire consequences. Furthermore, Yiming desired to explore Moonview Mountain. This was the route that traversed through the mountain connecting the two locations. Having spent ample time in Hualan City, it was time to set off. That day, Yiming, with Froki perched upon his shoulder, energetically departed from his residence. After nearly a week of training, they had made considerable progress, especially Froki and Gyarados, both having learned the wave pulse. Gengar was also showing promise, nearing the mastery of Shadow Ball. Thus, Yiming planned to implement the strategy of traversing Moonview Mountain to reach Nibi City. He needed a travel map and a bottle of chilled milk. After purchasing a map and a bottle of icy drink from a roadside stall, Yiming sat in the vehicle, sipping while reviewing the details about Moonview Mountain. In mundane terms, Moonview Mountain is actually a series of vertical mountain ranges. Besides the main area of Moonview Mountain, there are also passages on both sides. For instance, to enter Moonview Mountain from Hualan City, one must first navigate through a cavern leading to the mountain. Typically, traveling this way between Hualan City and Nibi City requires at least 2 days of travel, much of which is spent in the dark and claustrophobic caves, an absolute nightmare for anyone with a fear of enclosed spaces. According to the travel map, a highlighted attraction is the elusive Clefairy. It is said that deep within Moonview Mountain resides a mysterious Pokémon known as Clefairy, whose adorable demeanor is said to bring good fortune to those fortunate enough to witness them dancing in unison. This legend has drawn many tourists eager to catch a glimpse of the Clefairy. However, Moonview Mountain is treacherous, with a complex geographical layout far removed from human settlements. It is also home to numerous rock and flying-type Pokémon, enticing many devoted trainers to embark on adventures to capture their beloved creatures. In the northeastern district of Hualan City, Yiming arrived near the entrance, discovering that the bustling atmosphere here rivaled that of Hualan City itself. Stalls selling various local trinkets were ubiquitous, with vendors calling out enticing offers. Clefairy keychains. Clefairy keychains, handcrafted by renowned Pokémon plush artisans. The fortuitous little stones, trodden upon by the playful Pippi, can be yours for a mere 50 Alliance coins, ensuring that your adventurous journey is filled with luck. Deep within Moonlit Mountain, a small punch stone has been captured. Would anyone, against their better judgment, be willing to trade it for a large onyx? What if one were to stumble upon treasure at Moonlit Mountain? One must not be lacking in companions. A complete excavation set is available for just 800 Alliance coins. The public connection device at Moonlit Mountain guarantees your safety and smooth passage through the caves. An array of goods, most of which are unrelated to the local elements of Moonlit Mountain, fills the market. Many are selling trainer items such as heavy balls. It is well understood that due to the frequent dangers that befall visitors within Moonlit Mountain, leading to some mysteriously vanishing, solo ventures are prohibited for the safety of adventurers. Should one truly wish to enter, it is mandatory to form a group, with at least one guide knowledgeable about the local terrain. Finding such a group is not challenging. Near the entrance, Yiming casually encountered a scruffy uncle clad in mountaineering attire, a red ribbon tied around his arm as a marker. "Hello, I'm Yiming. What should I call you?" "Mountain Man," he replied, not lifting his gaze. He inquired, "Are you a trainer or a tourist? What is your primary purpose for this journey?" Yiming understood the reasoning behind his question. Primarily, to ensure the team possesses the capability to contend with the mysterious Pokémon. A certain number of trainers are typically included for security. As Yiming contemplated his response, a prompt from the system chimed in. Option 1. Claim to be a chef, able to prepare meals for others. Reward. Unlock advanced cooking skills. Option 2. Claim to be a tourist, specifically visiting for Pippi. Reward. Moonstone. Option 3. Claim to be an archaeologist, here to study the history of Moonlit Mountain. Reward. Historical retrospection card. Option 4. Claim to be an adventurer, here for a daring expedition into Moonlit Mountain. Reward. Mysterious tunnel rope. Yiming hesitated, carefully examining the options. The identity claimed was inconsequential. It was the rewards that mattered. The first option unlocks advanced culinary skills, establishing one as a master chef. The second, the Moonstone, is a rare, evolutionary item. The third and fourth options caught his attention. The historical retrospection card allows one to rewind time on an object, a dream tool for archaeologists. The mysterious tunnel rope can be utilized in any hole, instantly returning one to the cave entrance, an adventurer's ideal tool. One is a single-use item, while the other is a reusable rope. The tunnel rope is indeed a rarity in the game, bordering on the extraordinary in reality. After a moment of contemplation, Yiming finally addressed the mountain man. "I am an archaeologist, here to explore the history of Moonlit Mountain." Upon hearing this, the mountain man finally raised his head to glance at him and then extended his hand. 300 alliance coins for the entry fee. Yiming reluctantly paid the fee, realizing that his own skills were insufficient to navigate through Moonlit Mountain and reach Nibi City. Many overconfident trainers had lost their way within, and while most were rescued, they had all suffered greatly, some even becoming feral. It was wiser to adhere to the group. After preparing adequately, Yiming took a seat and observed a small crowd behind him, likely fellow members of the Mountain Man's expedition team. Approximately 20 individuals were gathered, including adventurers, several like Yiming who were novice trainers, and small merchants laden with goods. The majority appeared to be tourists, forming a small travel group. As time passed, the moment agreed upon with the Mountain Man arrived. Everyone gathered around him, and under his guidance, they entered the dark cave. Upon entering, Yiming realized this was an extensive cavern system, as various colored lights marked the entrance. Many individuals entered from the outside, allowing glimpses of other figures. It was only after about half an hour that this sight faded, leaving only Yiming's group visible. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Ghastly emerged with a gleeful expression. This environment was perfect for its mischievous antics. The dark, damp chill was ideal for pranks. However, a thought crossed its mind. No frightening, lest accidents occur in this pitch darkness. This caution momentarily dimmed its smile. Yet, soon enough, Ghastly's grin returned. If scaring was off the table, it could still startle the sprites. With that, it gradually blended into the shadows, ready to commence its daily mischief-making training. After issuing a warning, Yiming allowed it to frolic. Ghastly was perceptive enough to know its limits. In this environment, scaring others came with an inherent advantage, yet in the labyrinthine darkness, should Ghastly frighten the group too severely, scattering them and causing individuals to become lost would be undesirable. According to the Mountain Man, there were no moving pathways within the cave, as it was inhabited by numerous Pokémon such as Geodude and Onix. They could easily alter the terrain, obstructing existing paths while simultaneously creating new ones. Chapter 45. Observation. Only guides like the Mountain Elder, who are well acquainted with the terrain, can adapt with ease. The subsequent team, including himself, comprised a total of 31 individuals. Among the leaders, aside from the Mountain Elder, was his apprentice, while the identities of the others varied greatly. During their journey, Yiming frequently referred to a small booklet. This was a set of guidelines for entering caves provided by the Mountain Elder, detailing numerous precautions. For instance, the group would rest for 10 minutes after every half hour of travel, allowing those who lagged behind to catch up, and markers were placed along the route. Furthermore, while in the caves, for safety reasons, they were prohibited from provoking wild Pokémon. Violators would incur fines, as it jeopardized the safety of the group. If one took a liking to a wild Pokémon, they could opt to leave the group or wait until the end to attempt capturing it independently. The guidelines were comprehensive, considering various circumstances. There were even a few pages dedicated to the Pokémon of Crescent Moon Mountain and tips for survival in the wild. In truth, trainers like Yiming often had opportunities to engage with wild Pokémon, as their journey was frequently interrupted by wild Pokémon attacks. This also made him aware of the dangers posed by these creatures, exemplified by an incident when a wild Geodude nearly turned their group into a real-life bowling pin. Fortunately, the Mountain Elder intervened, dispatching his Onix to avert the crisis. After all, this was the real world, not a game. In the wilderness, the foremost concern remained personal safety, necessitating the preservation of the Pokémon's energy. Yiming felt he had learned a great deal. He maintained his position at the rear of the group, his heart filled with anticipation for the outdoor adventure ahead. While progressing, he also searched for traces of wild Pokémon within the cave. Should he encounter a Gibble, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to capture it and not let it slip away. Regrettably, the most common Pokémon within the cavern were Rattata, Geodude, and Zubat. With no sight of Gibble, it was evident that pseudo-legendary Pokémon were indeed quite rare. Sighing, he recalled what the Mountain Elder had mentioned about him being an archaeologist. At that moment, a young girl clad in an archaeological team uniform, with blue hair adorned by a red headband, approached curiously. She scrutinized Yiming from head to toe, and her gaze revealed her profound curiosity. Before Yiming could respond, a notification chimed from the system. Option 1. Lie upon a lie. Reward. Jengar learns Shadow Ball, upgraded version. Nearby Jengar. Option 2. Be forthright. Reward. Dragonair's electromagnetic wave upgraded to strong electromagnetic wave. Clumsy Dragonair. Option 3. In truth, I am a philosopher. Reward. Froakie's shadow clone count increased by 1-2. Serious Froakie. Option 4. Pretend to be mute. Reward. Ventriloquism, host. The Mountain Elder's Onyx. Hiss, these options seem quite intriguing, all closely related to skills. Among them, the enhancements for Dragonair and Froakie both improve skill efficacy. However, the best option undoubtedly belongs to Jengar. Indeed, I am an archaeologist, albeit one specializing in modern linguistics. I possess considerable confidence in this field, Yiming replied nonchalantly. Feigning composure. Oh, modern linguistics? How fortunate that we have a member of our team who specializes in that, the girl remarked. Yiming's expression momentarily stiffened, fearing his ruse would be exposed. Yet, the girl did not pursue the matter further, seemingly only interested in becoming acquainted with him. Hello. I'm delighted to meet a modern linguistics archaeologist. My name is White. I look forward to your guidance. I'm Yiming, he replied, glancing at the system interface. Relieved. Ding. Congratulations. Host has received system reward. Jengar has learned Shadow Clone. That fellow should be quite pleased, having finally learned Shadow Ball. And the upgraded version at that. Shadow Clone, an evolved version of Shadow Ball, capable of creating a Shadow Ball that closely resembles the original, confusing enemies while inflicting damage. Thus, it is essentially a Shadow Clone Shadow Ball. Yiming pondered briefly. Not only had his abilities improved, but it also added an element of confusion against foes. Truly excellent. So, Yiming, are you passing through or have you come specifically for Crescent Moon Mountain? White inquired, having noticed Yiming's solitary presence among the archaeological team, prompting her curiosity. I'm merely passing through to Nibby City. Currently, I'm working on my graduation project. Yiming realized that under the system's influence, he was becoming increasingly adept at fabricating lies, his face betraying no shame. Oh, would you care to join us? It might aid your graduation project. We plan to stay at Crescent Moon Mountain for a few days. Is it convenient? Of course, it is convenient. I see you possess considerable strength. Your presence would enhance our team's safety. White extended an invitation to join their group. Yes, no. White sent him an invitation to form a team. An archaeological team? I have yet to witness what an archaeological site entails. Yiming contemplated and decided to partake, serving as a guardian for the archaeological team in gratitude for the Shadow Clone. If it is convenient, I would like to observe as well. Great, follow me. I will introduce you to my companions. Upon Yiming's agreement, White appeared quite elated and promptly led him to meet the archaeological team, introducing them to one another. Including Yiming and White, the archaeological team now consisted of 12 members, nearly half of the climbing team. 2 robust individuals carried cumbersome equipment, also serving as the team as protectors. They planned to conduct archaeological excavations at a certain location on Crescent Moon Mountain for 4 days, entrusting the Mountain Elder to find them upon his return. After the introductions, Yiming observed that among the archaeological team, White was the only young girl. The rest were men, not particularly youthful. Moreover, they held White in high esteem, referring to her as Dr. White, suggesting she occupied a significant position within their ranks. Dr. White in the dim glow of the weak spotlight, Yiming gazed at the girl ahead, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Wasn't she the so-called genius girl from the original work who unearthed ultramodern Pokémon? Could their objective for this expedition be? No, the ultramodern Pokémon were located elsewhere. Not on Crescent Moon Mountain. Yiming sighed in relief. Given his current capabilities, he would not stand a chance against ultra-ancient Pokémon. He would likely be eliminated in an instant. Who would have thought he would encounter White and her team in such a place? Perhaps this was fate. Among the archaeological team, several middle-aged members observed Yiming and White conversing, their expressions reminiscent of those witnessing a destined couple. I heard he is also a modern linguist? Today's youth are truly remarkable. Each one surpasses the last. Not at all. I merely think White has found herself a little boyfriend from somewhere. Taking the opportunity to go on a date. Dr. White's romantic endeavors are difficult to ascertain. I am inclined to believe they are indeed a match. It is heartwarming to see the talented girl, Dr. White, finally find her place. Indeed, it is quite a pity for a girl to spend her days among us old fogies. In their eyes, the talented girl, Dr. White, had finally engaged in an activity befitting her age, and they were delighted, viewing her as a daughter or granddaughter. Yiming engaged in a playful banter with White. To shield himself from exposure, he emphasized his origins from the illustrious land of Huaxia. As anticipated, White's curiosity was piqued, and he bombarded Yiming with inquiries about the history of Huaxia. Just then, Jingstone appeared as if conjured from the shadows. The well-informed White remained unfazed, while Yiming nearly stumbled in fright. After all, Jingstone had come directly for him. Its eerie white eyes, menacing grin, and ghostly hands were not easily withstood. Jingstone, deeply moved, swiftly drew Yiming aside under the astonished gazes of others. Stay calm. Yiming reassured those unaware of the situation, explaining that Jingstone was his extraordinary companion, not a wild spirit from the cavern. He then chided Jingstone to maintain composure, having already surmised the reason for its peculiar appearance. With an air of mystery, Jingstone boasted to Yiming that it had learned a new skill. The froggy creature, Guagua, croaked expressionlessly. Yiming chuckled awkwardly, observing Jingstone's display of pride. Should he reveal the truth? Noticing Yiming and Guagua's indifference, Jingstone grew anxious, exclaiming as it concentrated ghostly energy into a spherical shape in its palm. Jingstone hurled it at a nearby rock, causing a spectacular explosion, showcasing its considerable power. Ah, so you've mastered Shadow Ball. Yiming decided to support Jingstone, realizing that its recent skill acquisition lagged behind that of Harkron and Guagua. This moment would be an opportunity to bolster its confidence. Jingstone, with a knowing smile, gestured that it was not so simple. Then, under Yiming's bewildered gaze, Jingstone solemnly channeled its ghostly energy, and an astonishing event unfolded. It split into two identical Jingstones. Yiming gasped in astonishment, circling the two indistinguishable forms, utterly astounded. Half of his reaction stemmed from disbelief, while the other half was genuine admiration for the skill displayed. Was this the elusive shadow clone technique? Indeed, it was remarkable. Jingstone, clearly pleased with the reaction, indicated that the best was yet to come. Suddenly, one of the Jingstones charged toward a larger boulder, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Jingstone resembled a powerful bomb, shattering the rock into fragments. A display of strength that left Yiming speechless. Incredibly impressive. This power must derive from the combination of two shadow balls. The capabilities and deceptive nature of Shadow Clone exceeded Yiming's expectations, prompting him to contemplate raising a perfect score in praise. Jingstone proudly revealed that it had stumbled upon this newfound ability during its recent mischief. What do you think? Am I impressive, or what? Yiming, embracing his identity as a trainer, lavished praise upon Jingstone, elevating its spirits to new heights. He took a moment to assess Jingstone's current attributes. Species, Jingstone. Type, Ghost. Poison, Ability, Levitate. Immune to ground type moves due to levitation. Talent, Leader, Held Item. Mischievous Ghost Hand. Moves, Confuse Ray, Lick, Hypnosis, Color Change, Revenge, Shadow Punch, Curse. Shadow Ball, Shadow Clone. Jingstone's potential had indeed increased. Whether this was due to the recent energy cubes or the mastery of Shadow Clone remained uncertain. Perhaps both factors played a role. Jingstone urged Yiming to release Harkron, performing a demonstration to earn its unwavering respect. Only after receiving Harkron's admiration did Jingstone shake off the shadows of its recent struggles, confidently acknowledging its prowess. Just as Yiming had suggested, the environment significantly influenced its growth. In a new setting, Jingstone had effortlessly grasped Shadow Ball and even discovered unique applications for it. Was there anything more impressive? Jangstone marveled at its own remarkable insight. The ability to learn Shadow Clone was an unexpected stroke of luck. Yiming ventured away from the team, seeking out several worthy opponents to test Jangstone's combat prowess with Shadow Clone. The conclusion was simple. It was exceptionally effective, a versatile skill enhancing Jangstone's combat capabilities significantly. Along the journey, Harkon incessantly inquired how Jangstone had acquired such a skill. Jangstone, daring to weave an elaborate tale, spun a narrative of its adventures in mastering Shadow Ball, leaving the naive Harkon in a state of awe, as if wishing to call Jangstone its mentor. Several hours later, Yiming and his companions emerged safely from the cavern. The stars twinkled faintly in the night sky. The mountain guide explained that they were now at the true Moonview Mountain. Under his guidance, they traversed a winding path leading to a scenic cliffside. As Yiming, White, and their group departed from the team, they confirmed their next steps with the guide before taking another winding trail. Half an hour later, they reached their destination. Alongside Howley, they unloaded their gear, set up a large tent, and began organizing the excavation site. Yiming observed with keen interest, clearly a novice. Yet he endeavored to present himself as if he were familiar with the process. Chapter 46. Too much given the night did not hinder the archaeological excavation, and the atmosphere among the group was vibrant and enthusiastic. Before long, discoveries began to emerge. Modern murals and various artifacts were uncovered, which thrilled everyone present and ignited a strong desire to continue working through the night. However, after some time, Yiming grew somewhat weary of the repetitive nature of the findings. The items were rather mundane and failed to capture his interest. He contemplated the murals on the rock face for a moment. They appeared to chronicle a modern era, depicting ancient humans attempting to engage with and collaborate with spirits. Some of the murals lacked any representation of spirits, primarily illustrating scenes of human survival, such as hunting and making fire. On the reverse side, circular engravings began to emerge, gradually revealing the figures of spirits. It seemed to narrate the gradual understanding and coexistence between modern humans and spirits. The central circles resembled spirit eggs. At some point, White had approached him and, upon hearing Yiming's murmurs, pointed to an oval shape in one of the murals. Spirit eggs? Quite possibly. If one seeks to gain the trust of spirits, it would be easiest when they are still in their eggs. With the understanding that the oval represented spirit eggs, the mural's significance became clear. The interactions between modern humans, or at least the ancient inhabitants of this region, and spirits began with the pilfering of spirit eggs. Are you not a modern linguist? Why not lend a hand? White urged Yiming to assist in deciphering the modern script. Yiming initially considered declining, as he was merely pretending, but White's enthusiasm was hard to resist. He feigned a departure to the small tent where most of the text-related artifacts were stored. Inside, 3 older gentlemen were engaged in deciphering the scripts. To his surprise, a mere glance allowed Yiming to recognize the corresponding text. This stone tablet details their daily routines, and this one recounts an encounter with a rock monster. Oh, it must be the scene of being struck by a great rock snake. At this revelation, White and the others fell silent. The 3 older men paused their recording and deciphering, exchanging knowing glances with Yiming. Did I let something slip? Yiming felt uneasy under their scrutiny, forcing a nervous chuckle. Ahem, deciphering text cannot rely solely on guesswork. Indeed, young man, without a substantial amount of reference material and adequate statistical evidence, one cannot hastily draw conclusions. This is a form of cuneiform script. You may have encountered similar characters, but they are quite distinct. Correct, this is an entirely new and independent language through which we can appreciate the evolution of ancient scripts. Clearly, they perceived this as an unprecedented script. Deciphering it required more data and corresponding contexts. It was unlikely for someone like Yiming to unravel it with such ease unless he were a local. Yiming scratched his head, feeling the weight of the situation. How to explain this? Should he even attempt to clarify? His ability to decipher the text stemmed from a reward he received previously from the system, granting him the title of Language Master, which allowed him to decode these scripts instantaneously. Choice 1. Deny and claim to be fabricating. Reward. Eye of Truth. Host. Choice 2. Mock them for their ignorance and question their academic competence. Reward. Advanced AI Glasses. Choice 3. smile generously, and participate in advancing their deciphering work. Reward: local ancient documentary. Choice 4. Explain that he has encountered extremely similar scripts in his mentor's ancient texts. Reward: spirit fossil locator. The Eye of Truth seemed potentially useful. Uncertain, he decided to examine further. As for the advanced AI glasses, they appeared somewhat trivial, primarily serving entertainment purposes. The local ancient documentary? It seemed only marginally relevant to the ongoing excavation and of little personal benefit. After contemplating the options, Yiming calmly stated, in reality, I became familiar with this script through a modern secret dictionary belonging to my mentor. At his words, the smiles of the older men froze on their faces. Seeing that Yiming did not appear to be jesting, their spirits lifted. May I ask who your mentor is? I am not permitted to disclose his name while out in the field. Yiming shamelessly continued his fabrication. Under this pretense, the older men, half convinced, began to inquire about the recently unearthed scripts, applying their expertise to assess them. Gradually, they recognized the high accuracy of Yiming's explanations, leading to increasingly heated discussions among themselves, though they remained cautious and respectful in their interactions with him. Witnessing this scene, White could not help but feel a sense of illusion. It was as if Yiming were a revered teacher, diligently imparting knowledge to a group of eager students. These older gentlemen were clearly top talents within the field of ancient linguistics. Who exactly was Yiming? How could he so effortlessly attract such notable individuals? Notification: congratulations. Host has received the reward, Spirit Fossil Locator. With the respect of those around him, Yiming gracefully exited the tent, seeking a more secluded spot to examine the fossil locator awarded by the system. Its exterior resembled a GPS device, while the lower part featured a long drill bit. Quack? The froggy companion perched on his shoulder expressed curiosity about Yiming's device, circling around the spirit fossil locator. This item turned out to be a one-time use tool. Its quality questionable. Yiming could not help but grumble. It was the option he deemed most valuable, essentially a means to obtain a spirit fossil. Rumors spoke of mysterious treasures and fossil treasures that could resurrect Pokémon from fossils through advanced technology, extracting their genes and reassembling them into Pokémon. It was said that the revived forms did not entirely resemble their former selves and lacked any past memories. Yiming had a vague understanding of this concept. In the original game, various spirit fossils could be acquired, such as the shell fossil, which could resurrect an ammonite, and the dome fossil, which could yield a kabuto, among others. If he could obtain a spirit fossil through this, perhaps he could add a fossil Pokémon to his team. Yet, he was unsure if it would lead to territorial disputes. Yiming pondered the implications. If this device revealed a spirit fossil at the archaeological site, would it truly belong to him? Surely White and the others would not carelessly allow him to take it away. In the realm of archaeology, the ingenious invention of a locator by Yiming possesses the remarkable capability to delineate specific areas. This news is indeed delightful. To avert any disputes, he prudently chose to wait until the deep of night when silence enveloped the surroundings, leaving only 2 night watchmen awake while the others rested. Yiming discreetly slipped away, distancing himself from the excavation site, and retrieved the sprite fossil locator from the system space, activating its switch. Beep, beep, buzz. Immediately, the locator began to float and move autonomously, with Yiming closely trailing behind. The positive aspect was that the locator drifted away from the archaeological site, ensuring that no one else would be alerted to its presence. Beep, beep, beep. The locator located a relatively flat area and commenced rapid drilling. Yiming felt a surge of joy as he waited patiently. Its operation was remarkably swift, and in a short span, it excavated a circular pit 2 meters deep, revealing something at its center. Ultimately, the locator exhausted its energy, accomplishing its mission. Under the moonlight, Yiming, along with the waiting Quagsire, activated a water spray to wash away the debris. He then beheld what the locator had unearthed. At the center lay a spherical fossil, half exposed, and within it, a faint outline of what appeared to be bleach bones. The condition of the bones suggested they belonged to a young creature, its outstretched limbs seemingly protective of the spherical fossil. Unintentional intrusion, unintentional offense, no blame attached. Yiming grinned, utterly unprepared for such a scene. After some hesitation, He summoned the courage to remove the spherical fossil. Bathed in moonlight, Yiming examined the lightweight spherical fossil in his hands, astonished to discern that it was likely a sprite egg fossil. This far exceeded his expectations. Truly, the sprite fossil locator had indeed located an exceptionally intact fossil. He pondered whether this object could be restored using the historical tracing card. A sudden thought struck him, recalling the historical tracing card he had previously acquired, which he retrieved from the system space. If it were possible, he wouldn't need to seek out a fossil revival machine. Restoring the sprite egg directly would be splendid, wouldn't it? Historical tracing card, capable of performing a time retracing on an object to restore it, an unimaginable dream tool for archaeologists. Restoring a sprite egg fossil seemed somewhat fantastical. Usage successful. As the system's notification echoed, Yiming's eyes widened. It truly succeeded? No need for the fossil revival machine. The historical tracing card transformed into a beam of white light, enveloping the sprite egg fossil, and in an instant, the brilliance surged, pulsating rhythmically as if imbued with life. When the radiance dissipated, what appeared before him was no longer the cold fossilized sprite egg, but a warm sprite egg. Had he succeeded? Quack, quack. Quagsire observed this mysterious spectacle with great astonishment. It hopped onto Yiming's arm, its webbed hand gently touching the sprite egg, bewildered. Clearly a stone. How could it transform into a sprite egg under Yiming's touch? He chuckled to himself, feeling a special connection to the egg. Yiming, equally astonished, scrutinized the sprite egg in his grasp. It was entirely blue, adorned with two colorful stripes, and he wondered what kind of sprite egg it could be. It appeared no less extraordinary than the fossil Pokémon from the Kanto region. Perhaps I am the sole possessor of a modern sprite egg in the world. Acquiring a modern sprite egg filled Yiming with immense satisfaction. He recalled the sprite information examination card and promptly scanned it. Species: Ancient Riolu, Vitality, 100, Potential, Royal. To his astonishment, it was a Riolu sprite egg. What about the modern Riolu sprite egg? He pondered whether there were any peculiar attributes. Yiming bowed towards the bones. Riolu, I shall take good care of it for you. You may rest now. Many years ago, this site must have witnessed some calamitous event. He carefully filled in the earth, striving to restore the scene to its original state. Then retrieved from his backpack the lid of the incubator that had previously housed Quagsire, having already reconfigured it. For Riolu, the most basic incubation nutrient solution would suffice. Lacking anything more suitable, Yiming poured in the reserve nutrient solution. Upon arriving in Nibi City, he would purchase the corresponding attribute nutrient solution. Having completed these preparations, Yiming returned to his tent at the campsite. That night, he enjoyed a deep, restful sleep, entering a distant and ethereal dream, where he found himself in an unfamiliar yet warm and reassuring place. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Nearby, Jishtone seemed to sense something, turning to glance at the tent, a look of uncertainty in its eyes. Just now, it appeared to have felt something. It must be a mere illusion, right? The following day, dawn broke. Good morning, Quagsire, Riolu. Yiming awakened leisurely, stifling a yawn. He had dreamt for what felt like an eternity. His gaze instinctively turned to the Riolu sprite egg. Perhaps the experiences of the previous night had left an impression on him. The image of the bones protecting the Riolu sprite egg lingered in his mind, leaving him with an inexplicable feeling. Today, another climbing team arrived at the archaeological site. Since White and the others would remain for another 2 to 3 days, Yiming decided to bid them farewell and set off ahead of them. Yiming, here are 20,000 Alliance coins as compensation for your protection over the past 2 days. This is too much. I haven't done anything to warrant such an amount, he replied, swallowing hard at the sight of the cash. Though he protested verbally, his hands accepted the coins with sincerity. If it were only a few hundred or 1,000, he might have declined. But 20,000 Alliance coins was indeed an overwhelming amount. Chapter 47. The ineffectual Team Rocket, how can you say they've done nothing? White countered earnestly. You drove away 2 Gravelers, 10 Geodudes, and 2 Onyxes. Plus, you've significantly aided our decipherment efforts. Your contributions are substantial. If team funds weren't finite, she would have doubled Yiming's compensation. Well, I appreciate it, Yiming responded. Reflecting inwardly, The luckiest employee is one whose boss notices only their diligence and not their moments of slacking. With sufficient compensation, he'd take down a golem if necessary. Of course, my primary achievement remains in the decipherment work, which has propelled the archaeological excavation forward significantly. After agreeing to serve as the team's linguist whenever their schedules aligned, Yi-Ming bid farewell to White and her colleagues, joining another team and heading towards Pewter City, venturing deep into MT Moon. The environment remained largely unchanged. Whether due to troop leadership or its inherent nature, Yi-Ming observed that most of their journey occurred within the mountain's interior, only occasionally requiring them to explore cavernous tunnels. Until they exited MT Moon, Yi-Ming and his companions encountered nothing particularly noteworthy. Chi. Upon exiting MT Moon, Jengar cast wistful glances backward, a melancholic air about it. Yi-Ming, understanding the reason, was rendered speechless. A Clefairy resided in the distant hills of MT Moon. In a mere 2 days, Jengar had managed to befriend a wild Clefairy, an improbable connection. Can't you convince it to come with us? Yi-Ming inquired, perplexed. Clefairy, the evolved form of Cleffa, required a precious moonstone for evolution, rendering it relatively rare. He would have liked to capture one. In the original lore, Clefairy was initially classified as a normal-type Pokémon, but was later discovered and reclassified as a fairy type. Moreover, due to coincidental similarities in shape and weight, Jengar and Clefairy were subjects of a peculiar urban legend. Chi. Jengar sadly shook its head, indicating that MT Moon was Clefairy's true home. Unlike itself, Clefairy had a group of companions to care for, making it difficult to leave on a whim. Fine, Yi-Ming conceded, rolling his eyes. With Jengar, he waved farewell to Clefairy, feeling as though he were a benevolent matchmaker for Pokémon couples. A considerable distance separated MT Moon from Pewter City. Reaching a fork in the road, Yi-Ming caught sight of a familiar figure nearby. It was a Dratini? He was quite familiar with Dratini. Approaching, Yi-Ming observed a young boy adorned in a school uniform bearing Chinese characters, presumably a fellow traveling graduate like himself. He was commanding his Dratini in battle against a Geodude. The Dratini performed admirably, defeating the Geodude swiftly. However, the boy seemed dissatisfied with its performance, urging it to find another opponent. Yi-Ming could sense the Dratini's strain, as it appeared to be nursing some injuries. To encounter another graduate with a Dratini, Yi-Ming immediately retrieved his Pokémon information scanner, aiming it at the Dratini. Its information appeared on the card. Dratini, potential, elite, ability, shed skin. If afflicted with a status condition, shed skin may activate, improving defense. Known moves: Wrap, Leer, Thunder Wave, Dragon Tail. Tackle. Who's there? Just then, the boy and Dratini noticed Yi-Ming, immediately adopting a guarded stance. Without exchanging greetings, they retreated cautiously, swiftly departing the scene, leaving Yi-Ming and Froakie to exchange perplexed glances. Froakie, do I look like a villain? Yi-Ming muttered, a twitch in his lips. Their reaction was excessively cautious, akin to encountering a malefactor. Ribbit. Somewhat, Froakie replied candidly, surreptitiously scanning them with a card. From its perspective, he did resemble a villainous character. Nearing midday, Yi-Ming decided to take a respite. Ensuring no one was nearby, he retrieved camping and cooking gear from his system space, preparing a steaming bowl of instant noodles for himself. Time to eat. Come on out, Hakamo'o Jengar. Roar. It was Hakamo'o's favorite time of day, mealtime. Roar. While eating, Hakamo'o noticed the absence of the usual troublemaker, Jengar, and was surprised. Turning its head, it saw the ghost crouched in a corner, gazing towards MT Moon. Ignore that lovesick fool and eat, Yi-Ming said. Oh, right, Hakamo'o. I encountered a graduate earlier who also had a Dratini, perhaps a similar situation to ours. Yi-Ming slurped his noodles, recalling the earlier encounter. That person was undoubtedly a fellow graduate, even in a similar circumstance to himself, having been assigned a Dratini by the state. Hearing this, Hakamo'o ceased eating, curiously flying into the sky to catch a glimpse of the person Yi-Ming mentioned. Found it. There's indeed news. Yi-Ming began searching online for information on this year's Pokémon graduate assignments. Pokémon of the pseudo-legendary tier, like Dratini, were only allocated to a dozen or so individuals nationwide, a situation of scarcity. With minimal effort, Yiming located the information of the two graduates who had obtained Dratini. One was himself. The other was a graduate from S City named Tong Xin. Using this as a fundamental keyword, Yiming continued his search, eventually concluding that, like himself, Tong Xin was a fortunate individual who had obtained a Dratini, and his family background was similar to Yiming's, belonging to the ordinary working class. Unexpectedly, our graduation trips have coincided as well. I wonder how many badges he's obtained, Yiming mused with interest. If judged by game-style level divisions, his Hakamo'o should be around level 25, not yet at the level for evolution, but the addition of the Dragon Crystal had led to its early evolution. Jingar, currently, was likely in the same range, around levels 21 to 23, while Froki was at most level 10. So, the Dratini I saw earlier, based on its combat performance, was probably around levels 15 to 18. Perhaps it has already obtained one badge, Yiming speculated. Roar. Hakamo'o seemed to have discovered the other party's whereabouts. Without waiting for Yiming's intervention, it flew off rapidly. Minutes later, Hakamo'o returned, followed by a Dratini and the boy. It was indeed Tong Xin and his Dratini, whom he had encountered earlier. Hello, Yiming greeted awkwardly. So, you're Yiming. Upon seeing Yiming, Tong Xin immediately understood, gazing enviously at the Hakamo'o soaring joyfully in the sky, exclaiming, your Dratini has already evolved? That's too fast. You know me? Of course. You're the other person in the country this year who obtained a Dratini. I searched for you online, but I have a bit of face blindness, and plus, things happened so suddenly earlier. My apologies. It was my recklessness, Yiming replied. You're Tong Xin, right? I only just searched for you. Yiming truly understood why Tong Xin was so wary. It all came down to the adage, to possess a treasure is to invite misfortune. Owning a rare pseudo-legendary Pokémon like Dratini made it difficult not to be coveted. For ordinary families like Yiming and Tong Xin without powerful backing, acting cautiously and discreetly was normal. If it were merely in the land of Huaxia, it would suffice, but on the continent of elves, various villains lurk, making it impossible to rest peacefully. The optimal approach is to swiftly enhance one's own strength. Only with power can one ensure their safety. I understand. Yiming sighed, feeling a deep sense of empathy for Tong Xion's predicament, which mirrored his own. He promptly prepared another bowl of instant noodles and brought out some beer and snacks to entertain. Observing Tong Xion's restless throat and wandering gaze, he discerned that Tong Xin was quite hungry. Hacker Dragon, too, was quite familiar and generously shared some of its energy cubes with Mini Dragon, displaying remarkable generosity. Mini Dragon wavered for a moment, but ultimately succumbed to temptation, devouring the first bite with eyes shining brightly like lanterns, and then proceeded to gorge itself like a famished wolf. The audacious eating drew attention from those around. Tong Xin blushed deeply, awkwardly laughing. The energy cubes I provided are clearly custom-made and quite expensive. It must be that today's training was too intense, leaving it starving. Yiming chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Speaking of energy cubes, is there anyone else who can match the quality of those he produces? Sigh. Raising a mini dragon is quite a burden. Its appetite is insatiable, and I can't bear to feed it subpar food. My credit card is nearing its limit. After consuming 2 bottles of beer, both Tong Xin and Yiming felt a bit flush, prompting Tong Xin to vent his frustrations. From the furrowed brow and troubled expression on his face, it was evident he had been troubled by this for an extended period. Indeed, the appetite is extraordinary. I initially thought my hacker dragon was exceptional, but it seems that 8 out of 10 mini dragons in the world are gluttons. Yiming nodded in agreement. Recalling the numerous energy cubes hacker dragon had consumed lately, those were substantial sums of money. Tong Xion's worry appeared to be genuine. After all, he lacked a system unlike Yiming, who had the means to manufacture energy cubes as a source of income. If he ran out of money, he could always go to the Pokémon Center to earn processing fees by making energy cubes for others. How can you afford to raise 3 Pokémon, especially with one being a hacker dragon? Watching the gluttonous Pokémon, Tong Xin could no longer suppress his curiosity. From his previous impressions, Yiming's family background was not significantly different from his own, so how could he be so affluent? judging by his mini-dragon's reactions. The quality of the energy cubes Hacker Dragon consumed was certainly not inferior. Not at all. Damn, but the energy cubes for Mini Dragon were custom-made at a high price. The cost of the fruits alone was considerable. I have some peculiar ways of making money. By the way, how many badges have you obtained? Yiming preferred not to dwell on this topic. It wasn't that he wished to be secretive or low-key, but explaining would be too cumbersome. He couldn't very well admit that he possessed a system that unlocked the ability to create energy cubes. 1. Tong Xian replied. I was fortunate enough to defeat the Hualan gym leader and temporarily captured 2 Rattatas, but I released them at Moonlit Mountain, as I truly couldn't afford to keep them. He shook his head with a pained expression, clearly feeling the weight of pressure. He feared disappointing the expectations placed on him by his family and school. Securing a mini-dragon was perhaps the luckiest event of his life. If he didn't achieve something significant, he would feel he had let everyone down. You're already doing quite well, Yiming stated earnestly. A single mini-dragon can take on 3 opponents, defeating the Hualan sisters. There may have been an element of chance involved, or perhaps the Hualan sisters went easy on you, as you were challenging for your first badge, which isn't particularly difficult. And you? I have 2 badges now. Well, your Pokémon lineup certainly looks formidable. It gives off an impressive vibe. Tong Xian suddenly felt a surge of pressure. Yiming, who started at the same starting line, had far surpassed him. Not only had Mini Dragon evolved in a Hacker Dragon, but he also possessed a Ghost Stone and a Froakie. He felt he had fallen too far behind. This stark contrast intensified his anxiety. Don't pressure yourself and Mini Dragon too much. Sometimes, going with the flow can yield better results. Recalling the scenes he had witnessed earlier, Yiming noticed the immense pressure Tong Xian was under. Yiming hesitated for a moment, but couldn't resist offering his advice. Sigh, I truly understand, but time is short. Tong Xian downed another gulp of beer, feeling glum. After chatting a bit longer and sharing experiences from their travels, Tong Xian bid farewell to Yiming and continued his rigorous training with Mini Dragon. Before departing, Tong Xian learned that Yiming aimed for the Nibi Gym and shared an important piece of information. The Nibi Gym, also known as the Grey Gym, under the leadership of Brock, was temporarily closed due to significant matters, and it was not accepting challenges. A few dozen minutes later, Yiming ascended a small hill. The view opened up magnificently. Below lay Nibi City, a tapestry of buildings, with a river winding through the city center, bordered to the northwest by vast forests. Nibi City had finally arrived. Yiming felt invigorated. He planned to check into the Pokémon Center directly, take a nice hot shower, and wash away the grime of his journey. With anticipation, Yiming's steps felt remarkably light, and half an hour later, he entered Nibi City. He ignored the array of enticing goods along the way and headed straight for the Pokémon Center, completing the check-in process. During this time, he overheard urgent, distressed voices, especially from the second-floor task center, where a clerk was assisting several individuals with their bounty submissions. My Vulpix has gone missing. It must have been stolen by Team Rocket. Those rascally Team Rocket members are truly lawless, stealing my Pokémon in broad daylight. We were helpless. We couldn't fight off Team Rocket and could only watch as our Pokémon were taken away. From their conversation, Yiming gleaned some understanding of the situation. Team Rocket was becoming increasingly brazen. Could it be that Brock, the gym leader of the Grey Gym, was dealing with Team Rocket? Late at night, after washing up in his rented single room, Yiming climbed into bed. He soon drifted into a deep slumber, dreaming of becoming the strongest Pokémon trainer. At that moment, he was oblivious to the presence of a Riolu egg, softly glowing with a gentle light. Chapter 48. The Choice. The soft sounds of purr, purr, resonated in the air, and Yiming felt a peculiar sensation, his eyelids fluttering. Accompanying him were the frolicking Froakie and the recently awakened Gistone and Haycron, who had just practiced their wall-passing technique. They all sensed something profound, a childlike voice echoing gently in their minds, as if beckoning them. Purr. Upon awakening, their gazes converged upon the softly glowing Riolu egg, and they recognized something extraordinary, drawn to it with curiosity. Hey, can the egg speak? Purr. What is that sound? At last, Yiming fully regained his senses. Why are you all still awake at this late hour? He couldn't help but notice the peculiarity of the Pokémon egg, which piqued his curiosity. Purr. A childish voice resonated in his mind. Could it be that Riolu inside the egg was somehow controlling the aura? Yiming furrowed his brow, instinctively placing his hand on the surface of the incubator. He understood that it was not the egg that was speaking, but rather a sound created through another means. Perhaps this way, he could better convey and comprehend the message. The aura was a remarkable ability, capable of telepathy and even mind-reading. It could sense the auras of others and perceive the environment, even seeing through objects. If one possessed an exceptionally strong aura, they could project their aura to create barriers or launch attacks, releasing energy to propel objects. Closing his eyes, Yiming listened intently and felt the surrounding ambience shift, akin to ripples spreading across a lake when a stone is cast into it. He seemed to see, through the incubator and the eggshell, the curled form of the little Riolu within the egg. Purr. Did you save me? Yiming was taken aback. Saved you? Could it be that Riolu retained memories from that time? It was plausible, for it hadn't been revived through a fossil revival machine. Retaining those memories seemed natural. Yiming speculated internally but still inquired. Can you perceive the outside world from within? Purr. Yes, did you save me? The little Riolu confirmed. Then repeated the question in its innocent, delicate voice. Sort of, but not exactly. Yiming hesitated, providing a vague answer. I saved you, but more accurately, I revived you. Does that count as saving? Uncertain, he pondered further. Upon hearing this, the little Riolu seemed to sense something, its aura fluctuating intensely, but it quickly calmed down. Purr. I and Xiaoling are dead, aren't we? Yiming fell silent. He was unsure how to respond to the little Riolu's inquiry. Should he answer truthfully, affirming that they were indeed dead, beyond any hope of revival, or should he fabricate a lie to obscure the harsh truth? The Xiaoling it mentioned must refer to that skeleton, and it seemed to be a girl based on the context. Purr. You revived me, right? Yiming nodded. Purr. And her? Yiming nodded again, expressing his regret. The historical rewind card could only be applied to items, which conveniently included fossils. The Riolu egg appeared to have encountered a glitch. Had it been any other broken fossil, it would have been ineffective, let alone a long-lost human skeleton. A moment of silence enveloped the scene. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Gistone and Hakron exchanged glances, both perceiving the complexity in each other's eyes. The Riolu's aura hadn't made an effort to evade them, indicating they understood that the Riolu had long been separated from its human companion. Croak. Froakie, expressionless, hopped into a corner, conjuring a bottle of wine in its webbed hands, gazing at the moon, lost in thought. Yiming's heart was equally tumultuous. The Riolu had died once before hatching, which felt unbearably cruel. Yet it could still utilize the aura, clearly sensing the outside world. During that tragic event, both it and Xiaoling must have been in utter despair. If only it could forget those memories. Just as Yiming pondered what to say to comfort the little Riolu, it spoke again. Purr. There's a sorrowful aura nearby, from someone familiar. I can hear it. Yiming was startled. Was the little Riolu's aura truly that strong? It could even perceive the surrounding circumstances. On one hand, he wanted to verify the strength of Riolu's aura. On the other, the phrase someone familiar piqued his interest. Thus, donning a different outfit and guided by the little Riolu, he made his way to the rooftop of the central commercial building. Bathed in moonlight, he spotted a solitary figure, seemingly sobbing while standing at the edge of the rooftop. Goodness, in the dead of night, is someone contemplating suicide? Yiming instinctively lightened his steps, feeling a sense of urgency. In the next moment, he vaguely recognized this person. Connecting it with the little Riolu's hint, a name flashed in his mind. Tong Xian? The figure turned and, upon seeing his face, it was indeed Tong Xian, whom he had encountered earlier. She was sobbing inconsolably, her eyes red and swollen, exuding a sense of hopelessness and despair. Tong Xian hadn't expected Yiming to be there. She instinctively took a couple of steps back, causing Yiming's heart to race. Tong Xian, please tell me you're not considering something drastic. He raised both hands, signaling his lack of ill intentions. Could it be that he had inadvertently hurt her, shattering her mental state? It must be his fault. He was simply too strong. Filled with guilt, Yiming earnestly advised, don't be like this. Let us talk things through. We young people have a bright future ahead. My Dradney was taken by Team Rocket. It's all my fault. I was too careless. Tong Xian lamented, her face a mask of sorrow as she explained her plight. Without Dratini, how could she speak of a promising future? Oh, so that is what happened. Yiming breathed a sigh of relief, the burden of guilt lifting considerably. Team Rocket was indeed audacious, wreaking havoc everywhere. Just as he was lost in thought, a system notification chimed in. Choice 1. Use provocation to encourage Tong Xian to experience the feeling of flying into the sky. Reward. Small helicopter 1. Choice 2. Directly let Hakron step in. If he falls, it counts as Hakron's loss. Reward. Flying stone. Choice 3. Indifferent. I will take action. Indicating I will help Tong Xian reclaim her Dratini. Reward. Aura power. Choice 4. Quickly leave the scene to avoid being mistaken for a criminal. Reward. 24-hour invisibility card 1. Small helicopter 1. A crystallization of human high technology, capable of soaring into the sky like flying Pokémon, requiring a significant amount of fuel. Flying stone. If the host cares for it, it will never suffer a fatal fall. If a Pokémon carries it, it enhances its floating traits. Aura power. Enables the host to learn aura power. 24-hour invisibility card. Allows complete invisibility for 24 hours. Can be deactivated at will. A helicopter. A helicopter. Wouldn't he that allow him to soar through the skies? Flying across the ground in a helicopter. How exhilarating. Tong Xian. Please tell me no one is actually too afraid to jump. Upon seeing the reward for the first choice, Yiming nearly blurted out a provocation, but ultimately, wisdom prevailed. And he stifled it. It is not for any particular reason, but he suddenly realized that a helicopter serves little purpose if one cannot even operate it. Moreover, similar to raising a Pokémon, even if the helicopter could be started, the costs associated with fuel, maintenance, and parking would amount to a significant expenditure. If one cannot even manage a Pokémon, how could they possibly maintain an aircraft? Yet, if one were to sell a plane, perhaps it could fetch 100,000 or so? Forget it. After some contemplation, Yiming placed his hands in his pockets. Striving to project an air of credibility, Tong Xian, it matters not. I will take action. I shall retrieve your mini dragon. Will you? Tong Xian lowered his head, offering a bitter smile. The rocket team? Even Jun Shami and gym leader Xiao Gang cannot contend with them. What hope do we graduates have? Do you truly believe the rocket team to be pushovers? After the mini dragon had been taken from him, he understood that his bond with it had been irrevocably severed. Beep, congratulations to the host for receiving the system reward, Aura power. Feeling the flow of guiding energy from the system coursing through his body, along with the methods emerging in his mind, Yiming felt an aura of dominance envelop him, scoffing. It is merely their incompetence. No more pretense. I am, in fact, a psychic. The rocket team is laughable. As he spoke, his claims grew increasingly absurd, causing Tong Xian to shake his head in disbelief. You claim to be a psychic. Why not assert that you are Superman who can burrow into the earth? Test me, it won't cost you your life. Yiming was eager to experiment with the aura power bestowed by the system. All right then. 7, is that correct? Huh? Tong Xian thought it was mere coincidence. But after contemplating, he gestured with both hands to indicate a more complex number. Yiming, however, closed his eyes, promptly revealing the answers. 26, 50. Now it's changed to 15. How did you know that? Tong Xian was astonished. Yiming had seemingly predicted his gestures in real time, even with his eyes shut. This surpassed his wildest imagination. Though there were rumors among trainers about individuals possessing psychic abilities, he had never believed such incredible tales. Yet, here was Yiming, performing extraordinary feats before him. Who exactly was he? Was the ordinary family background he had portrayed online merely a fade? Huh, such trivial talent. But now you must believe I can retrieve your mini dragon. Yiming stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of a hidden master. Indeed, Yiming, from the very beginning, I suspected you were not an ordinary character. Tong Xian nodded vigorously, rekindling a flicker of hope within. With such abilities, Yiming might truly succeed in retrieving his mini dragon. After sending Tong Xian off the platform to wait for the Pokémon, Yiming proceeded to the supermarket downstairs to purchase some items, storing them in the system space, believing they might prove useful. In a shadowy alley where even moonlight struggled to penetrate, Yiming crouched in a corner, pondering deeply. Why could Riolu's aura extend so far? Both were auras. Why could his only cover a nearby area of a little over 100 meters, which even felt obscured, as if pixelated? Yet Riolu's aura could reach several hundred meters, emanating a blue light capable of accurately conveying information. Comparing the two, Yiming, as a trainer, felt quite disheartened. They say aura is the energy of the heart. Could it be that my heart is tainted? Or perhaps too small? No, that is absolutely impossible. It must be because I have only just begun to master the use of aura. While stimulating himself in this manner, Yiming began inquiring about Riolu's status, seeking out those who appeared suspicious or who he felt were out of place. After reiterating the search criteria to it, Yiming commenced his aura search. Unconsciously, saliva began to collect. No wonder, using aura is so mentally exhausting. Yiming frowned and sighed. After a short while, little Riolu seemed to have detected something. Guided by this portable scanner, Yiming ventured into a dim corner. Sure enough, as he approached, he sensed a person's presence through the aura. Pressing against the wall, he confirmed it, ensuring he did not make a mistake. He spotted a young man dressed in a black Team Rocket uniform, half of his body concealed in the shadows. If one did not observe closely, he could easily be overlooked, yet at that moment, a small flame flickered above his head, seemingly as he smoked. Clearly relaxed and off guard. According to Tong Xin, this individual had been robbed by Team Rocket while returning to Nibi City from Moonlight Mountain, and there were too few clues to pursue. Thus, Yiming decided to act discreetly, intending to capture a Team Rocket member for information. Surprisingly, it was quite easy to find one. This aura power was indeed quite useful. Clad in their uniforms, it was as if they were daring others not to recognize them as Team Rocket. Such arrogance was intolerable for him, the emissary of justice. Upon confirming his target, Yiming instructed Gung Gue and Ha Kulong to stand by above. As for Yiming himself, he donned a colorful mask, lowered his posture, and stealthily approached from the blind spot of the opponent. Surely, no one would expect that a confrontation with Team Rocket would involve a Pokémon battle. The enemy was in the open while he remained hidden. Why would one squander such a significant advantage to engage in an entirely unnecessary battle? After all, the opponent was a villain, and there was no need for decorum. Just as Yiming drew nearer, preparing to retrieve an item from the system space, a sudden alert from the system rang out, causing his nerves to tighten to the point of nearly collapsing. Option 1. Draw a dagger. Reward. Upgrade to Poison Dagger. Exclaimed Gung Gue excitedly. Option 2. Draw a rope. Reward. Upgrade to Interrogation Rope. Observed Ha Kulong with tension. Option 3. Draw an electric baton. Reward. Upgrade to a 100,000 volt electric baton. Urged the eager Froakie. Chapter 49. Unexpected Developments. Choice 4. Retrieve the garments. Reward. Advancement to adaptive high-class attire nearby. According Meowth, Venomous Dagger. A dagger imbued with deadly poison. Aside from toxic mystical treasures, no other creatures can escape death if injured. Note: do not lick it with your mouth. Judgment Rope. A combat tool that automatically binds. Those ensnared must speak their innermost thoughts, with no option for silence. 100,000 volt electric baton. A terrifying baton capable of incapacitating thugs with electric shocks, derived from Yang Yonyan's teachings. Adaptive high-class attire. Wearing it significantly enhances charm, attracting the attention of foes. This is utterly absurd. In the dimness, Yiming nearly erupted in expletives. Cross-dressing was out of the question. It would never happen in this lifetime. The venomous dagger was also inadvisable. After all, this was a Pokémon world, not a fantastical realm where one could simply slay at will. Henceforth, the Judgment Rope would be more suitable. Yiming retrieved the rope from the system's space, and immediately, a strange energy surged forth. In an instant, the mundane rope transformed into the ominous Judgment Rope. He swung it as if he were a cowboy lassoing his prey. Who's there? The noise caught the attention of a Team Rocket member, but before he could react, the Judgment Rope ensnared him. In a flash, the rope tightened around him like a living serpent, rendering him a mere figure that crumpled to the ground. He could only stare wide-eyed in panic, utterly immobilized. Even his mouth sealed. Hey, this rope is quite effective. Yiming complimented the rope. It was adjustable in length and could move on its own. What a formidable cowboy you are, he sang leisurely. Approaching the Team Rocket member, Yiming squatted down to begin the interrogation. Name, age, gender, where do you live? How many people are in your family? Speak up. The judgment rope conveniently loosened the part covering his mouth, allowing him to speak. The Team Rocket member looked around, initially intending to utter empty threats, but his words morphed into a truthful confession. Sakamoto, 22 years old, male, residing at 152 Koi King Lane, Higashi Ward, Shikoku City, with 3 family members. He spoke, astonished at his lack of control over his own mouth. Why am I saying this? Why did I join Team Rocket? I joined to impress the neighborhood girl. I just joined the day before yesterday, and the only thing I did was sneak into the women's bath. Please, spare me. Sakamoto was on the verge of tears, realizing that he had fallen victim to the boy's tactics. His mouth seemed no longer his own. The truth flowed out effortlessly, a technique he had never encountered before. It was somewhat terrifying. Having just joined Team Rocket, no wonder they were so unskilled. Do you know who stole a mini-dragon? Speak. Yiming struck his head, feeling no need for courtesy with these villains. I don't know anything about a mini-dragon. My mission is to roam freely in the city, capturing Pokémon or wealth. Be honest, tell me everything you know. Speak. Yiming continued to deliver a few more blows, relishing in the thrill of interrogation. With the assistance of the judgment rope, Sakamoto divulged a plethora of information, albeit limited due to his low rank within Team Rocket. He mentioned that Team Rocket was divided into several groups. One was a casual group that roamed freely, responsible for capturing Pokémon or valuables. Another seemed to have a special secret mission, but he was unaware of the specifics. Their base was located within the Moonlit Mountain, which posed some difficulties. According to Sakamoto's intelligence, certain Pokeballs contained information about locations and trainers, necessitating alternative handling to prevent being traced by Junsha and the Pokémon League. Thus, the captured Pokémon were required to be delivered to the secret base in Moonlit Mountain for special processing. Tong Xian's mini-dragon might have also been sent there. Perhaps another trip to Moonlit Mountain was in order. With the lies laid bare, it was worth a shot. This time, Yiming felt confident heading to Moonlit Mountain. After all, he understood the concept of aura and the lurking wild Pokémon. Team Rocket held no terror for him anymore. With the aura guiding him, he could navigate the entire map effortlessly. Without further ado, Yiming took Sakamoto by the hand, compelling him to lead the way to Team Rocket's hidden base in Moonlit Mountain. With the judgment rope in play, he feared no tricks from him. As they returned to Moonlit Mountain, Yiming found himself empowered by the aura. Even in complete darkness, he could accurately discern objects. He couldn't help but marvel at the wisdom of choosing the aura. Could a helicopter be so useful? Yet, he still needed to consult with Riolu for further instruction. Its aura was nearly 3 or 4 times stronger than his. Unlike the power of Shikoku, which resembled life energy and could only be learned in method, it was exceedingly difficult to enhance. The aura, being mental energy, could be improved through training, as stated in the original work, and Riolu had affirmed this. In his spare time, he had inquired about Little Riolu's previous village, where most individuals could wield aura, including Little Ling, who was just as proficient. This revelation astonished Yiming, intensifying his yearning for the aura. One must understand that beyond being the most effective means of environmental observation, seeing through objects, the aura could also project images, create barriers, and launch attacks. Yiming envisioned himself clad in a cloak, donned in the attire of a hero. How magnificent! Delving deeper into Moonlit Mountain, Ghastly stealthily approached a Team Rocket member from behind, then passed through his chest, his distorted, chilling visage consuming the man's every sight. Thud. The Team Rocket member fainted from the fright of the ghostly face before him. Ghastly was quite pleased with the scare he had instigated, contemplating whether to make a noise first, to heighten the atmosphere before striking again. Another one caught. He chuckled. Yiming, with the judgment rope in hand, had already ensnared 6 Team Rocket members, and with the one on the ground, that made 7. He was their elder. The Team Rocket members writhed in frustration. Yet they were utterly unable to escape the confines of the judgment rope. Instead, they endured a counteraction more painful than being tightly bound by a Pokémon-esque move. Their eyes reflected nothing but resentment. How despicable! An ambush? How could one engage in such underhanded tactics? Who is truly the villain here? They believed that even as members of Team Rocket, they should be more honorable than this young man. Once again, the effects of the soothing powder, the frightening hypnosis of Ghastly, and the inexplicable rope all conspired against them, denying them any opportunity to reach for their Pokeballs. They could only lament their own carelessness. Be honest, do you wish to experience Ghastly's licking? Yiming remarked coldly upon seeing their discontent. The Team Rocket members trembled, their skin crawling under Ghastly's gaze. And they all lowered their heads in unison. Better to be compliant. A true man knows when to yield. Suddenly, Yiming halted, a slight frown creasing his brow as he gazed at the electric wires on the ground. Wires? This must be Team Rocket's temporary secret base within Moonlit Mountain. Holding his breath, Yiming extended his aura like a tide toward the front line, sensing the environment within. Indeed, as Riolu had warned, 4 Team Rocket members were present. To be precise, there were 4 members and a Zubat. 4 individuals stood uncertainly, contemplating whether they could manage to capture a whole pot of fish. It seemed rather challenging. Previously encountered members of Team Rocket had always acted alone. Now, confronted with 4 Team Rocket members and a Zubat lurking nearby, Yiming immediately felt the pressure mounting. Let me clarify your potential roles, he instructed. Ghost Stone, you will neutralize 2 of them, while Hakron, you will provide support. In the enveloping darkness, Ghost Stone's vision would serve him well, while Hakron's was somewhat lacking. Thus, it was prudent for him to remain outside, ready to assist, with a sense of urgency. Ghost Stone was eager for action, while Hakron appeared somewhat apprehensive. Yiming sketched the possible positions of the 4 adversaries on the ground, tightened the gas mask on his face, and brandished a low-voltage electric baton along with potent paralysis and sleep powders. Close your eyes for a moment to acclimate to the dark, understood? Yiming planned to sever the light source and employ his wave-guiding abilities to catch the opponents off guard. This had always been his tactic in encounters. He would first target the 2 who were relatively close, deploying the paralysis and sleep powders before utilizing the electric baton. Ghost Stone would capitalize on his ambush advantage. However, a significant variable loomed: the Zubat. Having evolved from the more advanced Noctowl, Zubat typically resided in dark caves and could emit ultrasonic waves to navigate its surroundings while in flight, rendering darkness inconsequential to it. Yiming could only hope that the Zubat would not react swiftly. Otherwise, they would find themselves embroiled in a fierce battle. Captain Tianjin, has Jun Shamey pursued them into the Moonview Mountain? Should we consider retreating? A young Team Rocket member inquired anxiously. The captain, Tianjin, a young man around 30 clad in Team Rocket's uniform, sported a golden trimmed R on his chest and red armbands, signifying his elevated status within the organization. According to the plan, they have indeed pursued them. Our mission is complete, and we can prepare to withdraw at any moment. Let us gather our spoils. Captain Tianjin replied. The strategy of Team Rocket was twofold. They merely lured the bait, drawing firepower into Moonview Mountain, while the main force targeted other locations. Understood. Captain Tianjin, this operation has yielded unexpectedly good results. I even managed to snag a Dratini. It should grant me considerable points. Can I be promoted to squad leader? The young member boasted. The Dratini was too large for him to handle alone, and he lacked the means to conceal it. It would surely attract Jun Shamey's attention. Violating organizational rules, it was wiser to surrender it to the organization. Achieving the rank of squad leader would afford him better benefits and stronger Pokémon. Dratini, excellent. Put it away for now. We will handle it upon returning to the base, and your contributions will not go unnoticed, Captain Tianjin remarked, somewhat surprised by the new recruit's success in acquiring such a prize. However, a sudden unease washed over him as he realized something was amiss. Where are the lookout members? Why haven't they reported back? Just then, the lights abruptly extinguished, plunging the area into darkness. The unstable power supply was a familiar occurrence for the other 3, but Captain Tianjin's sense of foreboding grew stronger. He immediately sounded the alarm, be cautious. Jun Shamey and her team may be approaching. Zubat, protect me. A series of unsettling noises ensued, with his companions remaining unresponsive, save for Zubat's threatening cries. Realizing they were under attack, he activated the backup power, hoping to assess the situation. As the lights flickered back on, Captain Tianjin squinted, gradually adjusting to the brightness. Yet, the scene before him nearly dropped his jaw to the ground. Contrary to expectations, Jun Shami and Xiao Gang were nowhere to be found. Instead, his three companions lay incapacitated on the ground, the most critical among them frothing at the mouth, legs rigid. Before him stood a stealthy youth, donned in a gas mask and wielding a low-voltage electric baton, whose handiwork was evident in the chaos surrounding them. "Who are you?" Tianjin demanded coldly, his mind racing with suspicion. This intruder's tactics appeared more amateurish than those of Team Rocket. "Haven't seen Jun Shami or Xiao Gang. Since you inquired so earnestly, allow me to graciously inform you. I am merely a passerby," Yi Ming declared, rising with a sense of righteous authority. As he spoke, he ensured there were no surveillance cameras nearby and adjusted his gas mask. "Perhaps it is best to keep this mask on, should any cameras be present. Revealing my identity to Sakaki would be unfortunate." Observing the attire of his adversary, he noted a certain status, suggesting that he was Zubat's trainer. He pondered whether he could match up against him. It was indeed a pity that he hadn't been able to incapacitate him earlier due to Zubat's interference. "Hey there. You aren't sent by Jun Shami, are you? How about joining Team Rocket? You seem promising, with potential," Tianjin suggested, eyeing Yi Ming with interest. This unexpected proposition took Yi Ming by surprise. But even more astonishing was the system triggering an option. Option 1. Seize the opportunity to join Team Rocket. Reward: Team Rocket Upgrade Guide 1. Option 2. Request a personal invitation from Sakaki with an immediate rank of squad leader or higher, otherwise, decline. Reward: Megastone for Toxic Spikes. Option 3. Fabricate a team and invite the other party to join. Reward: Unlock Partner Interface. Option 4. Scold the opponent harshly, implying a stark divide between good and evil. Reward: Heart of Justice 1. Chapter 50. Surrender. The strategy guide for Team Rocket outlines the preferences of Sakaki and the four generals, providing detailed tips for advancement. The Megastone for Beedrill allows it to evolve into its Mega form, unleashing formidable combat prowess. The Partner Interface enables the inspection of a Pokémon's current status, unlocking summoning options to teleport Pokémon back to the trainer's side, provided they are not engaged in battle and are free to act. The Heart of Justice feature enhances the momentum and attack power of a Pokémon when struck by Dark-type moves. The guide for Team Rocket seems rather intriguing. However, the thought of trailing behind Sakaki as his lackey is absurd. The second option was nearly tantamount to Sakaki personally inviting him, which might warrant some consideration. Even if he doesn't utilize the Megastone, selling it would yield a handsome profit. "Brother, let's be frank. I am the founder of the Shadow Brigade. I see potential in you. Are you interested in joining our organization?" Yi Ming said, arms crossed and voice low. The Partner Interface allows him to summon his wandering Jengar at will, a feature he finds quite appealing. Tianjin paused, confusion etched across his face. "The Shadow Brigade? What on earth is that? I've never heard of such an organization." He fell into contemplation. The individual before him, obscured by a gas mask, was difficult to discern. Yet the voice seemed youthful. He must be employing some underhanded tactics. His strength likely isn't formidable. Most likely, he is stalling for time, waiting for Jun Sha and the others to arrive. Realizing this, Tianjin felt a jolt of urgency and contemplated commanding his Zubat to attack. However, at that moment, the mysterious boy merely waved his hand, and a Haxorus materialized out of thin air. "What?" Tianjin was astonished. He could swear he hadn't seen a Pokeball. The Haxorus had appeared as if by teleportation. Not only was he incredulous, but the summoned Haxorus also looked bewildered. It had intended to stealthily wait for Tianjin to drop his guard and ambush him, only to find itself suddenly transported to the scene while still attempting to act covertly. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Haxorus felt its cheeks warm and glanced at Yi Ming, accustomed to such inexplicable phenomena, which must be the hallmark of its chosen trainer. Sure enough, Yi Ming displayed no surprise at his sudden appearance. Rather, it was Jengar and Zubat who seemed taken aback. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Jengar circled Haxorus in astonishment. Goodness, has Haxorus mastered wall walking? No, this is clearly a higher form of teleportation. Do not misunderstand, Jengar. This is merely a minor technique controlled by me, the founder of the Shadow Brigade, known as Shadow Summoning. Ming became engrossed in his villainous persona, unable to detach himself. His demeanor further convinced Tianjin that he was indeed stalling for time. However, after his previous skirmish with Junsha, Tianjin retained only 2 Pokémon capable of battle, the weak Zubat and the injured Coughing. Should he flee? But he had no smoke bombs left. Tianjin's mind raced, formulating a strategy. Creak. Zubat sensed Tianjin's anxiety and the precariousness of the situation, mirroring his unease. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Jengar positioned itself protectively in front of the restless Haxorus, signaling that it could handle Zubat alone. Ming nodded in agreement, instructing Haxorus to drag the 3 incapacitated individuals to the judgment rope to prevent them from being awakened by the conflict, while also guarding against any other intruders or Tianjin's remaining Pokémon. Jengar should be more than capable of dealing with Zubat. Seeing this, Tianjin exhaled slightly, hoping to buy as much time as possible for Coughing to regain some battle strength. This young man certainly possesses talent, even having a Haxorus at his disposal. However, his combat experience is extensive, and he may not lack the upper hand. Zubat, use Supersonic. Tianjin initiated the attack. Creak. Zubat emitted a piercing sound from its wide-open mouth. Jengar, caught in the sonic assault, felt its form distort. By Arceus, it's deafening. Jengar, use Confuse Ray. Ming covered his ears, feeling nauseous from the cacophony. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Jengar's eyes glowed with a strange energy, locking onto Zubat, preventing it from retreating into its Pokeball, and then unleashed a Confuse Ray, casting chaotic light from its palms. Zubat, hold on. Use Supersonic on Jengar. Under Tianjin's command, Zubat retaliated with Supersonic before losing coherence, both Pokémon swaying on the ground, confusion evident in their eyes. Now unleash Air Slash. Tianjin commanded decisively. Zubat's most proficient moves were Leech Life and Poison Fang, having only recently mastered Air Slash. However, Jengar, being Ghost Poison type, would have limited susceptibility to Leech Life, and the damage from Poison Fang would be negligible. Air Slash was the better option. Creak. Zubat flapped its wings, conjuring blades of air in the atmosphere. Jengar, use Shadow Clone. Ming reacted quickly, issuing a follow-up command. In Zubat's astonished gaze, Jengar split into 2, advancing instead of retreating, charging towards Zubat with astonishing speed. With little time to ponder, Zubat instinctively directed its Air Slash toward the Jengar on the left. Crack. Chirp, chirp. A direct hit. A pained sound escaped Jengar, prompting joy from both Zubat and Tianjin. It hit the real one. Yet, before they could revel in their victory, the copy of Jengar collided with Zubat, causing an explosion. Creak. Boom. Zubat was sent reeling by the blast. And amid the confusion from the Confuse Ray, it suffered significant damage, careening into the cold, hard ground before slightly regaining consciousness in agony. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Jengar shook its head vigorously, still affected by the Supersonic. Ming chose not to seize the opportunity for a follow-up attack, granting Jengar time to recover from its disorientation. Useless. Did you consume all those energy cubes for nothing? Wake up and use Leech Life. Tianjin, frustrated by Zubat's lackluster performance, was equally astonished by Jengar's earlier Shadow Clone ability. He had never witnessed such an enigmatic technique. How could a clone still inflict damage? Finish it off, Shadow Ball. Ming commanded as Jengar began to regain its composure. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Jengar summoned Ghost-type energy, forming a Shadow Ball in its hand and launching it at the approaching Zubat. Zubat, having regained its senses, despite being slightly injured, reacted swiftly, maneuvering in midair to evade the Shadow Ball. Just as it thought it had temporarily escaped, another Shadow Ball appeared, striking it squarely on the head. Creak. With a cry, Zubat plummeted like a kite with a severed string, clearly losing its ability to continue fighting. Before fainting, the Golbat could not comprehend how there could be another Shadow Ball after the initial one. Was it confused and misjudged the distance of the Shadow Ball, believing it had evaded it when, in fact, it had not? What was going on? This Jengar. Tianjin furrowed his brow, glaring at the self-satisfied Jengar. He had observed closely that the Shadow Ball was evidently launched from Jengar's own body, with its peculiar duality and rapid succession of Shadow Balls. How could this Jengar be so formidable? Do you understand the allure of the Shadow Legion? Would you like to learn? I can teach you for only 50,000 Alliance coins. Yiming enthusiastically promoted. Humph, if that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. Go forth and devour your prey, Arbok. Tianjin commanded, releasing the goblet with a steely gaze as he tossed out an Ultra Ball. The Ultra Ball opened midair, releasing a brilliant white light. A large purple serpent, resembling a monstrous cobra with triangular eyes and terrifying striped patterns, emerged, boasting a menacing visage with colorful eye sockets and a mouth that curled upward, exuding an intimidating presence. Arbok, the evolved form of Ekans. Hissing, Arbok coiled its body, raising its head and flicking its forked tongue, emitting a chilling sound that even Yiming found unsettling. Chirp. Chirp, chirp. As a Pokémon, Jengar possessed heightened perception and sensed the threat posed by Arbok, its eyes immediately reflecting a hint of trepidation. This was indeed alarming. As the leader of Team Rocket, there was clearly more to him than met the eye, Yiming mused. If we were to equate this Arbok to game mechanics, its level would likely be around 30. Jengar was no match for it, and he quickly made a judgment. Without delay, Yiming reopened the team interface and summoned the nearby Haxorus for backup. One must admit, this feature was quite useful. There was no fear of Pokémon being out of reach, and Jengar could roam freely without concern, even aiding it in swiftly escaping the scene of the crime. Haxorus suddenly felt the scenery shift and found itself teleported to the new location. It was momentarily speechless, only to quickly notice the predatory Arbok, its pupils constricting as it readied itself to attack. It too sensed that this foe would not be easily dealt with. If you don't want my Arbok to swallow you whole, you might want to reconsider and yield now, Tianjin sneered at Yiming. Your Arbok is clearly injured. Attempting to intimidate is futile, Yiming replied, narrowing his eyes. Even in the dim light, he could still detect Arbok's unusual energy through his aura perception, instantly easing his earlier tension. You'll soon find out whether it's mere bravado. Arbok, use bite on Jengar. Hiss. Arbok twisted its body and lunged forward at incredible speed, its fangs radiating with a potent dark energy. Jengar, watch out, Yiming shouted. Jengar, startled, narrowly dodged Arbok's sudden strike. Yiming sighed in relief. The dark-type bite would have devastating consequences for Jengar, especially considering its previous injuries from battling Golbat. A direct hit would spell disaster. This Arbok was truly formidable. Despite its evident injuries, its combat prowess remained fierce. Without hesitation, Yiming channeled his energy into Jengar and simultaneously instructed Haxorus to join the fray. Haxorus, use bind now. Gur. Arbok missed its strike and became momentarily airborne, allowing Haxorus to ensnare it with its bind attack, crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling against the constriction, Arbok seemed to aggravate its injuries, pain evident in its eyes. Arbok, break free and use bite on Haxorus. Tianjin commanded, confidence unwavering in his Arbok's strength. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Arbok unleashed a tremendous burst of power, rolling and thrashing on the ground. Its strength was astonishing, and its serpentine form made it difficult to restrain. It forcefully broke free from Haxorus's grasp and retaliated with a fierce bite aimed at Haxorus. Gur. The force of Arbok's bite was astounding, causing Haxorus to cry out in agony. Haxorus, use Water Tail. Jengar, Shadow Punch. Froakie, prepare Water Pulse. Yiming strategized, realizing the threat posed by Arbok. He could no longer afford to play fair, channeling his energy into Haxorus's injuries as he prepared for a 3v1 confrontation. Surely, no one would expect a villain to fight fairly, right? Hiss. However, Arbok's resilience surpassed Yiming's expectations. It defiantly twisted its body, refusing to relent, causing Haxorus's Water Tail attack to miss and strike the ground instead. As Arbok and Haxorus grappled, Jengar and Froakie found themselves unable to intervene. After a brief moment, Jengar finally seized an opportunity and landed a Shadow Punch on Arbok. Yet, lacking precision, the damage inflicted was minimal. It's too late for regrets now. Arbok, finish off Haxorus with Ice Beam. Tianjin, brimming with confidence, suddenly felt a powerful jolt in his thigh, coursing through his entire being, rendering him unable to utter even the words Ice Beam. His senses dulled, His body stiffened, and he collapsed. Beside him stood Froki, wielding a low-voltage stun baton. "Well done, Froki," Yiming praised. In that very moment, to prevent a mishap, he had discreetly handed the stun baton to Froki. The clever little frog had stealthily approached, allowing Tianjin to experience the harsh realities of society and the malice that came from Froki. Hiss, realizing something was amiss. Arbok broke free from Haxorus's grasp and turned to see its trainer sprawled on the ground. In between them stood a stoic Froki. And then it heard an insidious remark from Yiming. "Arbok, surrender, or rather, submit. Your trainer has already been subdued by us. And you wouldn't want any harm to come to him, would you?" Chapter 51. Rio's predicament. What was transpiring? Arbok was utterly bewildered. Shouldn't orchestrating treacherous ambushes like this be their forte, as members of Team Rocket? How had the tables turned so dramatically, with such a scenario unfolding upon them? Hiss. Arbok seethed with indignation, feeling wronged. It still possessed the capacity to strike. Zzz. Then came the familiar, endearing croak, as the Froki proposed another session of electric re-education. Arbok, though enraged, dared not protest. After all, its trainer had always treated it with utmost care. After a moment of hesitation, Arbok ultimately surrendered, activating the Pokeball that Froki had tossed its way. Upon witnessing Arbok's capitulation, Yiming and his three companions collectively exhaled in relief. The pressure exerted by Arbok had been genuinely formidable, and its initial ferocity had been quite intimidating. Yiming commenced the task of clearing the area. To forestall any lingering remnants of Team Rocket, he refrained from employing his innate psychic abilities for healing. Instead, he retrieved potions from his inventory, prioritizing the recuperation of Hakuryu, who had sustained considerable injuries during its confrontation with Arbok. Elling, grumble, Hakuryu remained defiant, convinced that with a little more persistence, it could have subdued the loathsome serpent. Ch. Admiration, Ghost, as if seeing Froki anew, showered it with praise, expressing profound appreciation. As a seasoned specter, it understood the immense psychological fortitude required for such endeavors. Yet Froki had maintained an unwavering composure throughout, truly a prodigy in the making. How had it eluded his notice until now? One could only surmise that the frog had been adept at concealing its true nature. Dear me, even Field Leader Tianjin. Field Leader Tianjin, awaken. Please, wake up. This is unsportsmanlike. Engaging in ambushes. Have the courage to release me, and we shall settle this honorably. Does anyone else detect a foul odor? The 10 Team Rocket grunts, bound by the judgment rope, were hauled away. Upon beholding the prone form of Field Leader Tianjin, their hearts sank into despair. Had even Tianjin fallen prey to this individual's machinations? Amidst the bewildered gazes of the Team Rocket members, Yiming extended the judgment rope once more, transforming Tianjin into another immobilized figure. Splash. Yiming procured a bottle of water and unceremoniously poured it over Tianjin's head, rousing him from his stupor. As Tianjin groggily regained consciousness, he realized the gravity of the situation and glared at the unscrupulous youth. Who exactly are you? What offense has Team Rocket committed against you that warrants your interference? I am no one of consequence. Team Rocket's transgressions are egregious, and I simply cannot stand idly by. What is the issue? Yiming patted Tianjin's head before continuing. Are there any other Team Rocket members nearby? What is your operational plan? Speak. Tianjin scoffed, averting his gaze. How could he possibly divulge such information? That was his intention, yet his mouth moved against his will. The Team Rocket members at Mount Moon consist solely of us. There are no others. Our operational plan is twofold. One group operates around Mount Moon, creating diversions to occupy the attention of Officer Jenny and her colleagues, while the other. Tianjin clenched his teeth, his heart filled with inexplicable dread. He could scarcely believe his own actions. Field Leader Tianjin, why are you revealing everything? Aside from Sakamoto, who sighed knowingly, the other Team Rocket members stared at Tianjin in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend his sudden willingness to cooperate. Tianjin was consumed by shame and fury, his face flushed with suppressed emotion. What is the other part? Be truthful, speak. Yiming's countenance turned menacing, his demeanor so fierce that one might mistake him for the transgressor. Field Leader Tianjin gritted his teeth, attempting to regain control of his vocal cords. But after a brief struggle, he ultimately succumbed to the compulsion. The other group, taking advantage of the distraction we create for Officer Jenny and her team, will seize the opportunity to assault Pewter City's museum, plundering fossils and other valuable artifacts. Having uttered these words, Tianjin's face turned ashen. This individual's methods were truly terrifying. He had no idea why he had divulged everything so readily, completely unable to resist. Hiss, so it's a feint. No wonder you're just some small fry. Yiming's words stung Tianjin like a viper's strike. Small fry? Have the audacity to release me and allow my Pokémon to recuperate before engaging in another battle. To exploit another's vulnerability and then boast so brazenly. Despicable, vile, and shameless. Very well. Having gleaned further information through the judgment rope, Yiming liberally dispersed paralyzing powder and sleep powder before removing his gas mask. Phew, this endeavor had been quite taxing. Yiming opened 2 boxes, crafted from an unknown material, that had been placed to the side. The box on the right contained more valuable items, including necklaces and similar trinkets. The box on the left contained dozens of Pokeballs. Found it. It seems Team Rocket didn't have time to process them. Yiming located a Pokeball in the box on the left, bearing a distorted dragon inscription. Upon opening it to confirm, he found it to be Tong Xian's mini dragon. He promptly returned it to its Pokeball. Gazing at the 2 boxes of spoils, Yiming licked his lips. How should I dispose of these ill-gotten gains? Dozens of Pokémon, including a mini dragon. If I were to embezzle them or sell them, greed surged within Yiming's heart. But a sliver of rationality reminded him, by doing so, how would I differ from Team Rocket? Most importantly, I would be added to the League's blacklist and become a wanted fugitive. What if there were no repercussions? Yiming swallowed hard. At that moment, the system issued a prompt. Choice 1. Embezzle these stolen goods. Reward. Stolen goods specialized handling tutorial manual. Choice 2. Hand everything over to Officer Jenny, returning the items to their rightful owners. Reward. Or a hero. Title. Rio looking out from the egg. Choice 3. Contact Sakaki, using the stolen goods and Team Rocket members as bargaining chips to negotiate a position. Reward. Sakaki Tracker, Sakamoto's supersonic bat. Choice 4. Hand over the Pokémon to Officer Jenny, while keeping the other stolen goods. Reward. Merchant's glasses, ghost who despises human law. Stolen goods specialized handling tutorial manual, a detailed record of stolen goods disposal methods, virtually guaranteeing no repercussions, may cause pangs of conscience. Or a hero. Host title will greatly enhance the host's mental energy and enable the host to master the application of aura. Sakaki Tracker can locate Sakaki's position and contact information, even including some of his thoughts, making it the best tool for rapidly advancing to a Team Rocket executive. Merchant's glasses, when worn, allows for instant valuation of items, extremely convenient, a coveted item for merchants. Hiss. The system's options truly reflected the principle that greater value yields greater rewards. These items were all deeply appealing to Yiming. However, options 1, 3, and 4 seemed like nefarious temptations from the system, enticing him down a path of criminality. Unacceptable, unacceptable. Of course. The most important factor was that the Aura Hero title from the second option was too alluring. Ahem, I am an emissary of justice. These Pokémon and stolen goods must be returned to their rightful owners. Yiming immediately declared. Lilu. Rio issued an alert, indicating that someone was approaching. Could it be that Officer Jenny and her team had arrived? Yiming's face lit up with joy. If it were indeed them, it would be much more convenient. Aura emanated from him, and after a moment, he sensed numerous auras entering his perceptual range, including the presence of a large canine Pokémon. Although the auras were currently faint and his perception was still unclear, Yiming knew that the approaching party must be Arcanine and Officer Jenny. As long as he handed over the goods, he would obtain the Aura Hero title. Within the tunnel, Arcanine took the lead, followed by Officer Jenny, Brock, and 4 additional police officers. Woof. Arcanine sniffed the ground and then turned to signal Jenny. Jenny nodded, disclosing to Brock and the others, be cautious. They and Appos, likely all inside. Aside from the initial encounter with the Team Rocket squad leader named Tange, Wehaven and Appos, T encountered any other members. They and Oppos, V probably all retreated here. Brock, also anticipating an imminent confrontation, reluctantly shifted his gaze from Ginny and retrieved a Pokeball, prepared to launch an assault on the villains within. If it weren't for the cumbersome nature of Rock-type Pokémon, making it difficult to conceal their presence, he would have released one already. Under Ginny's command, they tiptoed forward. Upon reaching the corner, Ginny and the others suddenly burst into the room. Team Rocket, your crimes. Ginny's opening remarks gradually diminished until they vanished entirely. Arcanine and the others were equally taken aback, their expressions shifting from astonishment to bewilderment. The scene before them was entirely different from what they had anticipated. Team Rocket members were bound and lined up neatly on the ground, their conditions uncertain, resembling a crime scene from a serial killer investigation. Aside from the Team Rocket members, they saw a young boy, a ghost, a dragon, and a frog. The boy nonchalantly greeted them. "Hello, Officer Ginny. Your timing is perfect. What's going on?" The Team Rocket members have all been apprehended? By him alone? Ginny and Brock surveyed the surroundings, but they didn't see anyone else, which made them hesitate. Officer Ginny stepped forward to confirm that the people on the ground were indeed Team Rocket members, including Tange, whom she had previously battled. She looked up incredulously and asked Yiming, "These people, were they all apprehended by you? Alone?" "Indeed." "Oh, Officer Ginny, these 2 boxes are all stolen goods. I'll leave them to you to handle." Yiming shrugged, immediately pushing 2 large boxes over, then handed Officer Ginny a Pokeball, continuing, "Also, this Dratini belongs to a friend of mine named Tong Xian, who is waiting at the Pokémon Center. I'd appreciate it if you could deliver it to him personally." "But how did you manage it?" Ginny asked, dumbfounded, as she took the Pokeball. Even she had struggled against Tange, let alone dealing with the other Team Rocket members. She certainly couldn't and Oppos have done it alone. It seems they were affected by sleep powder and paralysis powder, Brock offered, after observing the Team Rocket members. The scene fell silent. Could it be that these people were subdued using such methods? Even so, it was still quite an impressive feat, Yiming. You're incredibly brave to infiltrate a Team Rocket base alone. "Oh, Officer Ginny, you know about me?" "Yes. The Officer Ginny from Celadon City even sent me a recording of you. Your strength has improved rapidly." Officer Ginny chuckled softly. Her gaze swept over Hakuryu and Ghastly, eventually settling on the Froakie. In the recording, it was clearly still a Dratini and a Ghastly. Oh. Yiming realized the situation and focused his attention on the system information panel. He had already handed over all the stolen goods to Officer Ginny as requested in the options. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the title of Aura Guardian. At the moment the system notification sounded, Yiming felt an almost limitless surge of energy within him. His spirits lifted, filled with an indescribable elation, and he felt as if his soul was leaving his body. His perception underwent a significant enhancement, akin to an outdated machine being upgraded. The scenery before him seemed more vivid, and even the sound of Geodude rolling deep within MT Moon was clearly audible. "I am the Aura Guardian. I must return to Pewter City to acquire a dashing hat and cape." Pewter City? Just as the thought crossed his mind, Yiming remembered something. "Oh, right. Officer Ginny, Gym Leader Brock, you should hurry back to Pewter City for reinforcements. Team Rocket's true target is the Pewter City Museum." Upon hearing this, Ginny and Brock exchanged surprised glances, not expecting Yiming to know even this information. Officer Ginny explained, "We are aware of this, and we have already set up an ambush at the Pewter City Museum." "Oh, that's good then." Yiming agreed to go with Ginny to make a statement and record the case. During the break, while dealing with the scene, he went deeper into MT Moon. Based on his previous memories and Lucario and Oppos' aura perception, Yiming returned to the location where White and the others were excavating. However, as it was already late at night, he did not want to disturb White and the others and Oppos' rest. Since it was nearby anyway, he simply wanted to let Lucario take a look and reminisce. That was his intention. Finding a prominent high point on the mountainside, Yiming took off the incubator and placed it beside him, then sat down. Gazing at the night sky accompanied by the Milky Way, he felt a sense of tranquility that seemed to transcend time. Yiming couldn't help but sigh. "Lucario, after a century or a millennium, this place must feel unfamiliar to you." "Goo." Yiming pointed to a spot not far away. "That's where I discovered you." He could feel Lucario's aura, which was very restless. Crack. Just then, he noticed the same with the Pokémon egg, quickly removed the lid of the incubator, and took out the Pokémon egg. The eggshell already had cracks. Lucario, you want to see today and Apos, as homeland with your own eyes, Dawn and Apos. To you? Yiming understood. Hakurio, Ghastly, and Froakie were all silently waiting for the emergence of their little friend. Crackle, crack. The Pokémon egg shell gradually peeled away, and the figure of little Lucario appeared in the moonlight. Chapter 52. Reality. It was a diminutive creature, resembling a small blue dog, with a blue tail and red circular patches behind its front paws. Its face was adorned with crimson eyes and colorful markings that resembled a mask. To Yiming's astonishment, the colorful patterns on the little Riolu were neither flat nor orderly, as depicted in the images he had seen. Instead, they appeared like fiery clouds, swirling in a manner reminiscent of incantations, seemingly harboring strange powers that were most captivating. Could this be the true visage of a modern Riolu? Yiming pondered. The little Riolu had completely shed its eggshell and surveyed its surroundings, its gaze sweeping over Hakron, Gisthone, and then finally locking eyes with Yiming. First encounter, Riolu. Yiming remarked, reaching out to touch the little Riolu's head, but it did not yield. After a brief moment, the little Riolu abruptly leaped down from its perch. Of course, it was not a leap toward demise. It nimbly maneuvered through the steep terrain, ultimately heading toward the location Yiming had indicated. Yiming and his companions followed closely behind. Upon reaching the spot, the little Riolu lowered its body and began to dig with its tiny hands. Observing the small figure at work, Yiming hesitated, pondering whether it would be inappropriate to disturb the deceased. However, this thought remained unspoken as he took out his tools and joined the excavation. Soon, Yiming realized his misunderstanding. The Riolu had no intention of unearthing something for the little bell to see the light of day again. Rather, it had deviated slightly from the original location. Eventually, it unearthed a bone flute and a flat jade piece. The little Riolu tenderly caressed the flute, and then, with newfound determination in its eyes, it handed the flute to Yiming, indicating that he should keep it safe. After Yiming accepted it, the Riolu presented the jade piece to him. Are you asking me to channel my aura into it? Yiming queried, though he was unsure of what to do. Nevertheless, he complied, attempting to infuse his aura into the jade. To his surprise, there was no resistance whatsoever. Once the jade absorbed his aura, it emitted a gentle warm glow, and Yiming felt a profound connection with it. After completing this task, the Riolu took back the jade piece and similarly channeled its aura into it before darting toward a spacious area in the nearby forest, beckoning Yiming with a gesture while displaying the jade piece, as if inviting him to seize it. Yiming was reminded of an inscription he had translated, smacking his forehead in realization. Could it be that Riolu wishes to conduct a modern capture ceremony with me? He vaguely recalled that the tribe had related accounts, which stated that recognition was required and that humans needed to demonstrate their capabilities. Thus, the essence of the recognition ceremony was for humans to obtain tokens from the Pokémon within a specified time frame. Previously, Yiming had been oblivious to the so-called token. Now he understood. It was the jade piece held by Riolu. The little Riolu pointed toward Gua Gua Pao Frog with its claw, earnestly stating, "It is the weakest. It can be your assistant. Riolu, please refrain from making such solemn declarations." Yiming's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Even if it's true, you shouldn't broadcast it everywhere. It's quite disheartening for the frog. He understood that Riolu, in such a situation, was inadvertently allowing the human's Pokémon to participate, which was tantamount to holding back. However, it could not be too lenient, hence the choice of Gua Gua Pao Frog was based on its own strength. The little Riolu was forthright, but under these circumstances, it seemed rather hurtful to the frog. The atmosphere grew awkward, prompting Hakron and Gisthone to express their intentions to venture off to seek Pikachu at Moonlight Mountain, quickly taking flight and leaving behind the sardonic Yiming and the silent Gua Gua Pao Frog. Gua Gua Pao Frog remained expressionless. Yet Yiming could sense the fierce determination brewing beneath its froggy facade. With arms crossed and a playful smile, he watched as Riolu disappeared into the underbrush of the forest, vanishing from sight. Yiming extended his aura outward, distinctly sensing Riolu's presence. As a wielder of the aura, he was aware that his aura now differed vastly from before. If his previous aura could be likened to that of an infant, now it resembled a muscular powerhouse honed by years of training. Little Riolu, you seem to have underestimated me, Yiming mused, treating this like a game of hide and seek. However, he glanced at Gua Gua Pao Frog at his feet. Its demeanor was likely not as carefree. The more sincerely Riolu spoke, the greater the impact on Gua Gua Pao Frog. Gua Gua Pao Frog retrieved a flask of liquor hidden within its bubbles, hesitated for a moment, then ultimately tucked it away again. Oh well, it sighed. The little Riolu, eyes closed, swiftly traversed through the forest, undeterred by the obstacles in its path. Was this the sensation of running? As it felt the constant wind, a sense of tranquility enveloped the little Riolu, propelling its movements to become even swifter. It was hard to fathom that this was a Riolu that had just hatched, capable of such explosive speed. After a while, the little Riolu came to a halt before a stream winding through the woods, observing for a moment. It concealed itself in a small nook beneath a protruding earth mound, beneath an ancient tree. With some distance between them and the stream's interference, it would be difficult for Yiming to locate it, let alone snatch the jade piece from its grasp. The Riolu sat cross-legged within the nook, holding its breath and concentrating, trying to minimize its aura, envisioning itself as a stone. Breath in, breath out. The Riolu emptied its mind, achieving inner peace. Its thoughts gradually drifted away. It seemed like long ago, on a night like this, it had sneaked to the stream with Xiaoling. It vividly remembered that her spirits were low that day, as her tribe had suffered a tragic loss, leaving her despondent. Oh, little egg, if one day I were to vanish from this world and become a star in the sky, what would you do? The words of Xiaoling echoed in its ears. Now, Weevee made a pact. If that day ever comes, I will not allow you to wander alone and forlorn. The first stranger you encounter, not just any stranger, but the first one you recognize, will be your new companion. I trust they will take good care of you, so you must get along well. With that, a long sigh escaped the Riolu as it contemplated. According to the agreement with Xiaoling, Yiming was the first stranger it encountered. Not only had he saved it, but he also possessed an aura and a heart that was fierce and resilient, much like Xiaoling, earning the affection of Pokémon. Yiming was indeed its destined partner. Yet, even so, it felt the need to test him, adhering to the ritual that Xiaoling had always awaited. However, his aura seemed rather weak. Would the ceremony prove too challenging for him? It was only natural to be inferior, but to not even measure up to Xiaoling. Just as Riolu was about to collect its thoughts, it heard a voice. Riolu, your aura is quite chaotic. What are you thinking? Startled, Riolu opened its eyes to see Yiming, inverted and dangling above it. How had he found it? Without further ado, Lucario employed all four limbs in an attempt to extricate itself from the confining hollow. Tap! Just as it was about to emerge, Yiming accurately seized its arm. Winky face, how could his movements be anticipated? Lucario twisted its body, forcefully disengaging its arm from Yiming's grasp, and leaped into the stream. Yet, Yiming was relentless, as though precisely predicting its every action, placing it under immense pressure. Lucario was astounded. Sensing Yiming's presence through its aura, it did not turn its head. Its feet pounded the water, and it deftly pivoted, seeking to break free from the side. It had no desire to harm Yiming, so its initial reaction was to flee. Nevertheless, thud. A muffled sound echoed as the small Lucario collided with an invisible wall, becoming disoriented and collapsing into the stream. Upon looking up, it beheld a faint blue barrier in midair. This was an aura barrier. Yiming retrieved the jade fragment that Lucario had relinquished in frustration and casually tossed into the stream, stretching his arms with ease. This aura barrier was quite effective, even more so than he had anticipated. In terms of strength, it could withstand attacks from weaker Pokémon. Froakie, witnessing this nearby, felt slightly disheartened. It had not even detected Lucario, yet Yiming, a human, had preempted it. Its presence was too insignificant. Little Lucario was stunned, staring at Yiming in disbelief. An aura barrier. Was that not an advanced form of aura manipulation that required a potent aura? How could Yiming manifest it? Within Xiaoling's clan, only her chieftain could barely control this technique. How could Yiming effortlessly display it in an instant? Lucario was perplexed. Clearly, Yiming's aura had been weak before, even requiring its guidance. Oh, had he startled it? Sorry, he had only just learned it and could not resist trying it out. Yiming explained with a smile as he helped it up. Lucario, LLL just learned it. And this aura sphere technique, let me give it a whirl. Yiming's expression turned solemn as he supported his palms in a void stance. As his aura swiftly circulated, a rapidly spinning aura sphere materialized out of thin air. Thud! The palm-sized aura sphere was hurled onto the stream ahead, sending up a high splash of water and briefly cutting off the flow, creating a small crater. Lucario. This too was just learned. Lucario was dumbfounded. It had only mastered its current aura through Xiaoling's clan's secret teachings, undergoing cultivation within the egg, which delayed its hatching time. And in a single night, Yiming's aura had developed to this extent? How could that be? How could it believe it? Yet, disturbingly, through the stable aura, it could sense that Yiming was telling the truth. Could it be that after a long time, humans had become so terrifying? Ordinary rituals were always lenient, primarily focused on concealment and pursuit. But why did it now feel that Yiming could completely make it cry? Little Lucario suffered a severe mental blow and remained in shock for quite some time. I've obtained the jade fragment. Does that mean the ritual is complete? Yiming asked with a smile, a great ball appearing in his hand. Just then, the system chimed in. Choice 1. Return the jade fragment to Lucario. Stage a series of captures. Reward. Pokémon inspection card upgrade. 1. A genuinely unconvinced Lucario. Choice 2. Request a Pokémon battle with Lucario, giving Froakie the opportunity to pummel it. Reward. Pokémon inspection card upgrade. 2. An eager Froakie. Choice 3. Since the ritual is complete, subdue it directly. Reward. Great Ball 10. A Caterpie awakened nearby. Choice 4. Drive Lucario away, allowing it to wander. Reward. Begging Bowl. An abandoned Rattata nearby. Pokémon inspection card upgrade 1. Adds Pokémon level assessment function. Pokémon inspection card upgrade 2. Changes the card into glasses for easy portability. Begging Bowl drastically increases the generosity of passers-by, a coveted item for vagrants. A begging bowl. With this, one would not need to fear starvation. But, it would entail losing dignity. Damn it. Why could the system not provide something else? Why this item? Encouraging one to laze around and be a slacker. The system, you truly deserve damnation. Exchanging a begging bowl for Lucario, Yiming would never agree to that. 10 Great Balls were not particularly valuable either. Yiming's focus was primarily on choices 1 and 2. Adding level inspection would allow for a more direct assessment of an opponent's strength, while changing it to glasses would make it more portable. Both were good. After pondering, he put away the Great Ball and handed the jade fragment to little Lucario. Lucario, once was too simple. Let's do it a few more times. I don't think you're very convinced. Lilu? Little Lucario blankly received the jade fragment, its mind momentarily failing to comprehend. Once was too simple? A few more times? That was not appropriate, was it? Although it did feel somewhat unwilling, on one hand, it was found too quickly, it did not even have time to react. And on the other hand, it did not resist at all. It truly was careless. There was a sense of emptiness from throwing a punch and missing. Ending too quickly. Let's play a bit more. He really did not mind. But was it already convinced? Confirming that Yiming was not joking. Little Lucario took the jade fragment and slowly moved away. Watching its disappearing back, Yiming's lips curved into a smile. Gagaga, Lucario, you cannot escape the palm of his hand. Let it face the harsh reality. Croak. Froakie jumped to his side, its frog eyes slightly narrowing. The game continued, which was exactly what it wanted. The second time, Lucario hid in the grass, concealing its aura well. Yiming only sensed it when he was nearby. Chapter 53. Bonds. The concealed value of the wave guide lies in the perception of the environment, which was effortlessly captured by Yiming using branches and vines to create a simple trap. Leo Lu was suspended above the ground, filled with rage, and ultimately had to obediently surrender the jade piece before being released. It was furious. On the third attempt, Leo Lu climbed high into a tree, unaware that Yiming was the mastermind behind it all. It descended, wildly shaking the branches. And only when it firmly clung to a branch and begged for mercy did Yiming relent. Upon touching the ground, the little Liu Lu, with tears in its eyes, glared at Yiming, expressing strong dissatisfaction with the risky tactics employed against it. In the fourth instance, Liu Lu hid underwater, breathing through a bamboo tube, yet was still detected by Yiming, who poured some chili peppers into the tube. The little Liu Lu lost its fighting capacity right there. During the fifth attempt, Liu Lu concealed itself behind a waterfall. This time, it was the Guagua frog that took the lead, successfully subduing it in battle. When Yiming arrived, he witnessed the small Liu Lu pinned beneath the Guagua frog, unable to move, its jade piece already taken. The Guagua frog displayed a disdainful expression, as if to say, "Is that all you've got? Weren't you quite arrogant?" On the sixth occasion, Liu Lu, in a frenzy, buried itself deep in the ground. Drawing from past experiences, it concealed 2 ventilation pipes even more cleverly, refraining from biting down, but instead positioning them beside its head. Nonetheless, it was still caught by Yiming, who directed water into the pipes while simultaneously compacting the earth. By the time Yiming unearthed Liu Lu, it was in a state of severe oxygen deprivation, dizzy and unable to stand, utterly devoid of combat strength. Yiming easily captured it. On the 7th and final attempt, the little Liu Lu, reflecting on its experiences, chose the most perilous location, seeking refuge in a cave within the embrace of a slumbering onyx. Exhausted, it fell into a deep sleep. Yiming was taken aback. If the onyx rolled over, it would surely crush the little Liu Lu. Urgently, he decided to summon Gung Gui and Harklong. Gung Gui continuously cast hypnosis, deepening the slumber of both Liu Lu and the onyx, while Harklong seized the opportunity to fly in and extract the soundly sleeping Liu Lu from the cave. Outside the cave, the Guagua frog unleashed a torrent of water, drenching the little Liu Lu. As it opened its eyes, it saw Yiming and the Guagua frog. Realizing that its final escape had indeed failed, it resignedly surrendered the jade piece. Yiming, equally exhausted, lay down beside it, chuckling, "Phew, Liu Lu. We've played together all night. It's time to give in, isn't it?" The endeavor to capture Liu Lu was splendidly accomplished. The little Liu Lu gazed up at the starry sky, where a bright meteor streaked across, tracing a beautiful arc light sparkled in its eyes, and for the first time, a smile graced its little face. This was indeed fascinating. Yiming proved to be far sharper than anticipated. He was simply no match. Overcome by drowsiness, it drifted into a deep slumber with a smile. Ding. Received system option reward. Pokémon check card upgrade. 1. Yiming was genuinely concerned that the little Liu Lu might not endure, but to his surprise, it had withstood 7 encounters, surely satiating its desire for hide-and-seek. He promptly used the upgraded Pokémon check card to gather information on Liu Lu. Type: Ancient Liu Lu. Level: 4. Attribute: Fighting. Ability: Spirit Power. Pokémon with this characteristic cannot fall into a state of fear. Potential: King. Controlled moves: Quick Attack, Endure, Metal Claw, Heavy Slam. Not bad, indeed, for moves under its control. Yet it had not mastered the Wave Bomb. That would require his guidance. After reviewing Liu Lu's information, Yiming noted that apart from slight differences in appearance, there were no other remarkable traits of this modern Liu Lu. Curious, he checked the levels of Harklong and the others. Harklong was at level 25, Gung Gui at level 22, and Guagua Frog at level 9. These levels were fairly consistent with his expectations, and Yiming felt a sense of pride in his predictive abilities. As for the jade piece, he decided to keep it for now, thinking that they could continue to play together in the future. "What do you say?" Yiming suggested with a smile, seeing the lingering excitement in Guagua Frog. Primarily, it was for Liu Lu and Guagua Frog to enjoy, as he sensed a similarity between them. Perhaps they both shared the bond of hatching from eggs? All right. Guagua Frog coolly agreed, concealing the jade piece within its foam body, contemplating how to tease Liu Lu into trying to snatch it next time. Haha, this is rather amusing. After a night of merriment, Yiming felt fatigued and decided to rest under the open sky, using the ground as a bed and the heavens as a blanket. Everyone, listen to me. Miss Junsha and her team have returned, having captured Team Rocket. Ah, Can my brave little one come back now? Yes, everyone's back. Junsha said to wait for us at the Pokémon Center. Hurry, hurry, let's get back to the Pokémon Center. I thought I would never see my Vulpix again. News of Miss Junsha and Brock's return spread like wildfire among trainers in Nibi City. Trainers whose Pokémon had been taken by Team Rocket flocked to the Pokémon Center in anticipation. Will my Dratini be back too? Tong Xin cried with joy. Dratini was his lifeblood. Without a moment's delay, he hurried to the Pokémon Center, leaving his meal behind. Soon, Miss Junsha, accompanied by several police officers, arrived at the Pokémon Center with boxes filled with Pokeballs, receiving a warm welcome from the victims. One at a time, please don't rush. Send out your Pokémon to identify their trainers. This will enhance efficiency. After organizing the scene, Miss Junsha began searching for a trainer named Tong Xin based on the descriptions she had gathered during the search. After all, since the notorious Yi Ming had spoken, she had to handle this matter with utmost care, especially since Dratini was of high value. Finally, she spotted the distressed Tong Xin at the edge of the crowd, pushing through to stand before him. You must be Tong Xin, correct? Ah, yes. Miss Junsha, did you bring back my Dratini? Tong Xion's voice trembled, fearing the worst. The day he lost Dratini had nearly drained his tears, leaving him in endless anguish. Here is your Dratini. You must be cautious from now on, as Pokémon like Dratini are often coveted by thugs. Junsha handed him the Pokeball containing Dratini. Tong Xin opened the Pokeball to confirm it was indeed his Dratini, bursting into tears of joy as he embraced it. The joy of recovering what was lost was palpable. After a moment, he steadied his emotions and suddenly recalled something, anxiously asking Miss Junsha, "By the way, Miss Junsha, have you seen my friend? His name is Yi Ming. He is about my age and has a Harklong. He promised to help me get back my Dratini." So he went to the moonlit mountain to confront Team Rocket. In hindsight, he realized he had acted out of desperation. Does Yi Ming possess any extraordinary abilities? No, it must just be a trick, a temporary measure to prevent him from taking drastic actions. It is clearly impossible for Yi Ming to confront Team Rocket alone. Miss Junsha, even Brock and the others must treat Team Rocket with caution. How could he possibly be a match for them? Both Jitua and Yiming are merely graduates, like myself. Yiming has yet to return. We are currently deliberating on how to reward him. Reward? Indeed. Aside from the 2 members of Team Rocket we encountered at the foot of the mountain, the other 11 members from Moonview Mountain were all apprehended by him, including a squad leader, which is quite remarkable. Yiming is the most courageous and resourceful young man I have ever met. Upon hearing this, Tongshin was left speechless. What? What do you mean? Are you suggesting that nearly all the captured Team Rocket members owe their apprehension to Yiming? Miss Junsha, surely you jest. Tongshin's lips twitched, struggling to believe that such a complete annihilation of Team Rocket could be attributed to a fellow graduate from his cohort. While he could comprehend the capture of 2 members, 11, including a squad leader, this tale seems too far-fetched. Indeed, it is true. Your Dratini was saved by him. We arrived too late. And by the time we got there, he had already concluded the battle. You should express your gratitude to him. Observing Tongshin's rigid expression, Miss Junsha empathized. Recalling that their own reactions had been no better, she patted his shoulder and returned to maintain order at the scene, leaving Tongshin in a state of shock. When Yiming returned to Nibi City, it was already midday. Without taking the time to eat, he first gathered with Miss Junsha to collaboratively document the events that had transpired. Yiming retained some relevant details, fearing Miss Junsha might become envious of his evidence and might seize it under the guise of an exhibit. He also concealed the circumstances surrounding his aura and attributed the success to his Jengar. Why conceal such matters? Simply put, greater talent comes with greater responsibility. If word got out, how would he manage if all of Miss Junsha's colleagues sought his assistance in solving cases? Not assisting would be inappropriate, yet helping could potentially lead him into danger, including attracting the ire of wrongdoers, making his situation quite precarious. Thus, Yiming opted for discretion. After completing the report, amidst the enthusiastic applause of the other officers, Miss Junsha presented a small box, revealing a golden medal shaped in a victorious V, shimmering with brilliance. This is the Courage Medal. Thank you for your contributions to this apprehension. The mayor intended to personally bestow it upon you, but due to pressing official duties, it has been entrusted to me to present it instead. After speaking, Miss Junsha handed Yiming a substantial stack of Alliance coins. This is your cash reward, totaling 85,000 Alliance coins, which also includes the gratitude of the victims. Ah, how practical. Yiming accepted it without hesitation, feeling it was rightfully his. With no need for false modesty. With such a bounty of Alliance coins, he found himself in a comfortable position. After chatting with Miss Junsha for a while, he learned that despite their precautions, Team Rocket had successfully targeted the Nibby City Museum, making off with a significant portion of the exhibits, including fossils. There had been prior intelligence, and yet they managed to steal so much? Yiming was astonished. Just then, before Miss Junsha could continue, a stern voice interjected, replacing her response. Yes, indeed, it is regrettable. I underestimated the extent of Team Rocket's infiltration. Yiming instinctively turned to see a red-haired youth donned in a colorful outfit, clad in a striking cape. Is that Dodo, the Flying King? No, it's Drayton. What is he doing here? Yiming was taken aback. Drayton is the most formidable of the Kanto Elite Four and the champion of the Kanto region, known as the Dragon Master. It would seem he is suggesting that he was lying in wait for Team Rocket at the museum. Incredible. If he is involved, could Team Rocket truly succeed? I have heard from others that they deployed an unprecedented armored mythical treasure to assist them, possessing unfathomable strength, to the extent that even Mr. Drayton could not swiftly subdue it. Miss Junsha explained from the side. An unprecedented armored mythical treasure? Yiming felt a jolt. Could it be referring to Muwo? If Team Rocket has unleashed Mutuo, that would certainly explain everything. Drayton's expression grew solemn as he nodded slightly. That formidable armored mythical treasure is indeed not to be underestimated. I have a sense that it is not even at full strength. It is truly terrifying. Upon returning to the Pokémon Alliance, we must elevate the threat level of Team Rocket. Setting aside his doubts, Drayton turned to Yiming, saying, Hello, Yiming. Although this is our first meeting, I have been following your endeavors for some time. I have heard that you captured all the members of Team Rocket in Moonview Mountain. That is quite impressive. How do you know me? Could it be that my Dratini hails from your Dragon Clan's lair? Yiming inquired tentatively. This question seemed to surprise Drayton, who regarded him with intrigue. It seems you not only know me, but are also aware of our clan's dragon lair. Ah, I have heard a bit about it. Just a bit. Is it not commonly known? Yiming was uncertain. No, that is not necessary for me to introduce myself. Indeed, your Dratini originates from the dragon lair. And perhaps it even remembers me. Dragon-type mythical treasures, while difficult to capture, possess power that can dominate the world if nurtured properly. At Drayton's indication, Yiming released his Dratini. The Dratini, unfamiliar with Drayton, only recognized him once he subtly unleashed his dragon aura, greeting him warmly. Your Dratini has grown at an astonishing rate under your care. It is evident that the bond between you is profound. Drayton expressed admiration for the connection between Yiming and Dratini. He had observed their battle on the St. Anu and had formed a conclusion then. This individual holds great promise. Yet, he had not anticipated that despite his initial high expectations of Yiming, he would still have underestimated him. In the blink of an eye, he had grown to such an impressive level. It was truly remarkable. Chapter 54. The space for development. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual about the blue orb on Haklong's body. With a furrowed brow, he hesitated and said, What is this all about? To be honest, well, it was due to my escape that Haklong had to regress in a moment of crisis, and subsequently, it became apparent that he could no longer perform dragon-type moves. Ming, feeling a tinge of guilt, gently stroked Haklong. It turns out there was such an issue. You need not feel guilty. A trainer's life is fraught with unforeseen circumstances. Haklong's ability to tap into his potential is enough to demonstrate your significance in his heart. Master Yulong, I wonder if you have ever encountered such a situation? Ming inquired tentatively. As a member of the dragon lineage, Yulong had a wealth of experience and might possess knowledge on how to resolve Haklong's predicament. Upon hearing this, Yulong pondered briefly, then did not respond immediately. Instead, he enveloped Haklong with a soft purple dragon aura, closing his eyes to attune himself. Ming watched intently. Knowing that Yulong mastered both the power of the evergreen and the dragon aura, much like himself. However, while Yulong's power enhanced the battle capabilities of dragon-type treasures, Ming's was the aura of waves, which elevated his own combat prowess. After a moment, Yulong withdrew the dragon aura, stroking his chin in contemplation. Interesting. This is different from what I expected. Haklong is not in a state of exhaustion. Rather, the dragon energy within him is remarkably abundant and vibrant. It appears that Haklong has lost control over his dragon energy. Yulong expressed his astonishment. Ming nodded repeatedly, acknowledging Yulong's keen observation. The unusual condition should not be delayed. It was best to address it swiftly, lest it lead to irreparable consequences. After a brief moment of reflection, under the expectant gazes of Ming and Haklong, Yulong proposed a solution. I believe the optimal way to resolve this is to allow Haklong to return to the Dragon's Cave, a place rich in dragon energy. It can be seen as both education and training for a period. There, he will be among his kin, who will undoubtedly have methods to assist him. Whenever my dragon-type Pokémon encounters a bottleneck or a serious injury, a visit to the Dragon's Cave has always proven effective. Ming was momentarily taken aback by Yulong's suggestion. A trip back to the Dragon's Cave? His reasoning certainly held merit. In cases of strength stagnation, the best counsel often came from older kin. Furthermore, the Dragon's Cave, a sanctuary revered by dragon-type treasures, must possess extraordinary qualities. Logically, a visit to the cave would be beneficial for Haklong. However, sensing Ming and Apos' hesitance, Yulong firmly stated, the dragon and Apos' cave is a sacred ground of my clan. I can facilitate Haklong's visit, but trainers are not permitted to accompany him. Ming understood the unspoken implication. This meant he would have to part with Haklong for a while. Haklong, although sometimes slow-witted, could be quite perceptive, especially regarding matters unrelated to Ming. Listening quietly from the side, it too began to sense what might occur, drawing closer to the silent Ming. Sometimes, parting is necessary for a better reunion. Yulong stated calmly, unwavering in his gaze. Ming felt a lightness in his heart, a sense of disorientation. Naturally, he recognized the truth in Yulong's words, in retrospect. A sojourn to the Dragon's Cave for rejuvenation was indeed the best course for Haklong. Having spent so much time with Haklong, he had never envisioned a separation. The suddenness of this situation left him somewhat unprepared. Haklong, what do you think? You could return to the Dragon and Apos' cave for a while. Although you have yet to evolve into a Dragonite, evolving into a Haklong is already quite commendable, isn't it? Ming smiled, attempting to maintain a facade of ease as he spoke to Haklong. He desired to know Haklong's thoughts. Haklong gazed with swirling emotions, nuzzling against Ming's chest. It too had never imagined a separation from Ming or its companions, Guisong and Quagsire. This was the most sorrowful period for it. Yet soon it lifted its head, the look of melancholy replaced by determination. Haklong understood that only by doing so could it regain control over its dragon moves. It did not wish to be a burden within the team. The inability to execute dragon-type moves was simply too disgraceful. An elder in its clan had once said that strength is the greatest assurance. Only with strength can one protect what they cherish. Therefore, this issue must be resolved. Very well, it is settled then. Ming took a deep breath, resolved in his decision, but suddenly recalled something and turned to Yulong. Is it possible to delay it by a day? I would like to challenge Brock at the pewter gym first. Haklong is currently the mainstay of my team. Since Brock returned from MT Moon, he has resumed gym challenges, and without Haklong, securing my third badge would be quite difficult. Certainly. I also need to address some follow-up issues regarding Team Rocket in Pewter City before returning to Yamo City. Yulong's gaze was far-reaching. After battling against that powerful, armored treasure from Team Rocket, he realized he was not yet strong enough. His quest for strength burned fiercely within him. Even if it were not for Ming's request, he would still wish to return to the Dragon's Cave. Although Brock had returned to the pewter gym, he did not commence gym challenges that day. The aspiring challengers gathered around the gym, clamoring throughout the day until Brock finally emerged to announce that the challenges would resume the following day, at which point they dispersed. The next day, they arrived early to secure their positions, lining up in long queues. However, they were met with disappointing news. The first challenger slot had been predetermined. The challengers behind were incensed, shouting at Brock to provide an explanation. Brock had previously stated that slots were limited, so how could they not be upset upon learning this? Why should we toil to secure our spots only to find out the first challenger is already chosen? Let Brock come out. Is there some unwritten rule in the Pokémon world? This is outrageous. We have been waiting outside the gym for several days. The first challenger today should have been chosen from among us. Regardless, we demand an explanation, or we shall blockade the gym. No one gets in today. Brock's assistant, Cece, was taken aback by the overwhelming protest. The clamor was enough to shake the very foundations of the gym, and she had never witnessed such a scenario before. Flustered, she dropped the challenger tickets in the chaos and quickly bent down to retrieve them. Uncertain of why her brother Brock had made such arrangements, she was merely following orders. Just then, she saw a pair of arms helping her gather the tickets. Thank you. Cece expressed her gratitude, looking up to see a young, handsome face, with a quagsire perched on his shoulder. It was none other than Ming, who was anxious to challenge the gym. Feeling slightly downcast due to the impending separation from Hacklong, his mood worsened upon witnessing the scene. The predetermined first challenger was none other than himself. This arrangement was not something he had requested. It was simply a consequence of the Courage Badge. That entity is not merely for aesthetic appeal. It has been endowed with certain privileges, such as complimentary access to the healing and lodging facilities of the Pokémon Center, as well as free use of certain modes of transportation. Among these benefits is the ability to challenge gyms without the need to queue. Does he wish to cut in line? Does he seek favoritism? Does he wish to exploit unspoken rules? Not at all. It is a matter of necessity. Ming scoffed, surveying the weaklings before him with disdain. Does that embarrassed girl not feel ashamed? I am indeed that person. If anyone is dissatisfied, they can confront me. I wouldn't mind giving you a taste of defeat before the gym battle, so you understand why Magikarp is so renowned. My low profile is not a resource for you to flaunt. Frustrated, I shall no longer feign modesty. I am that person. Such audacious posturing rendered the scene instantly silent. That person is he. The fourth child rubbed his reddened eyes, a surge of excitement bubbling within him, his cheeks flushed. Though he knew not how he had compelled his brother to break the rules, his willingness to step forward was undeniably commendable. Could it be for my sake? The fourth child grew increasingly bashful, lowering his gaze to his own shoes. As the others regained their composure after Ming's revelation, they swiftly sought an outlet for their pent-up anger, especially the few in the front who were ready to unleash a tirade. Just then, Tong Xin in the nearby crowd sighed softly. He is Ming, the greatest culprit who vanquished the Rocket Team at Moonview Mountain. Are you certain you wish to offend him? What? At this statement, everyone was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Ming with incredulity. What? That hero named Ming is just like them, a challenger? Impossible. Was it not rumored that Ming defeated the Rocket Team at Moonview Mountain before Junsha and Xiaogang? A mere challenger possesses such prowess. Miss Junsha never mentioned this. Indeed, it is he. He is that Ming. I saw him meet with Junsha and Yulong Du yesterday. I told you all about it, yet you refused to believe, insisting on spreading the lie that he is merely a mountain-climbing uncle. A passerby who had encountered Ming seized the opportunity to shout. In an instant, the expressions of everyone turned towards Ming. So the generous treatment from gym leader Xiaogang was bestowed upon him. It makes perfect sense. This is entirely justified, whether among the challengers or the spectators. Many had suffered losses to the Rocket Team. Now, their gazes sharpened like swords, piercing towards those few audacious challengers. How dare they offend their benefactor? Each one of them could deliver a blow strong enough to render their offenders blind to the dawn of the next day. The sudden shift in the atmosphere left the most vociferous challengers feeling like they were under a spotlight, shrinking back in trepidation. Ming. We did not realize you were the elder brother. One young challenger stammered. I have been blind to your greatness, and I offer my utmost respect to you. Little sister, I did not mean it. Another chimed in, hurriedly apologizing to Ming. They switched to a tone of flattery, desperately trying to placate him, fearing the backlash of public outrage would drown them in scorn. Ming could not be bothered to engage them further. He turned to chat with Tong Xin while awaiting the gym doors to open. Is he the young hero my brother spoke of? The nemesis of the Rocket Team. The fourth child felt even more bashful, her heart racing like a fawn, nervously twirling a lock of her hair and stealing glances at Yiming. Under the pressure of the other challengers' revelations, she remembered her role and quickly organized the first 20 participants for the day, handing the reserve number 1 card to Yiming before bouncing away. Soon, the doors of the Nibi gym creaked open. The long-awaited crowd surged into the gym like a tide. Aside from the challengers who received their number cards entering the waiting room, the rest rushed to the stands, vying for the best vantage points. Most had initially come merely to observe the strength of the gym leader or other challengers. However, upon learning of Yiming's participation, excitement rippled through them. They were curious about the methods Yiming employed to dismantle the Rocket Team. Although Miss Junsha had explained that he did not defeat the Rocket Team solely through Pokémon battles, employing some unique tactics, it was evident that his confidence in facing the Rocket Team signified his formidable strength. As the first challenger, Yiming stepped directly into the battle arena. Xiaogang, the Rock-type gym leader, had naturally designed the arena to favor Rock-type Pokémon, similar to how the water battle arena at the Hualan Gym was structured. This was intended to help challengers adapt to various environments. The rock battle arena of the Nibi Gym was laden with stones, gravel, and debris, affecting the visibility and movement of Pokémon within. Yiming took his position in the Challenger S area, while Xiaogang awaited him in the gym leader's zone. "We meet again, Yiming. Miss Junsha holds you in high regard. I truly envy you," Xiaogang remarked with a sigh. "Well, I suppose she thinks my youth is accompanied by considerable audacity, and I do not look too shabby," Yiming shamelessly acknowledged. To reiterate, my gym challenge employs a 3v3 battle format, wherein the gym leader cannot change Pokémon during the match, while the challenger may. With that, Xiaogang pressed a button, and a multi-tiered Pokeball storage cabinet rose between them, murmuring to himself, "Well then, having already earned 2 badges, let me consider." As is widely known, the strength of gym leaders is relatively consistent, at least for the majority. The difficulty of the gym challenge largely depends on the number of badges the challenger has acquired. The more badges, the greater the leeway for the gym leader's capabilities. Chapter 55. A small fist. Brock hesitated, wondering if he should ease up on Team Rocket's cleanup, considering Yiming's past merits. No, on the contrary, precisely because of such heroic deeds, Yiming should be given a little more difficulty. Well, in short, let's handle it with discretion. Brock hesitated for a moment and selected several Pokeballs. Brock wouldn't be harsh on me out of jealousy of my handsomeness, would he? Yiming wondered, noticing Brock's hesitation. In most regions of the Pokémon world, especially the Kanto region's gyms, a family-style hereditary system is adopted, passed down through generations, including the inheritance of gym Pokémon. The Cerulean City sisters were like that, and Brock was the same. He remembered that Brock's father was an irresponsible person who left Brock and his younger siblings to fend for themselves, forcing Brock to play both parental roles and learn excellent cooking skills. Brock's character shouldn't lead him to play dirty tricks against me in the gym challenge, right? Alright, let's officially begin the gym challenge. I won't hold back, Brock said solemnly, tossing a Pokeball with force. Go, Geodude. A white light flashed, and a Pokémon resembling a gray round stone with protruding stone eyebrows, no legs, and only a pair of muscular stone arms appeared. Geodude, a rock ground-type Pokémon with excellent physical defense, but severely weak against water types. Rock fears water, and ground fears water, a quadruple weakness. Geodude is not a rare Pokémon. It's commonly found everywhere in the mountains, and also evolves into Graveler. The will of rock cannot be destroyed. Geodude roared, its stone fists colliding with great momentum. Level 20, as expected, Yiming muttered, examining Geodude's information with the inspection card. Although Froakie has a type advantage, the level difference is too significant. It won't work. Riolu is even more useless. It can only inflict some damage on Geodude and waste an entry slot. Just as Yiming hesitated whether to send out Ghastly or Dragonair, the system issued a prompt. Choice 1. Send out Riolu first. Reward, Gold Rain Space Field. Froakie weighing the pros and cons. Choice 2. Send out Froakie first. Reward, Miracle Trick Room. Riolu sensing with Aura. Choice 3. Send out Ghastly first. Reward, Phantom Space Effect. Ghastly eager to try. Choice 4. Send out Dragonair first. Reward, Miracle Comprehension Space. Dragonair eager to battle. Huh. Yiming was surprised. The gym challenge actually triggered system options. Scanning them, the corresponding rewards seemed highly relevant to the challenge. Gold Rain Space Field. The battle will increase gold coins. The longer the battle, the more gold coins. The effect lasts until Riolu is defeated or withdrawn. Dropping gold coins, not bad. But Riolu might not be able to withstand it for long. The cost-effectiveness isn't great. Miracle Trick Room. An enhanced version of Trick Room. Creating a bizarre space that will force the exchange of all values, including strength level, between both sides. The effect lasts until the gym challenge ends. Hiss. An enhanced version of Trick Room. This effect, if I understand correctly, the original level 9 Froakie fighting a level 20 Geodude will become a level 20 Froakie crushing a level 9 Geodude under its influence? Truly terrifying effect. If Brock doesn't react, it's almost equivalent to winning this gym challenge. After all, Riolu and Froakie have lower levels and strength. With this effect, weakness directly transforms into strength. And there's type advantage. It's practically a guaranteed win. Phantom Space Effect. It will continuously generate absorbable Ghost-type energy, assisting and enhancing the strength of Ghost-type Pokémon. The effect lasts until Ghastly is defeated or withdrawn. Miracle Comprehension Space. It will continuously generate various types of energy and enhance the host Pokémon's comprehension, allowing it to learn moves during battle. The effect lasts until Dragonair is defeated or withdrawn. These two options can quickly enhance a Pokémon's combat power. Both are pretty good. Should I send out Ghastly or Dragonair? After hesitating repeatedly, Yiming took a deep breath, took out a Pokeball, and tossed it out forcefully. Go, Dragonair. Since he's about to part ways with Dragonair, let this gym challenge be its stage. Dragonair emerged from the white light, taking flight in the air. Its iridescent scales shimmering, fully displaying its beautiful figure. Dragonair's fighting spirit was high as it looked down at Geodude, secretly vowing to show its best self in this battle and put Yiming at ease. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the option reward. Miracle Comprehension Space. Roar? Dragonair suddenly paused, an unprecedented strange feeling emerging, as if the haze that had always been ignored in its vision was swept away. Or as if it had awakened from a dream. Its eyes widened. It clearly sensed that the space it was in was filled with energy from various types, rejoicing like spirits, making it within reach. Needless to say, when something new happens to it, it's likely due to Yiming. Looking back, sure enough, Yiming gave it a reassuring smile. Realizing this was a rare opportunity, Dragonair calmed down and quietly comprehended. Dragonair's appearance caused a stir in the audience. It's Dragonair. He's the powerful trainer my classmate mentioned. He saw him at the Cerulean Gym. Evolved so quickly? Tong Xian specially trains a Dratini, but it hasn't even shed its skin a few times. Gosh, he even has a Dragonair. No wonder he can deal with Team Rocket. I'm so envious. Damn. I heard that only 2 Dratini were distributed to this year's graduates in the world. Could they all be here? He can't be a young master from a big family. Can he? What kind of Pokémon is Dragonair? It's a dragon-type Pokémon that many trainers dream of having. No wonder they were envious and jealous. Challenger Yiming versus Gym Leader Brock. The first match officially begins. The referee confirmed that both sides were ready and announced the start of the gym challenge. Geodude, use Rollout. Brock immediately issued the attack command. Geodude wrapped its arms around its round stone body and began to roll rapidly. Rollout is a move that can continuously increase power and is Geodude's signature move, having defeated countless challengers. Geodude rolled rapidly in the rocky arena, somehow sensing and avoiding obstacles. Except for small rocks that didn't need avoiding, it dodged all the large rocks. Dragonair, Water Pulse. Geodude is particularly afraid of water-type moves, and Dragonair flew into the sky, making its rollout ineffective. In Yiming's view, it was a nearly guaranteed win. Compared to Aqua Tail, which requires close combat, Water Pulse, which can be released from a distance, is undoubtedly more suitable. Dragonair unleashed Water Pulse from the sky. However, Geodude's rolling speed was too fast, and it narrowly dodged them all. If you think you can be sure of victory just because you're in the sky, then you're sorely mistaken. Geodude up. Brock confidently waved his hand, as if he had prepared for this situation. In a surprising turn of events, the small rock-type Pokémon, Geodude, found itself propelled upward by a slightly elevated rock, spinning vigorously as it charged towards Dragonair. Dragonair, displaying remarkable agility, swiftly evaded the attack and soared to greater heights. It was reminiscent of the moment when Geodude executed its rock slide technique. Brock, quick to respond, directed Geodude to cease its spinning motion upon landing, forming a rock imbued with rock-type energy, which was launched like a projectile towards Dragonair. Hydro Pump, Yi-Ming shouted, and Dragonair reacted just as swiftly. Almost simultaneously with Geodude's rock slide, water energy surged forth, precisely intercepting the rock. With a resounding crash, debris and water erupted upon impact. What a close call! Yi-Ming exhaled in relief. The rock generated by the rock slide carried significant weight. If struck, it would have put Dragonair at a disadvantage, forcing it to the ground. Should Dragonair be hit, it would lose its crucial aerial advantage. Geodude continued to utilize its spinning technique. After landing, Brock had Geodude spin rapidly again, rendering Dragonair's Hydro Pump ineffective. Brock had clearly invested considerable effort into countering the aerial Pokémon. With a resounding thud, another Hydro Pump was dodged by Geodude. Growing frustrated, Dragonair contemplated a more expansive water-based technique that could leave Geodude with no avenue of escape. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Dragonair. Recalling the moments spent surfing with Yi-Ming, feeling as though it were once again amidst the ocean waves. Ding! Dragonair has mastered the surf technique in the training space. The notification sparked excitement in Yi-Ming's eyes. Dragonair, unleash surf. With a mighty ascent, Dragonair summoned an immense torrent of water, crafting towering waves that engulfed the rocky terrain, shattering stones as it surged towards Geodude with unstoppable force. Despite Geodude's rapid spinning, it could not evade the oncoming deluge. As the waves receded, Geodude reappeared, battered and disheveled, its expression clearly reflecting the toll surf had taken on it. Surprisingly, it had not been knocked out, perhaps due to its sturdy ability. Both Yi-Ming and Dragonair were taken aback. Given the immense power of surf, combined with Geodude's quadruple weakness to water-type moves, it should have been incapacitated. It seemed the sturdy ability allowed it to retain some consciousness after sustaining potentially knockout-level damage. Brock nodded in acknowledgement, quickly directing Geodude to adopt a defensive stance. Geodude, continue using Rock Slide. Though Geodude's stamina was waning, and it could no longer withstand Dragonair's ranged attacks, Brock did not expect a reversal of fortune but rather aimed to exhaust Dragonair's energy further. Geodude persisted in launching its Rock Slide, summoning circular stones to hurl at the airborne Dragonair. However, due to its fatigue and Dragonair's vigilance, the attempts proved futile. Dragonair, unleash Confuse Ray. Perhaps this was the correct application of its training space abilities. Dragonair deftly maneuvered, avoiding the falling rocks and directing Confuse Ray at Geodude. As an electric-type move, it had the potential to paralyze its opponent. However, Geodude, seemingly unfazed by the attack, allowed the Confuse Ray to hit without attempting to dodge. What is it doing? Can it see that Confuse Ray is ineffective? Is it humiliating its opponent? The spectators, including Brock, were perplexed. Even someone like me, who struggles academically, knows that Confuse Ray is ineffective against rock-type Pokémon. With continued use of Confuse Ray, a glimmer of understanding appeared in Dragonair's eyes. Simultaneously, Yi-Ming's system chimed with a notification. Ding! In the training space, Dragonair has comprehended the Thunderbolt technique. Just as I suspected, Yi-Ming mused, satisfied with his deduction. This was the rationale behind letting Dragonair utilize Confuse Ray against Geodude. By employing similar moves, it would facilitate the understanding of corresponding techniques, akin to how it had just learned Surf after using Hydro Pump. Dragonair, now unleash Hydro Pump and finish it, Yi-Ming commanded. The release of techniques would require energy and mental focus. How to ensure that Dragonair could master more techniques without exhausting its stamina was a pressing concern for Yi-Ming. With a flick of its tail, Dragonair conjured Hydro Pump, diving to close the distance as it unleashed the powerful water attack. Geodude, use Rollout to evade, Brock urged, hoping Geodude could leverage its spinning speed. Yet, Geodude was utterly fatigued, its senses dulled, unable to escape Dragonair's relentless pursuit. struck by hydro pump. Geodude tumbled several meters before finally coming to rest, stars swirling in its eyes. Chapter 56. Grand Finale. Ming, observing Lance's unpredictable expression, inquired cautiously, wondering if he had provoked the champion's ire. He silently berated himself for not purchasing a suitable gift as an apology earlier. Lance, snapping out of his reverie, noticed Ming's gaze and offered a wry smile. He questioned whether his rigorous training at the waterfall had spanned a year rather than a single day. Considering the extraordinary transformation his Dragonair had undergone in such a short time. Now that the issue was resolved, the trip to Dragon's Den seemed almost unnecessary. If it weren't a matter of necessity, who would willingly part with their Pokémon? I'm relieved you understand, Ming said. Then, Master Lance, if such an anomaly were to arise again, would it be possible? Ming hesitated. A return to Dragon's Den would be a valuable opportunity. Rest assured, Lance replied. Dragon's Den is open to all Dragon-type Pokémon, not just humans. If any problems arise, or if Dragonair wishes to return for a visit, it will always be welcome there. Lance discerned Ming's thoughts and chuckled heartily. That's wonderful. After a brief chat with Lance, Ming bid him farewell, intending to find a restaurant for dinner before returning to the Pokémon Center. Jarg, Dragonite murmured, watching Ming and Dragonair walk away, lost in thought. Dragonite, you sensed it too, didn't you? That young man and his Dragonair are extraordinary. In time, they may develop into formidable adversaries. Lance's eyes gleamed with profound insight. His inner fire rekindled. Jarg, Dragonite nodded in agreement, acknowledging the potential it felt in Dragonair, a potential that rivaled its own. Dragonite, our strength is insufficient, far from sufficient. The road ahead is long. We must not become complacent. Jarg, if Ming knew that Lance had already marked him as a potential rival, he would likely break out in a cold sweat. Being targeted by the flying type, no, Dragon-type champion was no laughing matter. After dinner, Ming returned to his room at the Pokémon Center and retrieved the fighting force he had received as a system reward. This fighting force, akin to Dragon Force and Ghost Force, Dragon-type energy, Ghost-type energy, was a valuable substance that could be considered a potent elixir. When consumed by a Pokémon, it could rapidly enhance its strength. Dragonair and Ghastly had already consumed a considerable amount, but Riolu had yet to experience such benefits. Riolu, come on out. As he summoned Riolu, Ming noticed a system notification, which surprised him. Fighting Force contains pure Fighting Force, which can be administered to Fighting-type Pokémon to enhance their strength. Note, the host can consume it in large quantities to strengthen their physique. I can consume this too? Ming examined the brown energy orb in his hand and cautiously used his aura to separate a third of it. Consume in large quantities, this small amount should suffice. He gave the larger portion to the eager Riolu, while the smaller portion was ingested by Ming himself. The energy orb, being pure energy, melted instantly upon entering his mouth, transforming into a cold stream that rushed into Ming's abdomen. Ming felt a surge of heat coursing through his body. After a moment of brewing, the cold stream surged through his limbs, revitalizing every part of his body, as if injecting vitality into every cell, granting Ming an exhilarating sensation. This is truly a super elixir. No wonder Riolu and the others can't resist its allure. Ming moved his limbs, sensing a subtle increase in strength, with residual fighting force still present within him. His intuition told him that to better digest this energy. Riolu, let's head to the gym. We shall unleash our sweat. The path to greatness continues.